Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Sublight Drive. Chapter 51. Star Station Independence, Mercana System. Oral Sector. Admiral Trench patiently waited for two orderlies to leave the Supreme Commander's office before announcing his presence. Instead of erecting the office of the General on Raxus Secundus or any separatist star system, Severance Tan had instead opted to repurpose the former Mandator-class Star Dreadnought Pride of the Corps into the CAF's mobile headquarters. It took time for the old Harsh to grow into the idea, but he could see its merits. The renamed Independence was definitely large enough to serve as the CAF's primary arcology, should it have been established planet-side. Furthermore, the great vessel was always on the move, leaping from one system to the other, and by virtue of being a starship, permitted tighter security of its perimeter. The Confederacy's enemies would find it much harder to infiltrate the military from now on. Pleasant news, Admiral. The Supreme Commander's personal command room was found in the Citadel of the Independence, repurposed from one of many combat information centers the old Mandator possessed. It was Trench's first time visiting the station since the completion of its retrofit, and the old Harch still did not know what to expect. Knowing Severance Tan, maybe he should have. She was an inordinately busy woman these days, having to not only manage the newly reformed CAF, but also navigate the exhaustive politics that came with the position. With the establishment of a new Independence military academy aboard the Independence itself, if the Supreme Commander was not found in her command center, then she most certainly was supervising the progress of her personal project. The walls and ceilings of the command center were covered with view screens and holograms, each displaying a different sector of space, dimly lit so as to not strain the eyes. At the very center, a double ring of repeaters and readouts, blinking with the details of the innumerous assets of the burgeoning Confederate armed forces. And at the center of the double circle, a simple metal chair, swiveling around to reveal the woman who spoke, Severance Tan. Mercana is now completely in the control of the CAF. The Pantoran stood up, courtesy of Passel Argent. Extend my gratitude to the magistrate. That can be done, General. Trench folded a pair of his arms behind his back as he strolled around the room, but I am here for a different reason. Of course. Rear Admiral Bonteri has contacted me for the 6th time. The Harch Admiral studied the stoic features of the blue-skinned woman and studied the positions of the 2nd Fleet Group on a nearby display at the same time. He has fought Jedi General Alrix half a dozen times, never getting the upper hand. His complaint, naturally, are the chains around his wrists. He demands a reason as to why he is not allowed to go on the offensive. It surprises me he hasn't already, General Tan mused. It is a matter of trust, General, Trench said. He has served under both of us, for a time. He knows we wouldn't give orders, or a lack thereof, without reason. He now asks for us to return that trust. Tan's finger curled, and the nearby display flashed into a star chart of the Rima trade route. And what will you tell him this time? The old Harch stroked his remaining organic mandible. The 20th Mobile Fleet has been authorized to proceed with Operation Storm Door. Severance Tan's opaque red eyes narrowed. You were saying? The Republic has taken the bait, the Harch chuckled, his skin-crawling chitter filling the room. Their 2nd Sector Army has ignored Mechas 3 and Yag Tool and are pouring down onto the Rima. Our forward scouts spotted the Open Circle Fleet's redeployment, one half under Anakin Skywalker leading the vanguard to Sullust, and the other half under Obi-Wan Kenobi to Kashyyyk. In the new territories, a low excitement burgeoned in the normally stoic general. Admiral Kurst's 1st Fleet Group has been pushed back to Shome High. Trench built momentum. He, too, is allowing the Republic to attack unhindered. The Republic's 3rd Sector Army has reached Lannelis and will soon reach the front lines. The 16th Sector Army's offensive has pushed General Farstar all the way to New COV. We are losing territory all across the front. The two greatest flag officers stared at each other, a singular conclusion arriving to both their minds. Operation Storm Door has succeeded. By enforcing a strict, no-first-action policy across the CAF, they had virtually allowed the Grand Army of the Republic free reign over the front. As expected, the Republic was launching an all-out offensive, poised to knock the Confederacy out of the war. The public motivation for the no-first-action policy was a fallacy from the very beginning, but a very useful one. The Republic already despised the Confederacy for the attack on Coruscant. Nay, that was a sore understatement. The Republic will now stop at nothing to bathe every Confederate world in separatist blood in their quest for vengeance. No amount of pleading and backpedaling will change that. No, this policy was to invite the Republic to attack, and thus justify what will come next to the citizens of the Confederacy. With Mercana and the hypercommunications cartel now in their hands, the CAF controlled the information nexus of the entire Confederacy, from the separatist HoloNet to the CIA shadow feed. It will be a simple matter to double down on the already common belief in this nation that the Republic staged a false flag attack on their own capital, over-exaggerating the damage to justify breaking down the armistice negotiations. When the choice was believing enemy propaganda or trusted federal news sources, the choice was predictable. Besides, how could there possibly be a CAF fleet in the galactic interior? That was simply astrographically and strategically impossible. The no-first-action policy would preserve their moral high ground in the eyes of the separatist people, and lure the Republic to launch their renewed offensive at the same time, justifying Operation Storm Door. And they did. And by drawing out all remaining reserve armadas of the GR, they made the Republic leave their house completely empty. And just as the Republic seeks the Confederacy's destruction at all costs, the Confederacy seeks the otherwise. And now all our mobile fleets have to do is walk through an open door. And what will happen then? When the Republic faces not one, but 3 fleets marauding through the core worlds, the Republic will no longer accept peace unless it was at the end of a turbo laser battery. The Supreme Commander was determined it was not the Confederacy, but the Republic, staring down the smoking barrel of peace. The Republic will panic. The Republic will overcorrect. The Republic will bring their fleets home. And then we can cross the border unhindered, Admiral Trench finished, and pressure the Republic into a treaty with overwhelming force. This is the true nature of Operation Storm Door. There was no hiding the extensive fleet redeployments in the prelude to Storm Door, so they may as well use the Republic's intelligence to their advantage. Operation Storm Door enabled Operation Starlance, and Operation Starlance enabled Operation Storm Door. One would not be possible without the other, 2 halves of a whole. It was the shield, the spear, and the counterattack. Operation Starlance did not even exist on paper. The operation was so secret there was not a single physical record of it that hasn't been destroyed. It existed only in the heads of the staffers who devised it, and the officers participating in it, a number that could be counted on 2 hands. Make no mistake, the twin operations were their last shot at knocking the Republic out of the war. The brutal truth was clear. The Confederacy was no longer able to take the Republic in a straight fight, not this deep into the war. No amount of confidentiality was too much confidentiality. Not a single officer on the front could know of the reason for their standing orders out of fear from enemy interception. Not even those participating in Operation Starlance. They had to draw the Republic's armadas as far away as possible from the core for Starlance to have any chance of success. And similarly, Operation Starlance had to draw as many Republic armadas back to the core for Storm Door to have any chance of success. It was for this reason the 19th and 28th Mobile Fleets will be provided a blank flimside to rampage and maraud as strategically able in the interior, at least until they found Admiral Duoningo's bulwark feat. From there, the fleet groups of the Confederacy can exploit the Republic's panic to gouge out an opening in the core for the 3 fleets to extract from. Severance Tan deflated in relief. If not for Trench's keen, sixfold and artificial eyesight, he would not have noticed the brief lapse in poise. For the first time, the old Arch Admiral saw through the act. It was not the indomitable Pantoran who fought tooth and nail to seize control of the largest military in the galaxy, but a mere girl, too many times his junior, wearing a uniform and rank that still seemed far too large for her. There were 2 ways the Republic could have reacted. The girl leaned against the consoles, once more showing no sign of weakness. They knew for certain Operation Storm Door was some sort of trap, but they did not know what kind. They could have either acted cautiously, prodding the trap before making any major action, or they could have rushed in, attempting to destroy the trap with brute force. Not knowing that by doing so, they have already fallen for it. Admiral Trench approached the Supreme Commander, towering over her. You have foresaw their reaction perfectly, General. Then at all the more crucial Operation Starlance produces the intended effect within the Republic. Tan remarked, we must prepare accordingly. Is the 2nd Fleet Group ready for action? You will be pitted against the most fortified Republic front of the war. Your concern is appreciated, but unnecessary, General. Trench staked out the room, examining the fleet positions in the Prelimian on the displays. Rear Admiral Marai's DAC offensive has secured the core and shipyards of Calamari space, including the Pamit docks. With this, the dreadnought Subjugator has finally entered service. With both Malevolence and Subjugator, my 2nd Fleet Group can pierce even the strongest enemy positions. The Subjugator-class Star Dreadnought was the heaviest separatist warship ever put into service, designed by the Free DAC Engineering Corps as the response to the Republic's own Star Dreadnoughts. Nearly 5 clicks long, it possessed a massive through-deck ion pulse cannon that could disable entire fleets with a single shot. The first to enter service was Malevolence, followed by her sister ship Devastator. With the newfound security of the Pamit docks, however, the original testbed and namesake, Subjugator, can finally complete its retrofit and enter service. After the damning success of the designs at the Battle of Yavin, a 4th ship of the class had been ordered, and its keel recently laid down in the core and shipyards of the Anath system. In any case, with 2 Subjugator-class Star Dreadnoughts on the Prelimian front, the Gar's 3rd Sector Army will be due for an unpleasant surprise. Very well, the Supreme Commander circled back to her seat. Then let us reveal to the Republic the true depth of our willingness to fight. The Pantoran quietly composed herself, then toggled the integrated comlink on her instrument board. This is the Supreme Commander to Admiral Kirst of the 1st Fleet Group. Be notified that all actions pertaining to Operation Storm Door have been authorized. Maintain your defense in depth of the new territories, and make the Republic pay dearly for every world they take. You may inform the 19th Mobile to proceed with Operation Starlance. Unlike General Farster's defense of the Corellian Run, Admiral Kirst was explicitly ordered to give ground. The strategy was twofold. The 1st Fleet Group was facing not 1, but 3 GR sector armies, the 7th, 8th, and 9th. The 10th Sector Army would have been included if they were not poised to combat Trench's own 2nd Fleet Group on the Saline Corridor. The reason for a defense-in-depth strategy, then, was more obvious. But there was a more sinister reason behind Admiral Kurst's defense of the Confederacy's northern holdings, devised by the adroitly sinister mind of Rear Admiral Callie Trilm. The Raxus government's main internal political rival in the Sereno government established its main power base in the galactic north. By fighting for every inch of ground and calculatively permitting the Republic to advance through the new territories, every system lost ripped away another pillar of Count Dooku's support. When the Republic captured banking clan-affiliated worlds, for instance, the Raxus government also dealt with another internal threat, slowly setting the stage in the deplorable case the Confederacy finds a civil war unavoidable. For a woman born and raised on the Serenian colony world of CLY Sim, Callie Trilm bore frightening little loyalty to her homeworld, or anything other than herself, for that matter. This is the Supreme Commander to General Farstar of the 3rd Fleet Group. The Supreme Commander prepared the next transmission. Be notified that all actions pertaining to Operation Stormdoor have been authorized. Hold the enemy at New COV, encircle, and destroy them. Let them take not an inch of the mid-rim. General Atticus Farstar, the protege of Severance Tan herself, recently promoted after his success in Bodhan space. Farstar's strategy was simple. Stop the Gar's 16th Sector Army dead in its tracks at the Fortress World New COV, while their Bodhan allies under Rear Admiral Laren Crefe holds his flank at Kalarba. Then, Commodore Carrick's 224th Strike Division, awaiting at Dalong, would proceed down the Gamer run to Milagro, effectively cutting off the 16th Sector Army from its supply lines. Admiral, then was Trench's turn, and the Supreme Commander gave him the oral command. Be notified that all actions pertaining to Operation Stormdoor have been authorized. I don't believe it necessary to elaborate upon the strategy you personally devised. You may order the 28th Mobile to proceed with Operation Starlance. They will first jump to Yagtul to cut off the 2nd Sector Army supply line, then begin their incursion with the 19th Mobile. Inform them the 4th Fleet will take their place in Sullust. You seem confident Admiral Bon Airy can still defeat General Alrix. He has been engaged in battle on 6 separate occasions, Admiral Trench observed, and not once has he been able to take the upper hand. What makes this occasion so different? The commanders of our 2 mobile fleets are very different people, but unbeatable when the battlefield plays to their strengths. The Supreme Commander stood up, lifting an open palm, as if there was an invisible spider resting upon it. I have made my considerations when choosing where to deploy them. Admiral Trilm is like a spider, knitting her web in silence, awaiting her enemies to tangle themselves in her invisible threads before finishing them off. The standing order to hold your position would work entirely in her favor. Which is why she was posted in the neutral Kashyyyk system, the old Harch concluded, so that the Republic could not attack her. Perhaps I am looking down too much on the Republic, she admitted, but that would be correct. For Operation Stormdoor to succeed, the Republic must grow suspicious of our mobile fleets and redeploy their most dangerous assets to the front accordingly. Considering one half of the Open Circle fleet was re-asked to Kashyyyk, this ploy has succeeded. Admiral Bonteri, on the other hand, as if making her point clearer, General Tan lifted her other palm, is like a viper. He shines in unrestrained, offensive actions, and like a viper defending their nest, he will twist even the most defensive battlefields in order to strike first. There is a common thread when you study his battles: the first Battle of Christoph Sis, Battle of Taith, Battle of Metalorn, Battle of Kalyamex. These were all defensive battles, and yet in each one Admiral Bonteri fought as the aggressor. You believe? I believe that if Admiral Bonteri was permitted unrestrained action, he would have annihilated General Alrix's fleet before the Republic could even realize he was at Sullust, the Supreme Commander confirmed. Thus he was forced to be hamstrung and put in an unfavorable position most counteractive to his expertise. And as expected, General Skywalker and the vanguard of the Open Circle fleet was sent to reinforce General Alrix's positions. There was no telling the Republic would react that way. Admiral Trench stroked his mandibles in thought. To assume the enemy's reactions is a risky endeavor. Then we must disagree, Admiral. General Tan smiled thinly. Do you not realize it is the Republic who would realize just how dangerous Admiral Bonteri is? In every battle I had listed, Admiral Bonteri fought against one or more Jedi generals and defeated them. It is the Republic who understands how he fights more than anybody. I imagine they must have panicked, realizing the inexperienced General Alrix has been pitted against the Hydra himself. It is natural they send the Jedi general who has the most experience dealing with him to reinforce Alrix. And when Admiral Bonteri jumps to Yagtul, General Skywalker will be too far away to stop Operation Starlance, Admiral Trench finished. The Supreme Commander nodded sharply, visibly pleased. She then prepared her final transmission. This is the Supreme Commander to General Ambigine of the 4th Fleet Group. The final, and most critical to Operation Starlance, was the first general on the Rima trade route. Be notified that all actions pertaining to Operation Stormdoor have been authorized. Take Ariatu with all haste and fortify Sullust in anticipation for the enemy offensive. The appointment of Horn Ambigine to the 4th Fleet Group was undeniably a deft political move, one apparently originating from Severance Tan herself, instead of Callie Trilm. The first general of the Confederacy was loyal not to the Confederacy, but the separatist cause itself, making him a neutral agent in the political turmoil gripping Raxus and Sereno. Furthermore, his renowned reputation and skills was necessary to inspire and restore morale among the troops of the Rima trade route after the losses dealt by the 100 Days Offensive. From the military angle, however, Trench had his reservations. The first general of the Confederacy was not suited to large-scale campaigns. He was a field officer, his experience and command style forged on the bloody battlefields of the Tidane system which he called home. He was far more suited for his former role of commander of organic training. However, Trench had to admit, if there was one officer who could make the GR, nay, the entire Republic, fly into a hysteria, it was Horn Ambigine. We must be prepared to shoulder eternal damnation if Operation Storm Door is to succeed, and when the war, Admiral Trench was old. Part of his species could live for centuries. He would live for decades more, but at mere mention of Horn Ambigine, his bones already ached. For the longevity of the Confederacy, I hope this is worth the price. Severance 10 looked at him, then looked down. I presume you speak of General Ambigine. Yes, his invasion of Ariatu will be bloody, but there is no commander in the CAF better suited to planetary warfare. Invasion? There will be no invasion. This is Horn Ambigine we are speaking of. Trench saw straight through the mask of the Supreme Commander, at this slight confusion swirling behind her red gaze. Yes, invasion, Admiral. General Ambigine will invade Ariatu with overwhelming might, then move to and fortify Sullust before the Republic reaches. I am well aware of his brutal methods, but I consider them a necessity for an otherwise swift capture of a world as fortified as Ariatu. Supreme Commander, Trench felt Dr. Kratala's prosthetics dig into his flesh. I am afraid you have underestimated Horn Ambigine. You cannot judge him with the same criteria you judge the rest of us with. He is a man of a completely different caliber. A smaller or larger caliber? An older caliber, Trench stressed, he is a guerrilla general who has only fought a war of defiance his entire life. He considers victory and defeat not in terms of territories gained and lost, but in terms of enemy soldiers killed compared to Allied soldiers lost. Even I cannot fathom the horrors he's been through. General, nobody can imagine the personal crusade Horn Ambigine waged against the powers that be. Before he took Dooku's offer. For decades, he alone protected the natural wealth of Tidane, single-handedly fighting off the persistent encroaches of the judicial forces and corporate overlords of the Republic. Severance 10 frowned. I had imagined those were exaggerations made by our overly excited media. Not even the Stark commercial combined could fend off the Republic in the hyperspace war for more than a year, and yet you claim the Tidane system did so for decades. Horn Ambigine gained a reputation for being more trouble than he was worth, Trench said grimly. Can you conceive one must do to achieve such a reputation? General, this requires more than just mere brutality. The Republic took from him his allies, his friends, his family, and everything he held dear. And yet, the ghost of Tidane was a man who would still rather tear his homeworld apart than surrender to the Republic. Admiral Trench did not fault the Supreme Commander for her ignorance of Horn Ambigine's true character. In the grand scheme of the galaxy, Ambigine was but a single man, protecting but a single star system in a small corner of the impossibly vast expanse of the Outer Rim. It was natural that hardly anybody has heard of his decade-long plight. But Trench was an admiral of the corporate alliance, and he was no stranger to violence and exploitation, and should it come to be, doling out atrocities in the name of greed. He has always held himself to a certain standard, and never personally engaged in such acts, but the old Harch has never denied bystanding and even enabling the inevitable horrors that arise from such exploitation. He has, after all, been many times the leader of the Alliance fleets that scour the Outer Rim for riches and resources. It was natural that in his long career, Trench had come to learn of the so-called Ghost of Tidane, the vengeful guardian deity of a rich star system on the fringes of civilization, the ghost that brutalized every prospecting fleet, commercial convoy, and judicial force escort that coveted a foothold in the Tidane system, until even the largest megacorporations considered the place more trouble than it was worth. If strange turns of fate and a common enemy had not made them unlikely allies, perhaps Trench would have eventually tested his mettle against the ghost of Tidane. It was for this reason, then, that Trench has only met Horn Ambigine in person once, during the ascension of the Supreme Commander on Raxus Secundus. It was then that Trench realized just how much first impressions could be deceiving, because he had a complete idea in mind when he first met the infamous ghost of Tidane. The first general was an aging man, by human standards, who spoke with a hard, grating voice. Otherwise, he could have been dismissed for just another graybeard officer who has lived long enough to tell a few fascinating stories of war. Even now, Trench could hardly reconcile these two very different images of the same man. It was only out of concern and benefit of the doubt did Trench decide to warn Severance 10 of the stories that swirled around Horn Ambigine among the ranks of former corporate officers. Ariatu is the symbol of everything he despises. The two most powerful officers in the Separatist Alliance locked gazes, an Outer Rim world who betrayed the plight of the Outer Rim, who would lick the boots of Coruscant, who would abandon the common cause of the Rim, so they could stand with the exploiters rather than the exploited. If you want the Republic to panic, General, then Horn Ambigine was undoubtedly the correct decision to make. Admiral Trench found the holochart displaying the 4th Fleet Group around Ariatu. The Republic will panic, I assure you. But not out of fear of the Coalition Armada and the Bulwark Fleet. Then what will they fear? Admiral? They will fear what I fear, General, and Admiral Trench felt fear in his old bones, because not even he could fight the way Horn Ambigine does. And I fear Horn Ambigine is about to teach the galaxy exactly how long it takes to turn a planet of 22 billion souls into a tomb. Severanston leveled with him, her fingers edging towards the comlink once again, as if contemplating withdrawing her orders. Is that, the old Harch warned, a burden the Confederacy is willing to carry? Then, the Supreme Commander withdrew not her orders, but her hands, and folded them neatly onto her lap. She stared blankly over his shoulder, and Trench distantly realized she was in one of those trances of hers, from which she made 1,000 calculations in the span of seconds, that would put even the given of Yagd-Tool to shame. I can only express, after a silence, her lips finally peeled apart into a grim smile, and Trench understood the true depths she would bring the Confederacy for victory, anticipation. Sololoab Asteroid Field, Sullust System. Remus Sector. Rear Admiral Rain Bonteri marched onto the command bridge of Battleship Chakdruk with a tempest in his step, his cape billowing at his back like a purple flame. All who came under his presence stopped and saluted, whether they be his personal Onderonian guardsmen, Ko-Arrivar Fusiliers, Gossam Commandos, Skakoan legal deputies, Nymoidian gunners, or Asajj Ventress and the officers of the 28th Mobile Fleet themselves. It has been 131 system hours since the first engagement between the Sololoab Field and Sullust, and Task Force Conciliator has engaged the 28th Mobile Fleet 6 times, slowly chipping away at its strength. Finally, Admiral Trench has unshackled them, and given the order to proceed with Operation Stormdoor. Rain Bonteri gently pressed his palms onto the round table, meeting each and every officer there with a certain blankness in his eyes that conveyed nothing but a chill, merciless fury, framed by dark shadows that belied hours of nonstop planning and strategizing. The air is suffocating, Ventress thought. It was not heavy, or oppressive, or anyway similar to that of standing under Dooku's presence. No, the air was empty. As if there wasn't any air at all. As if she was standing in a vacuum, and with each painful breath scraped no oxygen into her lungs. The force was distant from her, like she was trapped in a stasis field, and she could not even will a thread of it to her fingertips. And without the force, Ventress felt exposed. She felt cold and naked, as one would miss the familiar weight of clothes. Across the table, a similarly uncomfortable expression was found adorning Vinnick's face, to inform her she was not alone. You all must already be informed, but I will reiterate. Bonteri's mouth moved, but no sound was produced, despite her better wisdom. It was as if his voice started and ended in her head. Operation Stormdoor has begun. We will defeat Alrix here, and make for Yagd-Tool immediately. When will we move out, Admiral? Diedrich Greyshade asked. Did you not hear me? His tone, emotionless. I said immediately. At the unspoken wonderment hanging in the air, Bonteri produced 4 data cards. Only Ventress, Diedrich, Vinnick, and Horgo will deploy with me. He slid each data card to the respective person. Kret and Jorm will remain here. As for the 4 of you, this is the strategy devised by Tuff and myself. Insert them into your flight computers. They contain a variety of possible encrypted commands, covering for every scenario that might arise, and they will be automatically activated when it detects satisfactory conditions from your ships. Accept the orders within, and fulfill them to the best of your ability. If you are unable to, you may take independent action. The wonderment morphed into bewilderment, and even Ventress was taken aback. Will this work? Vinnick held up the card to the light, as if checking to see if there was any secret hidden within the flimsy piece of metal. Alrix has seen through every single one of our strategies thus far. She's had the upper hand thus far, Bonteri countered. Now we do. It has been 5 days. If I have failed to figure out Alrix's trick by now, I would ask Ventress to carve out my eyes myself. An honor, really, Ventress commented dryly. Let me guess. The Mune, Horgo Shive, steepled his bony fingers. There will be no communication between divisions for the entire battle? Correct. Bonteri swept his gaze over them again. Do you all trust me? Even Ventress had to admit. How could they not? Rain Bonteri had sacrificed virtually the entirety of his personal, direct command in the 4th skirmish at Sullust, in order to protect 3 of the commanders and their divisions under his command. Many had their reservations, considering Bonteri was known for his solo engagements, but he has since proven he would not prioritize his own safety in the thick of battle. If it was a matter of trust, then it went both ways. But to go into battle without even knowing the true depth of the plan was another level entirely. Ventress honestly couldn't tell if they could pull off whatever Bonteri had in mind. Good. Bonteri took stunned silence as his answer, because I will trust all of you to carry out my commands in battle. My flagship will take the lead, followed by Ventress, Vinnick, Diedrich, and Horgo. Until the data cards are activated, simply obey this standing order. Follow the ship in front of you. Pass this on to your subordinates and every ship under your direct command. Any other questions? Alrix's connection with the Force is strong. Ventress gritted her teeth. How will this strategy work? What makes it different? Their eyes met, and Ventress was reminded of Count Dooku, and the assured confidence of a man who held the galaxy in the palm of his hand. It was not so great here, but she was still reminded of the feeling of being a pawn, but moving according to the whims of somebody above her. It was as if Bonteri beheld the entire Sullust system at his fingertips, as if he controlled both fleets entirely without either knowing, and as if he knew he already won the battle before it began. We've tried outsmarting the Force many times, and failed many times. Admiral Bonteri started meaningfully, and it all stems from a key misunderstanding in Alrix's ability. Over these 5 days, I have tried to prove my hypothesis, and now I am certain. The Force is a cheat, but ultimately, Alrix is the cheater. I must only get inside her head, and the Force will be useless. We will devour Alrix whole with this single battle, fleet, ship, and body. Whole, he narrowed his eyes, forget trying to outwit the Force. We are going to play Alrix at her own game, and beat her at it. Ariatu orbit, Ariatu system. Seswena sector. General, Commander Zed approached the first general of the Confederacy from behind. A Republic fleet is trying to escape. Should we intercept them? Marisa Zin's Outland Region Security Force? Yes, Wifazet confirmed coldly, sir. Ignore them. Horn Ambigene spun around to regard the commander assigned to him by the Pantoran, and noted the gleaming metal cylinder attached to her waist belt. Humor me, Wifa. What made you leave Dooku's side to find asylum in the Pantoran's armies? Wifazet was a short, tanned woman, with her hair fashioned into a simple blunt bob cut. Obsessively pristine, not a strand of hair was out of place, revealing her burning orange eyes clearly, like 2 raging suns. A sinister aura clung to her black battle robes, lashing out blindly at the world. Horn Ambigene thought it reminded him of himself, back in his younger days, when he was still raging against the unfairness of the galaxy. The same reason you did, sir, the fallen Jedi wrinkled her nose. I left the order for Dooku's side because I realized the same thing he did, that the Republic is no longer worth serving. Back then, many of us in the temple still saw Master Dooku favorably. In my blind hate for the Republic, I obediently listened to his words as if it was gospel. He taught me many things, the dark arts the Jedi would never teach, and I am stronger for it. For this, I thank him. When the Separatist Parliament passed the Militia Act, you left him anyway. I realized what many of us who joined him realized. Wifazet grit her teeth. Dooku does not believe in the Confederacy. Dooku only believes in his Confederacy. He does not truly believe in the cause he founded, only what that cause can do to empower him. Disobedience is met with punishment, and protest is met with death. He pits us against each other, so that we may fight over his favor and what he has to teach. He dispatches us to murder and kill, not the enemies of the Confederacy, but his enemies. She breathed out. Severance was the oldest of us. She must have realized the truth about Dooku, and sought out her own path. The Militia Act made many of us see that truth as well, and we now follow in her footsteps. I know that look in your eyes. In his many years, Horn Ambigene has seen much. It is the fuel of the dark side of the Force. The very object the Jedi Order preaches against. I wish to wield power against the Republic, so that its rot may be cleansed with fire. Those fiery orbs met his stone gaze. Whether it be the light or dark side of the Force, it needn't matter to me. Dooku saw the light of the Jedi as weakness, and killed any who disagreed with him. Isn't that just as the Jedi enforce the opposite? He is no better than the Republic and the Jedi Order. As for me, the first general of the Confederacy turned his attention to the viewports. I left Dooku's employ because Severance Tan offered me something greater. Tell me, Wifa, have you ever seen anything quite like this? Past the transparisteel of the battleship antecedent, laid Ariatu, and 1,500 warships of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. A fleet. Commander Zet described what she saw. This is power of another kind. Power found in rolled steel and the hollow bore of a turbo laser cannon and the warhead of a missile. Power to wield against the Republic. This is more than that. If Horn were still a younger man, there would be tears in his eyes as he beheld everything he strove and fought for. If you could see this now, he wanted to tell his fallen comrades, if only you can see that we were never alone. This is the Outer Rim. This is the accumulated grievances of the Outer Rim, gathered in single purpose. Like you, I took Count Dooku's hand. For revenge, but for a cause I wish existed 50 years ago. This, Wifa, is vindication. 1,500 warships of the Outer Rim. From the shipyards of Sluis Van, to the scorching mantle of Mustafar. From the bustling trade world of Anark to desolate waste of San Rafsix, in the exploited mines of Charlicia. 100 systems, 100 flags, and 100 symbols. 100 worlds that might otherwise be enemies, bitter rivals over some patch of darkness or the other, all gathered in single cause, all bearing the Confederate hex. All the years Horn Ambigene spent fighting felt worth it now, for this one single moment. It was vindication for his war-worn world, that their efforts had never been in waste. It exists now, General. Quite right, he smiled, pleased as he could be. What were the Supreme Commander's orders, Wifa? Operation Stormdoor may begin, she obediently recited. Take Ariatu with all haste and proceed to Sullust, to relieve the 28th mobile of its position, and fortify the system in preparation for enemy incursion. Take Ariatu with all haste, HM? This Supreme Commander of ours is quite the troublesome lass, isn't she? To take a world like Ariatu with all haste would still take months. Not only would it make it impossible to aid the 28th mobile and fortify Sullust in a timely manner, it would also exact a bloody toll that Horn Ambigene was unwilling to see paid again. He despised people like the Pantoran, who demand so much with no effort to understand the painful endeavors taken to make her plans possible. I hear Admiral Bonteri has taken quite a beating at the hands of that Jedi. Ree Alrix, General Ambigene, however, knew very well the realisms of war. As we may find ourselves delayed here, let us send him some help. Don't we have a black sheep among the 4th Fleet group we can expend? Naradan Doolin's 20 Mistril destroyers, Wifazet recalled, she entered our AO a day ago, and then hid herself among our fleet. The squadron of the infamous Imberline War Fleet, General Ambigine nodded in recognition. Incredible mercenaries, those women. I remember now. A certain Admiral Trilm had requested a favor of me, that I discreetly send these mercenaries on their way without notifying the Pantoran. Our Supreme Commander does not look brightly upon privateers and mercenaries. I think they are quite useful. The first general's expression was hard at the thought of the Pantoran. Fortunately for Cali Trilm, I do not like Severance Tan. I was unable to fulfill this favor before, under the strict purview of our standing orders, but with the commencement of Operation Stormdoor, this is the perfect opportunity. Send a hidden transmission to Naradan's flagship, and let's put her on her way. Under the guise of pursuing Maurice's inch, let us say. Very good, General. Wifazet then relayed his orders, before returning to him. But I must say, Cali Trilm's designs seem to stretch across every corner of this confederacy. Many say she is Dooku's personal aide and confidant, yet she also commanded the Prelemian coalition and supported the rise of the Pantoran over Dooku's own recommendation. And now she is the Supreme Commander's political advisor, but also works behind her back to deal with mercenaries. The spider's web cannot be seen unless you are looking for it, Horn Ambigine agreed. And there poses the question, is it worth looking for it in the first place? I think not. Not for our means. He didn't care about the Confederacy's politics. He didn't care about the Confederacy at all. No, he utterly despised it, the pit of snakes on Raxus wielding the grievances of the Outer Rim to further their own personal ambitions. None of them cared about the Rim. None of them cared about the slaves in chains, the open pit mines carving up worlds alive, the sprawling industrial complexes that swallowed entire biomasses. None of them. It just so happened that they opposed the Republic, and the enemy of Ambigine's enemy was his ally. Even the Confederate armed forces he fought for. A third of the CAF were former corporate stooges, the likes of that deplorable Trench, Lo Sam, and Tanith. If it wasn't for the fact that they now wielded their strength against the Republic, Ambigine would not think twice about killing them. But what of the Supreme Commander, Severance Tan? Bah, she was a military authoritarian who wanted nothing less than to command the galaxy's largest military institutions as if it were her own personal fiefdom. The Confederacy, the entire Clone Wars, only served that one single purpose for her, and nothing else mattered. She couldn't care less if billions had to die for her coveted final victory. And what of those two rising stars, Rear Admiral Bonteri and Rear Admiral Trilm? They were nothing more than aristocrats in uniform, who cared only about themselves and their own personal power. Everything else was secondary. Even Count Dooku himself couldn't keep his true nature hidden forever, and now his sins had been aired over the holowaves. The Confederacy of Independent Systems was one founded by idealists and ruled by rationalists. But he didn't care. Because the Confederacy gave him the one thing he wanted for so long. He allowed a beat to pass, as he carefully traced the outlines of Ariatu's green continents and cheerful blue seas. This world is entirely at my mercy, he thought, and yet I shall give them one last chance to surrender. Contact Gideon Tarkin. I wish to offer one final chance of mercy. Mercy the Republic never gave me. Mercy I never gave the Republic. Perhaps he was a changed man? He nearly laughed at the absurdity. Wifazet bowed and departed, and not a moment later the holographic bust of Gideon Tarkin was before him. I recited the conduct of war to you before, Tarkin, Horn Ambigine said bluntly, and I shan't do it again. Surrender, and I guarantee Ariatu's entrance into the Confederacy of Independent Systems. The Outer Rim still welcomes Ariatu as one of its own. Do not force me to shed the blood of your world. Ariatu, Coruscant of the Outer Rim. As if that was a name to be proud of. Ariatu has been many times subject to offers of commonwealth from the Confederacy, and each time this blasted world turned down the welcoming hands of their brothers and sisters of the Outer Rim in favor of the pittances from the core. Ariatu was the last major loyalist stronghold in the Outer Rim, and it was a world under siege, and one that has been, in one way or another, since the Clone Wars began. Its fleets have been decimated, its planetary shields cracked and broken. There was no resistance left, but that found planet side. I must decline again, Ambigine. Gideon Tarkin was a poorly hidden disgust, as if he could hurl at the mere reminder of Ariatu being a Rim world. You will find us quite willing to spill our blood. Our loyalty to the Republic is absolute. If you wish to take this planet, then meet us on the ground. We shall fight for every landing ground, for every mountain fortress, every hill, and every city, and every street. Horn Ambigine sneered at Tarkin's grandstanding, as you wish. I shall say this out of what common cause I share with your people. Ariatu is still a Rim world, and I cannot bear to witness the blood of the Rim spilled any further. As in accordance with the Yavin Code relative to the protection of civilian persons in time of war, I will allow you to evacuate your civilians unmolested. Let them not die for your arrogance. It is your arrogance that will undo you, mad dog. Gideon Tarkin snarled back. We are not the same as you. We do not flee. Every citizen of Ariatu will do their duty for the Republic. So be it. There are no words left to waste between us. Horn Ambigine closed his eyes in remorse, ordered the connection severed, and opened his eyes in anger. Was that recorded? Wifa. There are no non-combatants left on Ariatu, General. If they wish to die for the Republic, then let them die with it. The fallen Jedi grinned, a brutal light gleaming within her eyes. Our fleets are in position, General. We await only your word. The first general of the Confederacy lifted his tablet and saw Ariatu in its entirety and the 1,500 warships that orbited it. Then he saw power. Power found in rolled steel, in the bore of a cannon, in the warhead of a missile. He saw attack vectors. He saw attack vectors from every squadron and every ship. He saw targets. Painted targets on every landing ground, every mountain fortress, every hill, every city, and every street. The bridge of battleship antecedent was silent in pregnant anticipation. Horn Ambigene reached into his overcoat and produced an old metal flask, banged and battered and dinted and scorched, witness to a lifetime of battles. He popped off the lid, like the crack of thunder, and swirled the liquid, like the crashing of ocean waves. He raised it to the lights above. Unbeknownst to him and all around him, a single tear ran down his cheek, and it mirrored the surface of Ariatu, as if the world was trapped in a crystal orb. It was the last fragment of a young soul, who would spend his life in single-minded pursuit of justice, warring against the galaxy that wished to carve open his homeworld and extract its blood and flesh. It was the last fragment of an aged soul, who had surrendered his final humanity in his relentless crusade, and in the process ground his homeworld down to its bleached and salted bones. It was the last fragment of a callous wretch of a soul, who had been fighting a war against injustice for so long, he had ultimately forgotten what he had fought for. Until nothing but bottomless hatred for the galaxy remained, a great pit that wished nothing more than to devour the stars and sate its hunger for vengeance. What did the Confederacy give he cherished so dearly? The power to spend the rest of his life spitting at his hated, eternal foe, until his very last breath. At last, after over half a century, that moment has come. My friends, he told men long dead, unconcerned of his captive audience, I stand here in your place. On behalf of us all, I extract our pound of flesh. I bring to this world, emancipation, the apocalypse. He drank to his lonely toast, and thus spoke the ghost of Tidane. Remove this blight from the face of the outer rim. With pleasure. From the surface of Ariatu, it must look like 100,000 newborn stars had graced the sky at once, even in the bright of day. Then lightning and thunder came to earth, fire raining from the sky, destructive pillars of energy that left nothing but ash behind. Massed fire from turbo lasers, a ceaseless hail of missiles and torpedoes. From the surface, one could only look above and feel the stomach-churning certainty that the galaxy was falling upon you. The wrath of 1,500 warships that descended like the hammer of the cosmos itself. There was nowhere to hide. Not over the oceans boiled into storms of superheated steam. Not beside the lakes and ponds vaporized into dry, cracked earth under the storm front of atmospheric hellfire. Not on the landing grounds churned into fields tilled with blood and slaughter and baked into fields of shattered glass. Not in the mountain fortresses buckled and cracked, falling into the abyssal depths of the crumbling mantle. Not in the hills vanished beneath the relentless furor of hellfire, from which rivers of molten rock flowed freely. Not in the cities reduced the smoldering remnants, the metal skeletons of skyscrapers like corpses of giants reaching for the heavens. Not in the streets engulfed in raging firestorms, entire populations crying out in a terror that rang the galaxy like a bell, before being silenced in inevitable atomization. And the screams poured into the Force, until it was an unmistakable roar heard throughout the universe. A Jedi wandering down the halls of the temple looked to the sky, wondering if anybody could hear that too. A Jedi among the deserts of Dantooine, feeling the sand shiver beneath their feet. A Jedi wading through the swamps of Mimban, pausing as stagnant water quivered and flowed. A Jedi tripping over an protruding root in the dense forest of Tagoria, hearing the wind howl through the trees like a weeping choir. A Jedi on the bridge of their starship, watching the stars burn with an intensity never seen before. A Jedi standing amidst the towering heights of Coruscant, closing their eyes as the galaxy darkened just a bit more. Two Sith in conversation in the bowels of the works, savoring the damned and yet wondering when the monster they created had broken free, chain and collar all. It would take 48 hours and 17 billion lives, and the entire galaxy would know without question, the last and greatest offensive of the Confederacy has begun. Chapter 52. Sullust Libration Point, L5, Sullust System. Bremus Sector. At last, Kindle Ozzel thought, nervous despite himself, the Hydra awakes. Task Force Conciliator's lines had been disturbed by a burst of hyperwave communications from the galactic south, which they had partially intercepted via Sullust-captured satellites. Not an hour later, the Separatist fleet stirred in its stone nest, like a beast awakening from its dormant slumber. Commodore Ozzel stood aboard the Star Destroyer Imperius, a sense of unease coiling around his chest like a great snake, as the Prelemian Coalition's armada advanced. 200 assorted warships streamed from the pores of the asteroid belt, like rivulets converging onto a silent curtain, sweeping off the star system as if it were a preset stage. The 79 starships of Task Force Conciliator moved to meet them as they recalled their starfighter wings from across the star system, the last two remaining tectors of the fleet stationed dead center of the formation as it stretched into a forward chevron. 500,000 clicks away, a single, unified thought passed through the minds of all 200 captains of the 28th Mobile Fleet, droid and organic alike. The Rear Admiral's standing orders were clear and explicit. Follow the ship in front of you. The command was as simple as they came, leaving no room for misinterpretation. After all, every captain worth their hex could handle a task as simple as maintaining a safe distance between their allies, and the officers of the Prelemian Coalition were all veterans of some of the toughest battles of the Clone Wars. Follow the ship in front of you. Those words echoed through 200 minds over and over as 200 ships converged into a single column in line ahead, bearing perpendicular to their enemy. The Separatists achieved their formation perfectly, wordlessly, with not a single stray TIE beam caught by the enemy, because there was none. There was an urgency in the Separatist ranks, an anxious eagerness to sweep up this battle as promptly as possible. They had, after all, been informed that the Anakin Skywalker was en route with 300 warships of the Open Circle fleet. On the other side, however, one could also imagine the hero with no fear, standing upon the bridge of his flagship Harbinger, clenching and unclenching his fist as he silently urged his fleet to hurry up. To hurry up and reach Sullust in time. Alas, he could only stare blankly into the blurred, passing motions of hyperspace, stewing in his own restlessness. The stars would cross his viewports with the passing of time, blinking mercilessly. An impossibly long pause settled between the two fleets, located in the exact same patch of space as they did 6 battles ago. This was to be their 7th. Kindle Ozzel shifted his balance from foot to foot, wondering what the usually decisive General Ree Alrix was waiting for. Unbeknownst to him, his Jedi general was nursing a great pain. The Force flexed and shuddered in unnatural ways, contorting as it conveyed the agonizing swell of 22 billion souls. Nearly 500 parsecs south, the world was ending, bathed and bleached under a storm of brimstone. But Ree Alrix was stronger than that. She partitioned her mindscape and shut away the distracting pain with lock and key. And her vision cleared, and she saw the bright flames in the Force once more. From the far right wing of the Republic formation, Fleet Flagship Resilient opened a corridor for transmission. And just as the Jedi General raised her hand to give the order to charge, the leading ship of the line of the Separatist formation surged forwards, sweeping towards the Republic left. Alrix's hand froze midair as the fire swelled and disappeared, vulnerabilities in the enemy formation changing imperceptibly to all but herself. Ozzel immediately ordered for a full identification of the offending Separatist warship. Providence-class carrier-destroyer Chimeratica, built in the orbital shipyards of Ringo Vinda. After a brief moment's hesitation, the next ship of the line, the battlecruiser Weiser Sand, launched its great mass after the Chimeratica, followed by the frigate Centaur, and the next. Until the entire Separatist battle line was shifting towards the Republic left. Loyalist captains could only look on in anticipation at their opponent's action. Just as 133 hours ago, the Separatist auxiliaries were placed within the asteroid field, many million kilometers behind. Should the Separatist fleet continue their perpendicular strafe, the vector ahead will open up. This had to be some sort of trap, they all thought. They remained transfixed, nerves frayed, as Chimeratica turned hard to port side, following a natural, imaginary curve that rotated her bearing by 180 degrees, until she had settled on a reciprocal course back towards the Republic right. Obediently adhering to their standing orders, one by one the ships behind her turned and followed her, creating a double-ranked line before the Republic line. Minutes later, just as she reached Task Force Conciliator's absolute right wing, opposite Resilient, and Chimeratica banked portside once again, until she doubled back onto her original vector. Anticipation transformed into bewilderment as Kindle Ozzel and his staff observed the Separatist maneuvers. The enemy battle line had now transformed into a squashed, conveyor belt-like shape. This wasn't any tactic ever used before, and it could hardly be called a formation at all. The lead ship, Chimeratica, burned harder, until her bow had caught up with the last Separatist ship of the line, the battlecruiser Farenmut. But as she burned harder, so did Weiser Sand behind her, and Centaur behind her, until the unspoken order fell down the chain like a wave through a whipped rope, until Faramist also sped up. And when Faramist sped up, so did Chimeratica to keep pace. Thus the formation became a snake eating its own tail. As the ship at the head increased its velocity, so did the entire body, forcing the head to speed up again. But there was seemingly one key oversight. The reason why this so-called formation, and all formations like it were never used before, it was unsustainable. Every warship in the fleet was of a different size. Every warship in the fleet possessed different turning radii, and different acceleration, and thus different velocities. Every warship in the fleet possessed different drive ratings, and some were unable to keep pace with the rest of the fleet, while others raced ahead. Order and discipline never last long within constantly evolving formations, and especially not when there was absolutely no communication between captains. And as expected, the formation began to break down. As every captain struggled to avoid collisions, the single-file line began to fall apart. Fast cruisers were forced to swerve to avoid the slow battleships in front of them, just as frigates took evasive action before cruisers before them. As lumbering dreadnoughts pushed their etheric rudders to their extremes, they were still unable to attend the sharp turning circles at the end of the conveyor belt, and adopted shallower turns instead. Some followed those adapted turns, others couldn't afford to. Task Force Conciliator watched as the Separatists fell into chaos, the lead ship Chimeratica melting into the turmoil. Follow the ship in front of you became meaningless as the ship in front you changed with every blink, but the Separatist captains nevertheless did so to the best of their ability, while expending admirable effort to avoid colliding with each other in the whirlwind of battle steel. And as they picked up pace, pseudo-forces stretched the conveyor belt, forcing shallower and shallower turns until the entire formation existed within a single revolving circle, like a mammoth whirlpool deep in the void. Aboard the Imperius, Kindle Ozzel observed the unfolding formation through the lens of his Star Destroyer scopes. The individual drive cones of each enemy warship had since blurred away into a brilliant, flat, torus shape, and as the formation only picked up speed, it was soon near impossible for his scanners to fix on any specific contact without a blind toss, much less accurately target hardpoints. They no longer knew where the enemy line of battle began and where it ended. In fact, not even the Separatists themselves knew where their own battle line started and ended. All they had on their minds was to keep following the ship before them, no matter how many times it changed, and avoid smashing into the ship next to them. Indeed, for the Separatist captain, this was a marathon with no time to breathe. Any hiccup, any break in the rhythm, any singular mistake could result in them crashing into their allies and creating a chain reaction that would have the entire 28th Mobile Fleet collapse in on itself. But for Kindle Ozzel, he saw something different. This formation reminded him of something curious that used to fascinate him when he was still a child. As the minutes ticked away with no signs of the enemy formation changing, his suspicions only deepened. This looks like an antmill, he confirmed to himself. Known as a death spiral or a death march, it occurs when a swarm intelligence such as ants loses their pheromone track whilst on the march and end up following each other in a continuously revolving circle. Sooner or later, if there is no interruption in the death spiral, they would die of exhaustion. Ozzel looked at the spiral on the holodisplays again and transferred the data to the Combat Information Center. The processed data that returned made him smile in disbelief. It was certain then that if the Separatists didn't break out of their death spiral sooner than later, all it would take is one trip up to create a chain reaction of collisions. But there was a second development he noticed as well, one that turned his smile into a worried frown. "They're coming towards us," Ozzel said aloud. "Sir?" his XO asked. The Commodore handed the captain his tablet. "Despite being in a death spiral, they are still headed in our direction." To prove his point, Ozzel ordered his sensor officers to tag a single ship and observe its displacement across a single rotation of the spiral. Should it be a stationary rotation, the ultimate displacement of the ship should be zero, as the tag would end up in the same place from which it began. Instead, just as Ozzel initially observed, the tag would be displaced towards the Republic's lines by around 1,000 clicks every rotation, consistently, without fail. The only question was, is it intentional? Aboard the Resilient, Ree Alrix knew it was intentional. She knew it not because she recognized a formation that doesn't exist, but out of instinct alone. Ree Alrix never studied the naval arts. She never cared to memorize the tactics and stratagems the Republic Navy relearned after dusting off ancient databanks. A blazing fire in her mind's eye, she only trusted in her gut feeling and the force that drove it. Unlike Ozzel, she did not see a death spiral. She saw the Hydra's nest, its many hens laying in wait for them to make but a single mistake. She knew the steady advance of the steel hurricane was intentional precisely because she looked and found no single vulnerability. She wanted nothing more than to recall the name of her opponent at that very moment, but their name slid through her fingers like sand. In their place, she remembered a cognomen she overheard from two spacers in the mess hall. So this is the man they call the Battle Hydra. Rear Admiral Rain Bonteri watched in satisfaction from the bridge of his flagship as the Cyclone continued to pick up speed. Riding lights and brilliant plumes of ion gases smeared into a blur until individual ships were no more differentiated than minnows in a raging school of fish or raindrops in the eye of a typhoon. Carefully, his personal squadron dispersed throughout the whirlwind would nudge just a bit further towards the Republic lines, and with each rotation, the whole fleet would unknowingly shift with them, like a responsive hive mind. Just as Ree Alrix experimented on how to defeat the 28th Mobile Fleet over the last 5 days, so did Rain Bonteri experimented on how to defeat Task Force Conciliator. After 6 separate engagements, he had finally placed his finger on the pulse of her ability. Ree Alrix finds weaknesses. Just as a trained duelist could find an opening in their opponent's guard, Ree Alrix could do the same with the Force alone. It didn't matter if the formation he used was simple or complicated, or anything in between. Ree Alrix would sniff out the slightest opening without fail. A truly unfair ability, was it not? But fleet warfare was no simple game. A duel could end in seconds, but a naval battle never will. A fleet formation could bear one weak link, or 100. Did the Force show only the weakest link, then, or all 100? If it showed only the weakest, did it account for all future moves as well, as a chess computer would? Would that not be precognition? So Rain Bonteri experimented. Over 5 days, he deployed numerous formations against Ree Alrix, gauging her reaction as he gauged his, observing which intended vulnerabilities she exploited, and which she ignored. And Ree Alrix would always, without fail, wait for him to finalize the translation of his formations before attacking. She would always wait for a static enemy before deciding to attack. And that's when he understood. The Force revealed all weaknesses. So instead of trying to outplay this terrible, unfair ability called the Force, he would beat it at its own game. Over his year-long career in the Confederate Navy, Rain Bonteri had only ever faced one formation that he could not find any exploitable vulnerabilities in. Jedi Master Plo Koon's revolving arrowhead. It was the one tactic no normal commander could ever hope to overcome, on the basis that it was a tactic that existed so far outside the current era's technological and tactical capabilities to reproduce without the employment of supernatural means. Though he wouldn't know the exact parlance, said supernatural means was known to the Jedi Order as battle meditation. By creating an all-encompassing bubble of the Force in which every captain, officer, and spacer existed, a Jedi general could coordinate entire fleets of ships and have them operate at maximum efficiency. Battle meditation enhanced morale, stamina, cognitive ability, reaction time, and even chained together millions of minds to act as a single entity. It made impossible tactics and formations, such as the revolving arrowhead, possible. A truly unfair ability, was it not? Rain Bonteri strived to prove one could recreate such an effect without the cosmic sorcery. He was in battle, not against Ree Alrix, but against the Force itself. He was embarking on a personal crusade to strip away the exclusivity of the Force and prove that he could achieve what many scholars believe to be exclusive capability of the intangible being of the universe itself, with nothing more than collective human spite and sheer will. Ree Alrix and Republic hadn't realized it, but they were observing how the Separatists achieved a primitive form of the battle meditation utilized by the Jedi Masters, not through any complicated or esoteric means, but by enforcing a singular, overriding state of mind. By issuing a single standing order and leading his entire fleet into a death spiral in which it only took a single mistake to kill them all, Rain Bonteri successfully created a hive mind not dissimilar to the effects of battle meditation. Unlike battle meditation, however, which could control the hive mind at will, the spiral's hive mind was only capable of a single thought. Follow the ship in front of you, and don't crash. But that was enough. That had to be enough. Because this death spiral was a product of two traits you couldn't find in any other fleet. First was an absolute and unshakable trust in their commanding officer, among the captains and crews of the fleet. During the brief strategy meeting, Asajj Ventress was concerned whether the 28th Mobile Fleet could trust their admiral enough to follow through with a plan they knew nothing about. But she wasn't there. She wasn't there on the Prelimian front. She wasn't there, fighting 100 desperate battles to slow the unstoppable advance of the Grand Army of the Republic. She wasn't there at Centaurs, where the spirit of the Prelimian coalition was broken. And she wasn't there at Calumex, where a single man brought the spirit of the Prelimian coalition back from the brink, and then broke the back of the Republic. The galaxy lauds and curses the name of Severance Tan for the Republic's defeat at Calumex. For the Confederacy had invested heavily into the sensationalism and publicity that came from one of the most infamous generals of the nation arriving just in time to save the day. So much so, that the names of those who sacrificed so much to buy that time simply faded back into the shadows. But the men and women of the 28th Mobile Fleet knew who truly won the Battle of Calumex. They were, after all, the men and women of the Prelimian coalition. They were, after all, there to watch Calumex shatter the pride of the Corps. And after the sacrifice of his personal direct command to save 75 ships of their comrades, the spacers of the 28th Mobile would silently follow their rear admiral to the Nine Hells and back, if he asked. They would soon enough. Severance Tan knew that by placing Rain Bonteri and Callie Trilm at the head of the 28th and 19th Mobile Fleets respectively, two halves of the Prelimian coalition's armada, she was created two fleets with an unbreakable trust in their leaders, and in each other, perfect for the purposes of the war she wished to wage. Second was the towering experience and skill of every single captain, officer, and spacer within the fleet. Just as the GR Strategic Command had identified, and thus dispatched the Quick Response Open Core Fleet to engage these priority targets, the fleets of the Prelimian coalition were the most dangerous assets the CAF had at its disposal. It was this well-known fact that Severance Tan had relied upon to bait them in the first place. Because they were, without a doubt, currently the most veteran spacers in the galaxy, witness to some of the toughest battles of the war. Their nerves were tempered in the cauldron of Centaurs, staring down the barrels of the Republic, unflinching as two lines of battle pounded each other into the abyss, fearlessly working at their stations even as their comrades were blasted and vaporized around them. Their skills were honed by the whetstone of Calumex, in the chaos of 5,000 warships where every smallest action at the fire control station, or in the engine room, could mean the life and death of hundreds. These were men and women who had broken in their warships as an equestrian would break in their stallions. Doing the impossible was what they did best. No other fleet, save perhaps their brothers and sisters in the 19th Mobile Fleet, could recreate such an implausible tactic. And so the death spiral inched closer and closer to the Republic lines, gun ports opening and missile launchers gleaming with steely glares. Kindle Ozzel gritted his teeth. There was a lack of orders from their flagship, and the enemy was bearing down on them. He wasn't so foolish to think a straight charge would defeat any enemy formation. Task Force Conciliator's speciality was in straight offensives, in that there was no doubt, but the reason they were so abnormally effective was because of their Jedi General. It was despite their Jedi General that they were some of the Republic's best, having beaten back fleets many times their number many times over. General Ree Alrix's ability was not battle meditation, and her tactics, if they could be called that, would have never succeeded so many times if not for the skill of the many captains of her fleet. They may not be peers to their rivals in the 28th, but they acted with complete comfort and trust in their Jedi General and knew how to cover for her blind spots. So when Ozzel gave the command to withdraw, the entire battle line of Task Force Conciliator pulled back without argument, burning retro and matching their retreat with the advance of the Separatists, patiently letting their commanding officer devise a plan. They have seen through the death spiral and its purpose. By creating a rotating circle, as the Separatists came around to face the Republic formation, those along the nearest tangent could unleash a devastating storm of missiles. Since the circle was continuously rotating, the effect was a continuous stream of missiles onto their formation. And should the Republic attempt to fire back, their shots would glance harmlessly off the swift-moving deflector shields of the enemy, which could be entirely concentrated on their starboard beam, as each warship constantly replaced the one ahead of them. It was not as effective as the full-frontal revolving arrowhead of Jedi General Plo Koon, which could most efficiently take advantage of a Star Destroyer's forward-firing envelopes. Similarly, however, this death spiral adaptation could fully exploit the broadsides of Separatist warships, even if the rotating design meant it couldn't produce nearly as much forward momentum as the revolving arrowhead. Meanwhile, Ree Alrix herself was struggling. There was no formation without weaknesses. Such an incredible phenomenon did not exist, much to the chagrin of military theorists across the galaxy. Not only did she know this, she saw this. Nobody could outsmart the Force. And yet, she couldn't find anywhere to attack. Not because it had no vulnerabilities, no, for every armor would inevitably. For the first time, there was no single weakness she could exploit. Realizing this, but unwilling to concede defeat and surrender the star system she spent so much effort reaching and defending, Alrix naturally gravitated to the next closest vulnerability she could exploit. The very same fire that constantly threatened Inferno, that has hampered her enemy for nearly a week, the 5 auxiliary ships in the Sololuab asteroid field. But to reach it, she would either have to go through or around the Great Whirlpool. She chose the latter option, recognizing that the revolving circle, for better or worse, was largely a stationary tactic, despite its slow advance, and could not change the direction of its heading easily. The order was transmitted, and Task Force Conciliator's line of battle translated from a line abreast to a line ahead as each individual ship turned 90 degrees to starboard, with Resilient herself at the head of the line and Imperious now in the middle. The plan was simple: circumnavigate the spiral in a single-file line, and should the Separatists react by breaking that spiral, they would be too disorientated to form a proper line of battle, allowing the Republic to charge in and sweep up the disorganized remnants. Task Force Conciliator began its transit burn, roaring around the circumference of the Separatist spiral. All they had to do was traverse a 90-degree arc of the spiral before they had a straight vector for the auxiliaries, an impulse burn that would take no more than a few minutes. Chimeratica shot out of the hurricane like a stone cast from a shepherd's sling, following an intercept tangent aiming straight for Star Destroyer Imperious. This was the exact moment she had been waiting for, and like the monster that lended her its name, one could almost hear her snarling as she loaded torpedoes into her launchers and unleashed her horde of self-propelled droid starfighters. There was a period of stunned silence, where it seemed the galaxy itself stopped turning, as both sides watched the lone carrier destroyer shoot out of its formation, bravely charging the hostile battle line on its own. Follow the ship in front of you. The closest ship behind Chimeratica at this point was the 2nd Strike Division's Durandal. The Star Frigate was nowhere near its division, not that there were any divisions left, as all subformations had quickly dissolved as sugar would swirled in a pot, but with their standing orders in mind, her captain ordered, "Bloody Stars, follow that ship." The spell had been broken, and the Separatist death spiral violently unwound as a steel coil would after snapping its restraints. The first head of the Hydra snapped forth, guns blazing and starfighters roaring out of their hangars and racks. After Durandal came Hound's Tooth, then Sarfkada, then Gleaming Fae and Melodiosa, then Repulse, Renown and Revenge, then the rest of the fleet. Imperious barely had time to respond as Chimeratica bore down on her, unleashing a furious hail of torpedoes as she swung violently to port side. Even as she ran parallel to the Republic battle line, the rest of Chimeratica's starfighters slammed straight into the 2 remaining Tectors, briefly blinding their scopes as the battleship's point defense cannons spat out flak and lasers into the void. By the time Imperious had swatted away the vultures, Chimeratica was gone, having raced ahead to reach Alrix's flagship Resilient at the head of the line. It was then that aboard the destroyer Havoc, Commodore Horgo Shive was the first to receive his order. To Havoc, intercept and destroy friendly contact, repulse. Over. Horgo paused, and his crew could almost see the confusion coursing through his elongated brain. Normally, he would be well pleased to receive an intercept and destroy order, but the target of this order in particular was baffling, to say the least. From his vantage point in the rear of the fleet, he could almost see the whole battle unfurling before him, literally, as the coiled snake undid itself, gleaning off as much information as he could. Similarly to the Given of Yagtul, the Muun were notorious galaxy-wide for being highly intelligent beings. Most Muons use that intelligence to pursue roads of business and economy, but there was nothing stopping them from applying their calculative powers in the art of battle. Horgo Shive was unlike most Muons. Muons were cautious, but Horgo was decisive. Muons was reserved and mature, but Horgo preferred tossing himself into battle and improvising from there. It was for this reason he was made the commanding officer of the 2nd Strike Division. But that didn't mean he wasn't just as every bit calculative and risk-perceptive as his kin. He simply preferred hedging his bets as opposed to holding them forever. Plot us a course for intercept, he ordered the nearest navigation officer. Target, sir. Repulse. Repulse was the 7th ship from the front, racing away to meet the Resilient along with Chimeratica and the rest, and she was a crippled thing. She had been one of the ships thrown headfirst against the Tector-class Star Destroyers in the 4th skirmish at Sullust, and despite managing to escape, had paid a dear price. Much of spaced armor had been completely melted off by Imperius' brutal turbo lasers, revealing her frail superstructure, and her starboard radiator wing had been completely torn off by a stray starfighter torpedo, making her prone to overheating. She was barely spaceworthy, much less in combat condition at all. But the Rear Admiral was insistent she, and the 5 remaining frigates of his direct command, be brought to battle, ostensibly to go out in one last blaze of glory. Horgo had his reservations. He would have recommended the ships, which held great symbolic value, be recessed from the battle and repaired by Jorm's auxiliary division. Albeit, he might admit, they may be because he was as loss-averse as any other Mune. Intercept course plotted, sir. Horgo hastily reviewed it, and every dissonant piece clicked into place. From the death spiral, to Alrix's modification of her line of battle, to Chimeratica's decision to shoot ahead. Each commander of the 28th Mobile was only given a single piece of the puzzle. Each of them were only one head of a many-headed Hydra, all to disguise their true strategy from the enemy. Horgo could see it. It was he who would make the finishing blow, and by the time the enemy realizes, it would already be too late. But first, he had to safely guide his ship out of the whirling hurricane. Thankfully, he was immune, and with the figures of his repeaters neatly slotting into formulas in his mind's eye, he could navigate this storm as easily as exploiting the volatile economic situations and opportunities his kin were famed for doing. There, he pointed at an invisible gap. Bring us around. Burn, now. Star Destroyer Havoc abruptly shot out of its station as Horgo personally took the helm, deftly navigating his ship through the hurricane of steel and fiery drive plumes with a wide-knuckled grip. A handful of harrowing minutes felt like an eternity, Havoc's crew all bracing themselves for an impact that may or may not come, as they cut through the storm like a shark bowling through a school of fish. And then they were free, the stars shining before the viewports once more, leaving the turmoil of the death spiral behind them. Horgo Shive breathed out, unclenching his hands and leaving 2 swathes of sweat on the control surface, and realized they had emerged on the complete opposite side of the spiral, where the Republic couldn't see them. He checked the tactical holo, observing how the coil itself was decreasing in size as more and more warships spilled forth from it, then discovered that Havoc was not alone. A dozen other ships had somehow followed them out of the storm. This will do. The Mune ensured the parameters of his ship and newfound squadron were all in green. Yes, this will do quite nicely. Destroy the repulse, he ordered. This is an order from the Admiral. 13 starships disappeared among the stars, accelerating as they traversed a long curve. The 4th head of the Hydra had made its move, and nobody was any wiser. For Horgo Shive, the battle ended before it had even begun in full. Meanwhile, many tens of thousands of clicks away, Kindle Ozzel seethed with rage, lashing whips of frenetic reprimand at his crew as he ordered his warship turn to face the enemy head-on. Unbeknownst to him, somewhere within the 28th Mobile's unfurling battle line, aboard the Star Destroyer Dark Rival, Commander Asajj Ventress received her order. The Dark Acolyte opened the command package with eager curiosity and came face to face with a single string of encrypted code. To Dark Rival, intercept and destroy hostile contact Imperius. Over. She recognized that call sign. Imperius was the ship that all but won the Battle of Meth for the Republic with its bold charge. The same symptoms affecting her Jedi rival did not affect her as the Force pounded in her ears like a battle drum, drowning out all distractions. Ventress eagerly took up the calling, ordering Dark Rival all ahead full. Despite the command package being a single sentence, the Force told her everything she needed to know, predicting her hated foe's next actions perfectly. For a moment, she imagined herself in the flagship of the 28th Mobile Fleet, in the boots of the man who played the entire battle as one would an elaborate game of Dejeric. And she felt like a god. Commodore. Imperius XO shouted in alarm, that ship's headed right for us. Ozzel spun around, involuntarily ducking as vultures screamed over and around the bridge, eyes frantically searching and finding the single separatist destroyer that had seemingly opted to abandon its line of battle and charge straight at them. He dashed towards the nearest astrogation officer and tore the sweating man off his seat as he commandeered the station. Imperius scopes turned straight to the offending ship, Dark Rival, and plotted out her incoming vector. That's not an intercept vector. Ozzel stumbled backwards, panic forcing open his eyes. They're on a collision course. Helmsman, take evasive action. Hard right, hard over. Imperius violently swung to the right so suddenly her inertial compensators barely had enough time to adapt to the change. The lucky spacers were thrown off their feet and onto the polished metal floor, while the unluckier ones slammed against the walls, into corners, or crushed by unsecured ordnance and skidding starfighters. The maneuver was made just in time. Not a moment later, the second head of the Hydra blasted through the empty space where the Imperius would have been, gnashing its teeth at a failed kill. Since only Dark Rival received the command package, all the warships behind her were still operating under the standing order of follow the ship in front of you. In this way, Ventress had inadvertently commandeered just under 3/4 of the 28th Mobile Fleet, leading them through the Republic line of battle. Kindle Ozzel observed the deteriorating situation in a frenzied haze. Imperius, along with the half of Task Force Conciliator behind it, had been effectively cut off from their flagship. All communications were being jammed by the enemy. They were isolated, alone, and about to be trapped. With this in mind, Ozzel made the fateful decision as the ranking officer of his division: all ships, retreat. Escape the encirclement. Unfortunately for him, Asajj Ventress was out for blood and vengeance. Dark Rival turned starboard to meet Imperius, effectively creating a hook and forcing Imperius to travel reciprocally back down the Republic line. The two warships exchanged broadsides, hastily producing firing solutions on myriad hardpoints, casemates, and weak points in the other shells, and pumping each other full of Tidane gas and proton torpedoes. Missiles flailed against shimmering shields, pinions of energy melting hull plating into gold liquid that rapidly cooled and blackened within seconds. It was at this crucial juncture that the last two ships received their orders. To Crown Prince, intercept and destroy hostile contact, resilient. Over. Commodore Diedrich Greyshade stared at the single sentence with disbelief. His ship, the Taiwanese battlecruiser Crown Prince, had just followed the Dark Rival across the Republic line of battle. He looked to the right, where he could see Ventress' ship locking horns with Imperius, the two Dunium giants leading their divisions in a brutal struggle that would only end when one of them was dead. Then he looked to the left, where he could see straight down the rear end of Task Force Conciliator's forward half, the ice blue glow of Resilient all the way at the end. Over there, Chimeratica was hammering Alrix from their port side, and then he understood. Should Crown Prince manage to reach Resilient's starboard beam, the entire forward half of Task Force Conciliator would be sandwiched between them. No normal ship could reach Chimeratica and Resilient in any reasonable time frame from so far away. But Crown Prince was no normal ship. She was a Taiwanese battlecruiser, and with solar wind in her sails, there was no warship in the galaxy she could not outpace. Diedrich took a cursory glance at the location of the sun, confirming what he already knew. Since the 28th Mobile was approaching from the Seleluub asteroid field, which was starward of Sullust, they had the solar wind at their backs. The reserved Diedrich Greyshade grinned like a proud father. "And that's all we need," he said aloud, catching the attention of his bridge crew. "All hands. Helmsman, 110-degree port turn and meet her there. Extend all solar sails, catch that wind, boys. Prepare portside casemates, I want us right next to Alrix in 10 minutes. Once again, maintaining the standing order of follow the ship in front of you, the battlecruiser Crown Prince split off with half of the 28th Mobile at her back, leaving Ventress and Dark Rival alone with a quarter of the fleet, nearly 50 warships. To battle the rear half of Task Force Conciliator, which boasted 39 ships. Commodore Vinnick upon the Providence Crying Sun recognized this from behind Crown Prince, that despite barely outnumbering Ozzel, Ventress in actuality commanded less tonnage and starfighters than Ozzel. In close quarters combat such as this, the Star Destroyers of Task Force Conciliator would ultimately come out on top. Just as Crying Sun moved to trace the Separatist battle line through the Republic's shattered line, Vinnick's holoscreen chimed. To Crying Sun, starboard turn and annihilate all hostiles. Over. It was as if his mind was read, or was this all planned from the beginning? Vinnick did not know which possibility awed him, or terrified him, more. 90-degree turn to starboard, he commanded. His tactical droid, TJ-912, protested, "Our turning radius at this velocity is too shallow. Calculations project collision with Republic vessels. Failure to obey orders from the commanding officer of the fleet will result in you getting reprogrammed," Vinnick reminded dryly. 90-degree turn to starboard. Meet her parallel to the Republic line. TJ-912 relayed the command so forcefully she nearly smacked the helms droid while doing so. The third head of the Hydra howled, sublight drives, attitude thrusters, and etheric rudders all working in tandem to sharpen the curve of Crying Sun's turn as much as possible. And even as she did, TJ-912's calculations were proven correct when Crying Sun leveled straight onto a Venator's inbound vector. The Venator, unwilling to ram, banked hard to starboard in turn. The two warships scraped along the other's beam, the crunch and tear of stringers and stiffeners shuddering through both ships as torpedoes and laser bolts whipping out at point-blank range. Nevertheless, the turn was completed, albeit by the pain of one's hull, and now Crying Sun and the remaining quarter of the 28th Mobile Fleet had trapped Imperius on three sides. Similarly, Chimeratica and Crown Prince had successfully flanked Resilient both port and starboard. With the two halves of Alrix's fleet completely surrounded, velocities matched and unabating fusillades hammering out into the smoke-filled void, the fate of the Task Force Conciliator has been sealed. Their grave would be a cold, lonely patch of space somewhere in the middle of the Sullust star system. But for Ree Alrix, the battle was not yet over. She was a Jedi Knight, and despite losing contact with half of her fleet, she would not abandon hope so easily. No, not even as Resilient was smashed against both flanks, as one by one the friendly contacts on the Holos disappeared. Silently, or in great conflagrations of gas and cinder and slagged steel. Not even as her crew sunk into silent acceptance that their once unstoppable conquest of the Rima trade route has come to an end. Because she could still escape and regroup with other Republic squadrons in the region, the only question that remained was in which direction to escape in? The north seemed like an obvious answer. Unfortunately, the Star of Sullust was in her way. That left one direction, south. She knew Ariatu was lost, in her heart of hearts. The silent roar of the Force was unmistakable, like a billions upon billions of lives burning in the pits of the Nine Hells. But she was not an empath, as many of her friends and peers were, and empathic connection was not her forte. If it was, Alrix would already be lost to the Force. But that didn't mean she was not without allies in the south. Governor General Teshik was still campaigning against separatist fleets in the Siswena sector, and if she could reach him, they could sweep back north together. All she had to do was break through the separatist line of battle. So Ree Alrix fell back on the one ability she trusted her life with and searched for the fire in the Force. All she needed was a spark, one that could set the enemy line ablaze. To her starboard, there were several, but none large enough to ignite fully, not with that persistent Taiwanese sailboat matching them shot for shot. To her port side, however, there were 3 Munificent-class frigates, half a dozen positions aft of Chimeratica: Repulse, Renown, and Revenge. She recognized them as the handful of frigates that beat back Ozzel's rampage 2 days ago, saving much of their fleet at the cost of their own. Not only that, Repulse was the flagship of the separatist admiral. Even now, Alrix could only consider them broken, pitiful things, barely worthy of being called warships. In fact, they were hardly firing at all, with many of their turbo laser batteries having been shorn off during their battle with Imperius and its Tectors. And the fire in the Force, it was already a great conflagration, and frustrated by tiny, fleeting embers until now, Alrix instinctively, unknowingly, found herself drawn to it like a moth to a flame. We will break through the enemy lines right there. Alrix felt the target through the Force, the correct time and place to pierce the armor, then plot a hyperjump to the Yavin system, where we will rendezvous with General Teshik. Yes, sir, a chorus of affirmation resounded from her crew. Inform all ships, she blasted out orders, and transfer all power to the shields. Hard left, hard over. Resilient swung around, dodging a fusillade of torpedoes aimed for her thrusters as she did, leading the remainder of the task force conciliator straight into the 3 crippled frigates, and barely slowed down as she blasted straight through them. Repulse snapped in half under a hail of blue pinions while a squadron of ARC 170s unleashed a chain of torpedoes that vaporized Revenge's spine, and Renown, the Star Destroyer Resilient, ran straight into Renown, shattering the frigate as super-heavy turbo lasers thundered off round after round into her maimed husk until that was left were minuscule pieces of debris no larger than flakes, and the lifeless bodies of battle droids drifting out of the punctured hull. And as Resilient emerged on the other side, she came face to face with the 4th head of the Hydra, the 11 fresh warships of Horgo Shive, who had taken a long detour around the battlefield to remain out of Alrix's sightlines, bearing down upon them. Just as the Mun had predicted hours in advance, his prey was not only waiting for him, but so graciously sailing straight into his maw. Horgo Shive looked at the battered and spent countenance of Resilient and the Venators close behind her, with their empty hangars, overheating guns, overloaded shields, and cracked armor, then looked at his own ships, yet untouched by battle. This won't even be a fight. He gave the order, destroy them. In the span of seconds, from the moment a great bolt of red flashed from the enemy destroyer's jaws to the moment Resilient was disintegrated by enough firepower to melt a small moon, Ree Alrix wondered, where had she gone wrong? She did as the Force told her, and yet. In those precious few moments, her eyes flitted from place to place, instinctively searching for another flame. But there were none. Not on the Chimeratica sailing away. Not on the Havoc, bearing right down on her. Not in the enemy battle line she had just smashed through. The flame was right on top of her. Did she lose the moment she decided to attack the Repulse? Or did she lose by deciding to meet the Separatist offensive? Or was it from the beginning, when she refused to withdraw from Sullust? Or did she lose from the moment she declined Anakin Skywalker's help? If he was here, and not rushing to her aid at this moment, could the Chosen One have prevailed? It is so unfair, Ree Alrix lamented. She conquered the Rima. She prevailed against the odds where the arrogant bastards on the Prelimian failed. She achieved what everybody thought was impossible. The 100 Days offensive was her achievement. And what? The Council wanted her to hand everything she won to the Chosen One. Alrix just knew the moment the Open Circle fleet arrived, the Republic would praise that upstart's infuriating name to the skies above Coruscant, while her own was lapsed. And yet, that might happen anyway, as Skywalker warred against time. Could he even beat the Battle Hydra, the great bane of the Jedi that has trounced him not once, but twice? Of course he could, he was the Chosen One. After all, she was sick of hearing that damn title. So unfair. But Ree Alrix was a Jedi Knight. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is only the Force. There is the Force, and here there isn't. A vulnerability that escaped her attention. It was not in the ranks of her own formation, or her fateful decisions. It was a vulnerability in the Force itself, an impenetrable void that she could not have accounted for. At the precipice of her life, she finally saw it, felt it. It burned like a fire on her skin, and around her. I've got you now, Hydra. If she could not defeat the monster, then at least she could lend Skywalker a helping hand. Ree Alrix reached towards the great blaze burning upon her, throwing in her own spirit to fuel the fire until someone found it. Appreciate my dying breath, Chosen One. No, there is no death. The Hydra's jaw clamped down. Ree Alrix closed her eyes and reveled like a fire in the Force. From the bridge of the carrier-destroyer Chimeratica, Rear Admiral Rain Bonteri watched the last remaining warships of Ree Alrix be devoured entirely and ticked off the last square in his checklist, concluding the battle. Preliminary casualties report the 28th Mobile Fleet lost as many as 17 warships, with another 24 badly damaged. Task Force Conciliator lost all 79 remaining warships. It has been 135 hours since the first skirmish at Sullust. Severance Tan's prediction had been correct. From the moment the 28th Mobile Fleet was given the order to advance, it took only 4 hours to completely annihilate their Ree Alrix's fleet. The Republic would not find out about the defeat until 3 days later, when Anakin Skywalker's Open Circle fleet arrived at the Sullust system to find nothing but orbital debris and no sign of either fleet. Within hours of their arrival, the Open Circle fleet would receive harrowing news. Ariatu had been glassed, and General Horn Ambigene's 4th Fleet Group was advancing up the Rima trade route en masse with 1,500 warships. Chapter 53. Sullust Libration Point, L5, Sullust System. Rima Sector. The 28th Mobile Fleet prowled through the debris field as would vultures upon a killing field, salvaging anything we could get our hands on, whether it be repair modules, proton torpedoes, or ionist gases from ammunition bunkers. Drop-class cutters and boarding shuttles sliced their way through drifting hulks and debris, hunting down signs of biological activity before handing survivors off to the Celestin Home Guard, whose aging array of light cruisers and corvettes had finally decided to join us in the black. It was a surprise, because Sullust was the premier foundry world in this patch of space, the entire planet almost entirely ruled by a single megacorporation that had bought out its own government, the Saros Subcorporation. This world should not have been so defenseless, until one considers that the vast majority of the Celestin Home Guard had been taken by Admiral Duoningo to Forost shortly before the war began. In any case, the Celestin Home Guard taking enemy survivors off our hands was a great boon, as the 28th Mobile couldn't afford to take on extra mouths to feed, not that there were many left at all. With the secrecy swirling around the upcoming campaign, we would have been forced to either abandon them to the void or launch a search and destroy mission, which honestly may be a kinder fate for the survivors compared to what the Celestins had in mind. Not that asked, it's just that the word processing in the Celestin language left enough to the imagination. They also provided us unlimited use of their shipyards out of gratitude, but we were forced to turn down the offer. After all, the only reason we were still loitering about was to catch up on news from the home front, now that there weren't any enemy fleets in the vicinity eavesdropping on our transmissions, and await reinforcements from the south, before we made the fateful jump to Yagdhul. Speaking of reinforcements, just as Callie promised, there were Emberline warships on the system plane, jumping in dramatically late just hours after the battle ended. 20 Mistril destroyers, long and sleek and like rapiers piercing through the stars and leaving a backwash of boiling silver in their wake. True to form, clearly these mercenaries weren't going to get involved in any danger they haven't already been paid for, or rather, any danger they had nothing to profit from. Those sleek destroyers were the spearhead of the Emberline war fleet, which pledged allegiance to the CAF for nothing more than a carte blanche to rampage and conquer the entire Authorized sector, razing and salting everything they couldn't carry back to Emberline. With Emberline being the homeworld of the Mistril Shadow Guards, galaxy-wide famous mercenaries, all Emberline had to do was recall all their agents to acquire themselves one of the most elite warrior corps in the galaxy. Are they registered with the CAF? I asked. No call signs, no beacons, no identifications of any form. Stealth shot his console a puzzled look. Even their drive signatures are slowly changing, which suggests highly modified sublight engines. Those ships are ghosts, sir. I don't think anybody who sees them is supposed to live to tell about them. We aren't anybody, Tough stated coldly. Y-beam transmission. Request identification. Unknown starcrafts. Stell tapped down on the sublight transceiver. This is the Confederate Navy destroyer Chimeratica. You are flying cold in Confederate space. Please identify yourselves. This is the Star Destroyer Sherry Hen, a woman's voice returned. Speaking with deep maturity and regality, your target is in the Edopole sector. That's one way to get the message across, I muttered, waving a hand. Let's have them elaborate aboard. We'll receive them in the hangar. Hare's ears perked up, because when we receive people it's usually her and I swear to every god I know they gleamed like sharpened blades. Did she secretly carry a whetstone in her internal compartments or something? Because at this rate, I'm really going to have to start watching where I put my hands around her. Transmitting rendezvous coordinates, Stell relayed. Upon arrival, deactivate your main reactor and stand by for tractor beam-guided docking. Acknowledge upon receipt. Acknowledged. Chimeratica broke away from the debris field, leaving the burnt-out husk of Star Frigate repulsed to the cold void. Any data that could have been salvaged from that ship already had been, and all that was left of it were depictions of predator and prey that adorned its smoky hull. She was too badly damaged after the 4th skirmish at Sullust to put up any sort of fight, and even though she could have been repaired, the auxiliary division was present, I opted not to. After all, I had to control Alrix into attacking the single spot where Horgo could blast her into stardust. Aside from some clenched teeth, I showed no outward emotion as the old frigate disappeared into immateriality as just another wreck among countless others. Where would she end up from here? A Celestin scrapyard, most likely. I sighed, standing up and leaving for Chimeratica's main port airlock as Nightshade approached the rendezvous, port-side docking flange extending out of her hull. Timing my arrival perfectly, I approached the airlock just as it hissed open, an escort of Onderonian guardsmen at my back for insurance. I could immediately recognize the woman who appeared from the disinfecting smoke as the voice I had heard earlier. She was tall, though perhaps not quite my height, with a pitch-black mane of hair that fell down in a dozen gold-tasseled braids and prominent cheekbones that framed her blue-black lips. What caught my eye the most, however, were the luxurious purple robes draped over her black bodysuit, which all Mistril shadow guards wore, tied at the waist by a lavender sash. Indeed, the rest of the shadow guards that emerged at her back only wore the hooded black suits as befit their title, which really made them look more like a cabal of assassins, which the shadow guards also acted as at times. "Where'd you get those drapes?" were the first words out of my mouth, prompting a single raised eyebrow, and no other reaction from the rest of the guards. "Oatulan Kelpweave," the lead guard said, "a gift from the Princess of Oatula for my prolonged service." That must be her previous employer, then, and considering the mild fondness in her voice, she must have been quite dissatisfied with Imberline's complete recall of all deployed shadow guards. "It looks like quality, maybe even better than Onderonian silk," I thought as I inspected the fabric's luster. "Hair, remember Oatula for me." "You won't be welcome," the Mistril told me. "The royal family was overthrown and executed by purist rebels. That was 12 years ago. The princess must still be alive. If you were wearing that," I pointed out, "which means you served as her bodyguard." "Hair, where is Oatila?" "Morstein sector, in the new territories. We'll have to invade them later." "Yes, master." Now that elicited a reaction, a few startled looks from some of the shorter, and likely younger, members of the guards. I disguised a triumphant smile with an enigmatic, self-assured one that suggested I might not actually be joking with that statement. "All for some seaweed?" The head Mistril narrowed her sharp eyes. "My family got rich off producing silk. I waved them in. If I didn't join the war, I imagine I'd be a weaver. My name is Rainbot Airy, but I'm sure you knew that. Welcome aboard the Chimeratica." Neridan Dulin. Neridan introduced herself. "This is my personal squad and fleet. We were hired by Callie Trilm." "Did she pay up front?" "The down payment," the Mistril informed as she took after me. "We were led to believe you will pay the rest as the job is completed." I tried not to betray my disbelief as I hummed and thought, will the job remain between us? Nothing can be promised. Well, I tried. They were state-sponsored mercenaries, after all. A cut of their pay definitely goes towards Imberline's coffers, as was how the Shadow Guard system operated for as long as the organization existed. "The Pantoran doesn't enjoy mercs and bounty hunters." I called down a turbo lift, gesturing to the other elevators in the lobby to accommodate the other 24 or so Shadow Guards. "How did you get past the 4th Fleet Group?" General Ambigene was more than accommodating. Neridan crossed her arms. "As soon as the standing order was lifted, he bid us well with the guise of pursuing a fleet of fleeing loyalists." "Where are those loyalists now?" "Chased them as far as the Yavin system before we decided it was safe to head here. There's a fleet gathering there, for your information. The Republic's 18th Army may have been shattered, but their General Teshik is still rallying the remnants at Yavina Prime. Those loyalists, Marisa Zinj and the ORSF, were just another fragment of a new fleet he is piecing together there." There was a long pause, and even as the turbolift doors slid open, nobody made a move to enter. Neridan Dulin stared at me, her eyes like chips of blue diamond, saw something on my face, and made to address the band in the room. "And considering what is happening to Ariatu as we speak," she said, "I would advise caution, as they are a lost legion with nothing left to lose." She was, of course, referring to the momentous event that heralded the official beginning of the Confederacy's Operation Storm Door, the decimation of Ariatu. Or, as various extremist separatist media outlets were already so chillingly declaring it, the emancipation of Ariatu. General Horn Ambigene's complete and utter eradication of Ariatu's crust. A planet of 22 billion souls, the most populated world in the Outer Rim outside the Tian cluster, reduced to a blasted wasteland. Even the mere indirect mention of the event was enough to make the turbolift lobby freeze. Chimeratica's every compartment was maintained at a steady 18 standard degrees to keep its automated systems and droids cooled, but just then it felt as if the temperature made a precipitous drop to zero. In this era of technology, even hundreds of light years were only a few hours away, and to think the next city over was being massacred down to the last child was enough to make you trick yourself into hearing the screams in your head. Or was that an echo of the Force? As soon as the 7th Battle of Sullust ended, Vinnick reportedly experienced pounding migraines that threatened to split his skull open, as he put it himself. In Ventress, she was nowhere to be found, but if I had to guess, she was either drinking in the suffering as one would a smoothie, or puking out its bitter taste. Maybe both. Maybe it was an acquired taste. I met her gaze as I stuck an arm through the automatically closing lift doors, feeling cold metal brush my sleeves before retreating, saving me an unintended amputation. Then it will be an even match. And this time, I was actually being serious. The Supreme Commander chose the Prelemian Coalition's armadas for Operation Starlance for a reason. The scale of destruction caused by the Gar's Operation Trident was just as severe, if not even more widespread than the ongoing emancipation of Ariatu. But widespread death and destruction was simply the effect of war, while the concentrated firepower unleashed upon Ariatu in particular was considered mass murder. One was more sensational than the other. But the people of the Near Prelemian didn't quite think so. Among the 28th Mobile Fleet alone, reactions to Horn Ambigene's massacre were mixed, but not quite negative. The Cymurthians, whose world had been briefly besieged but otherwise unmolested, were politely concerned at the political implications. The Trogans clicked their tongues in disapproval. The Kalumexi cheered, though they seemed to always be in high spirits ever since the decisive battle their home system played host to. But how about those, as Neridan so tactfully put it, had nothing left to lose? The Brixie, the Xandians, whose worlds were left devastated and still remained in GR hands, they celebrated. Entire warships converted into parties of triumph and toasts to Ambigene's name not as the devil incarnate, but as the man who carved an eye out for an eye. I could only imagine what was occurring in our sister fleet, the 19th Mobile Fleet, whose crews consisted of the likes of Salverans, Centarians, and Abhians, all victims of the 12th Sector Army's hasty advance in the leveled cities and indiscriminate slaughter that naturally spilled forth from them. Their homeworld suffering under the yoke of military occupation, their people persecuted as popular insurrections gripped them. They must be weeping tears of blood, tears of joy. They had it coming. That was the prevailing sentiment across separatist space. Ariatu was, ultimately, an Outer Rim world that had a choice to, but didn't side with the Outer Rim. In fact, they actively distanced themselves from the Rim, pandering to the galactic interior. They were already traitors, in a sense, pariahs to the larger Rim ward community. There were adverse reactions, obviously, but if Horn Ambigene wanted to make an impact large enough to shake the galaxy to the core, yet limit backlash from the Rim-dominated Confederacy, Ariatu was the perfect target. And considering the devastation was still ongoing, with no signs of prohibition from the office of the general, then this event must have been something Severance Tan had accounted for, or even planned for. As for Ambigene, I did not know if he was merely following orders, or if this decision was made on his own authority. If you asked me what a man like Ambigene was capable of right after I met him through the Hollow, I would have never guessed this. Much of his history was a mystery, even to the CAF. All that was known about him was that he led a proto-separatist movement in the Tidane system for many years. Except I couldn't even point to the Tidane system on a map. In any case, I doubted Horn Ambigene would be tried for any crimes. Firstly, because the Confederacy has existed for a grand total of 1 year, spent entirely in a war of existence, and didn't yet have any laws on that kind of thing. Nor were they signatories of agreements like the Yavin Code, for the same reason. If you squinted, Parliament could try him on grounds of crimes against civilization, but that was Galactic Republic law. Ultimately, however, Ambigene couldn't be tried in civilian courts. The shadow of the Pantoran loomed large over the CAF, which now operated more or less as its own autonomous stratocratic state within the Confederacy. If Ambigene was to be tried for any crime, it would be in the military courts, which would be unlikely without outside influence, with outside influence meaning Parliament. The Confederate Senate will definitely use this opportunity to flex its muscles and hold the CAF accountable for its actions. Now, Severance Tan built her military legitimacy off the back of civil legitimacy, as she was lawfully elevated to Supreme Commander by the Parliament. I had no doubt that if the Raxus government summoned her, she would play by the rules. If she doesn't, well, Trench would be more than happy to replace her, I'd imagine. And myself? The only thing I cared about was how this event would affect my political calculus moving forward. We are at war. These sorts of things happen. If I wanted to keep my conscience clean, I'd focus on rescuing the Republic survivors here at Sullust than trying to stop Ambigene. Which I am. Because I'm directly responsible for their suffering. At Centaurs, it was my responsibility to burden the loss of lives under my command. At Christophsis, and now here at Sullust, I had personally defeated enemy fleets and caused the deaths of thousands. The least I could do as the opposing commander was respecting their effort and grant them the opportunity to fight another day. There were thousands of people dying here and now, caused by my own hands, and not doing anything about it when I could, it would definitely keep me up at nights to calm. But Ariatu? Too many zeros. Too many commas. The emancipation of Ariatu burdened me as much as the Battle of Atrakan, or Battle of Useron, which is to say, it didn't. Hell, I used Atrakan for my own personal means, and Useron. I allowed Useron to happen, as a warning to the rest of the Near-Perlemian. We are at war. These sorts of things happen. But I would be lying if I said there wasn't a weightlessness in my chest, a sort of indescribable wide-eyed weave of reverence and apprehension as I heard the news. A monumental event in history was occurring right now, an event that single-handedly changed the astrography and astropolitics of the entire galaxy, one that would be remembered for 1,000 years. That was something to marvel at in its own right. The most important consequence is how the Republic reacts, or more accurately, how the core worlds react. The way I saw it, there were 3 possible outcomes: outrage, indifference, or fear. They were all pretty self-explanatory, and there was no way of knowing without being in the core itself. Which to say, we were about to find out. Rather than the Republic's political apparatus, which I more or less considered a lost cause, my greatest fear was the possibility that the Jedi Order decides that it was no longer just Dooku, but the entire Confederacy that deserves to fall. That will be a problem, as it will make removing the Supreme Chancellor from power so much more difficult. Still, the Jedi were not necessarily a necessity for my plan, just an extremely preferable addition. For now, I'd rather focus on getting in and out of the interior in one piece, preferably with my fleet in the same condition. To that end, it didn't matter how the Republic or the Jedi reacted, so long as Barriss did her job as she herself planned. You seem confident, Naradan observed, even as Anakin Skywalker in the open circle is headed here. You are trapped between two fleets. Where exactly is the Storm Fleet? I ignored her. The open circle fleet wasn't a problem. We would be long gone before they even arrived, and with all of Task Force Conciliator's survivors in Celestin custody, Skywalker would have no leads. This is where being a mobile fleet paid off. We would be right at the heart of the Gar's supply lines, and the most dangerous fleet we could face would be days away, none the wiser. And the second sector army lumbering right behind the open circle? Not a problem either. They were too large, both numerically and bureaucratically, to turn around on a dime. Not to mention, will they really dare to turn their backs against the Horn Ambigene, after what the bloodthirsty general just did? Rather, the second sector army and the fourth fleet group were more akin to two unstoppable avalanches leveled right on a collision course for each other. I dare say it would be just as our supreme commander had planned. And it was in that case, I'd rather focus on the Storm Fleet and what awaited us as Yagtul. When the Storm Fleet came to Emberline to forcefully enlist us in the Separatist cause, they didn't know we are quite capable of holding grudges, she answered. We have tracked them to the Lon Nebula in the Topola sector. And where is that? Standard Galactic Grid K-15. Hair relayed from her massive database. 1,500 parsecs from Yagtul, absolute bearing 237 degrees. A day's transit for our ships, Naradan said, but that's nothing said about destroying 200 battlecruisers. I didn't deign to answer, concentrating on mapping out the coordinates in my mind's eye. The 28th Mobile Fleet was stuck between the 18th Sector Army to our south and the Open Circle Fleet to our north. Yagtul was the key bottleneck for the GR supply line, and should it be cut, their entire offensive strung out across 4,000 parsecs of the Rima trade route would falter. But it wasn't undefended. Not only was there the siege of Yagtul, there was another Republic fleet at Fonder to the northwest, and another at Mechas 3 to the northeast. To liberate and hold Yagtul, we might have to contend against 3 separate loyalist fleets, and then there was the Storm Fleet as well. Troublesome, but not impossible. Presuming they had no idea we were about to appear at Yagtul, it would still take a day or two for them to arrive once our presence is revealed. Considering how much closer Mechas 3 was compared to Fonder, one fleet would arrive sooner than the other, allowing us to defeat them in detail. All the more important we move before the news of Alrix's defeat spreads towards the GR. Hare, I said aloud, informed the fleet to prepare to jump to Yagtul immediately. Yes, Master, the rabbit droid pulled out her tablet and began navigating the communications interface. What are you thinking? Naradan Doolan demanded. Are you planning on having us fight with you at Yagtul? Not at all. I returned smoothly. I'm thinking we will have a nice, long chat over tea during our transit, where I tell you my convoluted and frankly confusing plan which you will then carry out. Depending on which backup plan you inevitably fall back on, you will be awarded the appropriate hazard pay. Naradan looked at me critically, as if trying to find any deeper meaning in my words, before glancing around at her comrades. After a moment's thought, she shrugged, tasseled braids bouncing. Very well. Rain. Hare looked up at me with her perpetually wide eyes. We are detecting an unauthorized inbound transmission. Recipient. Dark rival. There was a pause, then laughter. My laughter. Looks like even the powers that be are finding their pants lit on fire. Did Ventress really think she could pull the same stunt twice? After nearly sabotaging our mission at TAFE? The 28th Mobile Fleet had 7 subdivisions, the 6th was the Auxiliary Division, and 7th was the Intelligence Division. A necessity for the mobile fleet that had to always remain a dozen steps ahead of its enemies so as to not get caught. In other words, half 100 state-of-the-art intelligence frigates, packed full with cutting-edge sensor and jamming suites, electronic warfare systems, and long-range subspace transceivers. They were the very reason we even knew the Open Circle Fleet was blazing down the Rima trade route to our position. Go and prepare that tea, I told Hare, before turning to Naradan. Mind if we add one more unwilling guest to our conversation? It was a web of pain, reaching to the even furthest frontiers of the galaxy from its empty cocoon, curling up and dying. It was a never-ending choir, singing through the waves of the Force, expanding, compounding, as a million new voices joined to its plaintive wail with each passing minute. Asajj Ventress meditated within the dark recesses of her ship, timing her breaths with the ebb and flow of the Force, feeling each and every swell and fall in her mind and muscles. She wasn't like that failed Jedi, Vinnick, who struggled to withstand the assault of Ariatu's collective will. She was made who she was on Ratatak, by Ratatak, and she has struggled and fought against the galaxy since she was but a child. She left her girlhood behind the day her master, Kynarek, died in her arms. She wore her kills on her clean-shaven skull, 12 dagger-shaped marks, for one of each of the 12 warlords she had killed after swearing their deaths. She herself was a dagger, forged by Ratatak, yes, but tempered and sharpened by Count Dooku. In a galaxy cluttered with hate, it was easy to fuel oneself with fury, but blind fury was as common as sands in a desert. It was easy to dip into the dark side of the Force and let it control you, but to command the dark side, that was what Vinnick lacked, and she had. Direction. Lashing out blindly, aimlessly, was no way to live, much less fight. One must be focused, directed, acting with purpose and speed. Ventress was the rose and thorn, the sound of a long knife driving home, and the taste of blood upon one's lips. Similarly, the devastation of Ariatu was concentrated, directed, and purposeful. That was what made its echo in the Force so powerful. It was a knife that cut into the unsuspecting. She was not one of the unsuspecting. She knew the true nature of this damned galaxy from the beginning. 22 billion lives? Just another day in the galaxy. People only cared about this one because the world was on the HoloNet a few times in the past 1,000 years. Ventress peeled her eyes open as the holoprojector before her blinked, shining like a beacon in the blacked-out stateroom. She already knew the person on the other side, without even checking. Slowly, she shifted from her meditative stance to a kneel and accepted the transmission. Master. Asajj. It was Count Dooku, just as she expected. The ways her scars throbbed, the phantom sensations of scorching lightning dancing across and digging into her flesh, the dormant bruises on her cheeks that seemed to awaken just to throb again. She knew. Is it finally time to act against Severance Tan, Master? Count Dooku was as imperial as she had last seen him, standing straight with square shoulders that belied his age. Indeed, the white-haired Count wore his 82 standard years far better than most humans half his age, deft as he has become with the Force. She has always worn a streak of rebellion, Dooku said, but always manageable. Until now. Until now. Ventress could have told her master that years ago, back when she still sought favor. Validation. Proof her life was worth something after Kate's death. The echo of a girl who still had something to prove, lingering far after it lost its welcome. She had strived to serve Dooku, learning what scraps he had to offer, like a starving cat begging for more food. How many other dark acolytes were just like her? Compared, Severance Tan was far more stoic. The blue-skinned alien took every lesson and every punishment in stride, never complaining when Dooku taught her some lesser art when he hinted at greater ones, never flinching when the threat of cackling electricity erupted from his fingertips. The Force ran differently around Tan, through her bleeding red eyes that seemed to view the world with a calculative impartiality. Ventress considered the rest of the acolytes beneath her. They weren't so worthy of the Count's attention. But Severance Tan? She so desperately needed to prove she was better than the woman. Time and time again, Ventress trounced Tan again and again in their duels and sessions. And time again, Dooku chose Tan to join him in his strategizing, privy to his closest plans and secrets. Everybody has their strengths, Ventress didn't need anybody to tell her that. But the growling beast that is envy was not so reasonable. But Ventress was observant. Severance Tan was the oldest of them, Ventress knew, but never respected the relationship between master and apprentice. She listened and learned, but never stooped to deference. Never once did she ever refer to Dooku as her master, always the Count, or Sir. She even looked down on the Count as if his age was dulling his intelligence, when not even Dooku could keep up with her intricate predictions, as if anybody could keep up with her foresight. One day, Ventress told her master, Tan would betray them, when she no longer had any use for them. To that, Dooku merely said, I know. It is the unhappy hazard of embracing the dark side. But it was never about the dark side, was it, Severance? Ventress knew. She had warned Dooku time and time again, against growing exasperation and irritants. When their fellow acolytes sweated and squirmed in the midst of writhing ancient texts, Severance regarded them with a clinical eye, as if dissecting the stupidities of Sith long dead rather than learning their arts. It was all a transaction for her. The dark side was merely but a pathway to power, and the moment she found another, shorter ladder, she would reach away without a moment's hesitation. She did find another ladder, in the halls of politics and military might. And I had a taste of that power. Ventress had already placed her foot on the first rung of this ladder, crafted by Rainbow and Terry's hand. It wasn't the same as seeing the fear in her enemy's eyes in person, but watching hundreds, thousands, die painfully in service of their twisted republic with nothing but a few well-timed sentences and a finger on the trigger. There was something delectable about that too. Nevertheless, Ventress was finally proven right. Vindication outweighing deference, the dark acolyte said nothing, cocking a hairless eyebrow. I will presume, Count Dooku recognized her stance, your intention is not to gloat. I like to think you taught me to be above such things, Ventress lied. Naturally, Dooku seriously agreed. A beat of silence passed between them. That said, Ventress smiled bitterly, I told you so. A flash of irritation that she was so familiar with crossed his face, before it was reigned with patrician command and aristocratic weight. Dooku opted not to trade barbs, partially because it was beneath, and partially because she was right. You thought you could betray her first, didn't you? Ventress continued fearlessly, you thought she was incapable of plotting to oust you of your own power right beneath your nose. That is enough from you, Dooku said softly, and Ventress' heart constricted, crushing her chest. Ventress. Why yes, she choked out, bowing her head, Master. The Count didn't even lift a finger. The only reason she succeeded, Dooku told her coldly, was because of traitors within our ranks. And who's to be faulted for that but your lack of action and political blunders? This time, Ventress kept her inner thoughts concealed. Who were the pillars of Severance Tan's regime? Admiral Trench, for one, the damnable spider. The Harch once served Dooku loyally, until the Count trampled over his pride by introducing a complete nobody to take the position he vied for in the shape of Grievous. The Prelemian coalition, of another, and its two leaders, Kali Trilm and Rainbow Terry. The former was Dooku's personal aide, the latter a nameless noble from Onderon. Could they have been accounted for? Perhaps, perhaps not. But it would have helped if Dooku had not tried to install his own puppet to control the CAF, alienating the vast majority of high-standing military figures within the Confederacy and creating a vacuum through which the Prelemian coalition could fill. As you say, Master, Ventress agreed obediently. How will we eliminate Severance? She remains protected aboard the Independence, surrounded by her personal fleet and guarded by her most loyal pawns. Not even I can infiltrate the star station. Leave the girl to me, Dooku told her. Severance may control the CAF as if it is her personal kingdom, but not even she can act against the Raxus government so blatantly just yet. The Independence has been summoned to Raxus Secundus for a hearing on Horn Ambigene's actions. I will deal with her personally. And I, Master? You will eliminate her two closest vassals, her master instructed Isoli, Callie Trilm, and Rainbontary. I understand, Ventress said. Is this right? They might be Tan's creatures, but they also serve the Confederacy. Would we have beaten back the Republic on the Prelemian, if not for Callie Trilm's unifying figure and authority? Would we have one here, at Sullust, if not for Rainbontary's skill? The Confederacy was on the verge of its greatest counterattack, an offensive to crack the interior wide open and instill the fear of gods and death into the corrupt, decadent core worlds. To eliminate the two spearheads of this offensive would be crippling. Having an attack of conscience, Asajj? No, Master, Ventress swallowed. But there is no time for me to board Bontary's flagship now. We are about to jump to Yagtul. You couldn't kill him if you were on the same ship anyway. The Count waved a dismissive hand. Bontary commands a legion of Cortosis battle droids. Even if he does fall to your blade, you would lose your life as well. And you are far too valuable for that, my apprentice. Then how will I? Patience, Asajj. Asajj Ventress bowed her head again. I have prepared a secret fleet for you. A mere day's travel southwest of Yagtul, Dooku's I gleaned. 200 advanced battlecruisers. Enough firepower to destroy Bontary's entire fleet. Damn tactics and strategy. Ventress' breath quickened. Understood, Master. I will do as you bid for me. Where will I take command of this fleet? The Lawn Nebula. Chapter 54. Sullust Libration Point, L5, Sullust System. Bremus Sector. One tends to lose the meaning of time in hyperspace, even more so after days of continuous light speed. Watching the intricacies of the cosmos burn past the viewports in nothing more than a frenzied blur, stars and supernovas reduced to gleaming sapphire lines shooting through the void. In this otherworldly environment of somewhere between night, day, and twilight, even Harbinger's internal chronos felt unreliable, ticking away in a steady limbo until they could resynchronize back in real space. It was well researched, the speed at which certain hyperdrives hurled its host through hyperspace, but not quite understood. Such equipment were finicky, sensitive things, and even the lightest maintenance could change travel times, upwards to entire days, when transiting significant distances. The hyper-adder feed, the hyperdrive motivator, the relativistic shield, all play their part, down to the smallest component. A hyperdrive was no more complicated than Anakin's cybernetic arm, yet no less complicated than his lightsaber. This, Anakin knew very well, and all who knew Anakin knew just as well. Excluding the precious few people the Chosen One held close to him dearly in his life, the Chosen One always seemed to prefer the company of machines over men. And the result? Harbinger and the cruisers of Anakin Skywalker's personal division of the Open Circle fleet were a definite cut above the rest. They were faster and more responsive, and made a journey from Coruscant to Sullust, a journey that would normally take a fortnight, in less than half the time. And yet, every day they shaved off pushing their hyperdrives to the limit, every hour, minute, second, and it still felt like it wasn't enough. To make matters worse, they had no way of knowing whether they could still make it in time, beyond blind hope. Ships at hyperspeed did not exist in the conventional sense. They were effectively cut off from all subspace, conventional, communications whilst in the Simu tunnel. Nor was hypercom tech currently advanced enough to breach the walls of a Simu tunnel without hyperwaves being distorted beyond recognition. Thus the only communication available was between ships within the same Simu tunnel instance, in which the entire division of the Open Circle existed. It was for this reason commercial freighters, supply vessels, and even military warships regularly hopped out of hyperspace even on long-distance transits, not just to reorient their bearings, but also to resync their chronos and check in with the galaxy. All the more in war, when the possibility one's destination had changed hands was very real. But Anakin wouldn't risk it, couldn't risk it. Leaping out of hyperspace, accounting for the fleet, and leaping back in could take hours, especially when wrangling over 100 Venators in full. Time did not run linearly in this alien dimension, and every second counted in lives. They could wait and hope to detect the Sullust system's upcoming hyperspace buoy sooner than later. Even then, Anakin Skywalker knew something wasn't quite right. His gut churned as he anxiously stared at the endless depths of the swirling blue ahead, his legs frozen in place even then. General, Admiral Yilleran's gruff voice appeared next to him. I am concerned about the possibility that we are heading straight into an ambush. You think Ree Alrix has already lost? This is the Rainbontary we are dealing with, not any separatist commander. Yilleran tugged at his mustache, and despite his composed demeanor, Anakin knew his colleague's habits enough to recognize the sign of discomfort. I think you can forgive me for exercising severe caution on this instance, General. What do you recommend? I understand you intend on using Sullust's mass shadow to force an extraction as close to the planet as possible, Yilleran said, but might I suggest we extract at the outer planets, either Munyanub or Munyamub? In this case, at least we won't be leaping directly into an enemy trap, should there be one. That will take time. With all due respect, General, the Admiral was clearly reaching the end of his patience with the Jedi General's stubbornness, but the only case in which we would be too late would be if we managed to extract in the exact moment Alrix had been engaged in battle. It would require more than the stars aligning for that to occur. Very well, Anakin receded. I suppose you were raising this issue because we are approaching Sullust? We had detected bypassing the mirrth and Chindrall systems relays. Admiral Yularen confirmed. We will be extracting in a few hours. Get the men up to battle readiness, the Jedi General ordered. Inform Apo to get his buckets into the Lartais and pilots to their squadrons. Where is Talisabeth? In her bunk, General, Yularen replied dryly. Catching some rest is far more productive than pacing the deck, in my opinion. I see you've warmed up to her. She's a hard worker and gets along well with the troops, the stiff Yularen admitted. I may have drawn the short end of the stick for my Jedi General, but I couldn't have asked for a better Jedi commander. I'll take that as a compliment, considering I chose her. A short laugh spilled out naturally, releasing some of the tension coiling in his muscles. Get her up here. And get the men ready. Very good, General. Yularen dipped his chin and disappeared back towards the battle room. Alarms rang wildly, klaxons blaring the sound of upcoming battle into the heads into a million grim-faced spacers and soldiers. Beneath the shut dorsal hangar doors, hundreds of pilots climbed into their starfighters, while clone troopers boarded their gunships, running through their pre-combat rituals. This was to be their third battle with Separatist Viper, and the remembrance of their previous engagements have been carved into their memories. Jedi Commander Esterhazy on deck. The snapping fabric of salutes didn't seem to affect Talisabeth so much this time around, as she half-jogged up to her master's place. You wanted us to fight the Coalition Armada, Master, back on the Prelemian. Not like this, Anakin breathed out. With a shimmer and thud, Harbinger lurched out of hyperspace, coming face-to-face with the rocky, barren mass of Munium. Behind the cover of the planet, 100 Republic cruisers launched their complements of starfighters and combat escorts, massive turbo-lasers batteries groaning as they pointed their barrels towards Sullust, fully expecting an armed and ready enemy fleet to meet them. Anakin found out what had been bugging him all this time. It was silent. Too silent. The Force hung over the star system like mist over a graveyard, the stillness eerie and pervading. The cosmos was sheets of green and blue and red, and everywhere were but stars, twinkling like an infinite number of baleful eyes, the stellar audience of a battle only they witnessed. We're not picking up signs of either fleet. Admiral, Anakin could hear Lieutenant Clef inform Yularen. The system's empty. Deploy our recon fighter wings, the Admiral immediately commanded. Bring our fleet across Munium's orbit and plot a vector towards Sullust. Were we too late? Talisabeth murmured, stepping back and descending into the data pits, naturally melting into the operators and officers as if she had always belonged there. Hours passed, Admiral Yularen's concerns unfounded, as the open circle fleet carefully cut its way through the stillness of the Black Ocean, long-range scanners systematically sweeping every planetoid, asteroid, and satellite in the vast expanse of space. Anakin wrapped himself in the Force, its familiar presence like a quilt against the cold vacuum outside, even as he overhead his apprentice instructing the sensor operators in the data pits with a finesse one might expect from career officers. She seemed at home, down there, as Anakin might feel at home surrounded by droids and machines, using her keen insight to guide the fleet towards objects of interest any normal person might not be able to pick up on. Found it. Lieutenant of Rey suddenly exclaimed. Your training, Lieutenant. Admiral Yularen snapped. What did you find? Bearing? Range. Distress signals on GR frequencies. Of Rey clutched her headset as she jockeyed her station, Talisabeth's close gaze right over the officer's shoulder as she observed the wavelengths for even the smallest detail. Bearing 032 relative. Range. 10 system astro units. It's faint, sir, but it's there. Must be running for days. Days. They were too late by entire days. Fix contact. Jedi General Anakin Skywalker swung around. Helm, bring us on that bearing. I want a precision jump right on top of it. Get a message down to medical. I want warm beds on standby, back to patches and tanks. Yes, sir. Admiral Yularen stalked closer to Anakin, his voice hushed. This might be a separatist trick, General. Anakin narrowed his eyes. It isn't. Is that the Force talking, General? No. Talisabeth climbed back onto the deck. Out of all the tricks our opponent has in his bag, this wouldn't be one of them. Clef, what are you seeing there? The sensor officer shrugged in frustration, grinding his teeth. Nothing conclusive, sir. It's 10 system AUs out. That's 150 million clicks. It's all too dark, too small. It could be debris, or a small asteroid field, but considering the reflections, I'm leaning towards the former. Too dark, too small, Talisabeth echoed. Doesn't sound like active warships to me. Even if they're flying cold, we would still be picking up waste heat. Anything else, Clef? It's right on top of Sullust's 5th libration point, Lieutenant Clef reported, stable orbit. If left alone, that field will stay there for a couple million years, I'd wager. Anakin almost didn't notice the stars lengthening as Harbinger threw herself into pseudo-motion, before throwing herself right out of it just as quickly. Then, where there were stars and void before, there was now a vast debris field, just as the sensor operator predicted. Anakin felt his chest clench as he spotted the telltale red-painted schemes of venators and tectors, half bleached by solar radiation, half slagged by enemy fire. That red, the color of the Republic and all it stood for, now seemed to flow like shed blood. Chunks of durasteel, bent and blackened. Lengths of wire and conduit, slowly wheeling end over end. There were drifts of transparasteel splintered into jagged shards, reflecting starlight. And there were men. A few were whole. Their bodies were bloated and blue, and they looked surprised, mouths gaping, eyes staring. But mostly they were in pieces. They stood upon yet another mass grave for millions of Republic spacers. The stars continued twinkling. I want bioscans. It took a mechanical whir for him to realize he was clenching his fists as well. And get Apo out there. Of Rey, find and relay the sources of those distress signals. Right away, sir. The officer had repressed her usual enthusiasm, stoically carrying out her duty. From their vantage point, Anakin could see the dorsal hangar doors sliding open. Dozens or LAT gunships pouring forth before the doors were even fully open. That sinking feeling only continued to deepen as they pressed into the twisted forest of steel, following the trail of destruction. It was obvious to all who won. There were scores of Republic-made hulks drifting about, many still intact, but they have yet to spot a single separatist warship. Right? Talisabeth muttered beneath her breath. But Anakin caught it easily, right? Turn right. His Padawan pointed at the debris, confidence burgeoning. If we want to find out what happened, we need to find Master Alrix's flagship, which will be at the head. So, we'll need to retrace the line of battle. Anakin raised an eyebrow, but turned to Admiral Yularen anyway. Helm. Hard right. Yularen nodded. Meet her there. To their left, a colossal durasteel corpse drifted past the viewports, almost twice as large as a Venator, its wedge shape far more pronounced. A Tector-class Star Destroyer. Its hull had been punched in several places, and half of its bridge had been shorn off the stock. Callsign Imperious, an officer said aloud as he recorded each wreck they passed. Callsign Red Fox. Left here. Talisabeth marched the length of the viewports, eyes darting from one wreck to the next, then starboard 60 degrees in 10,000 clicks. The silence, it became a deafening silence, muting out the universe, until not even the steady rumble of Harbinger's sublight drives could be heard. Talisabeth was sweating now, as she marched back across the deck, biting out orders to the helm. A furious roar, a furious heat, like a great inferno burning where they can't see. Talisabeth, Anakin ground out. He too was sweating even in the maintained 20 standard degrees of the bridge. I know, his apprentice gasped. It's getting hard to breathe. Helm, left here. The Force was like a wellspring of water, its rivers and arms running through the entire universe, binding every life, fueling every living creature, from the greatest space whales to the tiniest insect. It cradled artifacts, shrouded ancient battlefields, and roared over great events of history. The Force was a living will, and it existed where there was life, where there was once, and even where there wasn't. But it did not exist here. Something was consuming it, drinking it in like a desert would water, like a flame would oxygen. And it was suffocating. These ships, Talisabeth said aloud, they were attacked from both sides. Look at how the wrecks are crumpled. It was reported General Alrix was outnumbered 3-1. Even Admiral Yularen appeared uncomfortable at the sight of such one-sided destruction. But I cannot fathom how the situation worsened to this level, in such a short period of time to that end. She has known worse odds before. We're reaching the end of the debris field. Lieutenant Clef stood up, craning his head as if to peek over the rim of the viewports from his station in the data pit. I'm running the scanners to try and pick up resilience transponder. If her ship was destroyed, it would be right here. And Harbinger turned. The debris finally cleared, and there was nothing there to see. Nothing but the infinite canvas of stars. They twinkled. The data pits broke out in murmur, despite the presence of the Admiral, half a dozen sensor operators frantically scanning the surroundings for resilience transponder. The transponder of any starship was located in the deepest recesses of their hull, the Citadel, in the case of warships. Nothing but the complete obliteration of a starship could compromise its transponder outside of internal foul play. Warships were sturdy things, especially capital ships. Battles end from the loss of atmosphere much sooner than the loss of the hull itself. In other words, the crew almost always break before the ship. It's a sharp turn, Talisabeth surveyed. Wait, look there. Can we rip the transponder out of that wreck? Anakin followed her finger to the drifting husk of a munificent-class frigate, the beaten separatist hex still proudly displayed on the hull. The ship had been bisected, its entire engine block missing. But upon that flared armored scheme were depictions of predator and prey, hunter and hunted. Ancient legends, ancient armies, ancient heroes. Anakin knew the name of the ship before Lieutenant Clef even spoke it. Repulse. Flagship of separatist Admiral Rain Bonteri. The entire bridge was silent. The name was spoken with trepidation. Much of Harbinger's bridge crew were survivors of the First Battle of Christophsis, having barely escaped with their lives aboard the Pioneer, the only ship of Anakin's original battle squadron to escape. Since then, this one figure had fought and defeated Jedi and Jedi, even going toe-to-toe with Master Plo Koon and Master Tidane, two of the High Council's oldest and most veteran battle masters. From the beginning, they feared Ree Alrix's chances. Did she win? Someone asked hopefully. Escape? More likely. Admiral Yularen crossed his arms. She must have broken out of the separatist battle line here and jumped southbound. Nevertheless, we have lost one of the most veteran fleets of the Republic, even if they were only made veterans by her campaign. No, Anakin Skywalker said with finality, staring at that empty patch of space. You are half correct. Ree Alrix attempted to break out right here, and she failed. But the Resilient isn't here, Master. Talisabeth pointed out. How are you so sure? Anakin scraped in a harsh breath. Some things, Talisabeth, you cannot see with your eyes. Use the Force. This one, you can see. I believe in you. He met his Padawan's eyes and nodded meaningfully. Talisabeth's mature eyes, much too mature for her age, but war made one grow quickly, hardened with determination, and she took a deep breath. Anakin could feel the energy warp around the Padawan as she entered a meditative state almost on a dime, and then she opened her eyes once more and gasped. That's the Resilient? Her shock swelled into the crew, as if that quiver in the Force rippled through every man and woman there. They could not see what she was seeing, but from the tone of voice alone, they knew it was not good. Anakin hated to confirm their suspicions. All that's left of it, yes, Anakin grimaced, or more accurately, all that's left of Ree Alrix. In this case, the ship broke before the crew. There was nothing recognizable left of the Resilient, the famed warship that terrorized the Separatists for months on the largest hyperlane in the galactic south. Nothing left. But the crew remained. The collective will of 7,000 souls, knitted together by the spirit of their Jedi general. In the place where Resilient died, lived a massive bonfire, burning like a resplendent golden bloom. The Force ran through every living being, and even lingered after death, cradling artifacts and shrouding battlefields. It existed where there was life, and where there once was. And this Alrix's great fire consumed the Force as an ordinary one would oxygen, sustaining itself off the lingering grudges of a million spacers and soldiers. This is her parting gift. Anakin sighed, shoulders rising and falling. We were too late. Sir, Lieutenant of Rey broke the dismal silence. We're receiving a transmission from the Jedi Council. Anakin didn't feel like dealing with them. Real-time or recorded? Real-time, the comms officer said. It's, coded Priority Alpha, sir. Priority Alpha. Skin prickling, senses jittering. Anakin held his breath. Now he really didn't feel like hearing the news. But Priority Alpha was the highest standard of security for a transmission in the GAR, and thus the highest standard of importance as well. Considering his own track record, this must be the Jedi Council's way of saying, no, Anakin, you really can't ignore this one. Put it through. Of Rey's eyes widened imperceptibly. Right here, General? Questioning instructions, Lieutenant? Admiral Yularen raised a stern eyebrow. I mean, right away, sir. Anakin Skywalker, Master Mace Windu said, his deep, commanding voice with an unusual sense of urgency. We have been trying to reach you for days. You must retreat from Sullust immediately. General Horn Ambigine has invaded Ariatu, and is now heading straight towards you with nearly 2,000 ships. Ariatu, Talisabeth repeated in alarm, but in such a short amount of time? Ariatu is. Ariatu, the Coruscant of the Outer Rim. A fortress world of 22 billion souls. A world that wouldn't fall in a mere handful of days. We are still trying to confirm the situation, Master Windu said gravely. But the star system is dark, and even Republic intelligence's agents aren't replying. We can only suspect General Ambigine did something drastic. Drastic. The word was heavy in the Force, carrying its horrible meaning, and the hero with no fear clenched his fists. These damn separatists, nothing is too low for them. What can you expect from people trying to rip the galaxy apart? He couldn't imagine ever making peace with these, what would a certain person call them? Ah yes, he couldn't imagine ever making peace with these savages. Anakin Skywalker's heart hardened, as his Padawan looked on in concern, seeing something only one with the moniker of Scout could see. Nevertheless, the open circle stands no chance against the full might of the Fourth Fleet. The Jedi Master pressed, retreat, and regroup with the 2nd Sector Army. The remnants of the 18th Sector Army will join you. With all due respect, Master, Anakin Skywalker rebelliously stomped towards the projection. We were given orders to hunt down Rain Bonteri, and that is what we will continue to do. Mace Windu's eyes glazed over, and then sharpened into chips of obsidian. You are at Sullust, then. Report. Anakin looked up briefly, and then back down. Ree Alrix's entire fleet was destroyed. She was trapped in an annihilation battle and killed in action. The enemy fleet is nowhere to be found. The Master of the Order paused, something like regret crossing his features, before it vanished in a swift and decisive nod. We cannot allow such a dangerous enemy of the Republic to go unaccounted for. Find him. As for Ree Alrix, I will make the necessary preparations. Yes, Master. General, Admiral Yularen scratched his chin, staring towards what he could not see. Rainbontary could have gone in any direction. Without resilience data logs, there is no way to paint a clear picture in a reasonable time frame. We have something even better than a ship's databanks, Admiral, Anakin said. Talisabeth? Anakin reached out towards the fire in the Force, and Talisabeth swiftly caught his intentions, mimicking his actions and furrowing her brow in effort. Let's unwrap this gift Aurix left for us. The Force pulsed, burning petals unfurling, roaring against the void. And then there was a monster, curled in a hurricane. It was a serpentine behemoth coiled around a swirling nest of chaos, with scales of black steel mottled a deep purple and eyes like prismatic crystals. He saw Aurix's fleet trapped within its labyrinthine coils when it struck without warning, warships crushed within its many maws of fire and steel. He saw her break free from the cage, only to realize she had been playing its game from the start. The last thing she saw was the gaping jaws of a Hydra, and red. It was the color of the Republic. It was the color of blood. Nothingness remained. Even as Anakin opened his eyes, the fire now gone, the nothingness remained. An absence, a void in the Force, that left a part of him feeling cold and empty. It was distinct, unforgettable, and even now, he no longer felt like fighting against his own memory. Battle Hydra. Talisabeth. Yes, Master. Talisabeth spun around. Admiral Yularen, have we found any survivors? There was a brief pause as the Admiral went to check. All the distress signals Commander Apo found were from breached escape pods. The enemy must have cleaned up behind him. There was no time to dwell on it. The Battle Hydra, Aurix's final thoughts rang over and over in his head, was not that kind of opponent. Yes, he could forget Rainbontary, but he could not forget the Hydra in the Force. Anakin nodded decisively. Bring us around. Prepare to jump north. General, Admiral Yularen questioned, are we rendezvousing with the Second Army? We are still chasing the Hydra. Yularen's lips thinned. You are certain he jumped into enemy territory, without waiting for any reinforcements? Rainbontary was an anomaly, an aberration who could not be found in the Force. No, muted the Force itself. But Ree Alrix had a way of finding vulnerabilities where many could not. Vulnerabilities in a duelist's guard, vulnerabilities in a fleet formation, or even vulnerabilities in the Force. And now, Anakin could see a fraction of what Aurix saw, a mere, minuscule fragment of her unique connection with the Force. It was because of this connection that if there was a vulnerability within the Force, only she could have seen it so, tangibly. If they wanted to find where Rainbontary was, all they had to do was find where the Force wasn't. A mission easier said than done. The galaxy was vast, the Force was vaster, and even the most powerful Jedi was but a single person. However, with Aurix's dying breath, that void came in the shape of fire. Prepare a priority alpha transmission for Jedi General Empatojo's Brand and Governor General Octavian Grant. General Anakin Skywalker barked out. Send exactly what I say. This is the closest we'll ever get to putting an end to the Battle Hydra. We must not fail. As the crew rushed to and fro their stations, a newborn fire lit beneath them, and spurring on action, Anakin found his attention dragged towards Talisabeth and the star chart she projected from her personal holoprojector. Talisabeth, do you see it? He asked. There was a small, translucent pearl, a shimmering holographic star hanging 4,500 parsecs north of Sullust, along the Rima trade route. It was within the heart of conquered territory, from which Ree Alrix's infamous 100 Days offensive began. Yes, Master. Talisabeth replied quietly, as if she couldn't quite believe her own eyes either. Yag tools aflame. Coruscant system. Coruscant sector. Barriss wrapped herself tighter in her Zadecloth cloak as she made her way deeper into the Jedi Temple. The halls, despite being empty due to the war, were busier than usual. There was a thrum in the air, heavy with the Force, as brown-robed Jedi hurried along instead of walking side by side in stately calm in a nervous atmosphere unheard of since the prelude to Geonosis. Something happened. That much was clear, even to those who knew nothing. Servants and caretakers, and even younglings, all infected by the plague of anxiety infecting the unflappable cadences of Jedi Masters and Knights. But Barriss knew what happened. The Separatists had destroyed Ariatu, raked the world clean with orbital bombardment. It began with a contortion in the Force that all Jedi throughout the galaxy could feel, and then an abrupt end of noise from the Ariatu system, a silencing of radio waves that could only be considered an apocalypse from a world as populated and industrialist as Ariatu. Nearly a week later, the first news of the devastation of Ariatu reached Coruscant. Satellite telescopes from Yavin Prime had discovered Ariatu's biosphere had been almost completely eradicated, and its atmosphere a chaotic, hellish mess in which otherworldly storms and hurricanes wreaked havoc across the surface of the planet. The death toll was uncountable. All signs pointed towards indiscriminate orbital bombardment. And if that wasn't terrible enough, Yavin Prime observatories also discovered signs of new self-replicating droid factories and industrial arcologies sprouting throughout Ariatu's landscape. Senator Shayla Page Tarkin, blood in her eyes, made a historic speech that mirrored Senator Padme Amidala's months prior. roaring for the death of the Separatist alliance and galvanizing the Republic Senate into passing a new bill that not only opened up a whole new slew of executive power to the Chancellor's office, but also forcefully nationalized many independent planetary and sector armed forces throughout the interior. The speech was made all the more powerful, everybody thought, by the rumors that Senator Tarkin had attempted to commit suicide shortly after the first news broke. Nevertheless, there was little argument from the core faction, even as the independence they had enjoyed for a millennia was stripped away. After all, there was but one thought reigning supreme within every senator. If the Separatists were willing to purge a rim world, what will they do to us? Therefore, every effort was to be spent keeping the core safe from future Separatist intrusions. As for Barriss, it only further confirmed what she already believed. The Republic was rotten to the very core. Instead of reacting with rightful, righteous anger, instead of seeking justice, instead of doing anything that would punish the perpetrators of such a horrid act, they instead feared for themselves. Reactions within the Republic Senate, the soft gasps, the wide eyes, the dainty hands covering mouths, it was all as if they had not done the exact same thing to a Traken. It was as if this result was unexpected, when the war they waged had already rendered thousands of worlds and hundreds of nameless campaigns utterly uninhabitable. What made Ariatu so special? Was it because it imitated the core? Was it because its representative was a charismatic, powerful woman? Shayla Paige Tarkin, watching her through the holoscreen. At that moment, Barriss felt more for her than she did for every other senator combined. What Rain Bonteri told her the day they met, and what she had realized since a Traken, now all seemed like a self-fulfilling prophecy. The rift between the Republic and Confederacy was but a disagreement. War was the enemy. The longer this slaughter drags on, the deeper both sides would dig their heels. The further the lines are drawn for depravity, the more atrocities appear palatable. It was a downward spiral that would not end, a grindstone that would keep on spinning, crushing those beneath it, until something was jammed into it. If no one else would do it, then Barriss would. In this, she would suffer no compromise. Not even as the shadow of the dark side enveloped the temple. Not even as its claws obsessively clutched the order in unseen ways. The shadows lengthened as Barriss turned away from the windows, into the halls that housed the funeral chambers. She heard the bells tolling. Once, they were a special, solemn affair, marking the end of a Jedi's traipse on the mortal coil. Once, they now rang daily, as shuttles returning from the warfront brought yet another Jedi's shrouded corpse, and how many more that didn't. Once the funeral chambers would be packed with other Jedi, filled with hymns and eulogies. Now they were empty, save for a few lonely figures standing over the biers that must be close friends, masters, apprentices, whoever had any time left to attend the funerals. Then, the stone biers would sink into the earth, and the dead were one with the Force. Barriss ignored them. Thousands of Jedi were dead, and only dozens of bodies sunk into the recesses of the temple. Many of these bodies were nameless, many little more than mangled lumps of flesh and bone. She felt nothing for it. The funerals held a level of artifice that Barriss scorned, as if the Jedi were still trying to pretend as long as they continued adhering to funerary customs and procedures, these were still ordinary times. She wanted to shout, maybe the problem isn't whether we are holding funerals or not, but that we have to in the first place? Barriss sighed. Funerals were not for the dead. There was no death, but the Force. Funerals were for the living. How many of her friends she would never see again? Barriss could wonder. How many of her original initiate clan were dead in the snows and sands, their bodies forever unclaimed? She had not attended a funeral since the one after Geonosis. Maybe she shan't ever again. They all felt so meaningless. That was the weakness of the Jedi Code, she felt. Even the Order's response to Ariatu was closed eyes and mutters some mantra or the other. They are all one with the Force now, something along those lines. There were some shed tears, some exhausted sighs, and what else? Nothing else. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no passion, there is serenity. That was the Jedi Code, after all. Barriss could accept it, no longer. Why must she make peace with the fact that so many Jedi were dead? Why must she make peace with the fact that the war had destroyed so many countless homes and livelihoods? Why must she make peace with the fact that billions were dead on Ariatu? Fear should be expected. Sadness should be accepted. Anger should be justified. Rage should be righteous. If one could walk through the likes of a Traken without feeling a thing, can one really be considered living at all? Feeling emotions was proof of life, not the dark side. It was letting emotions consume you that led to darkness, as Pong Krell did fall, and those who let their worst recesses consume them were no longer people, but savages. Even now, emotions swirled within her, leading her forward, fueling her. Fear of the precipitous chasm the galaxy spiraled into. Sadness at the great losses suffered. Anger against the injustice and unfairness running rampant across the galaxy. Rage against the terrible atrocities, mounting with each and every day. If desiring change was the path to the dark side, then she would gladly walk it nevertheless. Despite her feelings, she turned into a funeral chamber anyway, feeling the darkness envelop her. The door slid shut behind her, and Barris spotted a shrouded body atop the stone bier, waiting to sink into the surface. There was no audience, but 3 figures stood around it. "Who's this?" Barris asked, her internal turmoil privy to none but herself. "A nameless knight," Master Gallia replied. "Maybe not even a Jedi, just one the clones who brought here claim to be. The Battle Hydra defeated Ree Alrix at Sullust. Did you know that?" Her breath hitched, despite herself. "No," she said truthfully, "I did not." Barris Fee, a tall woman with red skin and clear blue eyes, spoke up. "I once searched for Master Ponkrell. He was a master of Jarkai, and I wish to learn it." "He wasn't even a master of himself," Barris replied emotionlessly. "How could he be a master of anything else?" The alien shrugged. "Is it true you fought on the Separatist side to bring him to justice?" "Yes. You have me at a loss." Iskit Akaris introduced herself with a note of apology. "My master was Simberve." Barris inspected the alien. She was slim and very tall as Anakin Skywalker or Rain Bonteri, with long, lanky limbs and especially long fingers. Her features were sharp, and her poise spoke of great skill in battle. Barris decided she would not be the victor in any straight duel she had with Iskit. On the other hand, the force swirled agitatedly around Iskit, which spoke of a lack of control, and the mention of her master, Geonosis. In the sand, Barris noticed a dried bloodstain at the foot of Iskit's robes, almost black in the darkness, and ignored it. On the opposite side was the opposite of Iskit, a similarly tall but muscular human, with thin skin and a strong, round face that was the kind to laugh boisterously. She found a blaster holster and no lightsaber, just as he wore not Jedi robes, but a casual garb one would not find out of place on either the streets of Coruscant or Raxus. But he was a Jedi, because he stood light on his feet, and the force rippled like a veil around him. A spy, she hazarded to guess. And both of them, finely tuned with the force as she had ever been. Barris could clearly recognize the sinister coils of the dark side creeping around their spirits like thorny vines. Bode Akuna. Bode Akuna greeted with a smile. "Jedi intelligence." Master Gallia did not hesitate to retort. "There is no Jedi intelligence, Knight Akuna." "Sorry," Bode raised his hands without a hint of apology. "I meant Jedi attaché to Republic intelligence. Welcome to this shady gang, Barris. You really mixed up with the wrong folks, huh?" Barris was briefly stunned into silence, despite not showing a hint outwardly. Did he just call Master Gallia the wrong folks right in front of her? Iskit was not so composed, and openly gaped, telling Barris that she was not so alone in this endeavor as it may seem. Feeling a sense of camaraderie, she inched closer to the red-skinned alien and nudged her gently. Iskit closed her mouth with a click. Master Gallia cleared her through, head tendrils swaying. "Ready to receive your mission?" Bode Akuna straightened, his lips thinning into a straight-edge line, a seriousness overcoming his stance. Both Barris and Iskit did their best to emulate him, but they were not experienced spies. "All ears, Spymaster." "Good." Master Gallia's tone was short and clipped. "We have a Sith Lord to hunt." In the depths of her Zadecloth cloak, a certain device that fitted in the palm of her hand weighed as heavy as a mountain. "So it begins." Barris narrowed her eyes. "I've made it. Here, I will change the Republic." And if she couldn't do that, then she would break it instead. Chapter 55. Yagtul Approach, Yagtul System. Heron Sector. Suddenly appearing right in the middle of the Yagtul star system's hyperjunction roused the sort of amused anger a parent who caught their child with a hand in the cookie jar could probably relate to. The Yagtul system presided over the intersection of the 2 largest super hyperroutes in the southern half of the galactic plane, the Rima trade route and the Corellian trade spine. Because of this, the entire star system acted as a massive trade crossroads and bottleneck, and the mathematocracy, the local given government, had become fabulously rich because of it, further bolstered by their well-regarded shipyard industry. As such, as our some 300 warships took a minute to bleed ourselves of hyperspeed sickness, we immediately noticed the thousands of supply vessels surrounding us like deers caught in the headlights. From commandeered merchantmen to medical frigates, from fuel tankers and ordnance carriers to troop transports, a brilliant array of lights transiting on 2 virtual highways vivisecting the star system in an X shape, and all completely freezing as they pointed their scanners at us. "Well, aren't we in the spotlight now?" I thought amusedly as I observed the readouts shine brightly, flashing warnings of hostile scanning. "Priority contact?" I inquired. If my memory served me well, the siege of Yagtul was being overseen by a task force, a siege fleet, of the GAR 20th Armada. That would be the largest concentration of heavy warships in system, with likely enough firepower to force a pitched battle against us. Not a moment later, the answer blinked into existence on a glowing repeater, right next to the tiny digital marble representing Yagtul. Bearing 044 degrees relative, mark 013. Range 151,100,000,000 clicks. At sublight travel, this distance. I did the mental arithmetic. That's at least a 48-hour transit with a constant 1000 g acceleration. 35 hours if the GAR decides to push their ships to 1,500 G acceleration. They might microjump, but it was risky considering the heavy traffic in system, and I did have my plans for that scenario as well. Tough. Yes, Admiral. Calculate the most efficient vectors to partition our fleet on. I stood up, my spine popping as I stretched like a cat. I want to hit as many of those ships as we can before the 20th can reach us. Let's keep our distance from Yagtul and irritate them to the Demon Moon and back. As you command. Taking the conservative end, we have roughly a day and a half before the siege fleet reaches us, which meant a day and a half to run havoc throughout the star system. That figure, however, was for a one-in trip. If we approached Yagtul while raiding, which was unavoidable, considering the virtual space lanes, the intercept ETA would naturally shrink. Thus, we had to weigh our distance to the siege fleet and the most efficient raiding run in order to make the most of our limited time. Chimeratico assessed and reassessed the situation, dozens and then hundreds of curved red vector lines appearing and disappearing on the tactical holo as the navicomputers factored in orbital influences, cosmic astrography, and the hundreds of pinprick drive plumes burning hard away from us in a panic. 5 minutes in, the vectors blinked green. The display spelled it out clearly. Even with the massive blind spot that was the dark side of the sun to contend with, there were still 2,710 hostile contacts detected. And with this plot, 500 to 800 possible strikes before interception by enemy warfleet. Wrap it up and transmit it to the fleet, I said, and get me on comms. Wide beam. An announcement, sir? Something like that. Tuff stared at me with a critical photoreceptor, then nodded. Very well. I cleared my throat as I observed the progress of the command package's transfer, a blinking light at my station notifying me that my voice was now being broadcasted on the open frequency. Elsewhere, the fire control repeater told me firing solutions had been successfully calculated for the nearest 27 supply vessels in our target range. To all ships in the Yagtul star system, I said calmly, this is the Star Destroyer Camaratica of the Confederate Navy. Be warned that you are currently sailing in restricted Confederate space. Shut down your main reactors and evacuate all crew members in escape pods immediately. I say again, shut down your main reactors and evacuate all crew members in escape pods immediately. This is your final warning. A loud chime drew my attention. Transmission successful, followed by a cascade of green lights as the 28th Mobile Fleet acknowledged and accepted the orders. Sir, Stell informed me, we are observing escape pods ejecting from the nearest contacts around us. Good to see reasonable folk out there. I smiled and nodded, toggling comms to internal fleet scramble. All ships, execute orders. Godspeed. Chimeratica launched the raid by unleashing 100 proton torpedoes, lashing out into the abyss and striking all 27 supply vessels in her scopes. The message was then abundantly clear to both allies and enemies. 27 down. 2,710 left to go. 100th of the way there. Over 300 warships exploded outwards from the extraction zone, the first missiles and torpedoes already being flung out towards starwood shadows in clusters of violent blue and purple. Our lessons learnt, and this 6th Auxiliary Division kept safe in an uninhabited star system nearby. Our combat divisions could not enact independent and unrestrained warfare without anything holding us back. The 28th Mobile immediately split into over half 100 squadrons of pairs and triplets, smaller raiders and hunter-killers swiftly outpacing the capital ships. The few Republic ships with self-defense armaments rattled out laser fire and blistering PDC rounds, but stood little chance against the furious hail of missiles bombarding their convoy lines. On the tactical holo, the golden lights emanating from the space lanes began to black out, like an urban highway following an electrical blackout. Have the 1st Recon Division precision jump here and here. I pointed at 2 sides of the sun, at the northern egress points of the Rima and Corellian hyperlanes respectively, and alert us immediately if any enemy reinforcements arrive. Camaratica, Centaur, and Unicorn and the Intelligence Division will maintain position right here in between the southern egresses. Connecting the 3 points created an equilateral triangle that presided over the entire star system, mostly eliminating any blind spots formed by the dark side of planets or the sun itself. And tell the Mistril to remain on standby. I continued. Keep an eye on Dark Rival. If Ventress is going to make a move, it's going to be here. Or rather, I was forcing her to make a move here. By splitting up the fleet into a raiding stance, this was the largest opening she had to escape to the Lawn Nebula without being intercepted by my fleet. Furthermore, I had purposefully assigned her to the western quadrant of the system, closest to the outer system where she would point directly at the Lawn Nebula without something pesky like the star in her way. All that's left is to wait whether she actually would. As you command. The hours ran by quickly as I watched the number of confirmed kills tick upwards, breaking into 600 by 25 standard hours. We had prepared our raiding strategy long in advance. First, our light-footed raiders like Munificence and Recusants would precision jump ahead and cut into the space lanes at certain points, while the slower battleships would sweep up from behind and tighten the noose. Essentially, a microcosm of what the CAF was attempting to do on the Rima trade route as a whole. Meanwhile, as our recon divisions skirted the edges of the Yagtul AO with a series of micro-jumps on the way to their assigned stations, a more accurate makeup of the enemy fleet started trickling back upstream to Chimeratica. The besieging force had a little over 400 ships, but the vast majority of them were naturally Acclamator-class troop transports, considering their mission, and unlikely able to stand toe-to-toe with an actual war fleet like the 28th Mobile. What mattered, however, was how the enemy commander decided to react to our asymmetrical warfare. See, 400 ships was still 400 ships, and after our lengthy campaign at Sullust, preserving the firepower of the 28th Mobile was now a top priority of mine. As such, I wanted the siege fleet to make a certain mistake. See, by splitting our fleet as such, the siege fleet was also put into a tough position, forced to either mirror our actions and split up to hunt us down, or cold-bloodedly maintain the siege of Yagtul and silently observe their supply lines get shattered. If they decide to counter-raid us, our hunter-killers can viciously tear them down piece by piece. After all, Acclamators were not purpose-built warships, and even a munificent can rip them apart lonesome. But as the 25th hour went by, it was clear to me the enemy commander had made his decision. The siege fleet was not moving an inch from the Yagtul orbital zone. Meanwhile, the surviving supply vessels that haven't already broken out into the outer planets were all gravitating to the last safe harbor remaining in the system, the siege of Yagtul itself. That was the first sign that not everything was as it should be. I frowned, watching their movements with a calculating eye. Those weren't actions symptomatic of a panicking, headless series of convoys. Instead, I felt like I was watching a pre-planned evacuation of ships. It was then that the Yagtul siege fleet formed battle lines, arrayed out like a net to cover the arriving supply ships, and my jaw finally set. Practiced. This was practiced. What's the name of the enemy commander? I asked with deathly calm. Unknown. Tough answered. The 20th Sector Army hasn't made any large and visible efforts on the front lines, relegated to sieges in the inner rim and colonies such as this. Their commanding officer is Governor General Octavian Grant, but information about the 20th is sparse otherwise. No well-renowned officer? I have a bad feeling about this. Wide beam to the fleet, I said suddenly. Belay the last order. All ships are to advance on Yagtul and break the siege. Helm, Sublight Drive set all ahead full. Chimeratica blasted forward like a bullet, just as the disparate 28th Mobile all turned their guns towards Yagtul simultaneously, chasing down the converging supply ships as they did. My heartbeat quickened as I noticed more and more inconsistencies, now that I had clutched on to the frayed thread. How long does it take for a fleet from Mechis to reach Yagtul? Approximately 12 standard hours. So why aren't they here? Yagtul must be glowing with distress signals, and not even our intelligence division could intercept all of them. The loss of this supply corridor could mean the defeat of the entire 2nd Sector Army down south at the hands of Hornambaging. If I was at Mechis 3, less than a day's transit away, I would have dashed to secure the system immediately. Either inter-army rivalries within the GAR ran deeper than I had thought, or everything I was witnessing now was premeditated. Tuff paused, his body language shifting, then clambered down to the lower bridge deck, leaving me alone with Stell. I watched the tactical hollow vicariously, knee bouncing up and down as we closed in Yagtul. Shit. How could I have not noticed? Actually, how did they notice? What gave us away? I clenched my teeth. The noose was closing on the siege of Yagtul, but it was not closing fast enough. I was led to believe we had all the time we needed, when in reality, it was the Republic who did. Transmission from the Recon Division, Stell announced, patching it through immediately. Strings of translated droid speak scrawled across my holoscreens as the transmission came in, but my eyes were glued to the star chart. I took a cursory glance at the sender. Just give them a fucking voice and read it out. I hissed. Roger. Hostile fleet detected from the northeast. Recusant-class destroyer Lexington reported with the voice of, well, I think it was a BD-3000 service droid. Designations indicate 20th Sector Army. Flagship. Venator-class battlecruiser Prominence. Commanding Officer Governor General Octavian Grant. We are observing 252 ships. There they are. General Octavian Grant was last seen presiding over the siege of Mechis 3 with over 1,000 ships. Bringing only 200 must mean he had no intention of breaking the siege to deal with us. But 200 wasn't enough on its own, was it? Anyway, why was Lady Lex given the voice of a Betty Bot? I asked in confusion, mild panic lifting for the most brief, liberating moment. Stell shrugged, or tried his best to, considering he was a battle droid with no articulated shoulders. The system assigned her one based on her personality matrix. What the? Hostile fleet detected from the northwest, Recusant-class destroyer Saratoga reported, this time with a LEP droid's vocabulation. Elsewhere in the pilot house, a pair of metal ears perked up in recognition, and a peppy tone. Designation Task Force Swift Justice. Flagship Tector-class battleship Swift Justice. Commanding Officer Jedi General Empatogeos Brand. I see 100 ships. Maybe a little less, What is it? I demanded, mild panic crashing back down onto my chest like a tidal wave. There are Fonder ships with them. Sister Sarah sounded a little nervous as Hare waddled up to stare at the comms panel curiously. Fonder ships. My mind immediately wandered. Has Fonder fallen? But if Fonder had fallen, why would there be any Fonder ships left? They surrendered then? Not good. I wanted to use Fonder as a safe haven during Operation Starlance. In any case, 100 ships? That meant with the Yagtul siege fleet's 400 and the 20th Armada's 200, there were now 700 GR warships in system with us. A far cry from merely 25 hours ago, when we were the largest fish in this pond. Chrono radiation detected south of us. The sensor droid raised the third alarm, making me leap out of my skin and my chair. 300 drive cones. Flagship Harbinger. It's the open circle fleet. I numbly pulled up the tactical holo. At 3 spots of the equilateral triangle, there were now 3 Republic fleets. 1,000 warships. The noose was now around our necks. And all 3 different fleets arriving at precisely the same time? They were prepared for this scenario. Tough deduced from below. They knew Yagtul was our target. We have been compromised. We have no vector of retreat. Stell, order the recon division to go dark. We cannot afford to lose them. How did they find out? Nobody knew our target was Yagtul except for the highest ranks of the CAF, and our orders were given with a hyper-secure live transmission at NAN 3. I pulled out my tablet, scanning its files to see where else the plans existed, only for a local text document to appear. My own personal notes. No inbound or outbound transmission with even the name Yagtul in its contents. The only transmission the GAR could have plausibly intercepted was Count Dooku's unauthorized message to Ventress at Sullust, except there weren't any Republic assets left in system by then. Unless their escape pods were outfitted with some extremely bespoke ECM hardware, but I doubted that. Not to mention, could the GR really have deduced our target from such a conversation? I ran another scan, this time of Chimeratica's entire communications matrix. Nothing. I felt a troubling sense of déjà vu, that of muscles tensing and fingers jittering as they hovered over the screens. I dare say it. It was impossible for the Republic to figure out our plans so in advance they could prepare such an adequate trap. Once again, an icy shiver ran down my spine. I could only think of one explanation. Haven't I beaten you before, you intangible cheat? I desperately grasped the air in front of me, internally raging, as if I could capture the force that way. There was nothing there, as expected, but when I opened my hand, there was a strange residual warmth lingering on my palm. Incoming transmission from Sherry Ann. If they're going to tell me there's yet another enemy fleet. Not another fleet. Narradan Dulin's voice was stark and humorless. We're picking up erratic actions from Dark Rival. Ventress isn't obeying orders. I all but grabbed the tactical holo and spun it violently until it focused in on Dark Rival, the lone Providence snaking its way towards western fringe of the Yagtul star system, even while the closest other friendly warships were all blazing in the opposite direction. About time, my mind whirred like a droid's, attention bouncing between screens and displays. This is a trap. No, this is a battle. And all battles are puzzles to be solved. I took a deep breath, composure returning to my form, and the gears in my head churning once more. Let's start by getting the most dangerous enemy off the board. I can do that, at least. Anakin Skywalker. He was the only person capable of such a feat. It must be him. Somehow he trapped me. Now I must undo the trap, one fleet at a time. Mute yourself, I hastily told her before snapping towards the comms droid. Get me on a wide beam towards the Ventress. Make it hazy. I want the open circle to hear this. Roger, roger. I took a deep breath. You are patched in, sir. Ventress. No response. You have your orders, Ventress? I repeated her name, more forcefully this time. Not yours. I traced the lines on the tactical holo. The lines of the 28th Mobile Fleet, closing in on Yagtul. The lines of the GAR, closing in on the 28th Mobile Fleet. I let the silence stir as I perused through my next words. Very well. I will not pry, I told her. I am your ranking officer, but not your commanding officer. In the absence of orders, you did well following mine. But if your direct superior has contacted you, then far be it from me to pervert the chain of command. I must only trust that your instructions act for the greater good of this confederacy. The silence lingered again. I could not see Ventress' face through the connection, but I could most definitely imagine her expression. It will. It must be. Then I choose to believe you. I lied. Be wary, Commander. I am not fond of the Force, the dark side of it most of all, but I like to think that both of us are fighting for the same cause. So be wary. Because betrayal is an unhappy hazard of the dark side. Godspeed. I cut the connection. For a long moment, I tracked Dark Rival's contact pin on the edge of the star system, far enough to jump into lightspeed without issues, but yet simply hanging there in stasis. For a moment, I thought she would attempt to contact me again, until a flash of light, a spike of radiation, and Dark Rival's pin froze and flashed, no longer indicating her current position, but instead her last known position. Chimeratica's long-range scanners swept the area of space, then responded with no return. We had lost her. Sherihan, Chimeratica. I then said, knowing full well our scramble was made so purposefully poor that the open circle was almost certainly listening in, if they had any passive comment at all. Ventress is making for the Lawn Nebula to secure the Storm Fleet. I am confident we can hold against the Republic until she returns with those reinforcements. It is paramount she does. Thus, I am dispatching you with 50 of my own ships to aid her in this mission. Acknowledge. I released the transceiver. That's enough. The comms droid nodded and adjusted the scramble back to standard operational level. Acknowledged, the Mistril confirmed. It is a nice lie for Skywalker to bite. However, can you really hold against the Republic? This is not Sullust. You are outnumbered over 3-1. And if you give us the intelligence division, that's another 50 ships less at your disposal, and the odds will be 4-1. Hold. That's part of the lie, Naradan. I stood up and stretched again. Upon your return, you will find but one fleet here. Mine. I cannot say I dislike the confidence, Naradan admitted. But not even Aurix could win against 4-1 odds. I am not Aurix. I chided mildly. And I am not fighting 4-1 odds. I am fighting 1-1 odds, for times. Very well, Naradan allowed. Stars shine on your soul, Bonteri. You'll need it. Remember the plans, Naradan. We will fulfill the mission, rest assured, no matter what scenario may arise. That is the way of the Mistril. 20 Mistril destroyers of the Emberline Warfleet and 50 ECM frigates of the 287th Intelligence Division raced after Dark Rival, jumping into hyperspace the moment they cleared most of the debris and escape pods suspended around the egresses. Fleet frequency. I requested. Get my commanders on the deck. You're on fleet frequency, Admiral. One by one, the commanders of the 28th Mobile Fleet fizzled into bluish, ghostly existence in front of me. The long-faced Mun, Horgo Shive, eagerly rolling on his heels in anticipation. Diedrich Greyshade and his XO, stiff and professional in their uniforms, glancing at Horgo and Vinnick in mild distaste. Vinnick, dressed in his bastardization of mystic robes and naval apparel, wearing an easygoing grin. The Neimoidian commander, Kret, already analyzing the battle zone on an off-screen display. And lastly, our new additions. The Rima fleet, which had originally served under Ventress in the defense of the Rima trade route against Ree Alrix and Task Force Conciliator. With Ventress' abrupt departure, they were now headless, and had appeared to have chosen an officer from amongst themselves to present to me. It was the outspoken Neimoidian in Trade Federation effects. His name was mirrth Vuro. My friends, I spread my arms. As you can see, we now stand in Ree Alrix's shoes, outnumbered 4-1. You predicted this, mirrth Vuro accused, when you had us all suddenly target the siege fleet around Yagtul. I predicted too late, I corrected apologetically, and now we are surrounded, with no means of escape. Then we simply have to win. Horgo Shive's black eyes glinted as he rested a closed fist in his palm. We simply have smashed them all, one by one. I concur, Greyshade nodded. Our only hope of victory lies in defeating them in detail. We must not allow them to concentrate their forces. That is the case, I agreed. The strategy is exactly so. And we will begin with the siege of Yagtul. We must destroy the siege fleet completely and promptly, before Octavian Grant, Empido Geo's brand, and Anakin Skywalker can tighten their encirclement. They are some 400 ships, and some of the supply vessels who escaped into their asylum are in fighting shape. And we are 250. Kret's wide, horizontal pupils narrowed. It would appear they nearly outnumber us 2-1 alone. I locked gazes with each and every single one of them. Will that be an issue? The response was in single form. Not at all, Admiral. This is perfect, said Admiral Yularen. And coming from, that was very high praise indeed. We finally have the Coalition Armada trapped and cornered. This is the end of the line for the Battle Hydra. It certainly seems that way. Anakin thought from a mere look at the tactical displays, but we would be fools to underestimate him now. After the devastation of Ariatu, public sentiment on the shipyard world of Fondor had finally swung wildly away from the Separatists. With their surrender and reunification with the Republic, another Separatist foothold in the interior has evaporated, and the task force Swift Justice that was besieging them could finally be brought to bear. Along with the 20th Armada and the Open Circle Fleet, the three forces created a cordon around the star system, containing the Coalition Armada within a cage, as would be Beast in an exotic menagerie. All Anakin had to do was inform Jedi General and fellow Knight Empido Geo's brand, and the 20th Sector Army's Governor General Octavian Grant, that such an opportunity was possible, so long as they arrived at the exact same time. The trap had been sprung, to crushing success. All that was left was to close in on the Battle Hydra and rip off its heads. But the damage had already been done. In order to buy time for their synchronized arrival, they needed the Hydra to waste as much time as possible. Time, in the form of unprotected supply vessels, sacrificing so many of them to finally put an end to the Battle Hydra. And now the Yagtul star system was littered with broken wrecks and strewn munitions and flash-frozen foodstuffs. Anakin could only hope this would pay off. We'll micro-jump to Yagtul once we cross this large debris field. Anakin pointed at the jump zone. For now, send out our medical frigates to recover as many escape pods as possible. Very good, General. Master, Talisabeth said. They're going to try and break the siege. They were. The 250 ships of the Coalition Armada were closing in on Yagtul from their scattered raiding stances throughout the system, many of them micro-jumping in intermittent flashes of light as they navigated through the debris fields of their own making. It is the sensible approach, Admiral Yularen agreed. The siege fleet is a siege fleet. Once they break it, they can use the planet to cover one of their flanks, preventing a total encirclement. They would know a lot about encirclements, wouldn't they? Anakin retorted rhetorically. Talisabeth frowned, her red hair flaring like a dull flame. Even if they can destroy the siege fleet and prevent a total encirclement, they will still be fighting 3-1 with their backs against the wall. Does the Hydra seem like the kind of person to fight to the bitter end? Not, Jedi General Anakin Skywalker started, at all. Yagtul has 3 huge moons, his apprentice noted. Can he use them as force multipliers? The relationship between Yagtul and its 3 moons was special. The planet itself was small and dense, and what one could describe as a death world. Its 3 large moons produced tidal forces so extreme that often the planet's water and atmosphere were drawn to different parts of the planet, leaving the rest of the world in vacuum, making it absolute hell for landing organic armies. It did not help that the native given were uniquely adapted for the environment. Millennia of evolution gifting the species tough exoskeletons which could be completely sealed against vacuum. And finally, the given lived in hermetically sealed cities protected by an inordinate amount of shielding, capable of withstanding both brutal gravitational upheavals and meteor showers. All factors that allowed Yagtul to withstand the Gar's best efforts for the better part of 4 months. Considering the Hydra was known for using astrographical terrain in his battles before, the possibility of him using Yagtul's moons could not be ruled out. Give me a full-spectrum sweep of the star system. Yularen clicked his heels into gear, barking out commands. Scan every sheet of scrap metal and unturned asteroid. Leave nothing out. Yes, sir. We're picking up 70 contacts bearing 318, Mark 005. Lieutenant Clef called out. Looks like a bunch of munificents, sir. They're heading in the opposite direction of Yagtul. How do we miss that? Yularen demanded. They're flying cold. Clef finessed his instruments in a frenzy. No drive cones, only attitude thrusters. That raised alarm bells in the heads of every officer on deck. 70 ships was no small number, and if the Coalition Armada was willing to send such a significant force elsewhere in secret, there was little doubt they were planning something nefarious. Wait, Lieutenant of Ree clutched her headpiece. I'm picking up an enemy transmission. Yularen rushed to her station. Unscramble it. What does it say? The comms officer looked up. Lawn Nebula. Asajj Ventress is headed to the Lawn Nebula to pick up reinforcements. The Coalition Armada intends on defending long enough for her to return with a fleet. The Storm Fleet, they call it. So that's it. Talisabeth stomped forward. That's how they're planning on breaking out. The Lawn Nebula can't be that far away, if that is their plan. Etopol's sector, General, came a shout from the starboard pit. 2 standard days round trip. We can beat Ventress there, Anakin said immediately. The open circle can make it. The entire open circle, General? Yularen folded his arms behind him. We cannot break the encirclement, or all of this effort will be for naught. Not the entire open circle, the Jedi General insisted. What's our fastest Venator? There was a brief intermission as the deck officers scrambled to find the answer, pulling out data and figures and service histories of every ship at their disposal before comparing metrics and performance statistics. Pioneers, sir. A sharp pang rang through his heart, but Anakin pressed the sensation down. Apo. My men are all ready, General. The clone commander immediately said. Good. Prep your best for vacuum combat and boarding action, and transfer them to the Pioneer. Anakin swung around, marching down the bridge. Yularen, pick out 50 of our fastest ships. Wait. Talisabeth ran up to him. Who will lead this force? Anakin looked down at his apprentice. Me, obviously. Do you think you can defeat Ventress? Talisabeth opened her mouth in indignation, then closed it again with nary a noise. Our Jedi General retiring upon the eve of battle is not a good sign, Skywalker, Admiral Yularen warned. Even foregoing his usual adherence to rank, I am more than willing to lead the open circle against Rain Bonteri, but we must have a Jedi General on deck for morale. Anakin abruptly pushed his Padawan forward. You have one right here. Wah. Talisabeth snapped around to gape at him. Me? But I'm not. But not what? Anakin challenged. But, I'm still a Padawan, she protested weakly. I can't lead a fleet. I wasn't. If you are about to say you weren't trained for this, Anakin cut her off softly. You would be lying. Or do you think all the nights I asked Yularen to mentor you was for nothing? So that's why Admiral Yularen tutored me. Talisabeth spun around to the Admiral in surprise. Wait, no, I still can't do this. This is the battle Hydra we are talking about. I'm not you. The desperation was painfully apparent in her voice. She's capable. Anakin made sure of that. She is only still afraid of responsibility. Anakin wasn't, back when he was first made a knight. He wanted the responsibility. He so eagerly yearned for it. The responsibility of command, of control. Maybe, if he had been a little more afraid, like Talisabeth was now, he would not have made so many mistakes and lost so many friends. And Anakin narrowed his eyes. What am I exactly? You're the chosen one. His Padawan couldn't even look at him straight. Anakin sighed, crouched down, and grabbed Talisabeth by the shoulder, looking into her eyes wet with unshed tears. I'm a Jedi general who lost his every bout with the man ahead of us. Anakin corrected her gently, ignoring their captive audience. I'm a Jedi general who had never been trained to be one. Are you afraid of making mistakes? How can I not be? Talisabeth said forcefully. Our mistakes cost lives. I have made more mistakes than you ever will. The Chosen One told her. Look, Tal, let me tell you something. When I was Obi-Wan's Padawan, the galaxy was at peace, and I was taught to be a keeper of that peace. I learned alien languages, distant cultures, ballroom diplomacy, and senatorial politics. Did I teach you any of that? No. The galaxy is no longer at peace, and the Jedi are no longer keepers of peace, he continued. I taught you how to be a soldier. And to lead? Yularen taught you everything you need to know about naval combat, just as Apo taught you about ground warfare. Avray taught you how to intercept invisible frequencies and wavelengths, and Clef taught you how to see the unseeable with bespoke sensors and scanners. I can't do that, Talisabeth. I'm a warrior and a mechanic, apparently. I can swing a lightsaber real well and fix a broken comlink, but that's all. Anakin patted her. Trust me on this. You know a lot more about naval warfare than I or Obi-Wan, or even the masters on the council. Well, except for maybe Master PLO and Master Rancisis. It's not like you were going to cross blades with Rain Bonteri, right? That elicited a choked laugh, followed by a loud sniff. But what if I fail? Stop thinking like a Jedi, Tau, he scolded. You aren't alone here. The Force is useful, but don't rely on it, or you'll end up like Alrix. Trust your gut, but trust the people here more. You'll be fine. Anakin stood up, straightening himself out as he scanned the bridge, meeting the eyes of every man and woman in sight, and finding nothing but steely determination. Nodding in satisfaction, he silently moved past the bridge, Apo falling into lockstep behind him, their footfalls echoing in permeable silence. A flame flickered in the Force, a lingering grudge, a silent spectator, hanging over the shoulders of the Jedi. Its embers were fading, but it wanted to witness the Hydra's death before its own. Trandosha Orbit, Kashyyyk System, Midranor Sector. It has been 4 standard days since the beginning of Operation Starlance. In a lazy, sun-synchronous orbit around the arboreal planet Trandosha, the 19th Mobile Fleet failed to capitalize on the sweeping momentum enjoyed by the Confederate Navy following the devastation of Ariatu. Rather, the some 300 warships of the 19th Mobile Fleet celebrated the wrath of the first general of the Confederacy and reposed in the relative peace the Kashyyyk star system offered. Click, click. It was not despite the Republic-aligned Wookiees and the Separatist-aligned Trandoshans sharing the same star system that the two species compromised with a mutual agreement to uphold neutrality in a galaxy-spanning war, but because of it. Even being fierce rivals, the two governments realized bringing the Clone Wars to their home system would only bring ruin to them both. It did help that their shared home system was rich and self-sufficient, eliminating the material factors that dragged so many unwilling star systems into the war in the first place. As such, despite never committing to the loyalist or separatist causes in a public forum, both Kashyyyk and Trandosha respectively still supported the greater powers in indirect ways. One such way, in this case, was the admittance of military access to both the GR and CAF respectively, on the mutual condition that a strict no-first strike policy was enforced. Click, click. What a strange, phony battlefield this is, Rear Admiral Callie Trill mused. The Open Circle and the Perlemian Coalition's armada peacefully coexisting in the same star system. How quaint. Maybe peacefully was too strong a word. Uneventful would be much more accurate, would it not? She would much prefer it if she could adjourn in this star system for the remainder of the war, playing a not insignificant role checking loyalist influence in the sector, yet safe from the worst trappings of it. Alas, that was all but impossible. Callie Trilm had been given the command of a fleet of battle maniacs, men and women of the Perlemian who lusted for vengeance over all. And after the decisive blow at Ariatu, they would sooner mutiny against her command if they could not take their own gnashing bite out of the Republic's dying body. It has been 4 days, Admiral. The hologram of the one-eyed Commodore Avizo of Bronze Serpent shimmered violently. The men are getting impatient. Click, click. Avizo was far too professional to express his displeasure in any form greater than vocal disappointment, which was why Callie Trilm has made a habit of mentally exaggerating every statement he made. His reports were far more accurate that way. You need to relax, Avizo. Commander Relharsol of Sonalir was Avizo's direct opposite. Calm is a luxury in war. We should enjoy it while we can. Now there was a man who spoke for her soul. Callie Trilm was no Rain Bonteri, who loved to throw himself headfirst into every battle and pull improbable victories out of vacuum. Callie Trilm loved peace and quiet instead. Why must she also partake in the Pantoran's mad strategy? Everything she strived for was for an uneventful posting in the rear lines. Being employed as Count Dooku's secretary was nice, until he put her on the front lines. She wanted a way out, and Rain Bonteri, her old friend, gave it to her in the form of Severance Tan, a strategically brilliant but politically inept general vying for the station of Supreme Commander. And the office of the Supreme Commander had a lot more to do with politics than strategy. So Callie eagerly threw herself into politics as Rain Bonteri would throw himself into the core, shoring up the Pantoran support base and gathering allies in high places, even indebting herself to Trench and Ambigine, all in order to ensure the vote passed and Severance Tan's political fortress became impregnable. It was her best work. Shouldn't it have been natural, then, that the now Supreme Commander should have recognized her talents and thus appointed Callie Trilm her aide? Callie wasn't even asking to be a secretary again. But no, now she was a rear admiral, expected to lead the most bloodthirsty gathering of separatists this side of the galaxy into a suicide mission. Click, click. Where did I mess up? Rear Admiral? Commodore Avizo questioned. Rear Admiral Callie Trim slammed the Republic Starpath unit down with a sharp bang. Both officers flinched, their previous stances vitrifying into stiff attention. Callie raised the unassuming cube of technology to her eyes, inspecting it for any damage. Starpath unit. It was gifted to her by Rain Bonteri at the wheel a year ago. Every Republic Navy asset within 6 radial parsecs is tracked on that thing in real time, and it's a one-way uplink, so he told her, untraceable. During the GAR's Operation Trident, it was this Starpath unit that all separatist commerce raiders in the Near Perlemian were enslaved to. Its codename, Handler 1. It was a shame the GR had since resetted the codes, updated the software, issued new Starpath models, and made the one in her hand obsolete. Presently, this cube she possessed was little more useful than a given puzzle box. Click, click. Callie did enjoy the noises it made. However, she kept it anyway. After all, every separatist raider that had been enslaved to the Starpath still were. And one might never know when a trump card as such might come in useful. Maybe there was a little sentiment involved, as well, considering the individual who gifted the object to her. But that was arguable, and Callie would never admit it anyway. She released a laborious sigh, slumped in her chair, and began fidgeting around with the cube's moving parts again, as if her officers weren't standing in front of her. Rear Admiral? Commodore Avizo repeated. Callie Trilm looked up, not at her audience, but past the viewports of her flagship, the Star of Sereno, at the open circle fleet orbiting Kashyyyk ahead of her. Obi-Wan Kenobi, was it? You were standing in between me and my target. Behind Kashyyyk? The Star. Behind the Star? The jump zone of the Trellin trade route, aimed straight at the core worlds. Oh, right, my fleet doesn't know about Starlance yet. Isn't Trench supposed to give me the go-ahead to inform them? Or does he intend for me to keep them in the dark until it was too late for them to shirk? Storm door has already begun. Click, click. Really, there was no need for such precautions. These battle maniacs from Centaurs and Salvara would cheer at the thought of a suicide mission into the galactic interior. We're wasting time, Admiral. Avizo gritted his teeth. If we keep wasting time, we're all going to. Fine. Avizo choked on his next word. Admiral? Callie Trilm stared at him coldly. What? Are you a broken record? I said fine. Then, the Rear Admiral of the 19th Mobile Fleet stood up, gesturing towards her tactical droid. All ships. This is your commanding officer. All ships advance. Do so gracefully, so that our Jedi audience can enjoy the resplendence of your resolve. Star of Sereno roared beneath her feet, and some 300 warships of the Perlemian responded to her rallying cry with infernal drive plumes and thunderous guns. Are we finally breaking the non-aggression agreement, Admiral? Relharsol demanded. Wide-eyed, are we attacking the open circle? Callie Trilm frowned. Do I look like a warhawk to you? Confusion bloomed. Then what's our target? Are we proceeding to Zeltros as planned? Can I tell them? Really, what would Rain say in this situation? Right. Fuck you, Pantoran. Operation Starlance is all about surprise, so I'm going to surprise you too. Twice the surprise, twice the effectiveness, or something along those lines. Yep, Callie nodded in self-satisfaction. Rain would definitely say that, the idiot. I thought you were all getting impatient. A smile tugged at her lips as the reality of her intentions dawned on them. We're going to pay the core a visit. And as guests, must make a majestic first impression. Would you not agree? They're moving. Ahsoka raised the first alarm. They're finally moving. Jedi General Obi-Wan Kenobi received Admiral Block's data bad, whereupon he watched the 19th Mobile Fleet erupting into brilliant drive cones, blazing a fiery trail towards them. At the same time, commotion similarly erupted throughout Vigilance's kilometer-long hull. The Separatists are finally attacking us, everybody thought. It is about time. Kali Trilm's target must be Kashyyyk itself. General, Admiral Block cautioned, if the Trandashans have finally given her the go-ahead, it may in an effort to finally consolidate the entire Kashyyyk star system under their rule. Inform the Wookiees we will be sallying out to meet them, Obi-Wan instructed. Very good, General. Determined to put an end to the Coalition Armada's warpath before it even began, the Open Circle fleet set forth. As the two fleets approached, the Jedi Master noticed something odd. The projected vectors of the 19th Mobile Fleet did not directly intercept Kashyyyk as predicted, but instead ran tangentially to the star, bearing 233 degrees absolute and bypassing Kashyyyk completely. They may be trying to feint, Admiral Block made an informed guess. They could be luring us out, before making a sharp starboard turn and reaching Kashyyyk from the absolute south. Kali Trilm must realize we cannot open fire unless she trespasses Kashyyyk's orbital zone. Or unless she fires first. Master, Ahsoka ran up to him. Message from King Grakshawa. He is adamant we do not start a war in his star system. Inform him we understand completely, Obi-Wan replied kindly. Yes, Master. The distance between the two fleets decreased as the Open Circle adopted forward defensive positions between the 19th Mobile's inbound vector and Kashyyyk, so that if the Separatists were to turn as Admiral Block predicted, they would find the Open Circle in their way. If the Republic's positioning affected Kali Trim's plan in any way, her fleet did not show it as they continued proceeding calmly on their heading. I have a bad feeling about this, Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi thought. The last time I felt something like this was at Christoph's sis. Something isn't right, that much he knew. That much he could glean from the Force. They had made a faulty assumption somewhere, and Obi-Wan had to figure out what that assumption was before the enemy stratagem unveiled itself. The Jedi Master drew upon his intimate knowledge of the galaxy's species and cultures, built upon years of experience in his tenure as a Padawan, Knight, and Master of the Jedi Order. A wealth of experience accrued over a distant time of peace, now used for war. Would the Trandashans really allow Kali Trilm to attack? The reptilian species possessed an overtly aggressive hunting culture, indeed, but they were also a rational species. A central dogma of their religion, worshipping a goddess known as the Scorekeeper, was built upon each life being worth a certain number of points. Lives with 0 points were thus functionally worthless in the eyes of both the Scorekeeper and the Trandashan culture. A society built upon each life being worth a certain numerical value was inherently logical and rational. The question was thus as such, is it rational to drag this star system into the Clone Wars? Most certainly not. It was far more rational to allow the Clone Wars to play out and reap the benefits of their long-standing neutrality through the arms trade and state-sponsored mercenaries. And even if igniting the war was logical for some reason, why now? So if the Trandashans had not given Kali Trilm the go-ahead, why was she advancing? Kali Trilm was, by all indications, not an antagonistic field commander. She preferred to sit back and allow her opponents to come to her. But if she wasn't looking for a fight, what was she looking for? Obi-Wan analyzed the vectors again. By now, the 19th Mobile Fleet was nearly crossing the T of the Open Circle Fleet. If their target was a pitched confrontation, it would be now, when their firing arcs all overlapped perfectly. If their target was Kashyyyk, it would also be now, where they must turn to starboard in order to adjust their approach vector. Shields double front. Admiral Block swept across the deck, dishing out commands. Ready the guns. Prepare for battle. Klaxons bayed in the background. Obi-Wan delved deeper into the Force. The enemy fleet was now directly in front of them, and if it were not for his eyes playing tricks on his brain, Obi-Wan could have thought he could see the figures within the viewports and bores in the gunnels. They swam past like underwater leviathans, almost close enough to reach out and brush his hands against their painted Durasteel scales. The Force pounded. Someone swallowed thickly. Fighters were streaming out of open hangars. Gunners had their hands planted firmly on their controls, hands deathly still, or shivering in fear or anticipation. And the 19th Mobile Fleet just continued on their way, firing not a single shot. Where? The revelation came like a supernova. All ships, advance. Jedi General Obi-Wan Kenobi roared, full speed ahead. Intercept the enemy. We must stop them before they jump into lightspeed. Vigilance violently lurched forward, the helm pressing the massive battlecruiser forward in a knee-jerk reaction before the crew even knew what was happening. General, Admiral Block asked in the Furor, you think Kali Trilm is trying to jump towards the core? Inform strategic command, was the Jedi General's answer. Priority Alpha transmission. We must have the entire eastern front of the interior put on high alert. For now, expend your every effort towards reaching to the enemy fleet before they jump. Because if they do, unmasked horror was present in Ahsoka's voice. We would have no idea where they would appear. Obi-Wan gritted his teeth as excessive GS tugged at his robes and skin, Vigilance's inertial compensators struggling to match pace with the ship's aggressive acceleration. And as if mocking them, the 19th Mobile Fleet simply hastened into a light jog, discarding their leisurely pace easily, the bright flares of their drive plumes blinking, sneering at them. Chrono radiation detected. Chrono radiation only appears when a hyperdrive tears a seam in space-time. The little factoid Anakin would likely say came like a hammer blow. They were too late. Prepare to jump to Cumnor. Obi-Wan barked, much unlike him, it is their most likely destination. Cumnor laid at the very end of the Trellan trade route and oversaw the entire eastern frontier of the core worlds. Even if Kali Trilm's destination was not Comnor, at the very least the Open Circle fleet will have positioned itself strategically in advance to respond to any incursion. As if speaking their failure into reality, the some 300 warships of the Confederacy then thrusted themselves into hyperspace, crackling blue seams of pseudo-motion just grazing the star of Kashyyyk as they did, launched towards the very heart of the Republic. Hyperdrives are charging up, General. Obi-Wan breathed out, forcing himself to calm down. And yet, he could still somehow hear a woman's triumphant cackling echoing in the void. Chapter 56. Coruscant System. Coruscant Sector. There is a Dark Lord of the Sith in the Republic, said Jedi Master Adi Gallia. The statement was so factually spoken, Barriss still found herself stunned even though she already knew it, not to mention Bode's locked jaw and Iskit's wide-eyed response. There is a Sith Lord in the Republic. The Jedi Master made the unthinkable declaration as naturally as one would say the galaxy is vast, or that stars are bright. There is a Dark Lord of the Sith in the Republic, the Jedi Master repeated, as if to fully hammer its meaning and implications into their skulls, and they are orchestrating the downfall of the Republic using this war. One must not need to be given or immune to realize we are sliding down a precarious slope. This little task force I have prepared will attempt to bring our mysterious villain to light. How can that be? Iskit Akaris took a half step back, or a full step in human terms, considering the length of her stride. Is that why you have gathered us? With all due respect, Master Gallia, but I don't think I belong here. Bode and Barriss have fought in the war, and I'm hardly even a knight. I've only been on one mission since Geonosis, and apparently I screwed it up so badly I have been blacklisted from any other off-world mission since then. Iskit's tone started with surprise, then morphed into trepidation. Not out of humbleness, but out of a lack of self-worth. Barriss had little skills with combat, but as a medic she was a talented empath, and once being in the same shoes as the red-skinned alien, she had little trouble identifying Iskit's tumultuous emotions. But there was another hint of color Barriss noticed. It was one of biting derision and bitter contempt against a perceived injustice carried out against oneself. The thorns of the dark side tightened around Iskit Akaris' heart just a little more. Do you still disagree with the Council's decision? Adi Gallia raised an eyebrow, edging the incensed knight on. If I recall correctly, Iskit, your mission was to infiltrate and sabotage a droid factory on Thule. 3 Jedi Knights and a company of clone troopers. A more than adequate task force. Infiltrate and sabotage. Instead, Iskit, you got your senior knight killed. You blew up the factory, killing over a dozen civilians, and had the gall to report to us with a job well done on your lips. Iskit released a guttural, beastly growl. Infiltrate and sabotage. You were the one who gave us the mission, Master Gallia. I should have realized that all the rumors about you were true, then. And still, despite being the Order's spy master, you gave us faulty intel. Your intel got our leader killed, and your intel forced me to improvise. The nature of our mission was to disable the factory from the start. I did just that. Not in the intended way. I don't believe you were one to put the end over the means, Iskit snarled. Anger and shame wrapped around her, like she'd done something wrong and had to explain it to someone who'd already formed an opinion and was unlikely to change it no matter how well she argued her point of view. She definitely isn't, Bode whispered conspiratorially into Barriss' ear, eyes twinkling with personal experience. I was then, Master Gallia's lips curled. I am not now. Funny how people change. If Iskit had been taken aback by the admission, she did not show it. That's not very Jedi-like, from a council member no less. Have you not realized, Iskit? Master Gallia spread her hands. None of us here are very Jedi-like. Bode Kuna cleared his throat. Back to the mission. Is there any evidence towards the existence of our Sith Lord? Very circumstantial evidence, Master Gallia admitted. But I have my suspicions. I have my suspicions that the Senate, and the Republic itself, is under the control of our Sith Lord. It has been since the war began. And if we are talking about control, all roads lead back to a single person, the Supreme Chancellor. You think Chancellor Palpatine is a Sith Lord? He is most certainly acting under the influence of the Sith Lord, the Jedi Master said grimly. I have not known a more power-hungry man than Palpatine. Power-hungry? It took more than a moment for Barriss to realize she had aired her thoughts out loud. Chancellor Palpatine wasn't someone one would consider power-hungry, or at least, from the image painted of him by the HoloNet. Rather, he appeared the unwilling participant of the Republic Senate's descent towards tyranny in the name of victory and war-waging efficiency. It was also obvious the war was taking its toll on the aging Chancellor, with his every subsequent appearance bringing with it darker eyes, deeper lines, and gaunter features. The Chancellor has always fought against the more extremist factions in the Senate, Iskit argued. And yet, Master Gallia retorted softly, he still accumulates power without end. First was control of the fleets, then direct oversight over the media, and now complete hegemony over the core worlds. The Sith Lord will be found in Palpatine's inner circle, in that I have no doubt. I may have even met them more times than I can count on my hands, completely oblivious. When said like that, it was incredibly difficult to argue against the logic. Indeed, if it was any other person, such unstoppable centralization of authority vested into a single office would not be seen as anything other than the unforgivable sin of perverting the Republic's democratic institutions. So why was it so acceptable when it was Palpatine? What spell had he casted on not just the Jedi, but the entire Republic? Even Barriss, aware as she was, hadn't realized she missed the forest for the trees. Do we have any suspects? Bode furrowed his brow. Anybody the Chancellor speaks to on a regular basis, Master Gallia blew out a frustrated breath. Masameta springs to mind, but I do not peg him as such a good actor. Say Pestage, perhaps. Slimore, however, is faintly Force-sensitive, and one of my prime suspects. Such blind supposition is dangerous, however. The Sith Lord could even be hiding as one of the Red Guards. The Red Guards were Chancellor Palpatine's personal security detail, permanent fixtures of his offices, draped entirely in red robes and impenetrable helmets that hid everything about them except for their height. If the Sith Lord didn't want to be recognized, the Red Guards were a perfect hiding spot. Shouldn't we bring this to Republic intelligence? Bode suggested. I'm sure they are far more well-outfitted for an investigation of this depth than we. If Palpatine is a puppet of our Sith Lord, or even the Sith Lord himself, Master Gallia warned, then there is no knowing where his authority ends. Director Armand Isard is almost definitely also under the influence of our suspect. The Sith Lord may also have agents in the temple, hiding among us Jedi. This mission cannot escape the four of us. Do I make myself clear? The Jedi Master's eyes glowed with a fathomless agelessness, brimming with a silent threat and promise. Barriss realized, then, that there was a reason all of them were so un-Jedi-like, and even touching the sinister form of the dark side. Audi Gallia knew everything about them, perhaps even more than they knew themselves. Leak a single thing, and that will be the last anybody will see of you. That was the message hanging in the air like a sword over their heads as the three Jedi Knights exchanged wary glances. Point. Bode had to swallow before he could go one. Taken. Where do we start? There is a second issue with roping in Republic intelligence. Master Gallia raised two fingers to illustrate her point, and it is that the existence of a Sith Lord is not their problem. As far as the government of the Republic is concerned, the Jedi and Sith are merely two sides of a religious schism, and the Republic Constitution enforces a complete freedom to practice any religion. Being a Sith Lord is not any more illegal than being a Jedi Master. But the Sith Lord is the perpetrator behind the war. Iskut argued. We only believe that because as Jedi, we are keenly aware of the powers of the Sith. Barriss stepped forward. Look at it from their perspective. Such a claim would be unbelievable if told to anybody but us. Master Gallia nodded sharply, her tendrils bouncing. Exactly. Thankfully for us, however, the Sith are notoriously bad at staying on the right side of the law. Orchestrating the downfall of the Republic is no trivial task, and pulling so many strings inevitably means dealing in backroom deals and illegal acts. So we'll root out the Sith Lord by tracing his actions back to him, Bode mused. Then, how will we know what can be attributed to our mystery man? The Republic is rife with corruption, and if our Sith Lord is so deeply entrenched into the upper echelons of governance as to be believed, then he is most certainly using his puppets instead of doing things personally. It will be difficult to trace anything back to him. We won't find anything on Coruscant. That I concur. Master Gallia placed a holoprojector on the shrouded corpse's chest, but the recent attack on Coruscant had given us a great opportunity. With the destruction of the communication satellites, all inbound and outbound transmissions are forced to run through a bottleneck. A projection of Coruscant bursted out of the projector, a number of colored dots of red, green, and blue circling around the larger sphere in what seemed like 100 different orbital configurations. These are the new satellites brought in to replace the destroyed ones, the Jedi Master explained. Greens are for meteorological applications, orbital mirrors, climate observation, remote sensing, and the like. Blues are for civil applications, navigation, communications, and astronomy. Reds are the most important, and our focus, as they are military satellites. If our Sith Lord is communicating outside of Coruscant, any and all transmissions are going through encrypted channels via these military communications satellites. That makes sense. Bode crossed his arms. Coruscant used to have hundreds, but now they're down to a handful. Plus, previously, those hundreds of satellites were accumulated over 1,000 years. Different manufacturers, operating systems, internal hardware, and software. And now, they're all homogeneous, Barriss finished, virtually and practically identical, and more than likely interconnected on a central network. If we sabotage one, there's a good chance we can sabotage all of them. It was funny, Barriss thought, because this was the exact same way Rain rooted out Dooku. Except, Rain Bonteri was forced to spread out his assets over millions of light years, infecting thousands of transceivers and planting hundreds of spy frigates to snuff out a mere handful of non-concrete evidence. Because the one place he couldn't touch was the nexus of the Sith scheme, Coruscant. If Barriss could extend the Hydra's network to Coruscant, then the trap, would be complete. A full replacement also means they are improved, however, Bode continued, further pressing his arms together in thought. The previous satellites, while not all connected, are much easier to slice into individually. If the GR was forced to replace arguably the most important assets in their logistical structure, we can bet our asses they've done a full overhaul of their security measures. We might be able to sabotage all by sabotaging one, but the initial barrier of entry is now much higher. Considering the size of the GR, Iskut frowned, there must be billions of transmissions going through the network every minute. Even more so considering what? A dozen satellites are now handling the workload previously done by 100? Something ought to be able to slip through, right? It's not quite so simple, Master Gallia said. The new computers operate through a very restrictive vetting process with a hierarchical command and access structure. As Bode had surmised, Our intentions are to infect all satellites by infecting one. However, if our program is to be effective across the system, it has to be authorized at the very highest security levels. In the means, the Supreme Chancellor's office, Barris summed up. Or Republic intelligence, Bode added. Precisely, Master Gallia confirmed. Programs are scanned for content, and that content is compared to their access levels. If a system program comes in without an access code that is cleared for entering system programs, it will be dumped, and the Central Operating Center will be notified. We only have one chance. Then, Iskit decided, her red skin matted with sweat. Aren't you afraid I'd blow something up again? The nature of the mission is subtlety, Iskit, Master Gallia said sharply. If the mission cannot be completed without alerting authorities, prioritize extracting without revealing your identities as Jedi. So that means Barris snuck a hand into her cloak, gripping the small device within. If the program is wrapped up in the right disguise, then it should be able to get through, right? Correct. Bode nodded, and luckily for us, I'm in Republic intelligence and Master Gallia has access to the Chancellor's office. Luckily, the Velothian Master asked rhetorically, I put you in Republic intelligence. Our job as spies is to eliminate as much luck as possible from a mission. Nevertheless, Bode and I will procure the disguises. Iskit, you were previously assigned to some backwater segment of the Coruscant underworld, right? Right? Iskit narrowed her eyes. I was helping evacuate refugees from up north. Good. You will acquire the ride. Some old underworld-built junker will do. I can't do that. Iskit agreed slowly. I'm real familiar with underworld ships, considering how many of them I've flown during the evac efforts. They're death traps, though. I doubt they'll last in the black any longer than a few days, if not hours. As long as it can bring you to the target satellite, Master Gallia told her. Remember, you're flying it. So choose carefully. The Jedi Master then turned to her, and Barris braced herself for her task, only for Master Gallia to break eye contact. That's all. The exact mission details will be provided closer to the execution date. Dismissed. Bode and Iskit bowed lightly in deference, and made to leave the funerary chamber. Barris was among them, or she was supposed to be, if not for her every muscle freezing up and every bone locking in place. I can't control my limbs. Paralysis? Mild panic blossomed in her chest as her brain tried to contact her non-responding body, before she mercilessly crushed it. No, not paralysis. I'm being held in place. Barris. Iskit turned back at the door. You coming? Barris stared at Master Adi Gallia, who was staring back at her curiously, arms relaxed at her sides and not an ounce of effort or strain apparent on her ageless features. Her throat was dry. I have something to ask Master Gallia. Iskit looked between the two of them, then shrugged and left. The moment the door closed, Barris was released from her invisible prison, slumping to the floor as she gasped for air, not realizing she had been holding her breath until now, or had her heart been frozen as well. Sweat running down her cheeks and tattoos, she craned her neck to see the Velothian Master standing over her, and an enigmatic smile gracing her lips. I have a task for you. You could have just told me to remain. Barris sucked in a breath. That would have been suspicious. The Jedi Master was still smiling, for Bode and Iskit. Did you realize the one thing you three have in common? I'm sure you have. We're all, Barris gasped again, struggling to her feet, touched by the dark side of the Force. Master Luminara trained you well, Gallia praised her, or was she praising Master Luminara? Good. This will make things simple. I need you to investigate both Bode and Iskit. Why me? She asked. Bode is a spy. Why not ask him? Adi Gallia crouched down to eye level. Because you were the only one aware. Barris. I know why you were touched by the dark side, or rather, it is because you touched the dark on your own volition. Bode and Iskit, however, internal conflict notwithstanding, there is a third party involved, I sense. You said the Sith Lord may also have agents in the temple, Barris realized. Now you're getting it. The Master's eyes twinkled like stars. Find and bring those agents to me, and I will turn a blind eye to whatever you were planning with that device you were trying to hide. Barris instinctively looked down and clutched the device to confirm it was still there. It was, and realized she had played into Adi Gallia's hands nary a half-second later. Head snapping upwards, mouth already opening with an excuse in tow, she found not Adi Gallia, but empty air. She shot to her feet, looking around. Not even the holoprojector was there. The Jedi Master was simply gone. Barris Afi was left alone in the suddenly empty funerary chamber, with no accompaniment other than her own emotions, and a shrouded corpse. The AA-9 freighter liner barreled through the atmosphere towards the target satellite, painted a bright red on their tablets. Barris fought a cascade of worry as she sat in the cockpit with Bode and Iskit, all three of them wearing what was essentially lightly armored rags, pauldrons emblazoned with the same unidentified symbol that was painted onto the hull of the freighter. Bode was zipping through his datavat for the 100th time, reciting the details of the mission over and over like a mantra. His own way of meditating, perhaps. Iskit, meanwhile, skillfully navigated the freighter through the levels of atmospheric traffic, disguising their flight path towards the satellite with natural weaves and turns. They had originated from within a cargo portal in the northern hemisphere, one that led all the way down into the artificial crust, towards the underworld. The reason is so that if they were ever traced back, all the authorities would find would be the endless underworld. Did Master Gallia tell you we would be posing as an underworld separatist cell? Bode asked Iskit, acting as their designated team leader. I told Master Gallia we would be posing as an underworld separatist cell, Iskit corrected, eyes fixed on the thinning atmosphere. This ship belonged to one of those cells. You stole it. They gave it willingly, Iskit grinned. All I needed to do was tell them that we're going to strike the GR. That's all they needed to hear. Nothing compromising, promise. Ran that by the Master already. You have separatist acquaintances? You work off-world, don't you, Bode? Bode paused, looking up from his datapad. I do. It's my first time back on Coruscant in a long time. Well, Iskit grunted as she nudged the freighter. If you have any friends in the underworld like I do, then you'd have separatist acquaintances too. I helped them out during the evacuations. Don't go catching any separatist sympathies now, Bode said, speaking as if separatist sympathies were some sort of infectious virus. Iskit frowned behind the helm. I think you're the only one between the three of us without separatist sympathies. You know the evacuations? The Coruscant authorities only went up there for posterity. Take a few pictures, film the process for the media, spin it up into some sort of heroic effort. They saved a few 100,000 people, a large enough number for the public to swallow, then left. The real evacuation, the exodus of millions of people, was organized by local authorities. This ship we're on once ferried hundreds of thousands to safety by itself. Must have been an effort, Barris commented distantly. I think that's what it means to be a Jedi. Helping people, ignoring affiliation. I know the feeling. People say they're the enemy, but when you're there, it just doesn't feel right, does it? You were there, Barris? Iskit's eyes widened. No, I was at a Traken. Oh. A simple sound, not even a word. But it summed up every emotion that could be brought forth by the name a Traken on its own. It was a disaster that came to light before the HoloNet was censured by the Holo Communications Commission and wreaked havoc throughout the reputations of both the GR and Jedi Order. It was the first big thing from the war to strike the interior. Anyway, Iskit cleared her throat awkwardly. Yeah. Homeworld Security's authority doesn't reach so far down. The only thing maintaining order down there are the local gangs, kingpins, and separatist cells. When you're ignored by your own government your whole life. Separatism sounds good as anything. In some ways, the underworld is more distant from the Senate than the Outer Rim. Bode mulled over those words for a time, and silence reigned in the cockpit, peaceful aside from the groaning of old steel and rocking through the atmosphere. All right, Iskit broke the silence after a few minutes. I've set an intercept course on the satellite. Soon, we'll enter the restriction zone around it and get a warning. Time to prepare. Let's go over the plan again, so we're all on the same flimsy. Bode broke out of his fugue, taking up an authoritative tone. Our entrance will be simple. Ride up to the satellite, match velocities, extend our airlock, and cut open a boarding portal with our lightsabers. Resistance will be light. With the war going on, the GR skimped out on manpower by using droids to man the satellite. Most of them are astromechs or maintenance droids anyway. Destroy all of them. Does all of that clear? Barris pulled out her own tablet and went over what direction they'd been given, nodding along. From the corner of her eye, she could see Iskit doing the same thing, trusting the ship's autopilot to guide them. The alarm will be raised by time we enter the restricted zone, so we'll be on the chrono, Bode continued. I will slice into the security and surveillance feeds and disrupt as many protocols as possible. Barris will head straight for the main control room and upload the program. Iskit will have the hardest job, being muscle. Make no mistake, Homeworld Security and the Coruscant Guard will be swarming us within minutes. You need to keep them occupied. Hard? Iskit questioned. I have the simplest job, and thank Force for that. Am I allowed to kill? We're separatists, Bode reminded. Kill all you want. However, blasters only, at least until I break into the surveillance systems. From then, lightsabers away. Very simple job, Iskit corrected herself. And Barris, the Jedi spy, turned to her. You have 2 data cubes for 2 layers to the disguise. The first cube is the dummy program, and our cover. What it is a flare of sorts, meant to hijack the satellite and transmit a separatist broadcast throughout Republic space. It's got a low-level clearance, one that would get caught by the system. The system would then automatically vet itself and send the dummy program to Central. Now, you need to insert the second cube while the system is vetting itself. What will happen to the second program then? It will get caught on a subsidiary memory bank and queued up to be sent into the main banks when they reopen, Bode explained, since it was in the subsidiary when the GR sweeps the system in their investigation. They won't find a thing but our dummy program, which has a legitimate separatist broadcast on it. Mind you, once the vetting ends, the banks will reopen and the program will go through. Now, we could actually do this at the headquarters down planetside, but breaking into a satellite is much easier, mostly because the GR doesn't think anybody would be stupid or capable enough to try, especially since there's zero chance of escape. But we will be escaping, I hope? Barris asked. Bode breathed out. We'll rendezvous at the satellite's escape pods, get in one, and release all of them. Sounds good. Not a moment too soon. A deep voice suddenly rang through the cockpit. Unidentified freighter, be advised you are approaching a restricted orbital zone. Please alter your course immediately. I say again, be advised. Iskit slammed her fist down on a button, and the voice was cut short. Too late for it not to sound good now. We're coming up on the satellite. Indeed, the military communications satellite was fast approaching beyond the freighter's viewports. With the transceiver forcibly disabled, they had no idea how the G-Air was responding to the situation as they pulled nearer, velocities evening out as Iskit toggled another lever and extended the docking tube. Bode stood up and took out his lightsaber. There was the familiar snap hiss of the ignition, and then an unfamiliar bleeding red blade. A red lightsaber. Synthetic crystal. The black market for lightsabers is larger than you'd think, he explained as he shoved on his crude helmet. Remember, no comms or sabers until I take down the security systems. Until then, the only thing they'll see is this red saber. Let's go. Bode dashed out of the cockpit, Barriss and Iskit close behind him, putting on their helmets as they did. The helmets weren't as advanced as that of clone troopers, and were hardly more than fashion buckets. No way to communicate through them, either, meaning they would have to take them off to speak into their comlinks. Really, they were just there to hide their identities until the security systems were disabled. By the time Barriss and Iskit reached the end of the docking tube, Bode was already halfway through cutting open the airlock. They didn't need to wait for more than a minute to be through. The first thing that greeted them on the other side was a protocol droid, turning towards them in surprise. Oh my, you were trespassing on. The droid's head exploded in a show of sparks and wire and metal shards. Bode was holding up a smoking blaster. Barriss hadn't even noticed him drawing it. And then they were in, splitting up and dashing through the cramped corridors and blasting away what handful of droids had been stationed to maintain the satellite, the force guiding their aims to never miss their shots. Frenzied beeping and high-pitched screeching filled the halls, and droid after droid was shot down, droid speak falling on deaf ears, or rather, ears that couldn't understand droid speak. The interior of the satellite was incredibly dark and cramped. Its ceilings and walls were covered with exposed piping and wiring. To make the environment even more unbearable, the lights went dark with a loud thud, and were replaced with dim, emergency red. Then there was a beeping of another kind. The comlink on her wrist was active. Barriss peeled off her helmet and took a breathful of harsh, poorly circulated air. There's air. And atmosphere. This place was actually meant to be crewed by people, not droids. Barriss couldn't imagine anybody living here, in these terrible conditions. She tapped her comlink. Security cams and feeds are down, Bode informed. I'm gonna knock out as many systems as possible. Copy. Barriss shouted into the comlink as struggled her way towards the center, tripping over the thresholds of airtight doors as she crossed compartment after compartment, and even a crew lounge fitted with a sabacc table, until she reached the center. The center. The control room was bubble-shaped, with a pair of chairs and an unfathomably large number of panels and dashboards and doohickeys. The room looked empty of life to her, though the computers themselves had lights flickering across their dark surfaces. Holographic streams of data scrolled up from desktop to oblivion above a dozen workstations. A metallic head suddenly popped up, a caretaker droid looking at her in alarm. You shouldn't be here. Barriss shouted, and leapt into the bubble, feeling her way to the desired module through the force. I'm in the control room, she told the team, inserting the cubes. A flashing light caught her attention. Proximity alarm. Our ship? No, not our ship. Someone else is entering the restricted zone right now. She struggled with the panel for a moment, before managing to display the data onto an overhead holoscreen. Is there an issue, Barriss? Bode was audibly worried about an unforeseen hiccup in their plan. Iskit, Barriss kept her eyes fixed on the approaching contact. Gunship, inbound. How many? Iskit was breathing heavily. Gunship, she repeated. Singular. 1. 30 troopers, Iskit laughed nervously. I can do that. Good, Bode said tightly. I'm making my way to the escape pods. See what I can do to mask our escape. Leaving the incoming company to Iskit, Barriss returned back to the data upload module, running her fingers over the scintillating surface and kicking the headless droid body away with her foot as she felt her way to her target. There it is. She flipped open a latch and tugged out 2 lengths of cable. Fishing out the 2 data cubes, she identified the real program first and hooked it into the local computer. Then, she fished out the device hidden deep in her clothes and hooked it up to the data cube. She breathed out to still the nervous jitter. Hopefully I can piggyback the Hydra's code onto the second program, so that they share the same access code. She accessed the 2 data packs with a nearby computer and nested the Hydra's code into the data cube, using the local system so as to not alarm the central network. If this doesn't work, I'm in for a world of hurt. Once the data cube was newly formatted, Barriss unplugged all of them and wiped the computer clean. She then hooked both cubes up and smashed down the install key, beginning the upload to the interconnected satellite network. 2 holographic progress bars appeared, one slightly behind the other. As the contents of the dummy was a mere broadcast, the data file size was relatively small, and the progress ran ahead of the larger, real data cube. The weight was unbearable, and made worse when a tremor shook the satellite. The entire facility shuddered, amber lighting flickered, and her eyes jerked anxiously up as dust from the overhead holograms flashed. There was feminine shout, Iskit's, and the roar of blaster fire echoed down the corridor. Barriss swore. As if in response, the dummy upload finished and was run through the clearance protocols. Come on, come on, come on, she muttered, slapping at the panel as if it would make the second upload quicker. The second upload completed and disappeared. Barriss double-checked to ensure it had been sent into a subsidiary databank for temporary storage in the queue. It's there. Good. Great. The computer beeped, and a scroll of text appeared on the overhead screens. System, error 401. Package unauthorized. System, creating report. System, report filed. And then the real program in the queue was brought up to be run through the clearance protocols. Barris, are you there? Bode shouted through the comlink. Got an ETA. Second program's being vetted, Barris replied. Eyes darting to the radar display. I see another gunship approaching. Leave it. Help us get clear the clones and get here ASAP. If it fails, then it fails, and we'll deal with it planetside. Copy. Barris climbed out of the bubble and stumbled toward the source of the chaos, following the echoes bouncing erratically off the uneven surfaces. And then the force screamed in her ear. Barris snapped downwards, ducking just as a blaster bolt speared through where her head once was. She drew her lightsaber, newly built, clear sapphire blade bursting out and mixing with the red lightning for a deep purple mist. She approached, recognizing the path as the one out of the Sabacc lounge, knocking out stray bolts out the way as she did. Blaster bolts gnawed away at the walls, leaving them serrated and flaming. Then she reached the lounge and saw a beautiful thing. The force sung in her ear, a poem, a dance. It sang a single song, a single desire, a pure, singular focus and goal. Kill, 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 kill. Until it was a harmonious choir in her head, spurring her every limb to leap forth and slaughter. Barris bit her tongue, drawing blood and allowing the sharp pain to clear her thoughts. The red-armored Coruscant guard were pouring into the lounge, filling the space with needles of harsh blue, and Isket Akris sliced, ducked, leapt, parried, punched, hacked, elbowed, kneed, threw and caught, kicked and flipped and sliced and stabbed. The Jedi Knight was a whirlwind of 2 lightsabers, 1 emerald, 1 gold, and both a flurry of death, herself consumed in her furious dance of unrestrained slaughter. Time and time again using the Force to drag out any trooper camping down in the corridor and pulling them into her blades. And the song the Force sang was great, so attuned that Barris found herself struggling not to join the massacre. Bode's fears were unfounded. Barris didn't need to help at all. In fact, she would help by simply staying out of the way. There was no other sound but that of fighting. No screams, no shouts. The clones were all likely roaring into their internal circuits, their pain and agony not escaping the confines of their helmets and Isket. And Isket Akris was like a living weapon, wielding not her lightsabers but instead being wielded by them, a puppet on strings dancing to the tune of the Force. Until the crew lounge was scattered with corpses and broken bodies, some still in one piece, most not. The cramped entrance portal was in a worse condition, so piled high with bodies it was almost a barricade of flesh, bone, and plastoid, painted slimy red with a slick waterfall of blood that ran down and pooled at the threshold. And the last clone was hanging in the air, suspended by the Force, as Isket held him up by the neck. The red-skinned alien had lost her helmet somewhere, her armor smoking with blaster holes and steaming blood, and one of her lightsabers had been shot out of her hand, her left, which she now used to hold up the clone trooper. The troopers likely tried to disable the Jedi first, knowing her strength lied in her sabers. Isket was missing 2 fingers. She held up the clone anyway. Even as she did, Isket was so tall the hunter and hunted were still level eye to eye. WI, the clone choked out, Jedi. Isket, Barris said. Isket sneered, her eyes glowing in the dark, and clenched her fist. And the trooper imploded. Barris was intricately aware of the plastoid armor crumpling, the wet squelch of flesh and muscle, and the crunch of shattering bones. The clone trooper dropped to the ground, looking more akin to crumpled flimsy than man. At least nobody is going to attribute this to a Jedi, Bode's red lightsaber notwithstanding. Was this part of Master Gallia's calculations too? Isket, Barris said again. Isket snapped towards her, murder still in her eyes, and for a moment Barris readied herself, believing the out-of-control Jedi would go after her next. Her fears were unfounded too, as a relieved grin appeared on her face, as if she had not just brutally slaughtered 30 grown men. Or rather, as if brutally slaughtered 30 grown men was some sort of adrenaline-fueled joyride. So, the red-skinned devil choked out, I am mated. That murderous gleam vanished, and Isket slumped forward like a puppet with their strings cut. The haunting melody in the Force faded, and Barris rushed forward to catch her, scooping up the fallen lightsaber as she did. I've got her, Barris spoke into her comlink, heading your way now. The trip to the escape pods were uneventful, even as the satellite shuttered with another docking gunship. Barris had slung the barely conscious Isket over her shoulder, who was so tall her feet were still dragging against the floor. They found Bode already boarding on escape pods, 1 out of 3 escape pods. Barris gladly handed off the lanky woman, who was heavier than she looked, over to the stronger Bode, who raised an eyebrow. By the Force, she looks like she went through the ringer. She did, Barris grunted as she climbed into the escape pod, closing the hatch behind her, in more ways than one. Let's go. You got it. Bode fastened Isket into a seat, and then himself, before pressing his datapad. Thud. Thud. The 2 other escape pods were launched. Thud. And then it was their turn. Barris' stomach leapt up to her throat as they hurtled back down to Coruscant. Where are we landing? She asked. One of the underworld portals in the southern hemisphere. We'll disappear into the underworld, Bode grunted. Hopefully homeworld security will follow the pod heading towards the northern hemisphere instead of us. They're going to crack down on the separatist cells. Barriss breathed in. Thousands will die. They're separatists. Bode closed his eyes, as if convincing himself. Good riddance. The pod jerked violently. That'll be the counterthrust. So? Bode then asked, check the upload. Is it successful? Barriss fumbled the datapad into her hands, activating it and reading the logs with trembling apprehension. System, package upload successful. System, initiating uplink. System, error 424, failed dependency. System, creating report. System, error 409, conflict. System, creating report. System, error 409, conflict. System, creating report. System, error 409, conflict. System, uplink established. From CND underscore 1.252.491.472.01.51.4 underscore 1310 RV, bypass security protocols. From CND underscore 1.252.491.472.01.51.4 underscore 1310 RV, contacting handler 1. From CND underscore 1.252.491.472.01.51.4 underscore 1310 RV, network completed. From CND underscore 1.252.491.472.01.51.4 underscore 1310 RV, reconfiguring satellite system. From CND underscore 1.252.491.472.01.51.4 underscore 1310 RV, welcome back, priestess. Was your mission successful? Barriss released an explosive, held breath. She looked up at Bode, smiling. Yes, it was very successful. Chapter 57. Yagdhul Orbit, Yagdhul System. Heron Sector. At the bridge of battlecruiser Chimeratica, Confederate Rear Admiral Rain Bonteri observed the approaching enemy. His hand flashed over the screen, and a pair of spinning scales strung out around the holographic display of Yagdhul like an armillary sphere, minuscule increments denoting the absolute bearings with regard to the galactic plane. The holographic planet spun, just as the star system spun, but these absolute bearings would always be aligned with the arbitrary constants set by the standard galactic grid. The new territories will always be nested in the absolute north, just as the unknown regions lay in the west and trailing sectors in the south. That will not change, even as the galaxy itself traversed the cosmos, spiraling at a steady 250 clicks a second. One of the joys of a galactic civilization. Standardization. Standard bearings, standard time, standard distance, standard alphabet. People really took standardization for granted, even as standardization acted as the steady hand that guided the civilization to peace and prosperity for 10,000 years. Even as standardization acted as the calculating impetus behind every battle and every war, the platform from which mass destruction and slaughter would be planned upon. 3 fleets approached Yagdhul. Rain Bonteri eyed the absolute bearings, shifting the holograph towards a top-down view. From the northeast, bearing 033 degrees and 100,000 clicks out, just beyond Yagdhul's third moon, was Octavian Grant's 20th Sector Armada, numbering 250 ships. As the 20th Sector Armada was ostensibly a rear-line combat element, most of their fighting force consisted of smaller vessels around a core battlecruiser squadron. Numbers and tonnage combined, it was a peer force to the 28th Mobile Fleet. From the northwest, bearing 341 degrees and 90,000 clicks out, was Impito Jayos Brand's Task Force Swift Justice, recently liberated after Fonder's surrender and withdrawal from the Confederacy. Numbering a little over 100 warships. Many sleek Fondorian vessels had joined this command, including new Tector-class battleships, but in total this force was still disadvantaged against the 28th Mobile Fleet. On its own, at least. From the southeast, bearing 150 degrees and 150,000 clicks out, isolated from their comrades approaching from the north, was Anakin Skywalker's Open Circle Fleet, numbering 300 ships. Bringing over 100 Venator-class battlecruisers to bear, the Open Circle was by far the most dangerous enemy fleet element present, one the 28th Mobile might not hope to triumph over in even combat. Just under 700 ships, Senator Dagobah Scoratols gravely informed the gathered officers of the 28th Mobile Fleet, on behalf of the body calculus. I extend my sincerest gratitude for your efforts towards the liberation of our star system. However, in light of the Republic's enormous advantage, I must advise you to retreat. Rest assured, even against this force, Yagdhul will not be taken by the Republic. This is as the body calculus determined. The Given of Yagdhul were the most revered mathematicians of the galaxy, and the body calculus was formed of the most revered mathematicians of the Given. Some species gave more weight to their words than others, but the Given were one of the few who always backed their words with hard numbers. If Dagobah Scoratols had even foregone the Given societal custom of greeting mathematics to implore a hasty withdrawal, then the chances of victory must be bleak indeed. Had the esteemed body calculus determined the possibility of victory to be 0, the Rear Admiral leaned back, almost relaxed. No possibility is 0, Admiral. The Given looked at him through an exoskeleton of bone, fixed into a perpetual scream. But the enemy has as many as 3 times the number of ships that you do, and intend to envelop you from 3 directions. However, you can still withdraw. and regroup with your allies for a counterattack. The body calculus has deliberated a strategy for your fleet to execute. I must express my dissatisfaction, Senator. The Rear Admiral gestured coldly. Why do you not say US and use U in its place? Is the mathematocracy not a constituent state of this confederacy? Yagdhul's shipyards are well regarded, and the reputation of their Wavecrest-class frigates precedes themselves. Will you not fight with us? I am afraid that the body calculus is hesitant of committing its warships. Senator Skoratols bowed stiffly, as a defeat would render it unable to defend its orbital and atmospheric space. Then how must we convince the body calculus of our certain victory? The Rear Admiral asked. Must I descend to Dodecapolis and make a presentation of my strategy with prepared graphs and charts? I have already presented your strategy to the body calculus, the given senator replied. They concluded it is implausible. Defeating a numerically superior enemy in detail has merit, but that is the obvious conclusion the enemy will come to as well. A defeat in detail will only work if the enemy has the advantage in terms of total numbers, while you have the advantage over any single one of their divisions. That is not the case here. The 20th Sector Armada is a near-peer force, and the Open Circle Fleet have you at every disadvantage. And how has the body calculus arrived at that conclusion? With the evaluation of a dataset of battles accumulated over the long millennia of galactic warfare, the body calculus has all the data on hand, should you have the capacity to analyze it. To analyze every battle ever fought since the foundation of the mathematocracy in the span of hours just to prove a point, the Rear Admiral mused, is such an unnecessary effort that speaks to exactly how the given operate. Then this battle will be a statistical anomaly, the Rear Admiral promised. You speak of our defeat in the upcoming battle, Senator, but the battle has already begun. You speak of. Indeed I do. The Rear Admiral gestured again, this time at a display, and 5 pairs of eyes turned to see it. As you can see, we have already begun whittling away at the enemy force. 50 battlecruisers of the Open Circle Fleet are leaving. The Open Circle Fleet no longer possesses the advantage and is now a near-peer force. At the cost of 70 of your own ships. 70 frigates. It is a fair trade, and one we would immediately recoup if your Wavecrests are committed to our cause. Even so, Dagobah Skoratol's hologram shimmered. It is unlikely for any fleet to defeat 3 peer enemy fleets in quick succession. The dataset proves as such. There is no historical precedent for such an event ever occurring. It appears body calculus fails to understand that the historical precedent will begin with this battle. Commodore Horgo Shive said leisurely, the 28th Mobile is not any fleet, not by design. Take it from Immune, Senator, who does not move their credits easily. A risky investment promises high returns, and this fleet is an asset on which I have bet everything. That is the case for the entire Confederacy. This entire war is a volatile venture, and yet it is one that 3 of the most intelligent species of the galaxy have put their faith in, the Mune, the Sinatine, and finally, the Given, of which only one is yet to put their credits where their mouth is. The silence of the Given representative stretched on, watching the officers through pitch black, soulless eyes. He would not be moved by confidence or appeal to emotion. The Given knew but one argument, and it was backed by numbers. Tell this to the body calculus. The Rear Admiral finally told the Given they must stop falling for the fallacy that it defeat in detail is anything but eloquent vernacular created by military strategists to make a simple premise more sophisticated than it really is. Dagobah Skoratol's then questioned, how so? I will defeat the enemy, no matter how many times I must. The Rear Admiral stood up, spreading his arms, once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Do you know why I must defeat 3 enemy fleets? It is because I have already destroyed the 4th. On the display, right on top of the 28th Mobile Fleet, bearing 000 degrees and 0 clicks out, was the Gar Siege Fleet, meant to take Yagdhul by force, once numbering 400 warships strong. Once. If Anakin Skywalker's plan was for the Siege Fleet to buy time for the encircling forces by engaging the 28th Mobile Fleet, then he has already failed. Not a single ship of the Siege Fleet remained in active combat, completely destroyed over the course of 3 hours under the combined maneuvers of the 28th Mobile. Rear Admiral Rain Bonteri stepped forward until he was right in front of the skeletal features of the Given senator. If the body calculus wants historical precedents, then tell them they stand on history. I have destroyed a near-peer force, one in a defensive posture no less, and I will do it again 3 more times. Senator Skoratols took a half step back to create distance, once his chance. Challenge gleamed in the Rear Admiral's eyes, each like a kaleidoscopic crystal, and twice as. If the Rear Admiral saw something within the Given's sunken black holes, he did not show it. Something passed between the 2 men, and if the Given had the biological capacity to smile, perhaps Dagobah Skoratol's would have. Twice will be intent. On the opposite side, a shared unease rippled through the 3 commanders of the Republic effort to destroy the battle Hydra. The 3 fleets had approached Yagdhul swiftly, yet their pace was tempered with the necessity to remain synchronized in their approach, to eliminate any gaps in the encirclement from which the enemy could escape through. This was critical, as Yagdhul possessed a quaternary satellite system with 3 close-orbiting, oversized moons that acted as much on the planet and each other as the planet acted on them, creating erratic and powerful gravitational forces that would complicate any engagement. Such a phenomena would usually act as a hard limit for the maturation of any space-faring civilization, but the Given had especially evolved with extraordinary mathematical and astronomical abilities to break out of their lunar cage. The original plan was for the siege fleet to pin down the Separatists until the main force arrived, but considering the sudden radio silence, the three Republic commanders could only conclude their allies had already been destroyed. That left an issue, as they now had no way of knowing the exact location of the Separatist fleet. The quaternary system was filled with asteroids ripped from the moons by extreme tidal forces, and clouds of thick atmosphere hanging between them that refracted many sensor systems. They had to approach this way, with their fleets in such a position to overlook any possible escape vector through the moons and asteroid fields. There was no fear about the Separatists' attempt to escape via going above or below the system plane, as the lack of astronomical phenomena enabled all three fleets to discover and intercept them quickly. As such, should the Separatists attempt to escape, it was determined they would do so by giving them the slip by exploiting natural blind spots created by the quaternary system. That is, Jedi Commander Talisabeth and Wandung Esterhazy narrowed her eyes, observing the quaternary system between the gathered holograms, if the battle Hydra even intends to escape at all. Withdrawal is the only natural conclusion for him, Governor General Octavian Grant argued, not unsoundly. Should their opponent be any other, we're closing in on the enemy from 3 directions, and even without the siege fleet, we still command thrice their numbers. All the conditions point towards a decisive victory. Not all conditions, Jedi General Impedogeo's brand inserted into the conversation. You don't bother fighting a Duxunian raptor on its home turf. You wait for it to come to yours. We are doing the former. One moment you think you're the biggest monster around, the next you're 10,000 feet up in the jaws of a raptor. The second we cross the orbit of the third moon, we best stop thinking we're the hunters. Besides, it already isn't a decisive victory. Commander Talisabeth shook her head. The siege fleet might not be so powerful, but they still had 400 warships. Not to mention all of the boots we had on the ground, now at the mercy of the Given. If General Octavian Grant was resentful of being disagreed with twice, he did not show it. Born into the nobility of the neighboring Tapani sector, Grant was a blue-blooded aristocrat, young and contemptuous for those he felt were lesser beings compared to humans like himself and his fellow Tapani nobles. For him to work with Jedi was distasteful in of itself, but a barely civilized Onderonian and an impoverished orphan from Vorzadvi? Fortunately for Republic cooperation, the origins of individual Jedi are not so easily discovered by outsiders. The only way matters could be made worse was if Talisabeth or Brand was a politician on top of it. Octavian Grant was one of the governor-generals who found himself gravely injured by the Supreme Chancellor's consolidation of military authority, which itself acted as a catalyst for Grant's newfound hatred for politicians like Palpatine. If he had to work with the spineless bureaucrats that populated the likes of Admiral Honor Sulima's home fleet, he might just mutiny, if it weren't for the alternative being the alien-dominated Confederacy. Well aware of this fact, the GAR's Strategic Command had by and large allowed General Grant to operate independently in the 20th Sector Army, dominated by the Tapani over-sector itself, to appease him. Thankfully, on this occasion General Octavian Grant had tempered himself for battle and considered his allies fellow military commanders first and foremost, though he still harbored internal doubts about the efficacy of Jedi officers. I will retire myself from this debate. General Grant raised a gloved hand. I will not pretend to know our opponent any more than a countryman of theirs, or someone who met them in person. If the battle Hydra truly intends to fight, however, then I can only think of one way they can. They intend to defeat us one at a time, Talisabeth agreed, while we are still isolated from each other. As the 3 allied fleets entered the quaternary system, their sightlines and communication corridors would soon be interrupted by the 3 moons and many other astrographical phenomena. Since the allied fleets had to coordinate with each other, they decided to base all of their bearings and distances relative to the planet of Yagdhul itself, so they would all be looking at the same thing. With this in mind, the farthest moon from Yagdhul was just port side of the 20th Armada, bearing just 050 degrees, relative to the planet. The second moon was on the port bow of Task Force Swift Justice, bearing just west of Absolute North. Finally, the closest and smallest moon of Yagdhul was slightly southwest, bearing 195 degrees. So the question is, who will he attack first? General Grant crossed his arms. If we can predict this, we can maneuver our fleets decisively and crush the menace once and for all. He will attack the open circle fleet first. General Impedogeo's brand declared with such force his hologram quivered. A predator will always attack the most isolated prey first. Task Force Swift Justice and the 20th Armada are only 22 degrees distant, while the open circle fleet is a whole 200 degrees distant from us. That is sensible. Talisabeth held her chin, analyzing the battle space carefully. If the Separatists attack the open circle, the battle Hydra would put as much distance between himself and the 2 of you as possible. However, the open circle is the most powerful fleet between the 3 of us. We are no siege fleet. Is the battle Hydra so confident he can destroy us before you 2 can reinforce? Octavian Grant's eyes sharpened, considering the young Jedi commander in a new light. What do you suggest then, Commander Esterhazy? Observe, Talisabeth spun the tactical hollow, pointing at the large, empty space on the west side of the quaternary system. Should the Separatists defeat us in detail, maneuverability is key. I think. No, the battle Hydra will attack the weakest of us first. Task Force Swift Justice, the only numerically smaller force between us. He will attempt to execute a surprise attack through this debris field here, and after defeating the fleet, he will break out into the west, maneuvering around and thus able to target the open circle or 20th Armada at his discretion. General Brand's eyes widened, then squinted, eyebrows drawing together in irritation. The Onderonian Jedi had not thought of that indeed, but it made terrifying sense. His fleet was separated from their closest ally, the 20th Armada, by the second moon of Yagd-Hul. The battle Hydra could lash out during the interim where the moon interrupts the communication corridor between the two fleets and completely overwhelm Task Force Swift Justice before using said moon to disappear once again. Anakin Skywalker's Padawan lives up to her master's reputation. That is what the Jedi Knight decided then. What Talisabeth didn't mention was that she could see where the battle Hydra was. Ree Alrix's funerary flame burned brightly, the void in the Force acting like a firebreak that made it a simple exercise to deduce out where the anomaly was. The battle Hydra was west of Yagd-Hul, hiding behind the first moon, bearing 292 degrees relative to the planet, and he was closest to his prime target, Task Force Swift Justice. With a thick cloud of orbital debris and asteroids bearing 305 to 343 situated between the two forces. It was with her supernatural radar that Talisabeth formulated her strategy. I see, General Octavian Grant nodded, perhaps not so disgruntled with dealing with Jedi now. At least they weren't advocating for a full frontal assault like so many others do. And how will we counter this movement in the scenario that the battle Hydra does as you predict? Upon meeting the Separatists, Task Force Swift Justice should withdraw, Commander Esterhazy immediately answered. As the enemy pursues, the 20th Armada and Open Circle will close the distance and strike from behind. From here, the enemy has two choices: complete their destruction of Task Force Swift Justice, which will allow us to bleed them out, or turn around and try to break for the safety of the Yagd-Hul satellite system. If they turn around, it will be the Open Circle and 20th Armada's turn to withdraw, allowing Task Force Swift Justice to strike them from behind. With this, there will be no escape for the battle Hydra. Clever, Octavian Grant praised, though it didn't sound any more positive than a factual statement. And not to mention this strategy will work should the battle Hydra target any single one of our fleets, not just General Brand's. However, there is one major flaw in this strategy. Commander Esterhazy swallowed the Governor General's words, bringing up her datapad to review her strategy again for what she had ostensibly missed. It is communication, Commander. The General, however, did not give her the luxury of figuring it out. Your strategy is our best chance of a decisive victory. I concur, and the probability of success is very high. However, close attention to force concentration, flexibility, and promptitude in advance and withdrawal is required. To coordinate as such between three separate fleets requires communication. Are you saying we are unable to collaborate with each other, General? Impeto Jo's Brand raised an eyebrow. We will be. If the enemy attacks the 20th Armada first, Octavian Grant brought down his hand like a hammer, considering the locations of our fleets. The only reason this meeting is possible is because the 20th Armada is acting as a bridge between Task Force Swift Justice and the Open Circle fleet. If the battle Hydra attacks us and jams this corridor, communication between our allied fleets will break down. I acknowledge your point, General, Talisabeth began, proceeding in spite of the nervousness gripping her that naturally came when speaking with such a high-ranking superior, but I cannot accept that the 20th Armada will be the Hydra's initial target. In fact, attacking the 20th Armada is the worst decision out of all three allied fleets. I agree with Talisabeth. General Brand supported her against the Governor General. For the second time, the 20th Armada is a peer force to the Prelemian Coalition's Armada. If the Hydra decides to attack you, they will be putting themselves between the Open Circle and Task Force Swift Justice, opening themselves to attack from every direction. If they were to make a move, this will not be it. It is 2-1, General. Commander Esterhazy summoned up her courage to look General Grant in the eye. We will proceed with my strategy. General Brand will prepare for battle, while our two fleets will begin moving to his defense. I refuse. Octavian Grant's face tightened, visibly incensed to being stifled time and time again. As your ranking officer, I command you to rendezvous with my 20th Armada. Talisabeth and Impeto Jo's Brand made eye contact. The situation was deteriorating due to one man's stubbornness, made even worse when said man was a Governor General, the top leader of the Grand Army of the Republic. Governor Generals commanded thousands of ships and billions of soldiers, and answered only to the Supreme Chancellor himself. There was understating the vast influence and power each of them had at their disposal. If Octavian Grant made a command, it was unlikely Commander Esterhazy and General Brand could refuse without dire consequences. Master Skywalker would know what to do. For a moment, that was what Talisabeth thought. And then Admiral Yularen, who had been content being in the background until then, stepped forward into the holographic sensor, appearing beside the young girl. With all due respect, sir, the Admiral addressed the Governor General. Jedi officers are under the jurisdiction of Jedi Command, not the GR Strategic Command or Republic Navy. You may be the ranking officer, but acting with the authority of Jedi General Anakin Skywalker, the commander has no obligation to follow your commands. General Grant's jaw clenched. Then we find ourselves at an impasse. However, I will not risk my fleet for a strategy one knows is critically flawed. I will repeat myself one more time. Once the enemy fleet engages and jams the 20th Armada, all communication between our fleets will disappear. The only way to counter this is for both of your fleets to begin making their way over to me immediately. The general has a point. Commander Yularen, who had already retreated out of the hologram, told Talisabeth softly, in a collaborative battle like this, communication is everything, and the 20th Armada is the linchpin holding us together. The Battle Hydra must surely realize this. Talisabeth's chest clenched tightly, painfully. This is so much harder than Master Skywalker makes it look. How do I know what decision is correct? My own? My allies? What does the Force say? She closed her eyes. The Force only told her where the Battle Hydra was, nothing more. And considering where the Battle Hydra was, their closest and most natural target was, as she posited, Task Force Swift Justice. Noticing but uncaring of the Jedi commander's internal turmoil, Octavian Grant abruptly cut his own connection, essentially forcing the last word to belong to him. Despite that, Impedojeo's Brand and Talisabeth could still connect to the same holoconference, which meant the 20th Armada was still facilitating communications. Maybe that was General Grant's way of highlighting the importance of his fleet. Well, aren't we off to a great start? General Brand mumbled, looking at Talisabeth apologetically. Sorry about that, Padawan, but Octavian Grant is one of the more prideful Governor Generals. What will we do now? Talisabeth laughed nervously. I was going to ask you, Master. I'm only a Padawan. You're Anakin Skywalker's Padawan, Brand corrected, and you're commanding the Open Circle fleet. I think you underestimate just how far your reach goes. Talisabeth wanted to sit. Her legs felt tired, but there was nowhere to. Does Master Skywalker have to deal with this every day? I can't imagine. This is exhausting. There's a moon coming up between you and General Grant. She pointed again. If the Battle Hydra decides to attack one of you, it will be when the moon blocks your communication. Send a surveillance craft to sit on the moon, so it can run to either you or him should either of you get attacked. Sensible, the Jedi Knight agreed. I will do as you say. The connection closed. Was that the correct decision, Commander? If Admiral Yularen approved or disapproved, he made no outward sign of it. The question seemed more like a test in Talisabeth's eyes. I don't know, she slumped, purposefully failing the test. I hope. Governor General Octavian Grant, commanding officer of the 20th Sector Army, regarded the urgent report with the cool disinterest of an immovable aristocrat. Separatist warships closing rapidly. The entire display screen of fleet flagship prominence was being covered in points of light as the enemy fleet swarmed into being, growing in luminosity as the menace sailed ever closer. The Prelemian coalition took a triple-ranked approach, 184 warships, with a screen of frigates and destroyers in the fore, a core of 4 Lucrehulk-class battleships in the center, and a rearguard of cruisers behind. This is why I dislike Jedi generals, Octavian Grant aired his disappointment aloud, consistently missing the forest for the trees. They do not see the bigger picture, and the enemy has realized this. Within the ranks of the Republic Navy, Rain Bonteri is known as the Battle Hydra, but maybe he should be known as Jedi Killer instead. After all, what other enemy admiral had defeated so many renowned Jedi generals on the field? Though, he has only killed 1 Jedi for now, despite having the opportunity to end so many more. Maybe there's a weakness there to be exploited, Octavian Grant suddenly thought. Yes, he continued anyway, Admiral Bonteri wants to defeat 3 fleets in quick succession, but in a battle such as this, the defeat of one fleet must enable the defeat of another. So what if Task Force Swift Justice was destroyed? As long as the 20th Armada and Open Circle still maintained contact, the 2 fleets could regroup and present a unified battle line against the now singularly outnumbered and outgunned Separatist force. And now, we have to face this fleet. Alone, Grant ground his teeth. Immediate messages to our allies. Engaging enemy 70,000 clicks northeast of Yagdhul, bearing 031 degrees absolute to the planet. Requesting immediate support. The Governor General gave the order, but the communications officer of the battlecruiser prominence could only respond with desperate actions and an expression to match. Jamming signals from the Separatist fleet were eating into the 20th Armada's comms voraciously. Try as they might, there was no overcoming the staple weapon of the Confederate Navy and the bedrock of their battlefield might, the ECM capabilities built into every munificent-class frigate ever produced. To make matters worse, the 20th Armada was trapped in between 2 moons, briefly but critically separating them from both of their allies. They had expected this, of course, but even then it was a cold feeling, realizing they were well and truly on their own. Octavian Grant can only hope the 2 Jedi officers had taken his words to heart and were rushing towards his aid. Those Jedi. Impedojeo's Brand was nothing special. The Onderonian fool caused a massive headache for the GAR after accidentally enacting a crime against civilization at Basadro, which then became one of the first widely publicized and viral battles of the war, by virtue of taking place in the interior. The only battle that could match Basadro in virality until then was the Battle of Sarapin, where the Pantoran showed the Republic just how serious the Separatist alliance was, and later the Battle of Atrakan, with a Jedi Master put on trial for the galaxy to witness. But Talisabeth and Wandung Esterhazy, now she was something close to special, wasn't she? So young, and yet already commanding a fleet as prominent as the Open Circle, as Anakin Skywalker chased after Asajj Ventress to prevent enemy reinforcements from thwarting their 3-way envelopment. Initially, Grant could not tell just who Skywalker was insulting by placing his apprentice in charge of his fleet, his allies or his enemy. But after listening to the girl air her strategies, maybe it was natural for the apprentice of the Jedi Order's most decorated general to show some promise. Everybody has to start somewhere, and Yagtul was as good a place as any. It was a shame she failed where it mattered, then. The enemy formation is evolving, Grant's XO observed. The screen of frigates that composed the Separatist vanguard was unfolding, with each alternating frigate in the line rising upwards and falling downwards in synchronicity, like the fangs of a cosmic leviathan separating for a great bite. As they split, they revealed the 4 Looker Hulks in the second line, arranged in an inverted chevron like a forked tongue. General Grant could then see the formation's final form in his mind's eye, a battle lattice of 3 rows and 5 ranks, with the top and bottom being frigates to extend forward, and the center to be the 4 battleships to halt the 20th Armada's momentum. We have seen this before, Octavian Grant announced. As cool as the temperature of the bridge, adopt counter-formation, it is just as we have practiced. The 20th Armada's formation evolved to match the enemy's, similarly splitting into 2 rows dorsal and ventral of each other, a handful of ranks deep. The Looker Hulks will be difficult to crack, General, Grant's XO commented. The general hummed in agreement. Looker Hulks were massive vessels, being 3 clicks long and 3 clicks wide. They were essentially mobile defense platforms, built to survive pirate attacks long enough for reinforcements to arrive, in that war before their wartime refits. But despite their size, they were surprisingly light, by virtue of being largely hollow to facilitate mass amounts of cargo. Once converted into warships, however, and battleships especially, their mass could increase by an order of magnitude. Looker Hulks have been known to take on as many as 3 Venators in a brawl and survive, if not exactly win. Never mind the fleet, Grant commanded, we must target the enemy commander. Considering the enemy fleet flagship is unknown to us, we will begin with the Looker Hulks. As he uttered those words, the first shot was fired. The enemy struck first, with a volley of missiles. The 20th Armada responded, blasting out a flurry of raking point defense that caught the vast majority of incoming projectiles, with the few that slipped through the net crashing harmlessly into deflector shields, as both fleets showed no signs of slowing. Prepare for close quarters combat. Grant raised a hand, have each vessel in the division rotate 180 degrees on the longitudinal axis, and have all vessels concentrate shields on the ventral surfaces. The top row of Venators flipped upside down just as the bottommost row of Munificents did the same, as both fleets clashed into each other, creating a 5-layered sandwich, with Munificents on the top and bottom layers, Venators in the second and fourth layers, and Looker Hulks in the central layer. The tactical holos flashed bright white as the ferocity of the brawl doubled, tripled, as the vast outputs of energy and accompanying bursts of light threatened to burn out the eyes of the sensor operators. Flashes of red-blue brilliance dance across the void. Separatist frigates unloaded bolt after bolt into the ray-shielded surfaces of Venators with carnivorous savagery, just as the 2 rows of Venators, with all their dorsal firing envelopes pointed at the Looker Hulks trapped between them, ripped into the tough plating of the freighter-turned weapons platform, bracketing the mighty battleships. Octavian Grant had learned the tactics of the Republic's most feared enemies, Rain Bonteri among them, and he knew this tactic to be the one that defeated Jedi General Obi-Wan Kenobi at the Battle of Christoph Sis. However, such a tactic wouldn't work again, not just on him, but on the Republic Navy as a whole. The reason being, the new line of Venator-class battlecruisers had evolved to compensate for the critical weakness that enabled the fearsome tactic in the first place. However, with bespoke SBHAD artillery guns fitted into the ventral hangars of new battlecruisers, if not carriers, for obvious reasons, Venators now boasted both dorsal and ventral firepower. This was the case as Prominence and the rest of the 20th Armada's battle line returned fire with their ventral turbo lasers, the overclocked batteries easily tearing through the comparatively weak shielding of the Munificents, piercing the thin dunium plating and churning their interiors into a grotesque glowing, liquefied metal. Some frigates thus exploded, vaporized by sudden and violent reactor combustion, while others had avoided such a fate and were instead still structurally intact, but too damaged to continue fighting. In the case of one of the Looker Hulks, Battleship 53, the damage of being slammed from both top and below by the powerful main batteries of Republic battlecruisers were beginning to accumulate, with more and more bolts slipping through failing shields and slagging the topmost coat of armor plating. General Grant, who had been observing the battle's progress closely, quickly noticed the chink in the enemy formation. That battleship there, he pointed at Battleship 53, have the consequence targeted. Armor-piercing warheads, if you would, right behind the main ion thrusters. That should be where the ship's main reactor lies. As ordered, Battlecruiser Consequence launched its salvo of 16 heavy proton warheads, penetrating to the Looker Hulk in multiple places, with 2 detonating right next in the engine room of the main Hyperator Annihilator reactor, unleashing a great swell of raging, killing particles that had swept through the entire ship, instantly turning Battleship 53 into a coffin for 600 officers and 100,000 battle droids. The cascade of debris shot outwards, bouncing harmlessly off the navigational shields of the Venators, and one could spot a pleased smile on General Octavian Grant's face as the warm glow of the explosion washed over his face. Even without their allies, the 20th Armada was winning, its lighter warships flooding the new hole in the Separatist line. In such a close-quarter brawl between fleets, the losses suffered was bound to be even, But it was natural conclusion when facing 252 ships with 184 that the force with the numerical advantage would emerge victorious. 184? It was reported the battle Hydra commanded 259 ships. Where's the remaining 75? Grant's smile faded, though not quite to the point of worry. As the two fleets burned past each other, and Prominence's staff officers began planning for the reciprocal course necessary to finish off the remainder of the Separatist fleet, Octavian Grant analyzed the astrographical terrain once more. The question roaring in his head was, why had Rain Bonteri foregone bringing his whole force down on the 20th Armada? 75 ships were missing, and Octavian Grant wanted to know where they were. He scanned the tactical holo, darting from one possible spot to the other. Simultaneously attacking two of our fleets, perhaps. Possible, but unlikely. 75 isn't enough to engage the open circle, and using 75 to strike the Swift Justice is worthless when two-thirds of his fleet was sacrificed attacking the 20th Armada. If he is seeking escape, there are much more effective ways to achieve it. And if he is seeking victory, this is no way to do so at all. Which means the missing 75 ships are also targeting this 20th Armada. From where? Octavian Grant's eyes sharpened. From there. He hadn't noticed, embroiled in the battle, but the 20th Armada had advanced forward enough that they had passed the third moon of Yagtul, creating a massive blind spot to their port quarter. If Bonteri had been hiding one-third of his fleet behind the moon, tracking their advance for a singular moment to hit them from behind in a spectacular hammer and anvil. I see, the general spoke aloud, catching the attention of his bridge crew. It appears we may have been outplayed. General, his XO questioned. Grant had handed his staff officer the data pad. Helm, full speed ahead. We must break through this brawl. Pick out our most disabled warships and have them lag behind to act as a rear particle shield. Have their ventral surface face our rear, and evacuate them once such maneuver has been executed. As expected, once the frigates and battleships had cleared the Republic's gauntlet, they began dispersing. The remaining 3 Looker Hulks roared as they hastily descended, while the ranks of frigates fanned upwards and out, or downwards. It was with this maneuver that the Republic spacers could appreciate the damage done to the enemy line of battle, as 37 frigates and 20 destroyers continued to follow their final course, hurtling along on invisible rails of inertia. They took no action to move, incapable of doing so. In comparison, only 16 Republic battlecruisers were taken out of commission in that engagement. Such pleasure was quickly crushed, however, as they entered the firing range of the final and third rank of the triple-ranked Separatist line of battle. And this time, they came face-to-face with the full broadside of Crying Sun and the 74 warships of the 284th Battle Division. At the same time, a sensor officer cried out on the deck of the Prominence. Hostile contacts. Bearing 039 relative to the planet, range 20,000 clicks. They're coming out from behind the moon. How many? General Grant asked a question he already knew the answer to. One ship stood out in particular to him, gleaming brightly on the scopes with chrome armor and fabulous solar sails that would not be out of place on a luxury yacht. A Taiwanese battlecruiser. It was a marvel of engineering and naval architecture that spoke to Grant's noble soul. He had never seen one before, and even at this distance, he still wished he could speak to the captain of such a fine vessel. 75, sir. They're crossing RT from both front and rear, his XO said, pessimistic, but not found lacking in the line of duty. It might be the end for us here. That brought him back to the task at hand. After all, 20,000 clicks was well within the effective range of Separatist missiles and torpedoes. And indeed, as if heralded by the thought, flashes of light erupted across the enemy battle line. Once, twice, 3 times, a flurry of brutal warheads racing towards the 20th Armada's not quite defenseless rear. Concentrate shields to the front, Grant ordered instead with reinforced comm. Have our gunners take local control and focus on the enemy in front of us. Target hardpoints, the torpedo launchers. Very good, sir. With prompt reactions, the gunners of the 20th Armada turned their barrels forward and released their thunderous firepower. Almost simultaneously, the 4th Battle Division launched their salvos. In such close quarters, sparks erupted all across the empty space dividing the 2 battle lines, furious eruptions that boomed what felt like mere meters away in front of them, forcing the view screens to darken in response, lest all within became blinded. The space was so narrow and confined, in fact, that energy particles and turbo laser bolts and torpedoes collided at terrific speeds, annihilating one another in a cannibalistic fury. Then, at their rear, the first enemy volley reached them, smashing right into the bulwark of battlecruisers Grant had ordered left behind to act as a physical shield. They shattered upon impact. Tens of millions of tons of steel blasted outwards and towards the 20th Armada's engine blocks, smaller shards being incinerated in ion thrust plumes while larger chunks of debris crashed straight into aft bulkheads. Order all ships to shut down all power feeds to the thrusters immediately. Similar commands rang out through the bridges of the battlecruisers present, each captain skillfully taking command of the situation and preventing what should have been an inevitable disaster, a chain reaction of engine explosions, from occurring. Then the second volley arrived, and finally the third, and by the end of it many Republic captains had independently partitioned their shields between fore and aft to more effectively distribute the damage. Nevertheless, by the time the 2 Separatist divisions had completed their respective crossing the TS, much of the 20th Armada had been rendered immobile, the huge engine blocks of their star destroyers turning into a liability. Brutally mauled by separatist warheads. Much of the fleet was still intact, and their weapons effective, thanks to Octavian Grant's decision to sacrifice his own ships to protect their rear, but without working engines, they could not move. Despite being presented with sitting ducks, however, the surviving forces of the Perlemian Coalition's armada ignored the mauled 20th Armada and continued on their present vector, bound westward. Octavian Grant stared at the dead holo emitter, where the tactical holo was once present. Rolling blackouts gripped the prominence as engineers struggled to revive the main reactor after it had suffered extensive damage. Thankfully, the warship's emergency power cells were still keeping essential systems, such as gravity and atmosphere, online. Despite that, Grant could still form a mental image of the tactical holo in his mind's eye, tracing the vectors of the enemy divisions as he had last seen them through his imagination. "I see," he mumbled. "Clever. Sir." "I must admit Commander Esterhazy is due more credit than I had given her," Octavian Grant admitted. She was correct in her assessment that swift justice was Rain Bonteri's primary target from the start. "I would argue it was us, General." His XO raised an eyebrow. "How many of our ships are permanently out of combat, Captain?" Grant asked. "I would say around 100, General. And the other 150 will be able to re-enter combat once repairs are completed?" "Correct." This was an indecisive engagement, Grant assessed. Bonteri realized with General Brand and I so close to each other, one fleet could come to the reinforcements of the other. But he also realized the importance of taking out our 20th Armada to sever communication between swift justice and the open circle. Thus, he engaged us not to annihilate our fleet, as one should expect from a defeat in detail, but simply to disable us. With our power systems down, we can no longer move and no longer communicate. And yet, Bonteri was not forced to engage in a lengthy battle in which he could become pinned down. It is our shame for not deducting his intentions. Agreed. Octavian Grant paced the deck. I had not expected such a sophisticated strategy from an Onderonian. Is there anything else we know about him? He's a noble, sir. From the House of Bonteri, the officer said stiffly, "Shall I have our engineers bring us back into fighting shape?" Now that would explain it. The Tapani noble nodded seriously. "For now, priorities are bringing our communication suites back to life. Have every still combat-capable warship rendezvous with the open circle. It will not remove the stain upon our honor, but fighting with Commander Esterhazy in the decisive engagement will make up for our shame." "Very good, General." Governor General Octavian Grant released a breath, staring out at the inky blackness beyond Prominence's viewports. "It was a good duel, Bonteri. I look forward to our next bout." Meanwhile, 30,000 clicks away, there was a conversation going on between the Taiwanese battlecruiser Kronprinz and the separatist fleet flagship Chimeratica. "He's good, that one," Commodore Diedrich Greyshade said. Octavian Grant. "We will have to keep an eye on him." Rear Admiral Rain Bonteri nodded distantly, though Greyshade was unable to see it. They had intended to completely obliterate the 20th Armada there, using the battle lattice to occupy the 20th Armada long enough to lure them right in between two full battle lines of torpedo broadsides to grind Octavian Grant's fleet into dust. Instead, almost a quarter of the remaining 28th Mobile Fleet was now blasted scrap metal, and they had only been able to destroy less than half of the 20th Armada. "We will have to circle back around later and finish them off," Rain Bonteri told Greyshade. "For now, it is imperative we hit Impeto Jo's brand before he can react. Let's not make the same mistake twice." "No mercy for your countrymen, Admiral?" "The only homeland the Jedi know is Coruscant." "That is a good point." Internally, Rain Bonteri stirred. Octavian Grant was a new player he knew far too little of. Until now, the 20th Sector Army had been content remaining in the borders of the Tapani Oversector, and so there was not much known about their officers and fleets. He had been content believing that most of the GAR's interior armadas were populated by comparative unskilled men, with all of the most talented officers being relegated to the front lines. However, if all of the 20th's commanders were as skilled as their general, then he may have to reevaluate this supposition. Operation Starlance may encounter an initial obstacle far more troublesome than he had anticipated. As for Octavian Grant, Greyshade mused aloud, he might become a problem in the future if we don't deal with him now. "He did better than I expected," Rain Bonteri acquiesced, "all the more reason why we must remove him. He won't make the same mistake next time." One could imagine Diedrich Greyshade grinning on the bridge of Kronprinz, right? He missed the forest for the trees. He did. Only this time, however. For now, however, a singular thought was present in the minds of every separatist captain. 1 down, 2 to go. Chapter 58. Eastern Vale, Lon Nebula. Oedipole Sector. 20 standard hours is not enough time to forget the words of a man, that much Asajj Ventress learned as she endlessly paced the deck of Dark Rival like a starved Acklay. Rain Bonteri's parting words troubled her, not for that he definitely knew she had been ordered to betray him, but that he also insinuated she herself would be the victim of betrayal. Because betrayal is an unhappy hazard of the dark side. It was the exact same words Dooku had recited to her, and now it echoed over and over again in her head. She tested the sentence, feeling the force wrap around it as she stewed in that hated sense of uncertainty. The simple recital of the maxim was proof he knew every detail about Count Dooku's instructions, but he could have used any section of that transmission, yet purposefully picked out this single sentence for a reason. Ventress could be overthinking, But if there was one thing she knew about Rain Bonteri, it was that the Onderonian noble only knew how to overthink, whether it be planning a stratagem down to the most minute detail, deconstructing his opponent's psyche piece by piece, or calculating each and every word in order to elicit the most favorable outcome in a mere conversation. If she wanted to be on the same mental wavelength as the battle Hydra, it was worth combing through every detail. And there was one detail that plagued her like a chronic illness, that he had given her the benefit of the doubt on the eve of such a crucial battle being able to. The fact that he chose to believe her when Ventress told him she was acting for the greater good of the Confederacy. A single, well-placed missile could have taken out Dark Rival before Ventress and the Storm Fleet ever became a problem, but no such missile came. Instead, he simply imparted that maxim. Betrayal is the unhappy hazard of the dark side. Ventress paced the deck, repeating the sentence under her breath like a mantra. Over and over, and in the 21st hour, something clicked into place, and Ventress felt like a lucid onlooker in a mad dream. She had focused so much on the sentence itself that she had overlooked the context behind it. No, he didn't say that to tell me he knew I would betray him. It was used as a warning. He was warning me that I was going to be betrayed. And then in her mind's eye, that sentence was replaced by a single name. Count Dooku. What if Dooku's instructions were meant to lure her away from a place of safety, within the most dangerous fleet of the CAF not under Dooku's complete control, and into a hidden, isolated nebula of the mid-rim where he could kill her? Did that not mean she wasn't actually tasked to take command of a powerful, secret fleet to use against their enemies, but instead to sail straight towards her own tomb? In that frenzied hurricane of thoughts, Ventress had not even considered how Rain Bonteri could have uncovered such knowledge, or even realized that he had not known at all, and simply wished to unnerve her. Nor did she realize that the very fact that Dooku had told her of that maxim just before ordering her death was incredibly suspect on its own. That frenzied hurricane of thoughts came to an abrupt end with her relentless pacing when the hyper-rival alert warbled. 21 standard hours throughout hyperspace. She had finally made it. But made it where? A new beginning, at the head of 200 of the most advanced ships of the Confederacy? Or the end, in the ignoble death among the stars, alone and unnoticed? The astronavigation droid, not being force-sensitive themselves, and wholly unaware of her thoughts, flippantly disengaged the hyperdrive. Dark Rival lurched beneath her feet, and Ventress braced herself for the blackness of deep space, and perhaps, the blinding light of 1,000 turbo laser bolts. At that moment, a crucial detail slipped from Ventress' mind. If he had every intention to kill her, why had Count Dooku also reminded her that betrayal was the custom of the dark side? Here we are, Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker announced to himself as Pioneer and half 100 other Venators, battlecruisers and carriers alike, ripped themselves out of hyperspace, dead center in the middle of nowhere. Clone Commander Apo stirred from such stillness for a moment. Anakin could have believed the trooper had fallen asleep on his feet. To all outward appearances, Apo seemed perfectly normal, perfectly stern and attentive as a clone commander should. But beneath that perfectly identical face, Anakin had noticed something else over the past few hours in hyperspace, an underlying thirst, an eagerness for something, a tension that strained to be released. Released in battle. It was there now, and as Anakin studied Apo's face, he could almost visualize those lines of tension in the Force. The 501st Clone Legion was yearning for some excitement, and their commander was no different. They had been bred for battle, and their last engagement, on the separatist world Nam Turios, was far and away. A deep space boarding action was the perfect vector to unleash some of that pin-up energy. Already the men, sir, Apo suggested, at your leave. Go ahead, Anakin jabbed out his chin, crossing the deck to the sensor chief. For a moment, he almost called out to Lieutenant Clef, before squashing down that habit with the mental reminder that he was no longer aboard the Harbinger anymore. Clef, and of Rey and Yularen for that matter, was with Talisabeth, and hopefully they were doing all right. They must be fighting the battle Hydra now, that infamous separatist warlord, if the battle was not already over. Talisabeth was not dead, that was much was certain to him, nor was the Harbinger destroyed, for he would have felt such a connection severed in the Force, and he had felt no such thing. It was a good sign, one that only reinforced Anakin's faith in his apprentice, and not just his apprentice but the crews and captains of the Open Circle fleet. It was a long way from Christoph, sis. Anything, officer? The Jedi General questioned. The sensor chief's eyes darted up to him, and back down, working on it, General. The nebula ain't playing nice. Anakin nodded sharply but understandingly, nary a blame or rebuke on his lips, and brought his attention towards the viewports. It was a sight to behold. The Lan Nebula were sheets of green and blue and red, and there were stars, newly formed and newborn, above and below, and on all sides. It was an enormous soup of dust and gas, one of many stellar nurseries of the galaxy, and they were within it, soon to violate it with battle. An involuntary shiver ran up his back at that thought. We've got contact, the sensor chief suddenly said, multiple contacts, bearing 047, Mark 299. Anakin's brain spun as he mentally ingested the bearings, below us, before raising a single finger and twirling it. The helm kicked Pioneer into a spin, rolling the mighty vessel a full 180 degrees longitudinally until the entire ship was upside down. Such orientation was tracked as such on the numerous displays and holos, until their operators keyed in for the switch, and thus, upside down was now the right side up. Anakin marched up to the viewports, craning his head up at the supposed contacts that were now above them. At first, there was the usual scattering of stars, but as he traced the bearing, it was then that he witnessed an arm of the Lawn Nebula, a swirling river of light bisecting the vast void. And within that river of light were dark shapes, shadows, hundreds of them, like barges sailing along the flow of stardust. His eyes traced the silhouettes, and his brain forced a pattern onto them, matching them against the vast gallery of starship silhouettes his memory contained. "Those are freighters, not warships," Anakin muttered, then aloud ordered, "Send the scans to my datapad. I want to see everything." "Right away, sir." The images coalesced on his datapad. The ships were large and geometrical, massive flying boxes exactly 800 meters long and sheathed in dull black durasteel. On their aft ends sat a pair of huge sublight thrusters, arranged vertically, and their prows were dominated by a gargantuan cargo door that spanned port to starboard. Anakin recognized the freighter type. It was one of the most popular and ubiquitous ships classes in the galaxy. PCL-27, designed by Maxwell and Son. It also went by another more popular name, whether it be in the private circles of shipping magnates, dockhands living paycheck to paycheck, or the trillions of spacers who share the hyperlanes with such vessels, A-class bulk freighter. Such a classification was not official, but merely being called the A-class was enough of a testament to its omnipresence across the galaxy. Pioneer's scans reflected as such, with a gleaming PCL-27 highlighted at the corner of the screen. There were 200 of them, all lying dormant on that river of light. No running lights, no thruster plumes. So this is it? Anakin had to ask himself in disbelief. The vaunted reinforcements the battle Hydra was relying on is an abandoned, derelict merchant convoy? Suffice to say, the Jedi Knight swiftly discarded the thought. "I want a full-spectrum scan on that fleet," he instructed. "Search for biosigns as well." As the open circle detachment crept closer to investigate, more information poured into Anakin's hands. His suspicions grew. The thrusters were too clean. Freight companies and captains loved to skimp out on fuel quality to save costs, and these thrusters showed no signs of that. Either these ships were incredibly new, or they didn't burn dirty. That was the first sign. The second was the hull itself. Anakin studied the lines and paneling of the hull, the quality of the fittings, then the material composition of the plating. It's not just durasteel, it's a military-grade dunium alloy. Then there was the forward cargo door that possessed none of the design features of a cargo door and all the features of an armored bulkhead. These freighters are built like military-grade warships. So why are 200 of them sitting in some middle-of-nowhere nebula? That's strange. The sensor chief frowned. There aren't any biosigns. "Did we accidentally stumble on the Dark Force or something?" another officer half-joked. Dark Force? A rush of memories flooded Anakin's mind. The officer was talking about the Katana fleet, a task force of 200 Dreadnought-class heavy cruisers built 10 years ago. The Katana fleet was meant to herald a new era for Republic military warships, each ship outfitted with a then-advanced set of full-rig slave circuitry. When the system malfunctioned, the whole fleet jumped to light speed together and disappeared forever. 10 years ago, Rendili dreadnoughts were ludicrously crew-intensive, requiring upwards of 16,000 spacers in all. The bespoke slave circuitry implemented cut that numbered down to little over 2,000. These days, slave circuitry was even more advanced, but hardly utilized due to the great scare caused by the scandal. Despite that, slave circuitry was absolutely ubiquitous in the Separatist Navy, present and essential in basically every Separatist warship ever built. The joys of droid crews, Anakin decided, an organic manpower deficit. 10 years ago, full-rig slave circuitry was the next evolution in starship technology. Advanced, but untested. The Dark Force was supposed to be the Republic's grand demonstration of how effective a slave-rigged fleet could be. Before the slave-rigged fleet took 500,000 men to their graves. A-class bulk freighters only need a crew of 60, Anakin recalled aloud. If these are warships like I suspect, maybe a couple hundred. If we assume slave circuitry and droid crews, one could run a completely secret fleet. Think about it. There's no need for a home port or even ports of call, and when they're on the move, the ordinary spacer would think it's a freight convoy. So you think this is it, sir? The Storm Fleet. Yes, Anakin said decisively, this is it. There must be a reason why they are all deactivated. But we're not here to poke the sleeping crate dragon. We're here to kill the sleeping crate dragon. Inform the secondary bridge, launch all starfighters. Bring us in. Destroy them all. Sorry, Apo, but if we're lucky your men won't have any fun at all. If we're lucky. Anakin Skywalker wasn't a lucky person. New contact, the sensor chief alarmed. There's a Providence almost right above us, headed on the same vector. That'd be Asajj Ventress. Anakin traced the vector. It was Ventress' ship, indeed, dark rival, and it was racing towards the safety of the Storm Fleet. How close must you get to transmit the control codes to the fleet? Anakin demanded in a rush, his every muscle straining to dash to the hangar bay and leap into his starfighter. We're in a nebula, sir, the sensor chief replied as calmly as he could. You can ask the stars, and they'll likely give you a more accurate answer than I. Anakin twitched, then belayed that last order and bring Pioneer to bear on Ventress. Have all starfighter wings target that ship, the dark rival. The rest of the fleet will proceed at pace. As long as those fake freighters don't get activated, this spot will mark Ventress' grave. Anakin's scar burned. And it's been a long time coming. Ventress found herself within her Genevex-class fan blade before she knew it. The Banshee screeching out of dark rivals through deck hangar bay with all 200 droid starfighters and 100 more landing shuttles as soon as Anakin Skywalker's open circle appeared right below her. She hardly even had the luxury of wondering how or why he had followed her, only that she had to reach the Storm fleet before he caught her. Because a Providence, for all of its advantages, could not outrun a Star Destroyer, or the blistering masses of Republic fighter bomber wings for that matter. Within a matter of moments, the Pioneer was right below Dark Rival, both ships longitudinally spinning perpendicularly to bring their broadsides to bear. Without her combat escorts, however, Dark Rival couldn't effectively stave off the hungering squadrons of BTLB Y-wings that dove beneath her shields and unleashed their deadly payloads of proton torpedoes down her spine. Dark Rival, knowing her end was at hand, overloaded her turbo lasers, turning into a cylinder of blazing laser fire and torpedoes, lashing out in one final tantrum against death before her capacitors blew out. Pioneer responded in kind, leveraging an almost comical number of starfighters, well over 400, against the single Providence. Ventress hadn't the luxury to watch her flagships end either, as she kicked Banshee's drive to full power and set off towards the indicated Storm 001, flagship of the Storm fleet, on her panel. Close behind her, another 49 Venators and 5,000 hostile starfighters out for her blood. A familiar drive trail appeared on the panel, one unmistakable to any pilot of the Confederacy, the piercing dagger of a Jedi Ethersprite. Skywalker. One of the Vulture droids warbled, the translation scrawling across the holo-displays in Banshee's cockpit. What? Ventress gritted her teeth, kicking out her engines and whirling Banshee around so she could see behind her, and saw a second fleet extracting out of hyperspace. Separatist frigates shot out of lightspeed and slugs from a chamber, each deafeningly silent thud seemingly vibrating the dust clouds of the Lawn Nebula. Bonteri followed us. The Vulture warbled again, alerting her to the 20 spearhead destroyers blazing a golden trail towards them, outpacing the frigates and even the Republic Star Destroyers. Mistril destroyers. Why? Did Bonteri send them after Skywalker? To help me? But he knows I'm not here to bring him reinforcements. Just what is he up to? Regardless, it was a welcome reprieve. The Mistril fleet had appeared almost laterally across the open circle, with Dark Rival and Pioneer dead center between them. Almost immediately, half of the pursuing starfighters peeled off Ventress' tail and brought themselves around in a tight 180, now on a tight intercept with the Vultures released from the frigates. Only to be ignored by said Vultures, the droid starfighters blowing right past Dark Rival and Pioneer. Or, Ventress narrowed her eyes, whirling Banshee back around and pushing its drives to their limits. Bonteri sent them to track me after all. The Lawn Nebula was, like all nebulae, utterly vast, spanning many light years. Only Ventress knew the exact coordinates of the Storm fleet, courtesy of Count Dooku, and Bonteri had likely sent the Mistril to track her. Regardless, her situation had just gone from bad to worse. Banshee barreled between the first two Storm-class destroyers, weaving through the tightly packed formation towards the center of it. Her fighter wing followed closely as she did, zigzagging in and out so closely Ventress could count the rivets on the front panels. Storm 1, Ventress punched the comm panel. This is Asajj Ventress. If she thought her name was enough to make the slumbering giants wake, Ventress found herself sorely mistaken. As Separatist and Republic starfighters clashed right over her, stray bolts spearing through empty space, the Storm fleet continued to lie unmoving. Another of her Vultures chimed, its chassis quivering as it did. Dooku, Ventress hissed, slamming his contact into the panel, Count Dooku. As if awaiting precisely this moment, Count Dooku's hologram appeared before her, a regal eyebrow raised. Why the rush, Asajj? It is unbefitting. Master, I need the codes. Now, Ventress told him as urgently as she could without shouting. There is a situation. A Vulture droid warbled. Damn you. And Dooku's eyes narrowed. At that moment, it took every fiber in her body to not will on the stupid droid and blast it to pieces. So both the Hydra and Skywalker have tracked you and learned about the Storm fleet's existence, he murmured in disappointment. I can still destroy them, Master. Ventress insisted heatedly. All I need are the codes. You have lost, Asajj. Count Dooku sighed deeply, but composedly, against one or the other, perhaps the Storm fleet could prevail. But both? The Storm fleet will no longer be yours to command. At that moment, Rain Bonteri's words returned to the forefront of her thoughts like a vengeful prophecy. At that moment, Asajj Ventress' pride and ego shattered, her weaknesses and insecurities flooding her thoughts, and 1,000 questions in one repeating in her head. The promises she made, the promises she broke. The lifetime of battles she waged, the years of service she kept. The dark side of the Force reigned over her eyes bleeding into a baleful shade, her blood darkening, her pulse quickening. And yet, Asajj Ventress was as lucid as she has ever been. You are betraying me, she stated with a calm certainty that surprised Dooku as much as it surprised herself. Count Dooku met her hateful stare. I am afraid it is. Do not give me that tripe. Ventress snapped, the roar of laser fire and thundering torpedoes overhead fading into a background lull. What was it all for? Dooku. Ratatak, Geonosis, the war. What was the Confederacy for? I believed in you, when Severance didn't. I believed in your promise of a better galaxy. Tell me, why am I no longer part of the galaxy you envision? What did I do? Where did I go wrong? What does the Confederacy mean to you? Nothing, Dooku replied simply, the single word like a vibro knife in her gut. And the next words twisted it mercilessly. The Confederacy means nothing to me. Your mistake, Asajj, was not realizing this, and not realizing you were but a mere piece in a greater game you know nothing about. I truly regret this, Asajj. You were my finest creation, and there was nothing I looked forward to more than your presence at my side once I built my new order. I had hoped for much from you. In the end, you couldn't accomplish something as simple as secure a fleet I had all but placed at your fingertips. This failure will be your last. The comlink clicked and went dead. One of the sheathipede shuttles accompanying her released a loud burst of electromagnetic waves. Banshee was close enough to intercept the code. The encoded string was crawling across her dashboard as she kicked her starfighter out of the flight formation on instinct. A series soundless thud-thud-thud. The running lights of 200 dormant warships exploded to life simultaneously, black armor plating rolling back to reveal perfectly aligned rows of turbo laser barrels and missile launchers. And all nine hells broke loose. The storm fleet had been activated. Anakin could see that clearly from the cockpit of his Ether Sprite, R2, D2 beeping an alarm as each ponderous vessel executed surprisingly sharp turns, considering their design. Anakin had to admire their maneuverability and the impressive engineering that went into it. Freighter and maneuverability might as well be antonyms, yet the shipwrights behind these fake freighters somehow disproved that. Not that he had the luxury to spectate. Not good. Ventress made it. He knocked down his speed and drew back as the storm fleet tightened its ranks, deciding it wasn't worth tackling a well-prepared anti-fighter screen like this. In the next moment, however, Anakin began to doubt that assumption. Because the storm fleet then, for some indiscernible reason, began to lay into each other with furious tempo. The river of light was consumed by sharp needles of red and smoky wakes of missiles as the fleet fired upon itself. R2 released a long, confused whistle that went something along the lines of they're shooting each other? No. Anakin thinned his lips. They're shooting at something between them. Friendly fire is just the natural consequence. Not that they seem to care. R2 chirped something crude, and Anakin allowed himself a brief smile. It went as quickly as it came, however, as the storm fleet abruptly stopped firing, simultaneously turned to face them, and burned forward as a single wave front of destruction. Before he could react accordingly, however, a light blinked on his console. R2, D2 whistled again, informing him of an incoming transmission on open frequency. A Cinder, one of those spearhold destroyers leading the Separatist fleet. Anakin was struck by a sense of familiarity, in a rare instance where he could place exactly where he felt this sensation before. A Traken. Next thing you know, those fake freighters are filled to the brim with civvies, he muttered bitterly, keying in the transmission. General Skywalker, a female voice greeted him. Might you be interested in a temporary alliance? I'm sure our efforts would be better spent against a common enemy than each other. If I had a credit for every time a female adversary offered me a truce, I'd have 2 credits now. The first time was when a Republic element went rogue, and now the second was when a Separatist element went rogue. Strange how these sorts of things seem to follow him. Once again, his force-attuned hunch told him the woman was speaking the truth. Maybe he was just that popular. Isn't the storm fleet yours? He shot back. I don't recognize your ship. What's your affiliation? I am Naradan Doolan of the Mistril Shadow Guards. The voice returned. To answer your question, the storm fleet has gone rogue. The only thing controlling it is rampant code. Just my luck, he grumbled. Now he had to deal with an omnicidal droid fleet, instead of a deactivated one. That said, he did recognize the Mistril Shadow Guards. I didn't know the battle Hydra dealt with mercenaries. I don't know an aristocrat who doesn't. Point taken, Anakin murmured beneath his breath. Fine. I'll deal with you after we deal with the storm fleet. Any idea how to take it down? My frigates can jam the slave circuitry between their ships, breaking up their coherence, the Mistril told him. You'll need to get into position for that, I'd imagine. Anakin mapped out the jamming formation in his mind's eye. And you need me to distract them. Precisely. I will lend you. That's all right, Anakin interrupted, eyes gleaming. My fleet can handle such an elementary task. I beg your pardon? They have 200 ships. You have 50. Elementary, he repeated himself, and toggled the frequency, all wings. We're having a truce with the Seppies until we deal with the storm fleet. Isn't this the second time now? Oddball's voice came on. You got that right, Anakin grunted. Pioneer, bring all ships to bear. We're engaging the storm fleet. Grant local control to all vessels, and go in hot. Anakin Skywalker may not be the luckiest of Jedi. He knew just about everything there was to know about starships. Designing warships to look like freighters for covert reasons was clever, but there was a reason why warships looked like warships, and freighters looked like freighters. Warships were architecturally designed to optimize firepower, speed, maneuverability, and a whole host of other reasons, while freighters were singularly designed to maximize holding volume and cost efficiency. In other words, freighter hulls did not make good warship hulls. You could cram a PCL-27 with as much advanced hardware and sophisticated software as you want, but you can't overcome basic geometric principles. All he needed was one good look at these ships to realize a single Venator-class battlecruiser could take on 2 or 3 of them in a straight fight any day. But this wasn't going to be a straight fight, because droid fleets have a second major weakness. They were utterly terrible once out of formation. The main and perhaps only advantage those fake freighters had going for them with their box-shaped hulls was extremely thick armor. The captains of the Open Circle must have understood his thought process from the very second Anakin permitted local control to each ship. All 50 Venators, Pioneer included, roared forward as one, facing down an enemy 4 times their number, yet matching in all ferocity and alacrity. The two fleets crashed into each other before the painted backdrop of the Lawn Nebula, the sword-shaped hulls of Star Destroyers easily slicing into the enemy formation and breaking up the Storm fleet into an anarchic brawl. Despite the ensuing chaos, there was still rhyme to the Open Circle's actions. Each Venator, despite engaging anywhere from 2 to 5 enemy ships simultaneously, covered each other's flank in an intricate yet superfluous web befitting the spontaneous battle. Hazardously aware of a Star Destroyer's main vulnerability, its exposed engine block, the Open Circle's captain supported each other by covering the next ship over, even as the situation morphed and evolved. It was just as they trained for, and tirelessly practiced over and over in war games and simulations. The same just couldn't be said for the droid-controlled Storm fleet, which simply couldn't keep pace with the fast-evolving nature of the battle. Add in the thunderous swarms of Republic Arc 170s and BTLB Y-Wings and Separatist Vultures and Hyenas running havoc as well, flying side by side no less, by some twist of fate, to which the Storm fleet had no answer to. And the 4-to-1 odds were more than fair. Anakin forced his Aethersprite into a deft roll, zipping underneath the belly of one freighter to come up next to another, unloading his nimble fighter's payloads all the while. He flew between 2 ships, violently twisting his yoke as they open-fired, dodging by a thin sheet of transparisteel, and whooping as the missed shots smashed into the flat hulls he had just darted past. His headpiece was ablaze with frenzied chatter, rampant war whoops of clone pilots, and chittering vulture droid speak. From his peripheral vision, he witnessed a flight of Y-Wings and a pack of Hyena bombers gunning for the same ship. A blast of droid peak aired over the open comms, and the Y-Wings broke off in affirmation that the Hyenas had a better angle on its attack vector. Far and away, Vultures and Arc 170s coordinated a strafing run down one of the virtual steel canyons formed by the flat shells of the freighters, flying in perfect strike formation together. Deep inside the chaotic melee, Anakin could only observe the unnatural allied forces triumphing over and over in a dozen minor ways. But he knew better, he knew otherwise. Numbers mattered, and 4-to-1 odds aren't to be glossed over. The Storm fleet still had more ships, more guns, and slowly but surely, the Open Circle was being overwhelmed. He didn't believe the Mistril would betray their hasty truce. Munificence weren't a match for the Storm fleet freighters as Star Destroyers were. Even if the Open Circle was totally ground down, there would still be enough of the Storm fleet to destroy the Mistril were brute force alone. And he was right. Outside the melee, the 50 Separatist Star frigates were taking full advantage of the battle, fanning out into a loose circle that surrounded the Storm fleet, and the Open Circle for that matter, as if they were creating a shotboxing ring, with the Storm fleet and Open Circle as the participants. Letting R2-D2 take the yoke, Anakin scanned his cockpit for the Mistril destroyers and found them lingering just outside the battle space. In that moment, they seemed less like spears and more like poisoned arrows, just waiting for the right moment to be shot forward and deal the finishing blow. Finishing blow? The Storm fleet is a rogue Separatist element. Are they here to destroy it or recapture it? Anakin hooked up a connection to Pioneer, squinting in the general direction of the ship through a cloud of flaming debris. Apo, this is Skywalker. Come in. Present, General. Apo's voice came on. Looks like a major scrap shaping up out there. Couldn't be more right, Commander. Anakin instinctively ducked as a pair of proton torpedoes thundered right over him, R2 slamming down the nose of the Aethersprite with a terrified shriek. I need as many Lart eyes out here for boarding action as possible. Up for the task? My men are all ready, sir. Ah, that was Apo speak for. You didn't even have to ask. The clone commander's a hair too reserved, sometimes. Another explosion shook the cockpit, the connection breaking up as Anakin's skull bounced off the transparisteel cockpit like a pinball. He swore again. Can't you fly a little straighter, R2? R2 released an indignant whine in response. Craning his head to look around again, Anakin brought his fighter up and over the brawl to check in on the jamming formation's progress. The circle was nearly complete, with the last frigate sliding into place and Anakin's Aethersprite screamed, R2-D2 screamed, a chorus of frantic yelling and panicked droid beeps blasting out of his headpiece, right before being abruptly cut off by an ear-piercing screech of somehow blinding white noise, injected straight into his eardrums. Anakin screamed, violently tearing off the headpiece and dashing it against his dashboard, his ears still ringing with spectral noise. Anakin Skywalker, an ace Jedi pilot, lived vicariously through his starfighter, connected to its whirring machinery and beeping electronics through the Force. In this sense, it was as if he had been abruptly dumped into a sensory black hole. The battle went mute and monochrome, lasers from all 3 sides pausing for the briefest second as everybody grappled with the sudden and violent jamming signals inundating every electronic device in the battle space. It was this brief lull, unnoticeable to all but the most acute attention, or perhaps force-aided awareness, that the 20 Mistril destroyers exploited. With an unexpectedly powerful blast of acceleration that Anakin had to envy, the Mistril roared into the haphazard formations of the Storm fleet and Open Circle, invariably hunting for a specific target as all mercenaries do. Biting his tongue, Anakin forced the static out of his eyes and ringing out of his ears with a quick shock of pain. He snatched the yoke, repelled the other sprite's unaffected analog controls, and kicked the dagger-shaped fighter back into drive. "You there, R2?" Anakin locked his teeth into a snarl as wet iron tinged his tongue. "Please tell me you're there." The hardy astromech, directly integrated to the fighter's flight computer, confirmed his presence with a quick scrawl of text on the dash. "Great. I need you to do something," Anakin expertly piloted through the blind flying of vultures and panicked clone pilots. What was happening? He could sense such thoughts and emotions bubbling through the Force. Are the Seppies attacking us? Were we betrayed? Is this still part of the plan? Is the truce still effective? How do I contact the flight chief? What should I do? The best the clone pilots could do was stay in whatever formation they were already in, or link up with the nearest one, and follow the lead starfighter. Some were still cooperating with vultures and hyenas, while others had turned on each other, entire joint flight groups exploding in a flurry of torpedoes and laser fire as adjacent fighters wheeled on each other without warning. Anakin cut through all the flak, plunging back into the turbulent mass of fighters and ships as he tailed one of the Mistril destroyers. "R2, help me get the attention of Appo's gunship." Unable to rely on his fighters' fly-by-wire systems, Anakin had to take a microscopic leap of faith to dart his eyes down to the display screen of his dash to read out R2's response. It read, "How? I don't know." The Force roared in his ears, and Anakin wrenched his yoke to the side just in time to avoid a careening wreck. An Arc 170 or a hyena, he couldn't tell in that split-second snapshot that lingered in his memory. Just figure it out. "I'm bringing us as close to the Pioneer as possible without losing the Mistril." It was just as well. Hundreds of LAT/I gunships were pouring out of the dozen or so carrier-configured Venators from their ventral docking bays, foregoing the dorsal hangars for obvious reasons. As Anakin blew past Pioneer, R2 had his fighter's navigation lights blink furiously, even going so far so to unleash one of his starfighter's 2 missiles, held on undercarriage racks, sending it careening into the middle of the gunship formation and having it detonate harmlessly. The gunship scattered, circling back around and honing on to where the missile originated from, him. Anakin wrenched back his fighter, slowing down precipitously to allow the gunships to catch up, until they were close enough for him to identify them by their decals, before kicking it back to full drive. All of the Stormfleet destroyers had all but frozen up post-jamming, sluggishly reacting to even the most devastating of turbo laser fusillades as gunships singled out select freighters to board. Hundreds of grapple-equipped troopers swarming around the incapacitated warships. As for Anakin, he quickly identified the target, the one freighter with 2 Mistril destroyers mounting it, and zoomed towards it. R2 unleashed the second and final of the Other Sprite's missiles, which exploded harmlessly against the freighter's powerful ray shields, to mark out the target. The dozen lots soundlessly reformed into a suitable attack formation, blast doors opening to reveal the blue-white glint of polished 501st Trooper armor. With well-practiced efficiency and effortless ease, the first 2 gunships raced down on their repulsors, dipping under the ray shields just as quad-mounted armor-piercing rockets racing out from their racks and slamming into the freighter's shell plating like a fist of thunder. The smoke and debris cleared, revealing a gouged, but not penetrated, crater in the freighter's shell plating. No matter. The next pair of gunships repeated the action, aiming for the same spot. And then the next pair, and then the next. And then there was the telltale vapor of boiling atmosphere escaping from the breached hull. The particle beams came next, ball turret gunners precisely slicing into the plating to create boarding portals for the troops. Meanwhile, Anakin dug around at his feet for the spare EVA helmet he had lying around. His vac-sealed flight suit already in place, the Jedi Knight affixed the helmet on and checked the gear to ensure it was in proper working order. Once he confirmed no leaks, he maneuvered his Other Sprite right in front of the breach, which was already the target of at least 100 rappel lines. After all, it wouldn't do for the Jedi General to not join his men. "Thanks, R2, Anakin grunted as he forced up his cockpit and stood. "You can head back to the Pioneer and get yourself patched up. I don't need a ride back." Without waiting for an answer, he leapt towards the breach. "Check the air. Yet, Appo?" Anakin asked as he brushed himself off. "It looks fine," the clone commander reported as he handed Anakin the datapad for inspection. "Perfect." Anakin waved off the datapad and ripped off his EVA helmet instead, taking a deep breath of stale air. "I don't understand why droid ships maintain their environment system," Appo muttered as he looked around, habitually patting his carbine. "Because it's hard-coded into them, Commander," Anakin grunted. "These ships were built by organics and designed for organics. Because we meat sacks can't imagine a ship any other way. Ask a Seppi tactical droid to design a ship. And, well, I can't imagine what it'd look like. Which is the point, I suppose." The ongoing battle outside faded to distant echoes as the boarding party delved deeper into the ship. As if confirming his theory, the lights in the corridors were all working properly, as were the gravity plates and the rest of the environment system. Doors leading off the corridor slid open automatically whenever any of the group strayed close enough to trigger them, revealing glimpses of perfectly maintained machine shops, equipment rooms, and crew lounges. Not the exact configuration you would find in a legitimate A-class bulk freighter, but definitely designed for living spacers. One sign that there weren't any organics living here, however, was the air. It was fresh enough that Anakin didn't feel like choking on it, but it was thick and musty, like a combination of oil, dust, and rust. He tasted a metallic tang on the tip of his tongue, but couldn't tell if that was the Ariatu or his own blood. They retraced the evacuation lights up towards the bridge, faint mechanical noises of idling systems whispering behind the sound of their own footsteps. The only thing out of place was the lack of droids. But that mystery quickly solved itself when they stumbled upon their first droid corpse, perfectly bisected in half, with the cut edges smooth from an even melt. Lightsaber, Apo identified, hefting his carbine. Ventress, Anakin agreed. It must be. We're on the right ship, at least. It was not a long walk to the bridge from wherever they inserted. They had breached the ship in one of its upper compartments, and they found the bridge smack center of the freighter's footprint, nestled between two sensor suites in the dorsal sensor grid, along the longitudinal ridge that ran along the freighter's spine. It was in the path of a long, straight-as-a-needle corridor that ran from the engine room to the prow, passing through more than a few bulkheads with easily trippable thresholds. They found the vacuum-sealed bulkhead door shut and locked, of course, but for some inexplicable reason it wasn't a blast door. Anakin suspected it was so any cargo inspector boarding the vessel wouldn't get tipped off, but for now that did not matter. Apo's squad breached through the door as easily as punching a hole in wet flimsy. The boarding company poured in, blasters up as they fanned out along the walls. Anakin stepped through the bulkhead, a tight grip on his lightsaber. The first thing he noticed was the flashing lights above. The bridge was connected to an observation bubble peaking right above the spinal ridge of the ship, from whereupon Anakin could glimpse scenes of the battle unfolding around them. The second thing he noticed was Asajj Ventress. The Sith assassin presided over the center of the room, a single boot hiked onto the beeping console, and to say she looked worse for wear would be an understatement. Her face was smeared half-black from soot and ash, and her black dress had been torn up and still smoking in several places, revealing hints of pale, unhealthily white skin. She met his eyes, her own fiery orange-red, then brandished one of her two red lightsabers. "Skywalker," she drawled, but Anakin could sense the underlying exhaustion in her voice. She was right about ready to collapse. How nice of you to join the fun. The third thing he noticed was the Mistril Shadow Guard, garbed in their distinctive black suits. They were positioned directly across the compartment, at the second door that would lead to the rest of the ship's spine. At their head, a tall, regal-standing woman, who he naturally assumed to be Tidane Doolan. Ventress was brandishing her other lightsaber against them. Well, boys, Anakin quipped, allowing himself to ease up slightly in the admittedly humorous situation. Looks like we've got ourselves a Mandalorian standoff. Chapter 59. Yagd-Hul Orbit, Yagd-Hul System. Heron Sector. Our reconnaissance craft has reported the defeat of the 20th Armada, General, Admiral Jerjerrod reported, a slither of trepidation sneaking into his voice. By the time it arrived, the fight was already over. The enemy is now attempting to circumnavigate the moon towards our port quarter. So General Grant's assessment of the situation was ultimately the correct one, Jedi General Impidojayos Brand murmured. Has the recon ship been detected? Apparently not. Jerjerrod straightened his shoulders. They are now tracking the enemy fleet's movements. That is our one advantage. Can we contact the open circle? Not so, General. Commander Esterhazy's force is on the opposite side of Yagd-Hul. Without the 20th Armada acting as a bridge, we are isolated. There was no time to reel from shock, even after the pivotal change of circumstances. As General Brand received the datapad and traced the separatist vector, he could only conclude that the battle Hydra had no intention of escaping using the breakthrough they had just created, and was instead circling around the far side of Yagd-Hul's second moon in order to strike Task Force Swift Justice from their port quarter. It was just as Skywalker's apprentice, Talisabeth, had predicted they would do, only that her assessment of their initial target was incorrect. Nevertheless, they would be upon Brand's fleet within a matter of moments, and thus a prompt reaction was in order. Jedi General Brand analyzed the enemy's projected movements, then came to a decisive verdict that was no small part influenced by his origins. We will bring the fleet around a full 180, Impidojayos Brand commanded, and ambush the separatist fleet as they round the moon. Ambush? Admiral Jerjerrod questioned, reproach evident in his tone. We are to go on the offensive? The Hydra has failed to realize we have discovered their intentions. The Jedi General placed his fist in his palm, and it is obvious their intentions are to use the moon to cover his flanking maneuver, then push us into the asteroid field where they can undo us piecemeal. However, in doing so they will stick closely to the moon, so as to remain in our blind spot for as long as possible. You intend on mirroring their maneuver? The Admiral caught on quickly. Correct, General Brand grinned. We will seize the initiative and the advantage. When they complete their circumnavigation of the moon, they will not find unsuspecting, easy pickings, but the full frontal might of our fleet, ready and waiting to meet them. Admiral Jerjerrod did not share the Jedi's optimism, irritation, and impatience rearing their troublesome heads at the Onderonian Jedi's brash naivete, at least, from his perspective. This tense state between the two opposing flag commanders did not go unnoticed by the crew of the Swift Justice, themselves split between the two judgments, and the air on the bridge felt charged with electricity. Disclose your reservations, Admiral, nor did it go unnoticed to the Jedi General. I do not bite. Impidojayos Brand said so jokingly, in an attempt to ease up the tension, but Admiral Jerjerrod did not look upon it kindly, or rather, may not have noticed the jest at all in his apprehension. Do not presume to frighten me with your mysticism, Jedi, appeared to be the prevailing thought running through his mind then. It is true there is an advantage afforded to the side that strikes the initial blow. The Admiral made his statement loudly, boldly opposing the Jedi General. However, the Separatists number 200, and we have that number. We may seize the element of surprise, but it is not enough to overcome such a numerically superior foe. We are not fighting alone, Admiral. General Brand admonished his counterpart. The open circle is coming to our aid. You must recall the original mission of this battle, to eliminate the Perlemian Coalition's armada. If we deal a decisive blow, albeit incomplete, blow to the Separatists here, the open circle's total victory is all but assured. We must merely delay them long enough for Commander Esterhazy to reach us, which she already intends to do. However, Admiral Jerjerrod stomped down, ferociously jabbing at the ground. You cannot deny that we will be destroyed in the process. The original plan was for the 20th to come to our aid first. The possibility of the open circle even reaching us in time is perishingly minimal. The crew of the Swift Justice was torn between their two leaders, just as they were torn between their desire for victory, desire for vengeance, against the Separatist menace, and their own basic instinct for self-preservation. Unbeknownst, but subconsciously aware, to the General and the Admiral, the support of the crew hinges upon their every word and the arguments they make. Do you fear death, Admiral? General Brand challenged. If so, fear not, for this not death, but only the Force's willing embrace. Do not allow your loyalty to the Republic only extend as far as your life. If we deal a crippling blow to the battle Hydra here, we will send the Separatist state reeling and crush their renewed offensive in the crypt. The balance of influence moved in favor of the Jedi General. They would be martyrs, but to the many young souls who enlisted in the loyalist cause to become heroes, it was admittedly an enticing prospect in the moment where their fates were uncertain. Admiral Jerjerrod once again, however, did not appreciate the Jedi General's perspective. Do you have a family, General? If Impeto Brand was taken aback, he did not show it, and the confident grin he wore never left his face. The only woman who could possibly constitute as such as with the Force. I do, however. Admiral Jerjerrod's eyes were cold. You may think someone as old as I would be more than willing to throw his life in service of the Republic, but I do have a family, and I have a grandson, of whom I possess every intention of seeing his face again. What is his name? Tidane. He must be 14 now. Admiral Jerjerrod split his mouth into a quiet snarl. I made a promise to return, Jedi, and I harbor every intention to uphold that promise. A dispassionate mystic like you may not begin to understand what I feel, but do not dare begin to injure the loyalty I bear to my family as disloyalty to the Republic. Seek death, Jedi. Do not force those of us who treasure something real to follow you. And the balance of influence swung the other way. Unconsciously, the Jedi General knew his hold on the crew's confidence was fragile. Orderly. How much time do we have? Brand's expression and tone of voice seemed indifferent, much to the Admiral's chagrin. 2 hours, sir. Give or take. Very well. The Jedi General folded his arms before him, clenching and unclenching his fists just out of view. What do you propose, Admiral? We moved the battle space to one most advantageous for us. Admiral Jerjerrod tapped his datapad voraciously. We hasten, which the Separatists will not expect, and force our way through the asteroid field. Upon emerging on the other side, we may reopen communications with the open circle. The Separatists will have no choice but to follow us through the asteroid field, as any attempt to circumnavigate it will give time for the open circle to rendezvous with us. The asteroid field will naturally break up their formations, and their numerical advantage will be thwarted. You intend to say we can defeat them as they emerge from the asteroid field after us? It is certainly a more sound course of action compared to your frankly foolhardy plan to ambush them. The accumulated store of unease aboard the Swift Justice was just about to reach saturation point. Like many Jedi Order, Republic-Navy relationships, the one between General Brand and Admiral Jerjerrod had never been friendly and bordered on sour even on better days. But at this crucial juncture, the two stubborn personalities had come to a breaking point, an invisible thunderhead brewing right over the heads of the many spacers trapped between them. So which would snap first? Such thought unwittingly came to the minds of many men and women. When Jedi Command and Republic Strategic Command first decided upon Jedi-Navy cooperation, there had always been the question, would the Jedi General or the Admiral outrank the other? It was a question with no simple answer, especially when dealing with parallel chains of command. In most cases, the answer to this question usually boils down to which personality overpowered the other. The more reserved Admiral Wolf Yularen, for example, usually deferred to Jedi General Anakin Skywalker's loud and overwhelming force of personality. On the other hand, Jedi General Obi-Wan Kenobi preferred to let Admiral Block's actual military experience take command, especially after his mistake at Christoph Sis. But when both Admiral and Jedi General were equally stubborn, well, sometimes a rare friendship could bloom, where both personalities complemented the other well. The late Admiral Seed Wheeler and General Ree Alrix was one case, and a reason why the latter went to such great lengths to avenge his death, among others. Another surprising case was between General Mace Windu and Admiral Shone Killian, both hard individuals who possessed a degree of warm respect for each other. Unfortunately, such cases were perishingly rare, despite High Command's best efforts. Rather, the cold, conflicting relationship between Admiral Jerjerrod and General Impeto Brand was a microcosm of the greater inter-service rivalry that plagued the Republic Navy. Ultimately, and perhaps thankfully, seeing the situation not particularly develop in his favor, or anyone's favor, rather. Impedojo's brand relented first. Very well, we will prioritize rendezvousing with the open circle. Admiral Jerjerrod, and the whole crew with him, deflated in relief. We will not go through the asteroid field, however. And the Admiral unwillingly tensed again. Then how do you propose we do so, General? We will circumnavigate the asteroid field instead. General Brand traced the northern border of the field on his datapad. By moving in counterclockwise rotation, we will head in the opposite direction of the enemy fleet. Attempting to cross the asteroid field risks the enemy catching up and intercepting us in the act. So instead, we will outrun them conventionally, then contact the open circle as we round the field's western edge. From there, assuming the open circle is continuing at present vector, it's a straight shot to rendezvous, through the gap between Yagd-Tool and its first moon. Admiral Jerjerrod traced the lines closely, reviewing the course of action with perhaps a lot more skepticism than he would with a fellow career officer. Before he could make a full evaluation, however, a shout from the data pits interrupted his thought process. Contact lost with the recon craft. It was either the recon craft strayed into the dark side of the second moon, which was extremely unlikely, or the Separatists had discovered and silenced them. Regardless, there was no way to know whether the Battle Hydra was still sticking to their strategy or adapting it to make the recon craft's intelligence obsolete. It was this new situation that pushed the Admiral to one side of the fence. Against an enemy many times their superior, and one of which they had no intelligence upon, there was but one sensible action: run in the opposite direction. Very good, General. Admiral Jerjerrod nodded sharply. Helm, come right to 067 relative, and meet her there. For engines, all ahead full. Swiveling so that the asteroid field was now to their port beam, and the second moon of Yagd-Tool right behind them, Task Force Swift Justice roared southwest, moving in a counterclockwise rotation to the planet. Nearly half an hour later, they detected the sharp drive cones of Separatist battlecruisers emerging from behind the moon in battle formation. Meanwhile, nearly 200,000 clicks away, the tension that had just released Swift Justice now gripped another flagship in its talons. The Open Circle Fleet's flagship, Harbinger, has been attempting to contact the 20th Armada for the better part of an hour, to no avail. Just as General Octavian Grant rationalized, communication was key in a cooperative battle, and in trying to finalize her battle plan against the Battle Hydra. Jedi Commander Talisabeth and Wandung Esterhazy had been trying to confirm how the specifics of such strategy would be executed. It was because Octavian Grant had been so insistent on communication being the fulcrum this battle would pivot, that she did not believe he was ignoring her transmissions out of any petty disagreement. We can't contact General Grant, Admiral. Scout was sweating, but not from the temperature. Should we assume the worst? Against the Prelemian Coalition's Armada, Commander? Admiral Yularen tugged at his mustache. We always should. If the 20th was destroyed, utterance of such words alone was enough for bile to rise up in Scout's throat. If the 20th Armada was destroyed, then it was my fault. How many men and women served in that fleet, dragged away to fight the Open Circle's battle? How many men and women died, because I was too stubborn to listen to those who knew better than I? Scout whispered a silent apology to Octavian Grant in her heart. She knew Master Brand took her side because she was a fellow Jedi, and the Chosen One's Padawan, and exploited that relationship. If she had listened to Octavian Grant's orders, would the battle already be decided? Now, the Open Circle fleet was blazing towards Yagd-Tool, completely blind to what was happening on the opposite side. Scout mercilessly, but painfully, crushed down on any guilt she was feeling, flooding her senses with the Force. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no passion, there is serenity. The mantra helped her subdue her nervous jitter. She hoped the bridge crew didn't notice it, but if they did, they made no show of it. If the 20th was destroyed, Scout pulled herself together to finish her statement this time, then the Hydra's next target is undoubtedly Task Force Swift Justice. In which case, we need to get to the battlefield as soon as possible to reinforce them. We should still be able to strike the enemy from behind, and turn the tide back in our favor. That won't work, Commander, Admiral Yularen said kindly, but Scout can't help but find some self-perceived disdain behind his leonine gaze. What makes you say so? The fighting will already be over by the time we get there, the Admiral spelled out his supposition. If the Separatists were able to defeat the 20th Armada in such swift fashion, then there is no doubt they will be able to repeat that victory over Swift Justice even faster. It is an unexpected haste on behalf of the enemy, one that goes to our demerit precisely because we should have expected it. But the original strategy. The original strategy hinged on the 20th Armada reinforcing Swift Justice first, until we arrive to put the nail in Bon Terry's coffin. That can no longer be the case. Then what do you suggest? Find and prepare a new battle space, Admiral Yularen answered immediately, one that works to our advantage. Considering our position relative to the supposed location of the enemy fleet, I see two possible candidates. The first is 20,000 clicks to our northwest, by the first and closest moon of Yagd-Tool. The atmospheric phenomena is particularly violent there, which will throw off the aims of Separatist missile launchers, forcing them to fight in close quarters combat, working to our strengths and their weaknesses. The second is 100,000 clicks to our northeast, adjacent to the site of battle between the Bon Terry and Grant, at an astrographical corridor flanked on one side by a vast asteroid field, and on the other by Yagd-Tool's third moon. As engrossed as the Admiral was in the tactical hollow, Scout unwittingly allowed his words to pass through one ear and out the other unacknowledged. Instead, she found herself fixated on a wholly different unsaid detail entirely. Meaning, you want us to look the other way as Master. General Brand's fleet is massacred. Scout exclaimed, completely askance, General Skywalker would never abandon a friendly force. General Skywalker is not present, Yularen's tone was curt, and even if we left right now, we wouldn't get there in time. In the case where a Jedi general and Navy admiral shared a bridge, the individual who outranked the other was the individual with the greater force of personality. When Admiral Wolf Yularen's counterpart was Anakin Skywalker, the hierarchical status quo was predisposed into the latter's hands, and by extension his apprentice, Talisabeth. But as the Admiral had noted, Anakin Skywalker was no longer on the bridge, and Scout held no candle to the monumental experience and command presence of Admiral Yularen. She was no longer in her master's shadow, and in that decisive moment, Yularen's calculating gaze was passively observing if the young girl could step out of it then and there. Once again, Scout was led to believe there was a right and wrong answer, when in reality, the Admiral was simply making a measure of her character under duress. Already plagued by her own unreadiness, however, and her confidence freshly assaulted after failure to predict the battle Hydra's movements, the girl known as Scout naturally, if unconsciously, seek the safety of higher authority. She could scarcely feel herself as her skin crawled with the gazes dozens of expectant faces, until Lieutenant of Rey thankfully offered relief in the form of an unexpected communication. We're receiving a transmission from the Prominence. Despite Admiral Yularen's well-known dislike for exclamations in the pilot house, the comms chief couldn't help herself. It's General Grant. 100 heads poked up in hopeful anticipation, Scout and Yularen among them. The Admiral, especially, was particularly impatient, though he hid such sentiments incredibly well. Read it out, Lieutenant, he all but snapped. Engaging enemy 70,000 clicks northeast of Yagdhul, bearing 031 degrees absolute to the planet. Requesting immediate support. Scout's heart lodged in her throat. They're still fighting? But Avray's features set into a frown as she handled her station. I'm afraid not, Commander. It's a repeated transmission, just going round and round itself. I've seen this sort of thing before. I'd wager the Prominence has lost her ability to create transmissions, but not her ability to send transmissions. So the system's shot, but not the comms tower. Best she can do now is shout the last stored transmission within her cache, which would be the distress signal. Which means, Scout swallowed, they're survivors. The comms officer nodded hesitantly, there's as good a chance as any. The Jedi commander whirled on Yularen, a rekindled vigor in her step. Where did you say the second potential battle space was, Admiral? The Admiral in question calmly folded his arms at his back. 100,000 clicks to our northeast, Commander. Right next to the last known position of the 20th Armada. Set our course and heading, Commander Esterhazy ordered in a tone unconsciously reminiscent of her master, one that brooked no argument, and swiveled back to Avray, and send a reply to the Prominence. Have them know help is on the way. Very good, Commander. Admiral Yularen nodded sharply at the helm messenger, a minuscule smile present beneath his furred upper lip. I can't save them all, Scout was thinking at that moment, but I can still try to save as many as I can. And trying as many times as good as doing is what Master would say. Inadvertently, however, this meant that with the Open Circle fleet now veered to starboard and headed up the eastern side of the star system, both Swift Justice and the Open Circle were directed on counterclockwise orbital vectors around the planet. In other words, as Swift Justice raced south to find an open communications corridor from which they can contact the Open Circle was simultaneously racing north to the 20th Armada, keeping Yagdhul squarely between them, like opposing ends of an unfortunate carnival carousel. Such was the situation as Task Force Swift Justice made their mad dash for the western edge of the northern asteroid field, for hours into their transit, and the 75 warships of the Coalition Armada hot on their drive plumes. General Impedogeo's Brand observed their progress closely. It was an established fact that in a straight race, the Star Destroyers of the Republic far outpaced the battlecruisers of the Separatist state, with one exception, it seemed. As if anticipating precisely this scenario, the pursuers Swift Justice had on her tail were not any ordinary battlecruisers, but the solar sailors of the Tian hegemony. More specifically, the 3rd Battle Division of the 28th Mobile Fleet, whose crews and ships could proudly say were born and built in the systems of the commonality. Far away from home as they may be, there was no ship of equivalent tonnage in the galaxy that could hope to match their truly furious swiftness, their radar signature made 2 to 3 times larger due to their expansive solar sails. It was due to these solar sails that reflected and smeared solar radiation across Swift Justice's sensor displays, in addition with the tight pursuit formation the Separatists had adopted. That prevented the Jedi from accurately counting the exact number of drive cones present in the enemy fleet. Despite that, thanks to his instincts, finely tuned by the Force, Impedogeo's Brand still realized there were far less vessels behind them than there should be. If I were to guess, there's only 100 ships after us. Either Octavian Grant mauled the battle Hydra far more than I had given him credit for, or there's another 100 ships unaccounted for. Now, General Brand found himself in the very same position General Grant did, upon the discovery of this discrepancy within the enemy numbers. We're fighting the Battle Hydra. The Onderonian Jedi closed his eyes. We're fighting an enemy with multiple heads. Admiral, he alerted Jerjerrod quietly, so as to not alarm the crew. Our enemy has split his fleet in two, and if my suspicions are correct, then the other half of the Coalition Armada is shadowing us on the other side of the asteroid field. Admiral Jerjerrod's eyes sharpened darkly, regarding the Jedi general with a wary stare, before consulting his own datapad. Half a minute later, that wary stance was now poised towards Swift Justice left-hand viewport, towards the asteroid field on their port beam. The Admiral was squinting, as if trying to make out the fiery glows of Starship Drive plumes through the thick cloud of interstellar rock and dust. In that case, Admiral Jerjerrod returned, just as quietly. We had been checkmated from the start. No action would have resulted in our victory. Not anymore, the Jedi corrected. But if we had ambushed the half of the enemy force now behind us as I advised, we would not be in such dire straits. Look at those ships, Tiny's luxury yachts. We could have beaten them back, and then some. Despite the tacit understanding of, "I told you so," hanging in the air, the Jedi Knight let none of the sentiment bleed into his tone of voice. At that moment, Admiral Jerjerrod had never been more appreciative of the Jedi's impassivity. We couldn't have known Bonteri had split his fleet like this, Jerjerrod argued weakly. Regardless, but I admit, following your instinct may have been the correct play. No matter now, Brand waved dismissively. We must decide on our next course of action. Can we escape? It took a moment for the Admiral to calculate his answer. Not so. The enemy would intercept us before we reached the nearest jump zone, and the astronomical turbulence of the Yagtul quaternary system won't allow us to make an emergency jump to lightspeed, not without unforeseen effects and undoubtedly heavy casualties. If we had the local system astronavigation services on our side, the situation would be different. The Given provided an astronavigational service to all vessels transiting the star system, especially around the planet and its tidal chaos, as they were the only ones capable of traversing the quaternary system with ease. The Battle Hydra's impressive facility of maneuvers was undoubtedly an effect of the mathematocracy's invisible hand at their back. A great boon the Republic allied fleets unfortunately did not share. As Brand had established in the initial strategy conference, they were playing in the enemy's home turf. And in the Yagtul quaternary system, that home turf advantage was far more prominent and tangible than anywhere else in the galaxy. Then there is but one course of action, Empedogeo's Brand declared, their dire situation making no effect on his steady confidence. We take as many separatists with us to the grave. Let's make the end memorable, Admiral. Admiral Jerjerrod squeezed his eyes tightly shut, his lips thinned into a pale sliver, and murmured a prayer, or an apology. Then, he said as such, in rare agreement with his assigned Jedi general. Let's. On the 4th hour of their transit, Task Force Swift Justice finally reached the western edge of the asteroid field, breaths held tightly and communication arrays primed and aimed at the corridor between Yagtul and its first moon. As they rounded the corner, however, there was only empty space where the Open Circle fleet should have been. If the Open Circle had maintained their original vector, or even moved to rendezvous with the Swift Justice, then the two fleets should be seeing eye to eye. However, the Open Circle had veered east and was still on the complete opposite side of Yagtul to Swift Justice. It was not a fatal error anybody could have predicted, if one didn't consider Octavian Grant's now prophetic warning that the loss of his 20th Armada communications uplink would be the undoing of all three allied fleets. Nor did Brand or Jerjerrod have any time to consider that fact, only that the last light hope was crushed in their chest as they wondered where their last ally had disappeared to. Enemy fleet to our port bow. We're looking at 150 warships, sir. Orders, General. They're bearing down on us. Separatist battlecruiser Crying Sun emerged from behind the curtain of asteroids with the full might of the 4th Battle Division of the 28th Mobile Fleet. Right behind Task Force Swift Justice, the Crown Prince was already folding her sails into battle configuration, and Chimeratica close behind her. The Republic fleet had themselves caught in a pincer. Orders. Empedogeo's Brand drew himself to his full height, his presence in the Force filling his crew with fighting spirit against all odds. Fight back. Scout could feel the tremor in the Force, and looked up abruptly, as if expecting to find the source of it right before her. She knew, however, in her heart of hearts, that Jedi Knight Empedogeo's Brand had just perished and returned to the Force. She also knew that in attempting to save one ally, she had just condemned the other to this fate. Admiral Yularen, despite not being Force-sensitive, was well-versed enough with the Jedi to extrapolate what Scout was experiencing just then. We couldn't have possibly reached them in time. They couldn't. One glance at the ticking chrono could have proven that. I know, Scout whispered. Just like the Swift Justice before its demise, the Open Circle was now 4 hours into their circumferential transit around Yagtul's eastern asteroid field. Asteroid field was an understatement. The field was one of asteroids, indeed, but it was also a boiling mass of atmosphere trapped between two gravitational bodies, the moon and the planet, flung out and sucked in erratically as the three moons orbited the planet and each other. It was a near impenetrable curtain that blocked all but the most powerful signals from piercing through. The Open Circle was more isolated than ever, but it was also safer than ever, as presumably no enemy force could now intercept them. This was further reinforced by Scout's vision, who saw Master Alrix's fire burning brightly as the Battle Hydra and Swift Justice clashed nearly 200,000 clicks away. That meant, Scout believed, that the enemy was as far away from them as they could possibly be. Jedi Knight Impeto Jo's brand sacrifice would buy the open circle time to not only rescue what of the 20th Armada as they could, but also prepare a new battle space in the sector. She was mistaken. Talisabeth had unwittingly fallen for the same mental trap that undid Ree Alrix, over-reliance on the Force. The late Jedi Knight's passing gift was in reality a curse in disguise. The Force, on its own, was a tool, and a brutally effective one. The Force informed the user of information that was unknown to even the most advanced sensor suites, but such information was still useless in the hands of an inexperienced commander. An inexperienced commander would take such information at face value and lead them to make dangerous assumptions, fatal assumptions. Over-reliance on the Force ultimately makes an inexperienced commander forego their conventional tactical wisdom and training in preference of the easy way out. Such an effect was only made worse in the hands of Jedi, the Jedi, who have trained their entire lives to view the Force as the ultimate answer to all things, and trust it over all. In the end, that trust was mercilessly exploited at the 7 battles at Sullust. And, perhaps, history would repeat itself at Yagtul. After all, Scout had already dismissed Octavian Grant's greater experience and wisdom in favor of formulating a strategy, albeit a sound strategy, around the information she could glean from Jedi Knight Alrix's latent ability. A dismissal that resulted in disastrous consequences for the Allied fleet's chances of eliminating the battle Hydra. And, for the second time in the same battle, she made another assumption using that ability. It was the assumption that the open circle fleet could not be intercepted. The Force tells me the enemy is on the opposite side of the system. Talisabeth drew such a natural conclusion, thus the enemy is not here. It was as simple a mistake as taking incomplete information for complete information. 70 given starships exploded out of the asteroid field, ice blue drives glowing as boiling atmosphere curled off their streamlined, fin-shaped hulls. Harbinger's scanners identified them almost instantaneously. They were the crown jewel of the Yagtul shipyards, and the backbone of the given defense fleet, the Wavecrest-class frigate. With 2 Republic fleets now dealt with, the body calculus has finally committed the full might of their personal fleet to the cause. Scout could only watch as the swift and nimble Wavecrest joined the battle, coming crashing out of the supposedly impenetrable asteroid field and crossing the T forward of the open circle fleet. Hundreds, thousands more bright pinpricks appeared on the tactical holos. The given frigates were launching an uncountable number of seeker mines onto their vector, before disappearing back into the chaos of the atmospheric anomaly as quickly as they emerged. Then, in her peripheral vision, the Hydra's flame began to move once more. The open circle fleet was not safe. The open circle fleet's momentum had ostensibly been killed in a single action, and there was a wild beast back on the hunt. 2 down, 1 to go. Chapter 60. Eastern Vale, Lon Nebula. Oedipole Sector. It is not our intention to kill you here, Ventress. Neridan Doolan crossed her arms, as if she were not at all engaged in a tense, 3-way standoff between an unstable Sith assassin and a famed Jedi Knight. One might think, wrongly, that being ordinary mercenaries meant the Mistril Shadow Guard were at a disadvantage, but that would be a mistake. The Mistril were well prepared for such an exchange, for any exchange, really, and Anakin himself would be remiss to underestimate them. There was a reason Imberline built an army out of them, and a reason somebody as canny as the Hydra hired them. He noticed the curved handle of a concealed sword at Neridan's waist, and the bejeweled ends of multiple hairpins neatly sheathed into thick black hair, and Anakin Skywalker knew there wouldn't be a fight without some nasty losses. Those swords could be Frick, or Cortosis weave, and those hairpins could be Zinji needles. Anakin was more worried about the Zinji needles. They were poisoned, for one, and the Mistril were known for cracking and piercing armor just by throwing them hard enough. I am unsure why you would be after me. Then, Ventress' voice was hoarse and paranoid. Her presence in the Force was unstable, maddened, even panicking. Ventress is riding high on adrenaline. Anakin realized that. That didn't happen with Ventress and his not-so-friendly experience with the Sith Acolyte. Even during their torrential duel on Yavin 4, it was Anakin who was aggravated and wild, while Ventress remained as silent and cool as a sliding blade. This loss of control could only mean something drastic had happened to her. The Admiral has already given you a way out, Neridan continued, her Mistril fanning out behind her. You've had enough time to realize this. Similarly, Commander Apo seized the opportunity to secure the bridge compartment, a flash of hand signals ordering the 501st troopers to tactically mirror the Mistril on the opposite side of the room. Anakin eyed the dimensions of the compartment and the sizes of its openings, namely the 2 bulkheads on forward and aft. If a firefight were to break out, there was a good chance nobody was getting out. Anakin took on a stance Dooku was likely to take, a simple Form 2 stance with a one-handed grip with the other hand clenched behind his back. He could feel both Ventress and the Mistril analyzing him closely, wondering why he was adopting a duelist form in the worst situation possible. Staring them down, he made a series of hand signals with his hidden hand, ordering Apo to send 2 squads of troopers down the port and starboard corridors to outflank the Mistril. He could not hear the clone's internal comm circuits, or even if Apo noticed the order. But when Anakin's Force-enhanced hearing picked the muffled clamor of moving boots elsewhere on the ship, he knew the clone commander did. Anakin made a second signal, expect combat. 2 Mistril destroyers had split off to target this ship, Storm 001. but there was only one Mistril team in front of them. Anakin would bet his mechno-arm there was a second Mistril team crawling aboard the ship at this moment. I don't understand half the things he does, Ventress snarled. All I know is that he expected this. Where is your starfighter, Ventress? Naradan's eyes hardened. Drifting in the black, Ventress bit. Irritants flashed across the Mistril's beautiful features. There was something on that starfighter she wanted, as she finally settled into a fighting stance, drawing out a handful of Zinji needles from her hair, nesting them between her fingers. In that case, your testimony is necessary, Naradan declared. We will be taking you in. Do us a favor and don't resist. At that moment, Anakin stepped it, brandishing his lightsaber. I dislike being ignored, ladies. I'm afraid it's the end of the line for you, Ventress. I'd like to just kill you here, but it seems I must give you the opportunity to come to Coruscant for trial. Your miserable existence might last a bit longer that way, behind bars. You aren't getting out of here. Naradan raised a fist, and the Mistril unsheathed their weapons, gleaming black swords, shock whips, Zinji needles, and holdout blasters. Listen to me, Ventress. It's either the Republic or the Confederacy. The Confederacy betrayed me, Ventress snarled, her twin, curved lightsabers growling with burning energy. The Republic seeks my death. I will not die here. There is something I must do. And what is that? Naradan raised an eyebrow, put a blade between Count Dooku's eyes. Not in your state. Count Dooku. For a brief moment, Anakin was taken aback. Count Dooku betrayed you? Was that why the Storm Fleet suddenly fired upon itself? To kill her? Firstly, why would Dooku suddenly seek the death of his most prized apprentice? And second, how did Ventress survive? Then, Anakin laughed. Count Dooku betrayed you, he said again, just to confirm the absurdly believable fact with his own 2 ears. Count Dooku led you to some secret super fleet, then ordered to kill you. That's so Sith. If his intentions were to goad Ventress on, he succeeded with flying colors. The irritants Naradan wore changed targets, from Ventress to him, but instead of leaping at him like the cornered animal she was, Ventress took them all by surprise. By taking a deep breath and lowering herself into a more compact fighting stance, pulling her lightsabers closer to herself and adopting a clearly formed 3 stance. With her twin lightsabers, Anakin could visualize the defensive bubble she created around herself. Honestly, Anakin said, exasperated, why are you still holding out? This destroyer doesn't have a hangar, and without your starship, you're trapped. He trailed off, finding a certain calculating glint in Ventress's pale eyes that forced him to reevaluate the situation. That wasn't the look of a cornered animal, but one of a starved beast planning out its next hunt. A cornered animal and starved beast may appear similar, but were very different battles to tackle altogether. The 501st Troopers must have noticed their general's newfound wariness, because they leveled their blasters and carbines. The tension in the compartment heightened, until Anakin could almost grab it with the Force. What does the Admiral want? Ventress gripped her lightsabers in reverse, slowly pivoting as she analyzed the 2 forces blocking the exits. The pieces started to click into Anakin's mind. Her defensive posture, her lack of aggressiveness. Ventress is stalling, he realized. She's protecting something. But what? Something behind her? That would explain the reverse grip. So, the data console? Should I allow her to stall? Anakin had no choice but to wait for his troopers to flank around the bridge, however, as there was no way to decisively win the upcoming firefight without them. He needs the Storm Fleet, Naradan answered easily. Anakin narrowed his eyes. I thought you needed her starfighter? I need proof of Dooku's betrayal, Naradan snapped. It doesn't matter if it's her starfighter, Ventress, or this Stardam fleet. I need something that can be presented before the Separatist Senate, something that can put Dooku's credibility in its grave. Bontari's part of the anti-Dooku faction, Anakin suddenly stated. I have heard of that. Do you realize that we are not the Jedi Order's enemy? Then, the Mistril appealed. The common mission of the Jedi Order and the Perlemian Coalition is to dethrone Dooku and bring him to justice. Anakin's lightsaber was heavy, but his mechno-arm couldn't feel its weight. Answer me this. Mercenary, was it on Dooku's orders that Ariatu was decimated? Naradan dual instilled, and Anakin knew then that Dooku had nothing to do with Ariatu. You may be speaking to me, the Jedi Knight switched back to Form V, but all I hear are the Hydra's sweet words, and the slither of their forked tongue. I don't know what the Jedi Order is fighting for, but I know the Republic is fighting for the end of the Separatist state. And as far as I'm concerned, that's what I'm fighting for too. Ariatu was the act of a single mad and who lost everything to the Republic. Naradan gritted her teeth, and lost everything in the single-minded pursuit of bloody vengeance. As we speak, both Dooku and the Pantoran are being summoned to Raxus Secundus for a formal hearing. But not the perpetrator, General Ambigine himself? The Pantoran is protecting him with her influence, the Mistril hissed, as if that pained her physically. He is considered too important to pull off the front now. Then I know where the Separatist state's priorities lie. Do not act like the Republic is all that different, Jedi. Anakin released a guttural growl. I put Pong Krell in chains myself. As the last word left his mouth, a thunderclap shook Storm 001, filling the bridge with sounds of boots stomping against the panels as men and women restabilized themselves. The holoscreens flashed and fizzled, red light and blue pouring in through the observation bubble overhead. Then the room dimmed, a great shadow passing overhead, the belly of a Venator, flying so closely Anakin could count the gunships in its ventral hangar bay. Then, Ventress' poise changed again, back into a more aggressive style more befitting of the dual-bladed form of Jarkai. Ventress, Naradan clearly realized this change. Do not make this difficult. It was not the Confederacy who betrayed you, it was Count Dooku. We have the same enemy. Ventress' eyes flashed towards the console and back. It will be I who kills Count Dooku. As you wish. Anakin was hardly registering the conversation, so fixated on deciphering Ventress' intentions that seemed to change with every passing moment. He circled back to the original question. How did Ventress survive the initial betrayal? He recalled how the Storm Fleet destroyers had abruptly stopped shooting upon each other and formed its battle lines. One could assume it was because they decided Asajj Ventress was suitably dead, but a single bioscan could have disproven that. The only other reason a fleet of slave-circuited ships would so sharply about face would be because they received conflicting orders. Ventress was stalling. Why? Now he knew the answer. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place in his mind's eye. The Storm Fleet was shooting upon each other because Ventress had weaseled her way into one of the ships, and using the control codes she somehow intercepted from Dooku, commandeered the fleet to turn against the combined forces of the Mistril in the open circle. That's when Anakin and Naradan found her on the bridge. And now she was stalling, because she was trying to extract the flagship privileges and control code rotors out of the Storm 001, so she could command the Storm Fleet from anywhere she was. Another blast rocked the ship. Apo broke the uneasy silence. General, our squads have engaged the Mistril in the operations compartment. A beat passed. Open fire. The 501st broke the deadlock with lasers blazing, laying down a heavy cover fire as they slowly retreated through the bulkhead behind them. The Mistril responded in kind. First, an incisive volley of Zinji needles that zipped through the air that Anakin himself could barely track, even with his enhanced senses, much alone block and vaporize them with his lightsaber. The forward rank of clone troopers dropped dead the moment the first wave front of needles struck, filling the air with screams and splintering plastoid armor. And suddenly, the pitch of a different class of weapons joined the cacophony as the Mistril opened up on the 501st, drawing out their holdout blasters and energy-absorbent frick vibroblades. Get to the sherry hen. Anakin could hear Naradan shout, Ventress. Ventress was a whirlwind of red light, an oblate sphere of fire that blocked any and all projectiles that came her way, or the console's way, for that matter. She ignored the Mistril's calls, much to Naradan's chagrin. Anakin knew then that the command privileges were still being downloaded. Apo. He grunted. Don't let them reach their ship. Leave Ventress to me. Apo released a shout of confirmation, corralling the last of his men through the bulkhead. For a few seconds, the two groups of weapons continued to vie with each other. Then, with a screech of strained metal, the sounds were cut off. It was only he and Ventress left on the bridge. But the fight continued. Anakin could not see it, but he could feel it in the Force. Spreading throughout the ship like a rampant wildfire, laser fire tearing through bulkheads and paneling like a necrotizing disease. Sith and Jedi leveled their sabers at each other. Ventress struck first, any and all semblance of defensiveness gone as she leapt over the consoles and crashed down on him with lethal grace. She swept down with such swiftness Anakin barely had time to register the attack, his body mechanically moving on its own to step back and parry her strike. Ventress pushed down him, and as his mechno arms and human strength pushed back, the Sith assassin adroitly sprung over his head and onto the wall behind him. Deftly bouncing off it, Ventress launched herself at him and Anakin turned, again nearly moving too slowly to prevent her from slicing him in half. Their blades clashed and sizzled, and she moved forward, her face mere centimeters from his. It was at this point Anakin would have expected some sort of cruel smile or mocking wit, but found himself surprised to see her full lips drawn into a determined line, her eyes set ablaze with an obsessive desire to live. Let me go, she yelled, executing a backward flip and landing in a crouch atop the console. I can't do that, Anakin growled. I came here to do one thing, and that's to put an end to you. The hum of his lightsaber was the only warning Ventress got before he was upon her in a forceful downward blow. Ventress' pale face was contorted in a snarl, and unable to match him in physical might, relaxed her joints and slipped beneath him in a slide. Already reacting before she even finished the maneuver, Anakin whirled around to parry her attack from behind. That's just like you Jedi. Ventress gritted her teeth. How does it feel, leaving your apprentice behind, to the mercy of the enemy? That's what you Jedi do, isn't it? Unlike you, Ventress, Anakin reached out with his organic hand to crush the console, only for Ventress to snap back with her second saber. We Jedi can trust each other. Now that's a luxury you wish you have, don't you? That struck a chord. Ventress released a guttural roar, any semblance of grace leaving her form as she came at him with full force, raining blow after blow upon him. Rage fueled her as she held nothing back, pushing for the kill. Anakin took one step back, and then another, concentrating on blocking and parrying her attacks as they grew increasingly sloppy. All he needed was for her to slip once. The musty air, tinged with the sharp scent of smoldering electronics, muffled the sizzle and crash of lightsabers clashing in deadly earnest. Do you really think your puny trap will work? Ventress hammered down, the Force magnifying her strength to impossible heights. Do you know who you pitted her against? Is that admiration I hear? Anakin couldn't help but ask in disbelief. You must be getting drunk on the dark side. I'll admire anybody with the power to put the Republic in its place. Bringing down both sabers, Ventress was able to break Anakin's guard, Much to both their surprise, the Ventress reacted first, capitalizing on his off-kilted poise to launch a flying kick that sent him careening into the wall. Scout's not alone, Anakin gasped, forcing stale air to refill his lungs. I won't leave her alone. You did. Ventress was out of breath too. No. I never trained her in the Jedi way. Anakin drew himself back up to his full height, brandishing his sapphire flame once more. Everything she learned, she seeked. If not from me, then those who know better than me. I never restrained her. And you think that'll help her defeat the Hydra? You won't know this, Ventress, but the Jedi and Republic Navy don't have the best relationship. He smiled wryly. If she is defeated, it won't be because she couldn't trust the crew of the Harbinger. Anakin knew the old masters of the High Council would never let him hear the end of it should it be revealed he abandoned his Padawan. But they were at war, and that called for flexibility. Anakin Skywalker had never been the best apprentice himself, nor would he be a traditional master. Talisabeth has only known two places her entire life, the Jedi Temple and the Harbinger. She had never been able to embark on the galactic adventures and missions that made the bedrock foundation of every Padawan learner's experience. For Talisabeth, the Harbinger was her Jedi master as much as Anakin Skywalker was. Whether it be Admiral Yularen, the sensor chiefs with Lieutenant Clef, the comm specialists like of Rey, or even down to the gunnery officers. Everything. Anything she wanted to learn, Anakin never restrained her. The flagship of the Open Circle was her bedrock. Anakin was no stranger to the extant friction between Jedi Command and the Republic Navy, and from that perspective it could certainly be argued Talisabeth was left among belligerent strangers. But she wasn't. Anakin made sure of that. He made sure Talisabeth was in good company, among friends and comrades, of men and women far more capable than he. And if she dies? She won't. Anakin Skywalker inserted with such utter confidence that for a moment, Ventress believed him wholeheartedly. After all, I am still her master. And the Open Circle fleet was still the best of the best, with the Chosen One's presence or not. Your arrogance will undo you, Ventress retorted nonetheless. I'll await that day eagerly. A tense silence settled as the two warriors circled around the central command console, squaring each other off as they analyzed and reacted accordingly, making minute adjustments in their stance to counter the other, all wholly invisible to the untrained eye. The console beeped inconspicuously, and then it chimed. A tiny data card popped out the slot. Anakin and Ventress clashed gazes. Anakin reacted first. Ventress was faster. Like an impossibly lithe cat, Ventress snapped up the data card with her lips, seeing as her hands were occupied with her sabers, careful not to damage it with teeth, landed in roll, and raced out of the bridge. Ventress! Anakin roared as he dashed after her. By the time he caught her, she had already hidden the data chip away. Their lightsabers clashed, and then she darted down the next corridor. Their battle carried down the maze-like interior of the Storm Fleet destroyer, sabers blazing to the background roar of clamoring footsteps, yells, and blaster fire. They crashed through narrow cross corridors lined with battle droids and clone troopers laying down suppressive fire, smashing down doors and tearing up abandoned crew quarters, only to emerge back into the middle of another firefight between Mistril mercs and more troopers. As they combated through the corridors and across the bulkheads, Anakin started mapping out a mental diagram of the ship's interior, comparing it against what he knew of the PCL-27's interior. Already knowing the rough layout, he steadily began shepherding Ventress towards Apo and the rest of the 501st, where they could overwhelm her. Molten metal scarred the walls as lightsabers clashed and scrapped, the harsh golden glow of liquefied steel illuminating the dust-filled corridors. Ventress would run, Anakin would catch up, they would clash, and Ventress would break away and run again. That cycle repeated multiple times until Anakin had Ventress right where he wanted her. Apo had Naradan Dulan and the Mistril siege down at the emergency blister airlock they had erected where their ship, the Sher-Hin, was docked to Storm 001. The only reason the Mistril hadn't already retreated, ostensibly, was because they were waiting for their guest of honor, Asajj Ventress herself. Problem was, to get to the cordon the mercenaries had laid down, Ventress had to somehow make her way through a narrow junction flanked by dozens of clone troopers. Ventress! Naradan shouted, come on. It's over, Ventress. Anakin pointed his saber at her. The Sith assassin was on her last legs, having withstood the Chosen One's onslaught for the better part of half an hour. Her dress was all but torn away, revealing her skin-tight bodysuit and bandage wrappings that contained her lithe, yet well-muscled legs. Her arms bubbled with blisters and burns from the few times Anakin's lightsaber brushed just a few inches too close for comfort. Go on, make a run for it, he taunted her. See if you can. Ventress looked at him with wild eyes, glancing between the Jedi Knight and the deadly crossfire behind her. She was trapped, and she knew it. The scar of Anakin's eye burned, and his lightsaber crackled in anticipation to finally return the favor. Asajj Ventress bit her lip. Then she ran. The junction exploded with laser fire. Anakin dashed after her, only for a number of Mistril to punish him with a flurry of Zinji darts. Without enough time to pull up his lightsaber to block them, the Jedi Knight resorted to the last-minute instinctual act of raising his right arm to swat them aside. He failed, of course, and the Zinji needles pierced deep into his arm. Anakin winced. He met the eyes of Mistril, confused eyes, wondering why wasn't dropping dead due to the toxins undoubtedly being injected into his bloodstream. Before the Mistril could launch a second wave, Apo's troopers closed their ranks and laid down a blistering hail of covering fire, forcing the mercenaries to fall back, or fall over dead, frantically waving for Ventress to reach them. Anakin tested his glove-covered arm, flexing his fingers with a mechanical whir. He grinned. All in working order. With that, just as Ventress reached the cordon, he grabbed her with force and wrenched her back to him. The Sith contorted her body midair with all the grace of an acrobat, landing in an aggressive posture to press the attack. But the hero with no fear no longer had the patience to toy with her. Anakin Skywalker countered Ventress' attack with his own surprise offensive, blowing her momentum out of her with an elbow to the gut. She was forced to give ground as he advanced on her, to the steady drumbeat of his heart, swinging his lightsaber so swiftly it was little more than an icy blur. As Ventress drew back to escape once again, his mechno arm shot forward and closed in on her throat, the protective glove damp with dripping toxins. Anakin's unfeeling fingers dug into the warm flesh of her neck, lifting the comparatively small woman into the air easily, her legs kicking helplessly, and slowly began to crumple her windpipe. With a final, desperate blow, Ventress mustered the last of her strength to strike him with her lightsaber. Anakin hurled her into the ground just in time, freeing up his mechno arm and catching her downward swing just time. His mechanical phalanges closed around her wrist, twisting the red saber out of her hands with a growl, before crushing every single one of her carpal bones into a fine dust. Ventress screamed in pain, a high-pitched yell that overpowered even the cacophony of blaster fire. Jedi and Sith met eyes once more, and the Sith's eyes were full of fear. Ventress tried to tug herself free, but there was little chance she was prying herself out of Anakin's iron vice grip, and especially not with her captured hand as useful as a wet sheet of flimsy. Before them, the 501st were now pushing the Mistril back into the airlock. The window of Ventress' escape was closing. For a moment, Anakin thought of how easy it would be for him to simply cut down and end the assassin's pitiful existence right there and then. But that wouldn't be the Jedi way, would it? It wasn't Padme's voice in his mind, or Master Yoda's, or Qui-Gon's, or even Obi-Wan's. It was Talisabeth's, looking up at him with her wide, curious eyes, so eager to prove herself by mimicking everything he did. Surrender, Ventress, so I won't have to kill you. Ventress responded with hateful eyes and spat on him. Anakin sighed and lifted up his lightsaber to finally kill his foe. I gave her a chance, he told himself. What he didn't expect, however, was for Ventress to ignite her remaining lightsaber and cut off her seized arm at the elbow to free herself. With a flash red light, Ventress was free and scampering away, leaving the Jedi Knight dumbfounded with a sizzling, severed arm in his hands. Ventress, on the other hand, wasted no time with shoving any clone trying to intercept her out of the way and force leaping towards the safety of Neridan's Mistril. Anakin, now suitably incensed, bludgeoned his way after her, once again reaching out to grab her with the Force. Electricity burned through his limbs as the Anakin caught a fistful of shock whip instead, one of the Mistril having decided it was a healthy decision to attempt to subdue a Jedi Knight by ensnaring his arm. Before he could bright round his lightsaber to break free, however, a second Mistril snared his other arm. Anakin writhed as another agonizing pulse seared him, but bit back a cry. His clones were pressing onwards, but Anakin knew they would be too late. Mistril lay dead by the airlock by the dozens, but Ventress would escape with their sacrifice. Like some untamable beast, Anakin fought through the pain and took another heavy step forward. As if in response, a third Mistril whipped at that leg, and Anakin convulsed in another gold crackle of electricity, pinning him down long enough for Ventress and the last of the Mistril to flee through the airlock. Critically, this excluded the three who had him ensnared. Without even waiting for the three left behind, the blister airlock deflated, like a popped balloon. Shut it. Apo barked, and the clone engineers deployed their own emergency blister seal just in time, before they all got sucked out of the breach. Features fixed in a rictus snarl, Anakin converted the pain into anger, and anger into strength. Even as the Mistril released another pulse of electricity, Anakin hardly felt it, wrapping two of the whips up with his glove-insulated mechno arm and drawing them towards him. Then with a force-enhanced tug, they all but flew off their feet. Anakin speared the first through her chest with his lightsaber, and caught the second by the throat. This time, he wasted no time in crumpling her neck like a can of soda. He stomped towards the last of them. It was an older woman, who stood defiantly against him with eyes like hard chips, valiantly attempting to conceal her shivering from his enhanced senses. Why? Anakin asked, tone stony as he gestured to all the dead around them. Everything. For Emberline, the Mistril yelled, rushing at him with her vibroblade. The clones didn't even react, counting the dead. Anakin plucked one of the Zinji needles out of his mechno arm and flung it into the Mistril with it before she could even respond. Within seconds, by the time she reached him, the old woman was slumped down in his arms. He dropped her ingloriously. The Mistril will have to lift the jamming to bring the Storm Fleet out of here. Anakin rolled his shoulders, try to reach our gunships and have them pursue the moment they lift it. Very good, sir. Do you think I made a mistake, Apo? Anakin asked, looking down at his organic limb, now marred with a reddish lightning tree that grew up his forearm. Should I have just ended Ventress when I had the chance? I would have, Apo immediately answered. Nothing gets in the way of the job. But you're Jedi, sir, and Jedi have their own way of doing things. May I speak freely? Go ahead. Apo straightened. There's being a Jedi and being a soldier. I know you try to be both, sir, and try to teach Scout to be both, but sometimes they contradict. And this happens. So, the way I see it, General, you need to decide which one you want to be. Or else this'll just keep happening, and you'll just keep asking the same questions. Blunt, Anakin sighed, but I appreciate it. How soon do you reckon we can get back to Yagtul? If Appo was affected by the change in subject, he didn't show it. Clone helmets didn't show much at all. We took a beating from the Storm Fleet, the clone commander reported. We'll have to take a head count and search for survivors. And we'll have to count casualties. And the Seppies don't? Anakin wanted to ask. He didn't, however, because he already knew the answer. The Separatists don't count losses, they just churn out more soulless droids and soulless ships to replace the negative numbers on their data pads. Well, Anakin rubbed his face as reality settled in. Shit. Ventress escaped his clutches, again. The primary goal of this side adventure, however, was to prevent the Storm Fleet from reinforcing the Prelemian Coalition's armada. Whether they did enough damage to succeed in that endeavor, however, Anakin had no way of knowing right then. He punched a bulkhead in frustration. Criff. And the bulkhead crumpled. Pei was no stranger to Ventress, but Anakin Skywalker had a way of making her forget that immunity she thought she built up over her tenure as Dooku's premier apprentice. Sprawling against the polished steel paneling of the Mistril flagship, Ventress could scarcely recall her own pride and dignity as she clutched at her throat, her one remaining hand desperately clawing to pry open Skywalker's phantom hold upon her. She barely registered how her entire body alternated between numb and sluggish and excruciatingly alive with torment, as her nervous system contended with the fact that she was now missing an entire arm. At the very least, she would not bleed to death. Her lightsaber saw to that. For the first time in living memory, she gave thanks to the little mercies. Pick her up, a female voice commanded, and Ventress was unceremoniously hauled off the ground. She could feel her cheeks wet with some mix of tears, sweat, phlegm, and blood. She coughed violently, hoarsely, and through her hazy vision she could make out red spittle, and maybe sections of her trachea, flying free of her jaws. Through that blurred haze of pain and numbness, she heard some alien swearing, and considered herself lucky she escaped with neck relatively intact as well. Ventress tried to take in a breath, only to come out hacking her lungs again as her throat was seared with a fiery sting, as if she were not breathing oxygen, but unrefined Dabana. The Mistril holding her swore loudly as she dry heaved, choking on her own breath. Criff, losing her. Get her back to codes. Ventress faded in and out of consciousness for the next several minutes, distantly feeling the warship jerk beneath her feet, of which were being dragged against the ground as the whine of an opening compartment blasted her with the fresh, sterilized scent of cleaning chemicals and bacta. Mebe, she realized hazily. Shadows swam in and out of her vision. She felt herself being dropped onto a bed, followed by the soothing wet compress of bacta patches against her burnt skin, and the stinging pierces of multiple injections. Slowly, awareness began to return to her, her heartbeat quickening from a crawl to a pounding beat in her chest. "W-ah," she slurred, coarse and rasping. Good. The adrenaline spike worked. She recognized one of the shadows, Naradan Doolan, staring down at her. Try not to talk. Ventress. I just need you to hand over the Storm Fleet's command codes. No. That was her initial reaction. Why would she give away her most powerful weapon so freely, a weapon she bled and suffered betrayal for? Still paranoid about Dooku's and Bonteri's schemes, Ventress was never more aware of just how insignificant she was in the galaxy's grand plans. Whereas once she believed she was a critical piece of Dooku's vision of a better galaxy, she now realized she was utterly expendable. Naradan herself said she only needed either the Banshee, the Storm Fleet, or Asajj Ventress herself. If Ventress gave away the one thing that still made her valuable, then her life was all but forfeit. So she shook her head violently, trying to force out a denial from her vocal cords, and only managing an animalistic growl. You want to live, Ventress? Naradan hissed mere inches from her face. Then give us the codes. We need the Storm Fleet to escape. The Republic fleet is tearing us to shreds. Either you give it to us now, or we'll rip it out of you. There was a legitimate panic in the Mistril's voice. She must be telling the truth. Huh. Dooku. What was it you said about these battlecruisers? Ventress thought humorlessly. And yet, they are so easily struck down by Anakin Skywalker. Bringing them against the battle Hydra would be little more than an elaborate method of suicide. What? It took her every effort to speak, her vocal muscles flexing and somehow scraping, and Ventress could feel blood pooling at the back of her throat from the lacerations caused by Skywalker's grip. What is to become of me? Dooku might have thought you expendable, Naradan quickly said, but you are crucial to the Prelemian Coalition's plans. In that, you have my word. The word of a mercenary. The word of a Mistril shadow guard. Ventress silently reached into the lapels of her suit and drew out the thin, tiny chip in shaking hands. Thank you. The Mistril took it with no small amount of exasperation, before moving away to speak to the medical droid. Get her fixed up. I need her in fighting shape by the time we reach our next destination. As Naradan moved to leave, Ventress reached out, the force prickling against her fingertips. And the woman halted, though not of her own volition. W8, Ventress croaked. Where are you taking me? We're returning to Yagtul first, to report our progress and hop back onto the hyperlane. Her arm drooped, the last of her strength leaving her body. Ventress' eyes began to close, though she struggled desperately against it. She coughed. I should have let Skywalker kill me. If I knew I was going to be on the receiving end of Bonteri's gloating anyway. There won't be time for that. Ventress swore. Tidane was smiling as she spoke. We'll be taking the Storm Fleet down the Heron Trade Corridor to bypass the entire war on the Rima front. Once we reach the Kira system, we'll transfer onto the Anarch run. Ventress had so much to say, and too little energy to say it. Raging against her own helplessness, the once powerful Sith assassin felt like a prisoner trapped in her own infirm body. You want revenge against Count Dooku? You won't have to wait. We will finish what Bonteri and Trilm started. We will undo Dooku's power and tear down his authority right before his eyes, piece by piece, Tidane told her, and Ventress witnessed only truth in the Force. Our destination will be where his power over the Confederacy began. Geonosis. 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 The name rang over and over in her head like a bell. Sleep well, Ventress. Dooku. Ventress felt her consciousness slipping from her grasp. You should have killed me twice. As she inserted the control codes into Sherahan's transponder, Tidane Dulin ordered the electronic jamming lifted and all remaining lightspeed-capable Storm Fleet destroyers to break out of the Open Circle Fleet's iron grasp. The Mistril were not naval officers, and this was obvious, for the hasty and chaotic withdrawal allowed the captains of the Open Circle to lay into the fleeing enemy virtually unopposed. These captains, who all realized the significance of preventing the Storm Fleet reinforcing the Battle of Yavin, each individually came to the same conclusion and purposefully targeted the engine drives of the Storm Fleet as the enemy ships turned about to escape. The unorganized withdrawal would inadvertently decisively turn the tide of battle in the Republic's favor, especially as the jamming lifted. Though the Mistril managed to escape with all intelligence frigates loaned to them intact, they were only able to count the number of Storm Fleet destroyers when they emerged on the other side in the Yavin star system. Of 200 Storm Fleet destroyers, only 78 escaped the Battle of Lon Nebula, of which only half was in fighting shape. To the Mistril's chagrin, if Anakin Skywalker's objective was to prevent the Battle Hydra any reinforcement, then he had succeeded. Chapter 61. Yavin Orbit, Yavin System. Heron Sector. Admiral Wolf Yularen did not hesitate, even as Talisabeth was frozen in her own surprise, and his command came as decisive as swift as a lion's roar. All ships, the Admiral shouted, flip and burn. Divert all power to dorsal attitude thrusters. Watch our portside shields. 3 orders in quick succession, but each and every one rife with purpose. The first order, flip and burn, to slow down the rear heavy star destroyers before they could strike the oncoming minefield, and the second order to have the fleet dive under the obstacle at the same time. The last and final order, to maintain strict vigilance against the given defense fleet, whose wave crests lurked like hungering sharks in the depths of boiling, bubbling gas. Talisabeth watched the images of the Open Circle Fleet flipping bow over stern and igniting their thrusters in a furious crunch against the time to intercept, all at the same time burning downwards so as to avoid collision altogether. She had a second to wonder why ships almost always sought to dive down instead of climb up, as if they were aircraft in the gravity well of a world, even though the two directions were purely arbitrary and required exactly the same effort in space. In this case, it meant the Republic Venators pivoted their afts downwards, slipping right under the hastily laid minefield like aircraft conducting an acrobatic tail-slide maneuver. The 3-ship squadron of the forwardmost division was the most unfortunate, the 3 battlecruisers clipping the ventral sensor zone of the Seeker mines. Within moments, the Seeker mines were like moths to a flame, and explosions rippled down their lengths, collapsing shields so that other mines could strike the hulls proper. The battlecruisers reeled as the mines blew holes in them and sent fragments flying into space. One of the battlecruisers blew up as its power core overloaded, then the other 2 in quick succession, the 3 ships turning into fields of shrapnel blossoming out from the scenes of their deaths. Divert shields to the rear and dorsal region. Scout was shouting before she even realized it, just in time for Harbinger to be rocked by debris and secondary explosions. The entire bridge instinctively ducked as flames unfurled overhead, like fingertips brushing their heads as the rest of the Open Circle passed underneath the minefield relatively untouched. With a second flip, the entire fleet was once more well on its way towards the 20th Armada. Anomalous activity from the atmospheric field, Admiral, Lieutenant Clef noted. Those skeletons are still in there, and I'd reckon they're going to keep hitting and fading away like ghosts. Scout squinted in that general direction, and she could most recognize the faint silhouettes flitting in and out of existence behind that curtain of gas and rocks. That, or her brain was playing tricks on her mind. Bring our heaviest cruisers to our port flank, in line ahead, Yularen commanded promptly, and have a squadron of starfighters picket our vanguard. Very good, sir. Commander, the Admiral then turned to Talisabeth. Where's the main Separatist fleet? The main Separatist fleet? At that moment, Talisabeth was taken aback. Why would the Admiral ask her where the enemy fleet was? Unless he knew she had inherited a sliver of Master Alrix's ability to perceive shatter points. But then again, Master Skywalker had told her that Admiral Yularen had grown comfortable being in the presence of Jedi abilities and had accepted them as another integral facet of the fleet he commanded. It stood to reason, then, Admiral Yularen knew from the moment they made the decision to return to Yavin that some greater power was in play one way or the other. There, Talisabeth swallowed, eyeing a nearby display as she gathered her bearings, bearing 296, relative to Yavin. I don't know the range. Admiral Yularen narrowed his eyes and confirmed his long-standing suspicions. Bearing 296 was directly on the opposite side of the planet, in the blind zone of the open circle fleet. Unless the girl had access to a groundbreaking invention, an advanced sensor able to pierce not only the multiple asteroid fields in the way, but also 10,000 clicks of mantle and core, the Jedi could only be relying on the mystical power he knew as the Force. Is that the main Separatist fleet? Admiral Yularen asked again, just to clear the inherent distrust he bore for the esoteric energy. Is it? Talisabeth echoed the question in her head. What am I looking at? She had touched a flame in the Force and could feel a presence behind her shoulder, but she did not exactly know what she was looking at. A more veteran Jedi Master would have recognized the flickering candle flame in the distance as a shatter point in the Force, but Talisabeth had no such knowledge. All she knew was that that's where the Battle Hydra was. Shouldn't it stand to reason, then, that that's also where the Separatist fleet was? I don't know, she could only answer, and she hated that feeling of uncertainty. It was the sensation one felt when they had an answer in the palm of their hand, when they were certain was the answer, if not for the gnawing feeling at the back of their mind that they had missed a small but crucial step. Talisabeth did not know what step she had missed, either, but knew she had missed one. Because as much as she wanted to say that yes, she had identified the Separatist fleet, she had also erroneously identified the Hydra's initial target before. All I know, the Padawan continued, before frustration could visibly creep onto Yularen's stern visage, is that that's where the Battle Hydra is. The incensed lines of the Admiral's face disappeared, and a thin smile came to his face. Then that's all we need. Huh. If you don't know the range, then give me the bearings. Yularen marched past the girl, brushing her shoulder with a palm. I want an update every 10 minutes. The rest of you, get plotting. All right, folks, in the battle operations room, the senior navigation officer clapped. We know there's a hostile division bearing 296. Range, sir? Where would Swift Justice's last known position be? There was one natural conclusion, looking at the astrography of the quaternary system. If the Swift Justice was bearing 296 from the planet, then they must have been attempting to circumnavigate the northwestern asteroid field. Assuming the Separatist fleet engaged them just as they made the port turn, that would put them at roughly 170,000 clicks. First mark, bearing 296, Marco 09. Range 170,000 clicks. Precisely 10 minutes later, Talisabeth gave the second bearing. Second mark, bearing 315, Marco 45. Range unknown. Plot out all possible vectors they could have gone. Another 10 minutes passed. Third mark, bearing 316, Mark 326. Range, around 110,000 clicks. Hearing the report from the comms, Talisabeth wondered how the battle room could have gleaned the Battle Hydra's range from mere bearings. Having tutored the young Padawan before, when time allowed, Yularen was keenly aware of the confusion swirling in the girl, and thus gave her a hint. Yularen folded his arms. The enemy fleet is bearing 326 vertically. Our point of reference is not the Harbinger, but the core of Yagtul. What does that mean? Talisabeth furrowed her eyebrows, visualizing such in her mind's eye. It would mean they are diving beneath the orbital plane. They are also bearing, laterally, 316. What could they be diving under, in this case? Realization dawned on her, and Talisabeth's cheeks flushed at such a critical oversight. In that direction, they would be diving under Yagtul itself. Precisely. Working with the assumption, then, that they are sticking as close to Yagtul as possible to avoid detection from our pickets, we can work out their range. Now, where is Rainbontary? He's still bearing 316, Mark 292. Then it is all but confirmed, is it not? Yularen flashed a rare, if grim, smile, before speaking into his comlink. Chief, hostiles are bearing 316, Mark 292. Plotted. A moment passed. Fourth mark, bearing 316, Mark 292. Range 105,000 clicks. That's right, Talisabeth realized. If they're vertically bearing 292, then they must be almost completely beneath Yagtul's south pole, which is bearing 270. Despite that, the nagging sensations at the back of her mind never faded. She was still missing something small, something critical, that could decide the entire outcome of the Battle of Yagtul. But what is it? At that thought, Talisabeth fell back on the one constant she's had since becoming a Padawan, and Jedi Commander, her master. What would Master Skywalker do? A recent, but nearly forgotten memory came to mind. In the hectic and adrenaline-fueled anxiety she has been brewing in since the loss of the 20th Armada, she had almost pushed Master Skywalker's advice out of her mind. Stop thinking like a Jedi, Tal, Anakin Skywalker told her. You aren't alone here. The Force is useful, but don't rely on it, or you'll end up like Alrix. Trust your gut, but trust the people here more. You'll be fine. So this is what he meant, she thought bitterly, if she had simply consulted the Harbinger before the strategy conference. No, there's no time to dwell on that. Talisabeth sucked in a deep breath. Wait, she spoke up, instilling as much assurance and confidence into her tone as she could muster. We're missing something. And what would that be? Admiral Yularen raised an eyebrow. What is the enemy trying to do, exactly? Well, from the looks of it, sir, Lieutenant Clef piped up. They're trying to slip under the orbital plane and hit us from below. I've got my active sensors tracking them, though. As soon as we can see them, we will see them. So they're trying to intercept us. Not much else in system to intercept, Clef didn't laugh at his own morbid joke. They made sure of that. If they are coordinating with the Given to track us, which we must assume they are, then they would know we are headed to a new battle space which would give us an advantage. Talisabeth aired her thought process aloud as she began pacing the deck. Under the Admiral's watchful eye, so they should be trying to intercept us as quickly as possible. And you believe they aren't? Yularen questioned. Talisabeth produced her own comlink, battle room, bridge. Can we plot a straight intercept vector from the enemy fleet's last known position, Tars? Can you give an ETA? Bridge, battle room. Assuming the enemy fleet is maintaining their velocity, anywhere from 40 minutes to an hour. But considering it's a straight shot, at full combat excel, they'd be right on top of us, or below us, rather, in 15 minutes. Transmit the plots to my databad, please, Scout asked politely, the latent abilities that earned her such a cognomen swiftly coming to the forefront. Thank you. From there, she tracked the plots, the solid blue lines linking pulsing red dots, and dotted lines tracing possible vectors. There were 4 main marks. On the 4 bearings she had provided the battle room, from which they extrapolated the enemy direction. She traced the lines again, slowly, one by one, checking for that single crucial piece of the puzzle she knew she had overlooked. However, everything appeared to slot nicely. The battle Hydra had maintained the momentum he accrued from defeating Swift Justice to double back starboard on a reciprocal course and was now meeting their vector on a practically straight beeline for the open circle. Well, as straight as they could get with the planet in their way. Scout rubbed her eyes, half in exhaustion, half in frustration. There had to be something else to it, in this she was utterly adamant. Something is off. If Scout was confident in one thing, it was her uncanny ability to detect the slightest details from something large. That was the one inherent gift the Force had deigned to allow her. And sometimes, she had learned over her tenure in the Jedi Temple, you just needed a new perspective. No, she mumbled, transmit this data to a holoprojector. Admiral Yularen snapped his fingers, and it was done. Time was ticking, Scout knew. 15 minutes, but Anakin Skywalker's stubborn streak had rubbed off her, and she had to figure this out. The holographic celestial globe appeared before her eyes in its 3-dimensional glory, and then she found it. The Prelemian Coalition's armada wasn't the Given defense fleet, and they couldn't have possibly navigated the northwestern asteroid field in any form of haste, and thus opted to climb over it. First mark to second mark, vertical bearing 009 to 045. Then second mark to third mark, vertical bearing 045 to 326. That means in between the second to third mark, the battle Hydra traversed a whole 79 degrees down on the vertical plane, when they could have simply traversed another 45 degrees climbing instead of diving. They were already climbing, thanks to the asteroid field. Why would they suddenly dive again? If speed was a factor in intercepting us, which it is, wouldn't the obvious decision be to circumnavigate Yagdhul's North Pole instead of South Pole? Unless. We're looking in the wrong direction, Scout blurted out, suddenly short of breath, battle room. What if the enemy fleet had continued from the second mark to the planet's North Pole instead? What would be their ETA to intercept then? Admiral Yularen, at the very least, didn't need to wait to know the answer. Lieutenant, he roared, expand our dorsal sensor grid. I want eyes above our heads. Helm, stand by for evasive maneuvers. As Harbinger's sensors locked into place and blasted out just about every wavelength on the electromagnetic spectrum, Scout blinked around 100 contacts materialized into being out of the black. Contact. Clef and his operators hastily began painting targets, 80 ships. Why didn't we catch on the passive sensor sphere? They're flying dark, sir. Another sensor officer gritted his teeth. We had to paint the entire spherical section with light. But that means they know that we know. True to word, the skies over the open circle exploded out in hundreds of gleaming sublight drives, thruster plumes blazing like newborn stars in the celestial sphere. They were shaped in a deep spindle and had obviously been aiming to spear straight through the top-down profile of the open circle's formation. After they had been discovered early, however, the enemy division evolved into a more flat, rectangular shape, with capital ships anchored at the center and corners. A picture-perfect separatist battle lattice. In a split second, Harbinger's and numerous displays were blaring with warning symbols as thousands of separatist missiles rained down from above. Almost by instinct, the open circle's formation convulsed as one like a living organism. With escort ships racing up and lighting up the void with a terrific roar of point defense lasers while bright hot flares filled the empty spaces between ships until it seemed the formation was set ablaze by an internal inferno. They had responded well, Scout knew, but now they needed to react in kind. For a moment, she looked towards Admiral Yularen for directions, only to see the man carefully judging the enemy attack vector. His cautious disposition was prompting him to see the enemy's tactics play out before responding, so he had the full picture in mind when devising a counterattack. It was not an incorrect decision, by any means, but Scout's every urge was telling her to counterattack now. They weren't facing just this one division, but also the battle Hydra's personal division diving under them, and the Given defense fleet as well. The tables had turned. Now, they were the ones surrounded. Battle room, Scout held her comlink closely. How long until the Hydra's intercept? Terry, sir, a voice returned. They should be slipping under the atmospheric phenomena in 4 minutes. And once they slip under the phenomena, they'll be in sensor range. For minutes. What sort of formation can be adopted in 4 minutes, while under fire no less? Scout drowned out the blossoming fires of intercepted warheads and screaming deflector shields, rifling through her mental library of tactics and formations he had learned and remembered under Yularen's watchful gaze. We're being attacked from above and below. I need something that can leverage the firing arcs of our Star Destroyers. What about the Xyla? But that's only effective in one direction and will leave our carriers vulnerable. Scout drew out the hypothetical command package on our datapad. But if we can make use of our battlecruiser's SPHTS. Admiral, Scout gasped, if we use the Xyla formation. The Xyla is only effective in a single direction. But our battlecruisers have Ventril SPHAT batteries. Yularen paused, narrowed his eyes, and liberated the datapad from her hands. He inspected for a few, heart-thumping seconds, before briskly handing it off to a nearby officer. Executed. Scout's stomach leapt. So, it'll work? Only one way to find out. And then, Yularen roared, hard right, hard over. Bring us around. We're not fighting Anakin Skywalker, are we? Commodore Horgo Shive muttered to himself as the 2nd Strike Division of the 28th Mobile Fleet thundered down its assault vectors, because this isn't normal. The Republic's transit formation was roughly box-shaped, anchored by a left-hand L formation of heavy capital ships and the rest of the space filled with lighter vessels. Those lighter vessels were now rising to provide a cover screen of point defense to shield the L-shaped formation of Venators. And said Venators, starting from the leading ship, Harbinger herself, were circling around starboard. Just as the Harbinger reached the crest of her turn, she killed her turn and kicked herself into a deft tailspin, the kilometer-long vessel spinning like a top until her aft was facing the interior of the circle she had just turned. The next 11 ships in the line ahead followed that maneuver precisely and in quick succession, until the topmost layer of the open circle was a 12-petaled flower, with their bows facing outward and engines inward. The next 11 Venators after them followed through, diving half a hundred clicks beneath the topmost layer and forming a second array of petals, with each ship strategically placed in between the petals of the topmost layer. This time, however, they were upside down, so that their ventral turbo laser batteries were facing the top. All 50 Venators promptly executed such a formation, creating 4 layers of petals, each layer facing alternating directions. With such facility, Horgo Shive could conclude some Jedi trick was in play, such as the one reported to occur at the Battle of Mandalore, or there was a truly skilled commanding officer behind these joint maneuvers. As soon as the 4-layered formation was completed, the Venators cut their engines, so that they were now drifting laterally on their resultant vector. Then, to complete the formation, the open circle's escorts speared themselves through the hole in the center of the formation, organized into a similarly tubular shape with dorsal superstructures facing outwards, extending upwards, or downwards, along the formation's vertical axis. This created a double-ended spindle shape, or perhaps one much more akin to the profile of a pulsar star. They overextended their escorts. Vinnick exclaimed, "We can destroy them piecemeal as we move towards the capital ships." The Mune Commodore curled his fingers. It is not that simple. The purpose of their spindle-like structure is twofold. First, to intercept any missiles or torpedoes targeting the capital ships, and to break up our battle lattice at the same time. So we destroy them systematically. They are overextended. If we slow down the entire battle lattice to deal with the escorts, those Venators will tear us to shreds. Horgo Shive clenched his fist. I don't know about you, but I don't want to know what it's like being on the receiving end of quadruple-ranked Star Destroyer firing envelopes. There was a brief pause from the crying sun, likely as Vinnick analyzed the enemy formation once again. And if we attempt to bypass the spindle, they can attack our flanks with impunity. We'll be forced to decide whether to defend against the spindle or the petals. It seems so. They've outflanked us without flanking us. Commodore Vinnick laughed. Then we'll revert back to the spindle formation as well. Horgo nearly doubled over in surprise. What? No, spindle isn't the right word for it, Vinnick mused. What about tube? We'll form a tubular shape that sheeds right over the Republic spindle. That way we can completely destroy the spindle, and if the Venators attempt to fire back, they'll also be shooting at their own ships, Horgo finished, eagerness gleaming in his black eyes once more. Inform the Given. Tell them to alert the 3rd Division to the Republic formation, Vinnick said. We can pin them here, while Rain and Diedrich devise a strategy to cripple them. We're going on the attack. Scout could have only watched on in awe as Admiral Yularen expertly facilitated the double Xyla formation with nary a misstep, skillfully micromanaging the burdensome maneuvers of nearly half a hundred battlecruisers and carriers as if the entire fleet was but an extension of his own body. At the same time, however, the Separatist formation reacted on a dime, their battle lattice condensing once more into a spindle with an open core. The enemy spindle then crashed into Republic spindle, and the Republic spindle all but melted away. The lighter Arquitans and Peltas of the open circle were simply no match for the overpowering firepower of Separatist destroyers and cruisers, and the once organized array of small warships turned into a falling cascade of debris and fragments punched along by momentum, descending towards the Republic's main line of battle as quickly as the Separatist menace. Good. Admiral Yularen nodded, as if hundreds of spacers had not just perished before their eyes. Attacking an overextended formation was an obvious enough reaction. They have taken the bait. Of course, by sticking so closely to the Republic spindle, their Venators couldn't attack the Separatist warships without also risking friendly fire. But that was where the second facet of the double Xyla came into play. The second layer of petals consisted of 11 upside-down venators. In other words, their hangars were facing away from the view of the Separatist forces. Layer B, Yularen commanded calmly, launch all starfighters. Head downwards for 10 clicks, then sweep around in open cluster formation. Backfire speed, zonal attack pattern. Happy hunting. 11 pairs of hangar doors groaned open and a torrent of sharp-fanged starfighters came screaming out, all forming up outside of the enemy's view within the visual shadows of their motherships and ramping up to attack speed. Then, together, they banked hard on their etheric rudders, coming about and over the rims of their carriers like the spray of some exotic fountain. From the Separatist perspective, there was no warning. In one moment, there were no starfighters, and in the next there were 4,000 bloodthirsty starfighters in perfect formation already settling into their attack runs. The enemy was rallying their combat patrols to respond, but the hounds were already set upon them. Separatist frigates exploded and broke under the force of concussion missiles, their pieces tumbling across space. A half-dozen light destroyers shattered into fragments. 3 heavy cruisers reeled out of formation, 2 completely destroyed in rainbow-hued vapor of rhydonium-based fuel, and the third put out of battle. Their battleships and battlecruisers took the blows head-on, having had time to reinforce their forward shields, thanks to the sacrifice of the lighter units, and blundered through the assault with superficial injuries but apparently no critical damage. This is for Swift Justice in the 20th. Someone hooped as explosions bloomed over the viewports. This is Swift Justice. Another cheered. Soon, their space around the spindles was consumed by a blistering hail of point defense, missiles, and starfighters of all kinds, scrambling any accuracy afforded by Harbinger scanners. Trapped in the hail of fire, the surviving Separatist forces bludgeoned their way out of the kill zone and into a more spread-out formation, launching a renewed offensive of droid fighter bombers accompanied by a fusillade of torpedoes. But away from the spindle, the quadruple-ranked envelopes of the double Xyla formation now had them dead to rights. All ships, open fire. Admiral Yularen barked, primary targets are the capital ships. Maintain formation except to maneuver as necessary to avoid enemy fire. Local fire control is granted to all warships and artillery stations. The double Xyla exploded out in volleys of super-heavy turbo laser fire and raking charges of energy beam weaponry from their SB chase. Scout watched on the displays as the Separatist fleet tried to charge in, only to have their momentum stifled and struck down over and over. For now, however, the open circle was staving off the battle Hydra's assault. But it never left Scout's mind that a Hydra had more than one head, and if the Xyla formation had one critical weakness, it was that it was completely immobile. Just as a constantly evolving formation such as the Whirlwind employed at the 7th Battle of Sullust was unmaintainable, a completely static formation such as the Xyla was also unmaintainable, simply for different reasons. The former was due to the limitations of crews and hardware, while the latter was due to the evolving nature of a battle space. The Xyla formation was so effective in a defensive posture like this because it capitalized on the nature of star destroyers in a formation that maximized firepower in relation to each other. Once that relationship was broken down, the formation would crumble into nothing but a loose cluster of disorganized warships stuck in individual, non-optimal positions. The main fleet's here. The sensor chief shot to his feet. 10,000 clicks beneath us. 83 ships. They're in a battle lattice. Scout shared a look with Admiral Yularen. That's quite a Rear Admiral Rainbow. Terry regarded the Republic formation closely, having seen nothing quite like it, and thus he was searching for the right descriptor to use. Strange formation? Aesthetic formation, he finished, marveling at the tight lines of relation each Republic cruiser maintained with each other. Is our battle lattice completed? Just so. Perfect. The battle lattice of the 3rd Battle Division of the 28th Mobile Fleet rolled, each ship turning within the formation to present its bows to the Republic fleet above them, so that the Separatist warships were now coasting sideways within their rectangular formation. This battle lattice was arranged differently to that of the 2nd Battle Division, with the heaviest capital ships in the center with successively lighter escorts fanning out until the edges were anchored by light corvettes. The very moment the centermost warships, including Chimeratica and Kronprinz themselves, were directly beneath the Republic's downward spindle, the entire battle lattice erupted forwards as one. Just as occurred on the topside of the Xyla formation, the Republic spindle crumpled under the onslaught of the Separatist offensive, Kronprinz leading the charge down the spindle with all the speed afforded to her. The battle lattice began to warp into a curved funnel around the center as the Tidane warships raced ahead to chomp down on the Republic. It was exactly what the open circle was waiting for. The Separatists had taken the bait again, it seemed. Layer C of the double Xyla formation, their hangars similarly facing away from the 3rd Battle Division as Layer B did the 2nd Division, unleashed their starfighters together. But that was exactly what the 28th Mobile Fleet was waiting for. The Republic had taken the bait. Launch all starfighters. The Rear Admiral ordered, all capital ships, retreat. Escorts, push forwards. Grind them into a fine dust. Like hounds snapped onto their reins, the battlecruisers of the 3rd Division promptly about-faced and reversed their momentum with such agency the action could have only been achieved by Tidane ships of their build. Now, the funnel was beginning to invert into a cup shape, with the capital ships falling back and the escorts on the edges racing forward. Let's take a gander into the mental states of the Republic pilots. Their allies had been defeated, and they were thirsting to avenge their loss. Their comrades up top had sown hellfire into the dastardly separatist positions, achieving a major victory, and now they were starving to do the same on the downside. The closest enemy ships in range were naturally the separatist battlecruisers, which had ostensibly overextended away from their escorts and lattice. From the perspective of the Republic pilots, these capital ships were easy pickings. But those capital ships withdrew, and the pilots chased after them, glory right within arm's reach. There was no knowing what the attitude was like aboard the flagship Harbinger, or whether they noticed the separatist trap or not. In whichever case, the Republic pilots did not notice they were flying straight into the maw of the Hydra. And when they realized, it was already too late. The funnel-shaped formation had inverted into a cup-shaped formation, with the capital ships at the base of the cups. Now, the starfighters had two choices: fly on a reciprocal course, braving the nearly 20 kilometers of point defense from the scores of escorts surrounding them, or attempt to break through the capital ships and out the back of the cup. Or rather, it didn't matter what they did. The escorts opened fire. 4,000 Republic pilots died. It was like shooting fish in a barrel, except it was the barrel itself that was shooting. Whatever surviving pilots immediately began falling back towards the Xyla, weaving in and out the corpses of their fellow comrades, using their floating bodies as cover to do so. The entire separatist formation was burning forward now, maintaining that cup shape as they launched a renewed offensive towards the Republic center. This way, when the separatist center launched its missiles and starfighters, the Republic spindle could not intercept them without being struck at by the separatist flanks with impunity. Rain Bonteri watched on the display as the 28th Mobile swept into range, rapidly closing the range. He had positioned his ships and positioned his fleet, given his commanders authority to fire, and now had nothing to do but watch. Watch as the open circle was gradually ground down. The 2nd Battle Division is retreating, TF. 1726 informed him. Commodore Vinnick and Shive report that their losses have put them out of effective action. Half our fleet is gone. Half our fleet is gone. Those 5 words rang out through the silent pilot house. Rain Bonteri was unmoving as he judged those words. If they managed to send that transmission, it must mean they are individually fine, he reasoned, thinly hiding his ire from his droid crew. But a commander could hear no more terrible words. Defeats have been suffered with less losses. A victory won at the cost of half a fleet is no victory, but a damn embarrassment. For the 28th Mobile Fleet, such a loss was not so devastating, as the vast majority of ships put out of battle could be repaired and put back into service. This was the purpose of the Auxiliary Division, but such news was still one of the most bitter a commander could swallow, whatever the circumstances. So, he muttered, furious, this is the capability of Wolf Yularen? It was a natural conclusion. Anakin Skywalker was at the Lawn Nebula, and all Jedi take their Padawans wherever they go. As such, command of the Open Circle Fleet naturally fell into the lap of the ranking officer, Admiral Yularen. It was also the correct conclusion. Wolf Yularen was a cautious and orthodox commander, but that also made a skilled organizer and masterful formation fighter. It was only with Yularen's invisible hand puppeteering the strings of the Open Circle that they could have conducted themselves to such crisp efficiency and effectiveness. In a formation like the Double Xyla, without the admittedly effective unorthodox actions and brash impulses of Anakin Skywalker curtailing him, Wolf Yularen was in his element. This, however, was not the only conclusion the Battle Hydra drew from the loss. One of his heads was not participating. This will not be the second time I've suffered defeat at the fickleness of my allies, he hissed. Where the hell are the Given? Are they so loss-averse? Have I not thrown enough corpses at their feet to prove my sincerity? If Diedrich Greyshade was in the same comms channel right then, the former commonality officer would be cringing down to his toes. Tough, get me a line with the Given commander. On the visual display, spots of bright light flared as separatist missiles struck Republic shields. The Open Circle's shields were firing back, but the Harbinger still quivered from the impacts of weapons on her shields and tallying the damage from an occasional hit that had made its way through the screening spindles. That, however, paled in comparison to the devastation the Open Circle was laying into the Separatists' 2nd Battle Division. The Double Xyla was pushing downwards on their attitude thrusters to rise after the retreating Separatist above, at the same time putting distance between themselves and the Separatists below. The topmost Republic spindle was plunging into the center of the collapsing enemy formation, each Republic ship only briefly exposed to enemy fire as it tore through, while the Separatist ships in those areas were battered by ship after ship. The lighter enemy units were ripped apart under the repeated blows, flaring and dying around the stronger islands formed by the surviving capital ships. There's our vector of escape, Yularen identified. We need to extricate ourselves before the Given decide it is time to end us. But what about the 20th Armada? Scout asked. We've taken our half of the coalition's armada. We can still win. Yularen simply shook head regretfully. We have been outmaneuvered. If the Given were not a factor to contend with, I would fully believe we have a fine chance of defeating the Perlemian coalition here, especially since it is obvious their full might have been whittled down from their engagements with the 20th and Swift Justice. But with the Given still present, that is simply not the case. Our best bet would be to regroup with General Skywalker and return with a counterattack on the system using the full might of Jedi General Regal's 2nd Armada south of us. The 2nd Armada is fighting the Separatist 4th Fleet Group. A problem to contend with once we ensure we have escaped with our lives intact. Yularen swung around to Lieutenant of Rey, contact General Skywalker. Inform him we have failed to destroy the Coalition Armada, but have destroyed half to two-thirds of their fleet, thus crippling their combat effectiveness and operational significance. Until they receive reinforcements from the 4th Fleet Group, the Coalition Armada has been rendered strategically impotent. Where should we rendezvous with him, sir? The Lawn Nebula is as good a location as any. With that, they took to undertaking their mission to escape. A mission easier said than done. While the Separatist forces above them were dispersing like a swarm of flies before an irate hand, the Separatist force below was mauling deep in the Republic ranks. The Xyla formation began to condense as each of its petals furled, massive battlecruisers and carriers pitching their bows onto their resultant vectors to put their main sublight thrusters onto their proper angles of attack. However, the complicated expressions and attitudes of the double Xyla modification meant there would be a greater lag in maneuvers between the successive layers, with Layer D acting most sluggishly to bring their thrusters on the proper vectors. This created a minuscule rift between the two halves of the open circles evolving formation, between Layer C and Layer D, where the dozen Venators of Layer D was lagging behind the rest of the fleet. As much as Admiral Yularen tried to rectify the sluggishness, there was no overcoming an inherent weakness of a static formation attempting to move onto one vector. It was the law of inertia coming into play. One could imagine a straight static line, a queue of people, stretching on for many meters. Even if the first man in the queue would start moving, it would take time for that motion to trickle down to the last man in the line. A standard Xyla formation would only have 2 layers, but Scout's modification to it gave it 2 more. Not simply 2 more layers, but 2 more layers facing the other way. It was lag, that gap, that the given defense fleet capitalized on. 70 given starships burst out of the atmospheric cloud, launching a flurry of torpedoes at a specific battlecruiser in Layer C. Under that hail of fire, the mighty Republic warship lost its shields, then took a hit in the wrong place, and its reactor blew while the ships from Layer D were catching up and gaining momentum. The adjacent ship, a carrier called the Brilliant Light, in Layer C was too close. Scout stared at the display, as the shockwave from the exploding Venator reached out like a great hand, slapped the Brilliant Light off course and tumbling out of formation. That alone would have been recoverable, if the Brilliant Light hand not so accidentally tumbled right onto the resultant vector of a fast-approaching battlecruiser from Layer D, the Star Seeker. It was then that everybody on the deck of the Harbinger, nay, every officer and sensor operator spectating, damn allegiance, knew the given had calculated precisely this outcome. After all, how else would such an unlikely series of perfect coincidences occur? Not even the computerized collision avoidance systems of the Star Seeker could avoid the reeling Brilliant Light. They were simple on the wrong trajectory, with neither time or space afforded to them. The 2 Venators struck as Scout watched on in silent, gaping horror. The collision, which looked so slow from the relative shelter of Harbinger's bridge but must have occurred at many thousand clicks per second, turned both ships into single titanic ball of heat, light, and outward gases that blossomed like an actual Xyla flower in the dark of space, a twin-reactor combustion that within a fraction of a second annihilated up to 7 million tons of hyperatter. For reference, the main reactor of a capital ship such as a Venator would typically annihilate 4 tons of hyperatter for every light year traveled. The result, a terrible, man-made star, by all definitions of the word, that shone so briefly but blindingly brightly that it lit up the void of the Yag-Tool star system. Before anybody could even utter a word of shock or exclamation, thousands of retinas had already been scorched through, but that was not the least of their worries. With no sizable mass and gravity to keep the orb of burning gas contained, the false sun exploded outwards suddenly and violently. The 3 closest warships to the explosion were all but vaporized into rampant gases and superheated slag flung out at fractions of light speed, and rest were thrust in outward vectors starting from the explosion. The ships in Layer C were shoved up and out, towards the relative safety of Layer B and Layer A, while the ships in Layer D were shoved down and under, towards the awaiting arms of the Separatist 3rd Battle Division. Only then did a collective gasp of shock and dismay rise up on the bridge of the Harbinger. Or rather, the events occurred so quickly that by the time people were reacting, they were already mostly over. Admiral Yularen, finally seeming shaken for the first time since ever, called out commands to refocus his crew. Damage report. And nothing got past our shields, sir, a stun techie blabbered out. The ships in Layer B protected us. Scout shook herself back into focus as well, forcing himself to look away from the collective graves of over 10,000 spacers and evaluate the situation once again. The 10 or so ships in Layer D that had been advertently blasted back towards the Separatist lines were already blasting out white flag frequencies. They obviously weren't planning on fighting and dying if they could surrender, and the battle Hydra has been known to accept such before. And indeed, the Coalition Armada killed their velocities to undertake the boarding actions that would bring the Republic ships into internment. The given defense fleet had returned at the very last moment, but as far as Scout and Yularen were concerned, dealt the most devastating blow. With no losses of their own, they took out 14 capital ships and many dozen more escorts, and they were not stopping. Scout took a deep breath, focusing on bringing the remainder of the open circle out of the oxens, which required turning up and starboard. The maneuver, necessary as it was to escape the atmospheric anomalies that plagued the quaternary system, inadvertently brought them back downrange of the given line of battle and made an intercept possible. The Wavecrest-class frigates all but swam around the battered Republic lines, slashing across their deck over and over as the open circle continued accelerating away. Thankfully, the open circle still had their remaining escorts, and the shields of their most powerful warships were more than enough to shrug off any blows that could come from the enemy frigates. A massed, alpha strike such as the one that took out Brilliant and Starseeker could not occur again. Fleet hyperdrives are ready and synced, Admiral of Rey reported, with a lack of her usual enthusiasm. Yularen chewed his cheek, and Scout took one last look at the battlefield. Sorry, General Grant. I made a mistake, and we all paid a dear price. If she ever met him in person, Scout might just beg for forgiveness. As if in reaction to her thoughts, the presence behind her shoulder writhed, and the Force writhed with it. The presence then faded back into Force, and the candle flame over the shatter point finally winked out as it burned away that last of its fuel. Sorry, Master Alrix. There was no answer. The presence was gone. Execute jump. 158 of the 250 ships of the Open Circle fleet that were initially brought to bear against the 28th Mobile Fleet safely jumped away. 60,000 clicks away, aboard the Star Destroyer Prominence, a different scene was playing out. General Octavian Grant had dispatched the remaining battle-worthy ships of the 20th Armada to aid the Open Circle fleet against the Prelimian Coalition's Armada, and now they were reporting back. It seemed that soon after they received the transmission that the Harbinger was coming to rendezvous with the Prominence, they were intercepted just southeast of the 20th Armada's location. The ships the 20th sent, which were all crewed by Tapani nationals, then took one look at the desperate and deteriorating situation of the Open Circle and independently opted to circle back, signing the situation off as hopeless. As such, the fighting Open Circle and 28th Mobile had seen neither hide nor hair of the 20th Armada, maintaining the belief that the 20th had been put out of battle for the time being. Except, the Prominence's systems were once again firing up, warmth seeping back into the hulls of the mighty battlecruiser and skin of its spacers, many of whom had taken to equipping vac suits out of caution. One by one, the flames of ion drives burst back to live, and the 20th Armada once more flexed its arms and legs, ready to battle once more. The question was, should they? We can withdraw to another orbital system around a different planet, Grant's XO posited, and prepare an advantageous battle space there. Our ships reported there being only around 100 separatist warships left in fighting shape. We can beat them. The given know their own star system like the back of their own hand. Octavian Grant shook his head. I would not risk it. What truly concerns me is whether Bonteri would actually attempt to engage us if we did withdraw to another planetary body and system. The XO took a single brisk glance at the rebooted displays, at the pins of the Coalition Armada and given fleet now racing back to the location of the 20th Armada to finish them off, and looked back at his commanding officer. I imagine they would. Sir, why is that a concern? Because it would reveal their intentions with the star system. Grant crossed his arms. Why are they so adamant about securing Yagtul so completely and thoroughly? Well, it would be to cut off the second sector army's supply lines. That would not require such thoroughness. Grant shook his head. We were able to use this system as a supply depot and juncture without capturing Yagtul. If they wished to cripple the second's logistics, they would have already done so the moment they drove the ancillary ships out of the system, crushed the siege fleet, and turned the orbital supply depot into scrap metal. But no, they need to secure this system totally. The XO, who was a Tapani himself, swallowed at the implications. You believe the Separatists intend on using Yagtul as a staging point for an assault on the core? It would certainly be sensible. Yagtul sat on the nexus of two hyperlanes leading into the galactic interior, the Rima trade route, to Fonder, and the Corellian trade spine, to Corellia. The 20th Armada would have been forced to split their forces across both hyperlanes, while the Separatist 4th Fleet Group could send their total strength on their chosen route of invasion. The XO continued hesitantly, very unlikely, sir. Strategic command projects that the Separatist state is on its last legs. They hardly have the operational capabilities to conduct a prolonged, large-scale offensive against the core directly. And yet, the general of the 20th Sector Army said quietly, we've just received news a Prelimian Coalition Armada under Kali Trilm had just struck Cumnor. Fortress World Cumnor. The eastern gateway of the core worlds. The hearts of every spacer aboard Prominence's bridge sank as one. If Cumnor was the eastern welcome mat of the core worlds, then the southern welcome mat would be the Tapani sector. If their general was correct, the war was coming home. Something to note about the 20th Sector Army was that it was almost entirely manned by men and women of the Tapani sector. The Tapani sector, or rather, the Tapani Federation, was an autonomous state existing under the umbrella of the Galactic Republic. On the opposite side of the Galactic Center, the Tapani Federation was as distant from Coruscant as Coruscant was from the new territories in the Outer Rim. Thanks to this astrographical reality, the Tapani Federation has had 4 centuries to dominate the southern core politically, economically, and culturally. As such, naturally the entire 20th Sector Army and 20th Armada were predominantly Tapani. Even their Governor-General, Octavian Grant, was a Tapani noble, because the Republic High Command realized the militaries of the Tapani Federation would not follow a foreign commander. Compare this reality with the other sector armies, whose governor-generals were all assigned by the Chancellor and his Military Advisory Council based on other factors like skill and loyalty. There were only 2 sector armies out of 20 in which the office of the Supreme Chancellor exercised little to no influence over. The first was the Second Sector Army, whose governor-generalship was left vacant due to Corellia's neutrality in the war, and thus uniquely commanded by senior Jedi General Ree and Jedi General Aayla, both of whom were now combating General Horn Ambigine on the Rima. The other was, of course, the 20th Sector Army, which was commanded and administered by the Tapani Federation first and foremost, by virtue of Tapani fleets and armies constituting the vast majority of the 20th Sector Army's fighting force. As such, the 20th Sector Army was an army that prioritized the Tapani Federation over the Galactic Republic. With this in mind, Octavian Grant's next decision was natural and even expected, if not at all loyal. But he wasn't a loyalist. None of the Tapani worlds were. They simply fought for the Republic because the aristocracy of the Tapani sector were as threatened by the ideology of separatism as much as the Republic Senate was. "We will withdraw back into friendly space," Grant ordered, knowing full well he was abandoning his allies in the Second Sector Army, and prepare forward defensive lines in the Bestine and Gorman systems. Inform our fleets at Mechas 3 and Thyfera to erect interdiction arrays and send an urgent transmission to Procopia and Fonder warning them of the possible invasion. We will not allow any separatist fleet to disgrace the sanctity of our home. As the 20th Armada turned to leave, Rear Admiral Rainbonteri, who was vaguely aware of the political circumstances within the Grand Army of the Republic due to his prior research of the astrographical region, suddenly had a sinking feeling that Operation Starlance was about to get a whole lot more impossible. Chapter 62. Yagdhul Orbit, Yagdhul System. Heron Sector. I am pleased to report that the Republic presence in the Yagdhul star system has been completely routed. I told the holographic figures of Admiral Trench and General Ambigine it will take some weeks for the effects to begin to show. But the GAR's Second Sector Army should now be feeling the pressure to recapture Yagdhul or open up new supply lanes. They will undoubtedly target Malastare in order to secure their short-term fuel requirements, the Great Harch calculated, leaning heavily on his cane. But with our grip on Yagdhul as tenuous as it is, we must expect a task force dispatched back north to dislodge the 28th's efforts. Let the Republic come, Ambigine's aide-de-camp, a fallen Jedi by the name of Wifazet, hissed. We have expected this. The only thing they will find at Malastare is their own deaths. What my overzealous adjutant is trying to say, Admiral, the Two-Maker said curtly, as if he was not at all overzealous himself, is that we will be expecting the Republic at Malastare. Make sure you do not destroy Malastare with the Republic fleet, General Ambigine. Admiral Trench chuckled throatily, if not a little snidely. Be aware the Confederacy requires Malastare's natural fuel resources as much if not more so than the Republic. We are aware, First General let the veiled remark slide off him like water would off a duck's back. And we are aware of the Prelemian coalition situation. Yagdhul is a point of concern for all of us. I will hand over command of the 46th Guard Fleet to Commander mirrth and have them stationed at Yagdhul, I reassured, but I must add that the 20th Mobile has taken significant casualties in our prolonged campaign. Thanks to the given shipyards, we can salvage much, but we will also be grounded for about a week, and our operational capacity for other endeavors will be found lacking. It is for this reason I must request additional reinforcements to fill our ranks before the next offensive. I did not point out Operation Starlance, because I was unsure if Horn Ambigine was in the know and decided to play it safe. Nor did I mention mirrth was a Trade Federation Customs Vizier turned CAF officer, for the same reason. Nevertheless, both men were nodding along and understanding, though I imagine for different reasons. Unlike Admiral Trench, I'd rather tiptoe around Horn Ambigine. Because while it may not seem that way even to me right then, I was bluntly aware I was standing in the presence of a mass murderer of billions. I looked into the eyes of a man trillions across the galaxy must consider the devil incarnate, and saw little more than an old man wearing a uniform he was right at home in. Rather, his aide Zet looked more like the devil instead, clad in black armored robes and visible signs of supernatural corruption around her eyes, made blatantly apparent upon her ghastly pale flesh. But no, one was a young woman who snorted a little too much dark side spice, and the other was the man who gave the order to deep fry an entire planet for 2 whole days without so much as blinking. Can the 28th be reinforced, General? Trench inquired. The Republic realized their mistake the moment the 20th appeared at Yagdhul. Ambigine replied grimly, they have erected interdiction arrays in every inhabited star system along the Rima trade route. Once the battle for Malastare is won, and we have linked our lower Hydian territories, we can use Hydian Way and Heron Trade Corridor to circumvent the Republic's defenses. But it will take time. Correct, Ambigine confirmed gruffly. Reinforcements will not be arriving in any timely manner. That will be a problem. Admiral Trench clicked his mandibles. Where is the Second Army's line of defense right now? We are fighting in the stretch between Vondark and Sullust, Wifazet answered. Resistance is proving heavy in the Indupran Crown worlds. We can match them in the black, but the armies of Jedi Generals Ree and Aayla are making each planet a quagmire to liberate. In fact, Wifazet glanced sideways, and her hologram violently shivered, before returning her attention to the conversation at hand. The Second Battle of Meth is ongoing as we speak, along with the Second Battle of Indupar, Battle of Starforge Nebula, Battle of Ariatu, and Battle of Chindril. Your point has been made abundantly clear, I sighed, casting a worried look at Admiral Trench. In this case, my fleet and I may be forced to undertake something drastic. Is this undertaking a concern of the 4th Fleet Group? General Ambigine questioned harshly, his dark eyes flitting between Trench and myself suspiciously. No, it is not, the Harch Admiral drawled, ending with a crystal-clear click. Then I will not hear the start nor end of it, Ambigine said. If there is nothing else that must come to my attention, I will take my leave. I have a summertime war to attend to. After a brief pause to confirm his presumption, Ambigine saluted sharply and departed. Only Ambigine, notably, and I then realized he and Wifazet were not in the same place at all. The fallen Jedi looked at me, with a vague mix of curiosity and obsession, as if wondering how I would taste under the knife. How did you do it, Admiral? Pardon me, how did you defeat 3 fleets at Yagtul? I smiled wryly. You will find that the whole lot of it boils down to having the right timing, Commander Zet. She didn't look at all pleased with the answer. Maybe she wanted the answer to be some superweapon or magic trick or something, but nodded in acceptance regardless. With a mutter of closing pleasantries, her hologram too winked out of existence, leaving me alone with Admiral Trench. And Admiral Trench wasted no time. You must launch Operation Starlance now, Bonteri. Understood, I replied. As soon as my fleet is back in fighting shape. Not as soon as your fleet is repaired, Rear Admiral. I mean now. His tone edged on anxiety, an emotion I've never heard elicited from the massive spider. And that anxiety soon infected me as well, though I knew not the reason for it. I produced my datapad, navigating to my personal notes where I had written down the 28th Mobile Fleet's itinerary. But we are still within the timetable's projections. I raised my concerns, as far as we had planned. The 28th isn't behind schedule, albeit by taking more casualties than initially predicted. Regardless, we should still have enough time to repair and recuperate the fleet. So what happened? If you don't mind my frankness. Something happened in the Kashyyyk system, Trench grimaced, something that prompted the 19th Mobile Fleet to act prematurely. Rear Admiral Trilm had given the open circle the slip and struck Cumnor. Fortress World Cumnor. A single hyperlane route entered the Cumnor system from the rimward side, and 4 hyperlane routes exited the Cumnor system on the coreward side. It was the obvious and expected destination of the 19th Mobile Fleet, if one knew about Operation Starlance. Because there was only one possible reason for a separatist fleet to strike a world as heavily guarded and defended as Cumnor, to break into the core worlds. To any Republic spectator, it can only appear as if the 19th Mobile Fleet was attempting to retrace Severance Tan's Serapin campaign conducted a year and a half prior, which had also struck Cumnor on the route to Serapin. She jumped the gun? I repeated, somewhat astonished. I will not begin to presume her reasons, but the situation is dire, Trench told me. A single fleet in the core, even with the Bulwark fleet, is easy pickings for the Republic's home fleet. Which is why the 28th must join the 19th immediately, before the GAR can react. Your timetable has been accelerated. But I need to repair my ships. I argued. Half of the 28th is in fighting shape. I can still bring that fraction up to 3/4, even without reinforcements, but I need time and space to repair. My crews also need to rest. They've been fighting back-to-back battles for the last 7 days. Not to mention they also need to be briefed. Trench nipped my fretting in the bud. The 28th is a mobile fleet. I do not need your fleet to attack the Republic. I simply need them present in the core. And I need the Republic to know your fleet is present in the core. Find some out-of-the-way system and repair there, and lead the GR on a wild band chase with what available ships you have. At least until your fleet is operationally capable once more. We simply need to take pressure off the 19th. The Harch Admiral paused, as if thinking of his next words. Then, as for your spacers, they came this far. Fleets on the horizon, Tuff told me as I was mulling, not brooding, mind you, over how to break the news to my officers. Over 100 vessels. Vector of insertion? If it was from the south, it would be the Jorm's Auxiliary Division, who we were waiting upon to begin the strategy conference. If it was from the west, it would either be Anakin Skywalker's Open Circle Fleet or Neridan Dulan's Storm Fleet. Honestly, we really weren't in any condition to take on Anakin Skywalker, and if it did turn out to be him, I was half tempted to just withdraw elsewhere and abandon Operation Starlance. The only reason I was half tempted was because abandoning Operation Starlance would be tantamount to abandoning Callie Trilm and the 19th Mobile Fleet. Well, I'm sure she was wily enough to extract herself in one piece. She doesn't go anywhere without a plan, after all, but it would still be quite damnable of me to abandon the 19th Mobile after the conversation we had over Nanthri. West. It's a freighter convoy, Admiral. On the other hand, I didn't really feel like talking to Asajj Ventress. If she was alive, I'd prefer her alive on a strategic level, obviously, but I personally didn't feel like dealing with her, even if that meant her general non-existence. As I watched the Storm Fleet and the Intelligence Division slide into the Yagtul star system, I also watched for any sign of pursuers, because why wouldn't the Open Circle be pursuing them? As the minutes, then hour, ticked away with no sign of the dagger-shaped hulls of star destroyers. However, my eyebrows slowly perked up in hopeful disbelief. The Sherry Hen is hailing us, sir, Kavia Slen informed me. It was just Kavia, Tuff, and I in the pilot house of the Chimeratica then, along with a handful of naval marines from varying alien races. The Battle of Yavin had been an all-hands job, and the vast majority of the carrier-destroyer spacer droids were being serviced in the deep recesses of the ship's many workshops. I forced a cheerful smile onto my stiff face. Tuff didn't care. He'd seen it too many times. Kavia's eyes widened, before her gaze diverted. She pretended not to notice. Pick it up. Right away, boss. The Onderonian guardsman cum engineer hopped over to the nearest console and patched the transmission through. We returned as swiftly as possible. Neridan's voice greeted us, but I see my fears were unfounded. What can I say except I told you so? I paused, then asked, where's Skywalker? Dead, hopefully. Far be it from me to wish for somebody's death, but the anticlimactic invalidation of the Chosen One prophecy would really do wonders for the galaxy, and more importantly, my mental health. Sorry, Anakin, it's not anything personal. You've certainly made your mark on the galaxy with this one. As for Skywalker, unfortunately not, Neridan replied. That man was a walking nightmare. We ended up using Plan E. I nearly doubled over in surprise. Dooku actually betrayed Ventress? Seems that way. She's currently recovering from wounds Anakin Skywalker dealt her. Will we now proceed to Geonosis as planned? So Ventress was unconscious? I could breathe a sigh of relief. Plan E meant Skywalker was stuck in the Lawn Nebula for the time being, and Ventress could now be used as an asset against Count Dooku. It was an unlikely scenario, granted, but Neridan and I had evidently prepared for every scenario we could. With Ventress in our hands, however, we now had the key to Dooku's most powerful weapon in a coup. The master codes to every battle droid ever produced by the Confederacy. With Geonosian Industries having been contracted to design the master codes, there was virtually no way to infiltrate or sabotage the codes. After all, Geonosian Industries was simply a front for Poggle the Lesser's Stalgason hive to do business with the rest of the civilized galaxy. Unless you were in Dooku's inner circle, or a Geonosian yourself, there's no way of getting even a foot through the door. Luckily, we now have someone from Dooku's inner circle. Now, here's hoping he hasn't realized Ventress is still alive, and failed to mention anything of the sort to Poggle the Lesser. We also have the Storm Fleet, not all of it, evidently, but enough of it to approach Geonosis without raising any alarm bells. All the ingredients to secure Geonosis for ourselves were here, and I could only allow myself a little bit of peace knowing at least something was going my way. However, in the case the Geonosis campaign goes awry, the Storm Fleet will need a little bit of muscle. Soldiers. Troops. There were the Mistril, but they were more suited to being covert operatives. Useful for this sort of mission, but it was better to have insurance. Considering our target, it would be most unwise to use battle droids. I cast a brisk glance around the bridge, identifying different members of the 28th Mobile Fleet's naval marines. Tuff swiveled his head towards me with barely a whisper, indicating that his servos were recently lubed and services. Prep our dropships, I commanded. I want our Korrivar Fusiliers, Skakoan commandos, and Onderonian guardsmen transferred over to the Storm Fleet. Corporate Alliance, Techno-Union, and Onderonian elites. All factions loyal to our little cause against Count Dooku and the Sereno government. Let the Trade Federation and Commerce Guild Marines remain with the 28th Mobile as we jump into the core worlds. Keep your friends close, your enemies much closer. Close enough to keep a gun to their heads at every waking moment. Us Onderonians as well, Kavia asked in alarm. Even them? The whole Onderonian fleet, I confirmed. Where the 28th's going, we won't need Marines. Where the Storm Fleet is going, we might finally be able to find out just how aggressive Demon Moon Flora is when seeding desert worlds. Kavia Slen grinned. I suppose I will be. I shrugged. This entire operation was your idea in the first place. I don't see why not. Kavia skipped over to Tuff and punched him the shoulder cheerfully, somehow knocking back the 6-feet-tall hunk of steel. Tuff's photoreceptors blinked in surprise, staring down at his feet, which had taken a half step back, as if mentally calculating just how much strength was necessary to push him in the first place, and whether a human was capable of such a feat. I, on the other hand, stared down at my own arm, and wondered if I could pull off such a thing too, considering I was Onderonian as well. And then I remembered Kavia was once a guardsman herself, before she was an engineer. She could probably bench press Tuff without breaking a sweat, for that matter, much less snap me in half like a twig. All right, Sherry Ann, I called. I'm transferring some troopships to your fleet. On the other hand, I'm taking back my intelligence division. Do you need a port of call to repair your ships? We need to get onto the Heron trade corridor before the Republic cuts it off, Neridan answered as my 50 frigates broke off from her fleet, even as the Storm Fleet continued navigating to the jump zone. So we'll have to decline. I shrugged. Though she wouldn't be able to see it, have it your way. Continue with Plan E, and send Ventress my regards. Godspeed. I might start believing in your God if he promises never-ending victory. He promises a final victory, I replied. It's a comforting thought, where I'm concerned. It is. Make this work, Neridan, and I'll share a drink with you and Ventress the next time we meet. Finest the wheel has to offer. On me. Naradan laughed, and it was a harmonious thing. I will have to take you up on that offer, if you are willing to shoulder the tab for my entire squad, that is. If that's the price for good work. Gladly. I stood up, popping my spine satisfyingly as I did so. Tuff was dispatching orders, and 4 outdated-looking ships, Aminoa's Wrath, Nausicaa, Gleaming Fae, and Wandering Castle, were separating from the main cluster of vessels, angling their bows onto interception vectors with the transiting storm fleet. At the same time, dozens of glittering lights danced between huge battlecruisers, troopships, veritably tiny compared to ships of the line, and no more significant than fireflies in the vastness of space. Still, those troopships might just be key to winning the Confederacy of Independent Systems its final victory. Over Count Dooku, at least. But that was only one half of it, wasn't it? Even as Kavia marshaled together Chimeratica's Marines and organized them into the shuttles, my mind was still filled with half-baked strategies to penetrate and survive the core worlds. Master Rain. From the corner of the bridge, a little LEP droid woke up from its hibernation. I have been connected to the Priestess network. There was a pregnant, second-long pause as Tuff and I dropped everything in our hands and minds to stare at the tiny metal rabbit as it mindfully unplugged itself from the charging port. Then, error. Recalculating probability matrices. Holy shit. She actually did it. I slapped Tuff in the back, elated, and the droid stumbled forward 2 paces. With the return of the 6th Auxiliary Division and the 7th Intelligence Division, the 28th Mobile Fleet's numbers were bolstered to just over 100 fighting ships. A far cry from the original 300 or so that initially mustered over NAN3. Still, there was a silver lining, which I clutched onto desperately like a lifeline. We managed to salvage another 100 or so warships that we could plausibly resuscitate and bring back to life. As much as I flirted with the idea of commandeering captured Republic vessels, especially capital ships, I had to face the reality that the GAR and CAF operated on wholly different scales when it came to manpower requirements. We could still take in some of the smaller GAR corvettes and frigates, but the burdensome crew numbers necessary to fill out even a single Venator-class battlecruiser was simply not worth it. As such, that was the state of the 28th Mobile Fleet as its 6 flag officers sat around a sullen table in one of the Chimeratica's boardrooms, all physically in attendance. They were patiently waiting for Commander Jorm's appraisal of the situation as the logistics officer inspected the status reports submitted by each flag officer. We're running low on repair modules and expendable munitions, I supplied, just to break the awkward quiet. Difficult to protect and slow as they were, the self-propelled manufacturing facilities called auxiliaries were vital to getting this fleet into the core and back. As long as they could keep the fleet supplied, that is. We all knew this would be their first real test, and I in particular was deathly afraid of finding out whether they would fail it. Failure would be a death sentence. We can top off the fleet's fuel cells no problem. Jorm agonizingly went through the requirement lists one by one. Expendable munitions can be restocked from the given shipyards. Repair modules and turbo laser gas is the problem. Why? Vinnick painstakingly got out. Why are they the problem? We don't have the raw materials, Jorm answered bluntly, and we really don't have the gas. I nearly smashed my forehead against the table. The only reason I didn't do so was dignity. Well, why don't we? I demanded, resisting the urge to pound the armrest of my seat anyway. The auxiliaries were last resupplied at Sullust. How could you already be out of battle damage repair materials? In hindsight, the answer was really obvious. Maybe we should have realized it as Jorm was looking at all of us as if we were infants. Well, maybe Kret realized it, from how the Nimodian was rubbing his face tiredly. The auxiliaries were supplied with the presumption that the fleet would be getting into less battles. Jorm's answer came like a crashing brick wall regardless, and taking much less damage. We can manufacture more than enough fuel cells to top off the entire fleet twice over, but asking us to repair 100 vessels and practically rebuild 100 more is a fool's errand. You're better off asking a hut for alms. One could just hear Jorm muttering, "Fucking fools," beneath his breath, while the other 5 grown men at the table just sat there like chastised children before their irate mother. However, Jorm continued drily. The given shipyards are right here. Give me a week, and I'm sure I can bring this fleet back into fighting shape for our next campaign. Even as the other officers nodded along, relieved the logistics chief wasn't about to lay into all of their bucket-headed skulls, I audibly winced. And in the contrite silence of the boardroom, everybody heard me. I could basically hear Jorm's neck creaking as he turned to stare at me. "Anything you need me to know, sir?" The word "sir" was doing a lot of heavy lifting and restraining his undoubtable urge to sock me from across the table, and I let it slide. Because honestly, I didn't blame him. "Something for everyone here to know," I corrected, producing a stack of printed flimsy sheets to pass around the table. "Flimsy maps." Kret gaped as he leafed through the files. In this day and age, he was right. Among the sheets were cartographic maps of the southern core worlds, with sectors and worlds and annotations scribbled across them. It was my research, essentially, of which I was too busy, lazy, to reorganize into something presentable. I'm sure they didn't mind though. As for the research, it was a bit of a background check into the Tapani Federation, whose space we will have to pass through to access the galactic interior. Unfortunately, when Octavian Grant withdrew from the Yagtul star system, I'm pretty sure he shut the door behind him. Hold on a second. I don't know who spoke up first, but I ignored them and buelled on ahead. Star Station Independence introduces Operation Starlance. Take a good look. I didn't take a good look at their faces, focusing on the papers before me. Our mission is to penetrate the core worlds, wreak as much havoc as possible, and extract, hopefully with Admiral Duoningo's bulwark fleet in tow. Now, our comrades in the 19th Mobile Fleet have already launched their offensive, so we are behind schedule. I paused to catch my breath, and finally looked up in expectation of protest and outrage. All it took was a brief read to realize that this operation was a suicide mission, after all. But for some reason, the room had fallen into contemplative silence, with each officer deeply engrossed with the material before them, even Jorm. Maybe it was the mention of Star Station Independence that quieted them, or maybe it was the mention of our sister formation that went ahead. Whatever the case, I accepted the small blessings as they were and forged on. From Yagtul, we only have 2 feasible ways to enter the core. Continue up the Rima trade route to Thyfera and Fonder, or pivot onto the Corellian trade spine to Folis and Corellia itself. I continued, tracing the inked hyperlanes with a finger. The problem I've identified is that we're going to have fight through the entirety of the Tapani Federation either way. Is the Tapani Federation expecting us? Commodore Greyshade questioned snidely. Because we certainly weren't expecting ourselves. Well then Octavian Grant is a much better strategist than we've credited him for, I replied. Because he certainly figured it out. I figured he retreated because he realized he couldn't win, Horgoshive said mildly, wetting his pale lips. Our recon division has discovered the existence of interdiction arrays in the Thyfera and Mechas systems. A handful of our ships were caught, but they managed to send back images before we lost contact. Images of forward defensive positions, new fortifications, even orbital defense platforms. Thyfera and Mechas 3 are under siege, mind you. Have you seen defense platforms put around a besieged world before? We must expect them to be expecting us. In that case, Kret muttered, how by the living stars are we supposed to pull this off? I slapped my hands down on the table, sending sheets fluttering, and looked around. That's why we're here. And now, we also have to contend with only having 100 fighting ships out of the original 300 we were supposed to have, and a critical lack of materials to repair any more. So, any ideas? A lull in voices followed as the table fell into pensive silence, the compartment filled with only the ambience of distant generators and gentle fluttering of papers. After the prolonged reticence, Horgoshive was the first to speak. The Myun tapped the sheets in front of him. How long has Starlance been in the works? The original composition of the 28th Mobile seemed purpose-made for this offensive, Diedrich Greyshade finished. While other fleets would share independent deep dock and auxiliary squadrons, the 2 mobile fleets possessed their own auxiliary divisions. Operation Starlance was formulated alongside Operation Storm Door, I answered honestly. I have only just been permitted to reveal the details of the mission. I can imagine why. Kret folded his arms on the table, leaning forward. But I imagine the sheer importance of Operation Starlance to the separatist cause means we will be forgiven for operating as if we are in possession of a blank check from the CAF. I perked up, glad someone other than myself had a bright idea in the works. I'm all ears. We round up every hyperdrive-capable Republic ship in the star system, the Nymodian suggested, rig them up with droid skeleton crews, and use them as mobile supply bunkers. Not as warships. Not as warships, the support officer confirmed. We put them under Commander Jorm's purview. They fly with us, jump with us, and supply the fleet with critical munitions, gas, and military-grade material while on the move. Vinnick furrowed his brows in confusion, and at that moment I empathized. Do you intend to fill the hangar bays of Venators with materials? I'm pretty sure cargo capacity isn't the problem. We have a resource shortage. No. Jorm had picked up the shopping lists again. Kret intends on using the ships themselves as resources. We can break them apart mid-flight, take their munition stores, leach their liquefied gas bunkers, cannibalize their hulls while on the move. We won't have to mine asteroids, refine raw ore, and manufacture new parts from scratch. Theoretically, they're all already prefabricated for us. But are they? I raised a reasonable concern. We all know separatist warships are built from prefab sections and compartments. It's a quality trade-off we must make for our lack of shipyards. But are Republic warships too? We shared glances, and came to the conclusion that none of us were engineers, much less naval architects or shipwrights. I mean, Shive said weakly, it's not about capacity, is it? It's about efficiency, and there's no faster way to pump out warships than prefab sections. Does it really matter? Vinnick banged the table. We already have sophisticated components and military-grade alloys, all in one place. Let's not ask the stars to blink at our command too. What's more important? Vinnick fixed his attention to Commander Jorm. Can we really make this work? It's going to be inefficient, Jorm said at last. Dismantling the pressure hull is simple enough, but the internal compartments? It's not just alloys and bulkheads that make a warship, it's also the machinery and its vital components. There's no promise my engineers can break down Republic tech without wastage. What's really critical are the trace elements, found and used in small quantities. One wrong move, and we could easily destroy or contaminate whatever sources of them that exist. Can't we rip out the schematics from the Republic ship's databanks? Vinnick scratched his beard. It's SOP for all military craft to wipe their banks before capture, Diedrich pointed out. Rightly so. The Republic ships that surrendered to us did so on their own terms. Such schematics would no longer exist. Well, I leaned back. We're going to have to figure this out, because we've got no better idea. Let's break it down and deal with the problem in more manageable parts. Kret, you'll round up the Republic ships and produce an inventory list. Jorm, you'll round up the Separatist ships in need of repair and restoration and produce a shopping list. Prioritize hyperdrive components first. Vinnick, you'll round up all of the Republic engineers we've captured and get them talking. I breathed out, meeting their gazes. There wasn't any argument. They had their jobs, they were going to do it. Maybe we identified more problems than we'd like, but we also figured out a solution on the spot and had a plan to carry it out. Each man present had their strengths and weaknesses, but I counted myself fortunate they were all solid performers regardless. That's more than many in my position could say with a straight face. Meanwhile, I rubbed my eyes, feeling the great urge to sleep, yet knowing full well just how far it was out of my grasp. I forced myself to give the table a confident look, as if I had never doubted our ability to handle the problem. Diedrich, Horgo, and I will figure out a way to get into the core. Let's get this started. Operation Starlance is split into 2 search zones. I gestured at Hare's holographic star chart, a fine upgrade from the Flimsy maps we had been using. Our designated AO is the southern core, while the 19th designated AO is the arrowhead. The galactic interior was partitioned into 4 distinct quadrants. The first 3 were centered upon Coruscant itself, the negative regions, northern dependencies, and arrowhead. West, north, and east of Coruscant respectively. The final quadrant was the southern core, which laid across the deep core. As such, the southern core had always been politically distant from Coruscant and home to a number of autonomous nations such as Atrisian Commonwealth, Dothram States, Bodor Enclave, Herglick Space, and the Tapani Federation. Of the 5, it was the Tapani Federation that came to dominate the southern core, as did Coruscant dominate the northern half. I intended on using Fondor as a safe port, I explained, but that's now out of the question. The Fondorians have always been dicey about the Confederacy, but it looks like the emancipation of Ariatu pushed them over the fence. Regardless, we now have to contend with our foot shoved out the door. We can't afford to get engaged in another battle. Diedrich pursed his lips, especially not against the Tapani. We need to prioritize finding a resourceful system that's either protected by obscurity or security, and bunker down until Jorm can do his magic. We have a base on Kifu. I pointed out some options, a little west of the Rima trade route. Or we can also try heading for Korrivar, the homeworld of the Corporate Alliance. That's only a day's jump from here, east of the Corellian trade spine. I've last heard Korrivar's been conquered by the Gar's 20th Sector Army. However, are those our only 2 options for bypassing Octavian Grant's blockade? The Kalyamexi officer mused aloud. Apparently so. Horgo Shive, who had been quiet until then, suddenly perked up. This is ridiculous. Pardon. We're orbiting the homeworld of the galaxy's most gifted astrographers, the Mun said with no small amount of exasperation. And we aren't asking for their opinion? Not to mention their master shipwrights and engineers too. They can probably figure out our issues with the Republic ships as well. You want us to ask the Given for help? I raised a skeptical eyebrow. It was already an effort and a half to have them help defend their own star system. What makes you think they'll provide anything substantial? The fact the Given interfered on our behalf means that, barring extreme disaster, the Given already decided the 28th was going to win at Yagtul, Horgo explained. It was just a matter of ensuring we won in a way that best benefited them. They let us lose half our fleet because it suited their predictions to have us at half strength and reliant on their support to push forwards. Without ever making demands, they completely dictated how we move forwards. We beat 3 fleets at Yagtul by ensuring every engagement was on our terms, not the Republic's. But by the same logic, the Given beat 4 fleets. I slowly found myself nodding along, becoming convinced of his argument. Obviously, the real calculus behind the mathematocracy's decision-making would be far more complicated, but for some reason, I found myself convinced by Horgo Shive's theory. Because in other words, it means that so long as we can prove the likelihood of success was greater than the likelihood of failure, the Given would be more or less convinced by their own formulas and equations to aid us in the venture. The Given weren't altruistic. They didn't initially ask us to withdraw and refuse to help because they wanted to save our lives or any such thing like that. They were simply obeying the results of their calculations that weighed the probabilities of victory and defeat. If we wanted them to participate in Operation Starlance, the matter was as simple as stacking the deck in our favor. It was fortunate, then, that we just received a brand new deck of cards. In that case, I stood up. Let's find ourselves someone to speak with. Nor was it difficult to contact the given senator, Dagobus Scoratols. In fact, his scream-shaped exoskeleton almost seemed to tilt in expectation as he greeted us with a standard, mind-numbingly complicated mathematical equation. It was related to vectors, likely tailored to be answerable by officers such as ourselves, but there was simply no way to mentally evaluate the equation in any reasonable time frame. I was half tempted to start scribbling on a sheet of paper, if it wouldn't make me appear the absolute fool in front of the given, even more so than standing there for the better part of an hour, blank-eyed, as I fumbled with figures inside my skull. Luckily, we had ourselves immune. Within 3 minutes, Horgo Shive produced a reasonable integral as an answer, and Senator Scoratols tilted his head in acceptance. Diedrich and I breathed out a sigh of relief. The body calculus has already deduced the intentions of your fleet, Admiral Bonteri. The senator started, rather condescendingly, and must express its grave disappointment at such an undertaking of foolhardy proportions. It will be a sacrifice made for the continued survival of the Confederacy, Diedrich argued coldly. Surely the body calculus can understand that? We have our orders, and have every intention to follow it through. What the body calculus can do is decide whether we must simply sacrifice the time and effort, or our lives as well. We need hyperlanes to access to core worlds, I pleaded. Hyperlanes bypassing the main ones that Tapani fleets preside over. And we need a way to navigate the core and extract from the core safely. These are all things the body calculus can provide us. It is not that I do not understand. Dagobus Scoratols raised a bony hand to prevent further argument. Fractal heresies aside, not all among the body calculus are so inflexible. Many of us are sympathetic to your cause, even more so after the masterful execution of maneuver warfare that took place in this very star system. The 70 ships that came to the aid of your fleet are all willing and able to permanently reinforce the 28th Mobile Fleet, and you will realize that while the body calculus is disappointed at the lack of care in the planning of this offensive, it is not averse to it. My heart leapt up to my throat, though I did not show it. Does that mean, when I personally tendered the Articles of Secession to the Republic Senate, the justification of the body calculus behind that decision was the mounting failures of the Republic bureaucracy? Sooner or later, the body calculus had calculated the Republic would collapse, if not by the separatist movement, then itself. The threats of remaining were greater than the threats of secession. Has the body calculus changed its mind? Horgo narrowed his eyes. Incorrect. That assessment is still invariably true. However, the body calculus has come to the conclusion, independently of the Confederate armed forces, that the existing separatist state will collapse before the Galactic Republic does, the given senator bluntly declared, and it is already far too late to avoid such an outcome. The three of us shared a wary glance. Diedrich was standing a little straighter, hackles raised, as if he had been personally threatened by the prediction. So, both states will collapse? Correct. What matters now is not when, that has already been determined, but rather why and how, the senator said dispassionately. This Operation Starlance, I provided. Operation Starlance is a method of changing how the Republic collapses, Scoratols continued, impervious to interruption, into one beneficial to the existence of a surviving separatist state. Which is why the body calculus is holding a vote as we speak, so to decide how to best proceed. I swallowed, pushing out all the implications of the senator's words in favor of focusing on the here and now. How do we get the vote to pass? Incorrect question. The vote will pass. The correct question is how long will it take to? For a moment, confused silence hung in the air. I was pretty sure that wasn't how a voting system worked, at least, any contemporary voting system I knew of. Once again, it was Horgo that provided valuable insight into what exactly the given were up to. Maybe it was because both Mune and Given shared very vertically elongated skulls. I think that means the body calculus isn't so much as voting as calculating how to make Operation Starlance a success. The Mune muttered to us, so that according to their probability models, they have no choice but to pass the vote. Correct. Scoratols heard him anyway. Currently, the given pagan probability calculus suggests that Operation Starlance has a 46% chance of succeeding as per the objective of facilitating the collapse of the Republic state in relation to Operation Stormdoor. Therefore, you may assume this vote is 46% in favor of passing the body calculus. The body calculus is wargaming, I summarized. The body calculus is wargaming and will only support us if they wargame their way into a victory. Dagobus Scoratols blinked. Or rather, I'm pretty sure he blinked behind those void-filled eye sockets of his. And right then, I could just feel the Given's urge to say incorrect. Correct. I almost laughed at how the senator seemed physically pained by just uttering the word. However, it is not as simple as you may believe. To achieve the conditions of victory, the body calculus must not only predict the movements and reactions of the GAR, but also the reaction of the Republic's political apparatus. As the Republic is predominantly governed by emotion-driven, illogical beings, the body calculus has no choice but to design an entirely new probability model in order to predict possible outcomes. I paused, and then a light bulb went off in my head. I believe I have just the thing to speed up that process. I find it difficult to believe any human invention can affect the calculations of the given. I wordlessly transferred the Senator and Access Grant to the Priestess Network, the network that oversaw every encoded transmission coming in and out of Coruscant. It was a virus, self-replicating and quasi-sentient, spreading through the airwaves and S-threads to every GR-administered communications satellite it could. Priestess operated on only 3 rules: propagate, report, and cause as little disruption as possible. Essentially, Priestess was our eye in the sky over the Republic. A spy virus engineered by the Techno-Union at the behest of the Supreme Commander that definitely doesn't trigger any red flags about artificial intelligence and definitely won't come to bite the entire galaxy in the ass in near future, because the Techno-Union was surely smart enough to package safeguards into the virus, right? Nevertheless, with the sheer exabytes of data at Priestess's disposal every second, if the body calculus required a large data set to build their probability model, there was none larger or more true to life than this. Will this work? I asked smugly. How long will the vote take with this at the body calculus disposal, would you reckon? Dagobus Scoratoles looked at his datapad, and then at me, and somehow, the perpetual scream carved onto his exoskeleton curved into a pleased smile. You may depart in 30 system hours, the Senator answered confidently. You have my word. The body calculus will provide 70 Wavecrest-class frigates, an attached engineer core, and a hyperlane route through the deep core. Chapter 63. Cumnor Approach, Cumnor System. Keller Sector. Stand by for hyperspace extraction on my mark, TX. 103 said. Extract in 10-9-8. The 19th Mobile Fleet, composed of 7 subdivisions virtually identical to their sister fleet, exploded out of hyperspace in multi-peaked flashes of chronoradiation just 180 million clicks outside the hyperlimit of the star common array, caused by its gravity well. Alarms wailed throughout the star of Sereno as her hyperdrive malfunctioned from the forced extraction. The entire fleet practically ripped out of its transit like an arrow torn plucked from its flight by a supernatural hand. Smoke wisped from the hulls of the fleet along with the dim azure glow of transit energy. Excess chronoradiation, like water vapor off a cold surface, internally lit by the electrical fires raging below decks. Analysis. We have been intercepted by an interdiction net of unknown scope, TX. 103. Techs. Evaluated. All ships are to submit preliminary damage reports. It was a phenomenally advanced piece of technology, interdiction nets were, but Rear Admiral Callie Trilm was unable to appreciate it properly as she fought the mind-wrenching, stomach-lashing dizziness the crash extraction sent smashing through her. She heard others on Star of Sereno's flag bridge retching and knew hundreds of thousands of spacers throughout the fleet were doing the same. Even in her nausea, however, Callie Trilm's calculating mindset shone through as reflected on how vulnerable her fleet was in that moment. The Commonorian Navy had truly pulled out the rug from under them. The 19th Mobile Fleet would have been as completely incapacitated as herself for the next few minutes, if not for the widespread use of droid-supplemented crews and automated systems throughout the task force. Still, during those crucial seconds and minutes in which the fleet's organic spacers were lurching and stumbling around, where only the ship's droid and automated defenses were available to stave off attack, had any hostile vessel been in position to take advantage of that brief helplessness, the price could have been catastrophic. Gripping a console like a crutch and dry heaving her lungs out, Callie could hazily make out the damage reports on the displays through her fugue. To her silent distress, she realized there were organic casualty numbers coming in along with the expected engineering and astrogation reports. Click, click. B begins system transit, Callie croaked out, her free hand wiping her matted gray hair from her sweat-soaked face as she fought her body's protests. We need to escape the Commonori interdiction net's hyperlimit before the open circle fleet can reach us. G, get our hyperdrives back in working order. The 19th Mobile's auxiliaries were already launching repair drones while the fleet clawed its acceleration back from Karaya's gauntlet, staggering back onto its course in a haphazard diamond. She had intended on jumping as close to the hyperlimit of the star known as Common Array, effectively cutting the transit distance in half. Of course, completely bypassing the Cumnor system would have been ideal, but it wasn't as if she was going to be able to evade the sort of sensor net the Loyalists have erected here, especially after the Pantoran Serapin campaign. Still, she had not expected the Commonori interdiction array to be so thorough. Now, however, all priorities lay in getting their hyperdrives back online. A difficult feat for any other fleet that didn't possess 6 auxiliaries tending over it like an obsessive coven of fairy godmothers, and escaping the Cumnor net, the much harder task. After all, the CAF had no hard data on the Cumnor net, but Callie Trilm knew what the CAF had assembled to watch over its own core systems. The huge, sensitive, deep system passive sensor arrays standing sentry over the Liana system for the Taiyan hegemony, for example, was centered on the star Liana and could detect even the extraction footprint of a sloop at a range of up to a light-hour distance. Theoretically, she had to assume the GR had the same type here at Cumnor, albeit at a smaller detection radius of a half-light-hour. After all, Cumnor was a gateway world, just like Liana, which meant there was no point trying to sneak up on the core worlds with a slow, furtive approach. To explain, there were two main types of interdiction arrays, those centered on planets, and those centered on suns. Similarly, there were two main types of fortress worlds, those that prioritized protecting the planet, and those that prioritized blocking any hostile from transiting the host star system. One might rightly presume the type of interdiction array and type of fortress world were paired respectively. The 19th Mobile Fleet had now just been violently, yet concretely, informed which type of net the Cumnor system possessed. It didn't matter so much, because to keep the 19th Mobile Fleet from micro-jumping out, the Commonorian Navy had to maintain the interdiction uplink, and a peculiar trait of interdiction technology is that it does not discriminate. Click, click. Should the Open Circle Fleet be attempting to chase the 19th Mobile on the same inbound vector, they were going to be unceremoniously ripped out of hyperspace in the exact same location Calitrilm was. Besides, the GR was supposed to see them. That was the entire point of pairing Operation Starlance with Operation Stormdoor. Talk to me. Tex. Callie groaned as the effects of crash extraction began to subside, and her vision cleared enough that she wasn't seeing the plot in doubles and triples anymore. Present position is 560 million clicks from Common Array, bearing 000 by 003 relative. The tactical droid gave her the brief as he had down 1,000 times before. Velocity is 3,000 kps, with the fleet maintaining acceleration of a 500 gravities until, on current acceleration and heading, we will reach zero-range intercept with Common Array in 4.2 standard hours, with a crossing velocity of 73,000 kps at the moment we cut its orbit. Where's Cumnor? Callie blinked as she eyed the sensor display. The Cumnor system was host to a number of planets, but none as brightly lit and populous as Cumnor. The planet should have shone like a star on her screen, but it was simply not there. Then she remembered where Cumnor was in its orbit at this time of year. Behind Common Array, sir, Tex replied blandly. We cannot see Cumnor on our sensors because it is on the other side of the star. Criff, Callie slumped in her chair. Well, let's cut the orbit of Common Array below its ecliptic and come up on the Commonorian Navy from below. Anything heading our way yet? Not yet, Rear Admiral, Tex replied promptly. We are detecting a lot of drive signatures in system, many certainly warships, but none are fixing an intercept vector yet. I expect we'll be seeing a reaction soon, however, especially by how hard we're burning. Callie instinctively glanced over her shoulder, though there was nothing there. Then let's make as much time as possible. I have no intention of getting into a scrap with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Concurred, Rear Admiral. There was a reason the 19th Mobile left a nasty surprise for the Jedi General back at the Zeltros system, known as just about every interdiction mine the fleet possessed. Enough mines to set the Open Circle back a couple hours, hopefully. Click, click. Sublieutenant Vrad Dodana managed to keep himself in his seat in the briefing room only by sheer force of will. An hour ago, he had been enjoying a fine luncheon in Chasen City back planetside, and now he found himself aboard Antiluma Terminal, the Commonorian Navy's relatively new orbital headquarters. Despite being dressed in his full vac-sealed flight suit, the briefing room was still freezing, a deliberate chill carefully designed to prevent people from dozing off on duty. After all, Antiluma T, as its crew so called her, also served as the HQ of the Cumnor Astro Control Service, and in a star system so heavily trafficked as the Cumnor system, a single mistake by one of its controllers could result in the loss of several million tons of shipping, not to mention the potential human cost to the crews of the ships involved. And now, that chill made Vrad want to leap out of his seat and pace the deck. Despite that, however, the sub-lieutenant kept his ass firmly planted in his chair, partially out of pride. In the compartment filled with pilots, he didn't want to show weakness, and partly out of responsibility. After all, he was a commissioned officer, one gained by his own merits, despite what his family's detractors would claim, and he had men under his command. Men he would be leading out in the black. Once they found out what the hell for, that is. Because they don't tell you why you're summoned. Only that you were, and you had to report to so, and so with all your gear equipped. Regardless, they were about to find out. Vrad Dodana sat a little straighter when the Jedi General marched into the compartment. And she was a Jedi General, because she was wearing those baggy drapes over the black body glove he could see peeking out at the collarbone and hands. She was a pilot too, Vrad realized, and will be flying with us. Why else would a Jedi General personally brief a bunch of vac-heads like them? Good afternoon, the Jedi General said demurely. My name is Alj Playvidol. He had heard the name before. She was the CEO of that GR task group that arrived in system the other day, apparently redeployed to Cumnor in response to some threat alert from Coruscant. Vrad didn't realize she was a Jedi. General Alj swept her gaze across them, bearing a wry smile, as if she knew something they didn't. Something that wasn't what she was about to tell them. Despite her soft-spokenness, She could be heard clearly over the distant klaxons roaring across the multi-megaton Grade 5 battle station that housed the Commodorian Navy HQ. There's an unidentified enemy task force and system, headed straight towards us, and any disinterested eyes remaining disappeared. Cumnor ACS puts them at a minimum 30 capital ships and 60 cruisers. 300 to 400 ships in total. Someone gasped in horror. General Alge nodded grimly. The Open Circle fleet is already underway, but there's no knowing if they can even get here in time. That leaves us. Her gaze swept over them again, sharpened into daggers, as the final line of defense between the Separatists and the core. Do we even gotta stop them? Someone's hand shot into the air. I mean, the last time this happened. The voice trailed off when the Jedi fixed their impassive gaze upon the speaker. Probably. Brad didn't have it in him to look over his shoulder and check, because they weren't talking to another Commodori, but a Jedi General of the Republic. What that pilot asked, it must have sounded like treason to the Jedi, but it was the truth. And the truth was that Cumnor was a fortress world unto itself. Cumnor was never meant to block an enemy fleet trying to invade the core. The last time a Separatist fleet came knocking about these parts was the Pantoran herself, and Cumnor raised up its shields like a tortoise retreating into its shell and simply watched as the Seppies sailed right on by. Then, the GR came in. A brand new interdiction net was planted in the star system. Cumnor was gifted 20 new orbital battle stations, including 2 brand new Grade 5 platforms. The Commodorian Navy had suddenly found itself in possession of star destroyers to bolster its existing complement of dreadnoughts, then later handed the burdensome job of interning 32 captured Separatist warships. The message was clear. Fortress World Cumnor was no longer a fortress for itself, but for the entirety of the galactic interior. Yes, that was all the Jedi said, and it was enough for Vrad's bones to cringe. In an effort to diffuse the tense atmosphere, he volunteered to risk the Jedi's attention. Are there even enough ships in system to stop this kind of attack, sir? We have 200 ships in system, including both the Commodorian Navy and my task force. General Alge answered. Not enough. But we also have 20 orbital battle stations, and Cumnor itself. Cumnor itself? The Jedi General's lips thinned. 3,800 thermonuclear warheads. Open circles right behind us. Commander Rel Harsel's warning came like a thunderbolt, his 192nd Strike Division acting as their rear picket for the time being. We gotta retroburn the rest of the transit, but the Open Circle's gonna have to do that too. And the way their boats look. I think Zeltros did a number on them. If we give Cumnor the quick slip, there's no way the Jedi will catch us. The 19th Mobile Fleet was making a retrograde burn below the solar ecliptic. The star of Commodore, so close above them its solar flares could almost lick the deflector shields of the fleet. At this junction right beneath the star, the 19th Mobile could get a fix on both the planet Cumnor and the Open Circle, but as they made the pass, soon the Open Circle would disappear behind the sun. And that meant the 19th Mobile would also disappear off the Open Circle scopes. Meanwhile, forward of Star of Sereno, Aviso of the Bronze Serpent had his own situation report to make. They're coming out, Commodore Aviso informed. Strength estimates? She asked. Still too far out for any positive count, Admiral, but it looks like they're in considerably lower strength than predicted, he told her seriously. We can confirm 6 to 8 capital star destroyers, thanks to their drive cones, and an unknown number of Invincible-class and Dreadnought-class heavy cruisers. Shoot a hard number, Aviso. No more than 200 ships. Callie Trilm frowned. We're staring down a fortress world, Aviso. Unless the GR and CAF have different definitions of fortress world, I'm certain there should be more ships than this. I did say they're out in lower strength than expected. There was an edge of something almost like challenge in his voice, but Callie was content to ignore it so long as Aviso kept it under control. And he did, because nothing affected the one-eyed man's sense of professionalism. Will this affect our battle plan, Rear Admiral? Nope. Callie popped the word. There may be less opposition than we expected, but there's still enough to hand us some nasty lumps. I'd reckon they intend on having the Open Circle hammering us against Commoner's anvil. What's to say they won't just raise their shields and let us slide on by? Rel Harsel asked. Why does the Pantoran get the VIP treatment? Their fleet can't match ours. Not with less than 10 capital SDs and a bunch of outdated judicial cruisers. The GR would not allow Cumnor to reenact what occurred during the Serapin campaign. Of this Callie Trilm was certain. And she was certain there had to be something for Cumnor to live up to its designation as a fortress world. A certainty that only strengthened as they approached, and as Commoner's planetary shields remained down. Dark Stars, Admiral. Aviso reported 2 hours into their 800G retroburn towards Cumnor. There's 20 orbital battle stations sitting on the jump zone. Make 10 Grade 3s, 8 Grade 4s, 2 Grade 5s. I didn't even know Grade 5 battle stations existed. How the hells did we even miss them? One might mistake an orbital battle station for a defense satellite. They would be wrong. Grade 3 battle stations were the most common in the galaxy, having been in widespread use, at least amongst the most affluent worlds, before the war even began, and they were 10 kilometers wide. 10 kilometers of fighter bays, turbolaser ranks, and missile pods. Grade IVs had been introduced sometime during the Separatist crisis, coming in at 12 clicks wide. Grade 5 battle stations. She hadn't seen one before, but she could imagine 2 Mandator-class Star Dreadnoughts welded together rear to rear and decided that might as well be accurate. They're being tugged into key positions around the fleet, Aviso observed, not quite answering the question, but giving just enough. Admiral, those grade 5s are 15 clicks wide on my scopes. The GAR must have spent a fortune on them, Callie murmured. Maybe we can start here. There's another thing, sir. We're picking up 30 to 40 ships orbiting one of Commoner's moons, Fuller. A flanking force. Unlikely. At zero intercept, Fuller would still be behind the enemy fleet. Furthermore, they're cold. Callie Trilm pursed her lips. Cumnor was a bustling commercial world, and it wouldn't be unexpected for its orbital facilities to be servicing vessels of all types year-round. By now, she would have expected Cumnor ACS to have evacuated all civilian ships from the system, but maybe these were new builds, or simply not space-worthy for any reason. In any case, if her strategy was to play out as planned, they would not be a factor even if they were reserve warships. Click, click. We shan't have to worry about them, but keep an eye out for any movement. Understood, Admiral. Harsol, the rear admiral then snapped in a sharp, clipped tone. Any sign of the Jedi? None whatsoever. Text, velocity and range. 18,000 kps, range from zero intercept with the planet is 20 million clicks. Mark and match velocity fleet-wide. Callie Trilm commanded. Bring us from yellow to red. Cut all sublight drives and begin maneuvering into attack formation Alpha. We're going to slip right past Cumnor. Not with those battle stations we aren't. Rear Admiral. Aviso warned as the klaxons blared. Who said anything about those battle stations? I want my railguns, Aviso. Aviso's single eye widened and then narrowed into a sliver. Understood, Admiral. Click, click. Jedi General Alj Plavidol watched as the Perlemian Coalition's armada came in hell for leather, blazing through space at some 20,000 kps and not slowing down, and she did not blame them one bit. It was the open circle fleet, after all, hot on their heels, invisible to both of them if not for the Cumnor ACS sensor net giving Alj a full view of the star system. All we have to do is hold them back for a couple hours, she thought nervously. We can do that, right? In truth, Alj possessed a personality far removed from the front she put up. She was a young Jedi Knight, not so different from the late Ree Alrix, if not for the fact that she was never an officer. Alj was a Jedi healer, a battlefield medic, and never trained or even suited for command. She had neither an authoritative voice nor a commanding attitude, and yet she was redeployed to the defense of perhaps the most crucial world in the Arrowhead. And in some odd fluke of fate, she was born Kaminori, to a family who quickly recognized her force sensitivity and delivered her to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. She had never once set foot on Cumnor, despite that, and the only reason she was now defending the homeworld she never knew was because her fleet was simply the nearest to the system when the emergency order was broadcasted. It gave her mixed feelings of it all, especially after that one pilot raised the obvious dilemma between prioritizing the defense of Cumnor over the defense of the core. It was not that she did not sympathize, or even empathize, because something still hurts within Alj's chest when she put Cumnor in harm's way, despite never once stepping on her soil. A master would say it was the will of the Force or something like that, but Alj couldn't care less at that moment. At moments like this, she almost wished she had her boots on solid ground. Dust and ash clogging up her nostrils, screams and groans of the dying and dead echoing in her ears, blaster fire and artillery thunder booming overhead. It was in the worst of times where her skills and talents shone, as morbid as it was. But this isn't the Battle of Argol anymore, she thought, and she hadn't the umbrella of Master Yoda and Master Ulsa over her anymore. She had clean, sterile air in her nostrils now, the rumble and roar of distant reactors and engines many bulkheads away from her ringing in her ears. It was empty, lifeless, and Alj felt like a fish out of water. Also at moments like this, she bitterly resented the game Jedi Command and the Republic Navy had to play, the way it kept them in a constant tug of war over the GAR. And Jedi like Alj were trapped in the middle, pulled from one side to the other, flung from one end of the galaxy to the other, tossed from one role to the other, no matter how ill-fitting it could be. But wishing and resenting changed nothing, and aboard the battle station Antilumitii, she locked her eyes resolutely on her plot. The thought of the political circumstance way over her head, after all, was far and away unimportant compared to the here and now. Alj read the estimate of what was headed for Cumnor and all the orbital warehouses, freight transfer points, repair shops, and supply bases that served the commerce that poured through the star system daily, and she shivered. If the Separatists defeated them here, they will destroy every installation in orbit of Cumnor and her 2 moons. Cumnor could raise her planetary shields, but the orbital bases? Will the Separatists even give them time to evacuate? Of course they will, unless their CO was a Separatist fanatic like the Tomb Maker. unless their spacers were men and women of the Perlemians seeking hot vengeance for the losses incurred by Operation Trident. Alge grimaced at the thought, in the privacy of the observation deck, already feeling the weight of all the deaths about to occur. Not just from her side, but their side as well. Because there was a reason Cumnor didn't have her shields up, and so long as her shields were not up, the Separatist fleet wasn't going anywhere. Jedi General Alge Playvidol clicked on her handheld holoprojector and came face-to-face with the First Minister of Cumnor, Tomlin Garaster, and one of the few people who knew the truth of her origins. First Minister Garaster looked at her calmly, asking the unsaid question. She replied softly, "I believe they're in range, First Minister." Tomlin Garaster closed his eyes, then nodded. The hologram was cut out. Seconds later, a key was turned, and the surface of Cumnor glittered with 1,200 flashes of light. An entire continent burnished with golden rays up to pierce the atmosphere, wide-open silos smoking like discharged blasters. Then, silence. Then, the burning howl of 1,200 thermonuclear missiles tearing heavenwards, between the Commodorian Navy's ranks, leaving trails of fire in their wake. Alge could then imagine the planet's ground-to-orbit artillery loading, like sleeping giants rising from their slumber, ready to defend their home for the first time in a millennia. As the Jedi General watched the missiles race away, their azure drive cones gleaming on her plot like glowworms, she prayed for the Separatists. Die quickly, and let this be a mercy for both of us. Holy Mother of Meteors, Relhar Sol was breathless. They must have launched an entire hemisphere's worth of missiles at us. Rear Admiral Callie Trilm felt her heart spasm for the second time that day as her flagship scopes screamed out the existence of the 1,000 or so missiles dotting the plot. Click, click, evasive action. She wanted to shout, but she couldn't shout that, because Commodore Avizo had just painstakingly brought his battlecruisers into attack formation with all the finesse and precision of a surgeon, taking the better part of 6 standard hours to do so, and now she wanted him to bring them apart again. She had no idea the limits of his patience, but she wasn't really in the mood to find out either. And yet, the 1,000 or so nuclear warheads coming their way weren't so gracious or nearly as polite as she was. Callie knew Cumnor possessed a whole lot more missiles, and she knew why they only launched 1,200. But the wonders of elementary geometry didn't make her feel any better about it. Ferries out and shields up, she roared. Screens to the front. Get those decoys in the black. I want countermeasures, countermeasures. Brace for impact. The rapid-fire orders may be unintelligible to any other crew, but not the 19th Mobile Fleet. Diamond icons speckled the plot as the fleet flushed their pods and the counter-missiles went out. Dwarfish little fairies whose objectives were to race out and intercept as many incoming birds as possible. The fleet's intel division was fanning out and bringing up every jammer they had, including jettisoning remote buoys that seemed to be doing things she had never even heard of before, and decoys were lighting up all over the place like a fireworks display that traveled with the fleet thanks to inertia. The entire perimeter of the 19th Mobile Fleet was disappearing into a huge ball of electronic and gravitic fuzz that the guidance systems of the incoming missiles would be unable to penetrate, turning them ballistic. And as the saying went in the CAF, ballistic missiles were harmless missiles. Well, not when there were over 1,000 of them thundering down their closure vectors. Not when the fleet couldn't even evade. Callie Trilm vicariously watched through the screens as huge numbers of incoming warheads picked off by counter-missiles or fooled by ECM and decoys, the figure of 1,000+ swiftly plummeting into the hundreds. But it wasn't enough, nowhere near enough. And then the viewport exploded into a wall of fire as the fleet's screens opened up with their PDCs and CIWS, popping birds out of the black left and right. But it wasn't enough, nowhere near enough. And then the missiles were so close the screens themselves were moving in to intercept them, entire frigates and corvettes preemptively throwing themselves onto the incoming vectors and sacrificing themselves to shield the capital ships behind them. Entire crews submitting the worth of their lives to the success of the mission. But it wasn't enough, nowhere near enough. It couldn't have been, and Callie bit her lip until she tasted blood as the first Separatist battlecruiser vanished from the plot at the same time as a massive explosion rocked her flagship on her starboard flank. The missile had crashed bow first, the resulting shockwave peeling away layers of the battlecruiser's hull not dissimilarly to the rapid disassembly of an onion, until nothing remained. Then another died, a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth. For the next few harrowing seconds, the 19th Mobile Fleet braved the missile storm, close-in weapon systems and point defense lasers roaring out in a deafening maelstrom that consumed the fleet and all of its attention. It only took seconds, and when it was over, 2 more capital ships had been destroyed, along with a number of cruisers and screens. But they were through, and they emerged, staring down 200 warships, 20 battle stations, and a hemisphere's worth of ground-to-orbit artillery at a range of 11 million clicks. But it did not matter, because as far as Callie Trilm was concerned, they had buelled straight through Karaya's gauntlet. They had already won. Click, click. We're within effective range, Admiral. Avizo shouted urgently, no doubt moved to the extreme by the vast amount of lives sacrificed to give him the chance to make his shot. Good, Callie sneered. It's our turn now. All ships, attack formation beta. Here's what's going to happen, Cumnor. We're going to make you shy, and you're going to raise your star-damned shields, whether you criffing like it or not. As one, the forward ranks of the 19th Mobile Fleet peeled back, pushing out towards the flanks of the fleet, then back, revealing the untouched rear ranks of Avizo's paired battlecruisers, jettison missile clusters hanging in the space between his ships. The void pulsed with gravitic tension, his ships running cold as their tractor beams pulled their own systems taut like a bowstring. Callie didn't even realize they were loose until they were. The readings on the displays spasmed, shooting heavenwards, though the system was able to capture a snapshot at time of release. 1,749,155 G launch acceleration. A scarcely believable figure indeed. It was a 32-second transit across some 11 million clicks. It was enough time for the Republic to realize something had happened. No doubt their scopes must be blaring alarms all over the place too, but not nearly enough time to respond. Counter missiles launched desperately, and laser clusters trained onto the incoming birds, but there simply wasn't time. Nowhere enough time. Space itself seemed to vanish in titanic violence as hundreds of proton warheads exploded in a solid wall of fury, ramming into the nearest Grade 5 battle station at virtually 1.12 times the speed of light. A furious penetrative explosion roaring out the far side of the mass. Indeed, within a fraction of a second, all of Avizo's missile clusters had launched and struck their targets, a ring of explosions scrambling across Commoner's equator. It would be an alpha attack for the history books, Callie simply knew as the fallout unfolded before her eyes. After much preparation, the Tan railgun tactic had proven its worth once more. Despite the apparent impact velocity of 1.12 c, Callie Trilm was well-versed enough in physics to know such a feat was practically impossible. The speed of light was, after all, the speed limit of the universe. Even hyperdrives were only able to launch ships into light speed by using a non-baryonic dimension where established physical concepts didn't apply. The figure of 1.12 c was only possible with how the Tan railgun functioned. Dozens of capital ship-grade tractor beam projectors effectively folded space in front and expanded space behind the projectile respectively. As such, the proton warheads were not traveling any faster than light speed. Only a significant fraction of it, merely traveling a much shorter distance due to the warped space created by the tractor beams. This was, however, enough to sell the illusion to the Star of Sereno's scopes, which existed in unwarped space, that the warheads were superliminal, thanks to relativity. Thus the operative word virtually in virtually 1.12 times the speed of light. This explanation was then proven as a score of aberrant missiles missed their marks and struck Cumnor itself, and were immediately vaporized within the atmosphere rather than vaporizing the planet. Instead, the missiles essentially disintegrated upon impact with the upper atmosphere, collapsing into atomic particles which themselves flung outwards and struck adjacent air molecules with enough force to trigger nuclear fusion reactions and rapidly expanding shells of superheated plasma. The 19th Mobile Fleet could only look on in scarce shock and awe as dozens of short-lived fusion chain reactions tore across the planet. Massive white trees of deflagrating vapor blooming out in mushroom forms visible from space, accompanied by crackling thunderheads and incandescent firestorms that raged through Commoner's atmosphere. Simultaneously, the Commonorian Navy was disintegrating before their eyes, detritus and debris and fragments erupting in geysers of rampant destruction, the entire enemy fleet chewing itself up in fratricidal chain reaction. As debris rained down from above, Cumnor finally raised its planetary shields to prevent any more damage. Nothing was getting in, and more importantly, nothing was getting out. Ha 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 ha. Rel Harsol all but screamed. That's what I'm talking about. Callie Trilm suppressed a smile. She will have to have a little discussion with Harsol about communications discipline, but she didn't at all feel like detracting from the moment. Hard to do so. After all, when her entire flagship was vibrating with all the stomping and raucous cheers of her crew. Click, click. Sitrep Avizo, she toggled the comms. Hope the damage isn't too bad. She spoke as if damage was all but a foregone conclusion, and it was, because in all the thousands of simulations they had done, there was not a single instance the fleet came away without lasting injury from performing such an act. 5 of my capitals came away with internal failures. Avizo was much calmer in comparison, though Callie could still hear his bridge crew in the background, but the failsafes we installed that isolated the capacitors managed to limit the damage. They can fly and jump, but they won't be getting into any battles until the auxiliaries can take an in-depth look. And, well, our fleet has no more functioning tractor beams. That was Avizo speak for if we hadn't installed those failsafes. Half our fleet would have been criffing vaporized, but Callie took his word for it. They were only planning to use the Tan railgun once, anyways, just for this moment. It was not as if they could use it anymore, for 7 of their capital ships were literally gone, and another 5 were effectively out of action. Not to mention all the escorts and cruisers lost commoners' missile barrage. There was always a high cost for such fearsome power. For now, that is. Because she could salivate at the day the tech required became available. Nifmak Demura, you better not screw this up. Callie had invested a fortune into the Loriner Corporation, which alongside the Techno Union, was pioneering the new technology. In fact, she believed they were constructing the first prototype testbed in the Calumex system, a fitting place for the birth of the first functioning gravitic wave gun. Very good, she nodded in blissful satisfaction. Despite their heavy losses, let's get out of here. As the Commonorian Navy withdrew from the blast zone and reformed, the 19th Mobile Fleet took the opportunity to deflect their course onto a tangential vector relative to the planet. Now without any fear of potential ground-to-orbit artillery thanks to the raised shields. As they did so, Rear Admiral Trilm ordered the 19th Mobile to open fire. Broadsides were flushed, and thousands of torpedoes rampaged out towards the disarrayed enemy fleet. Gripped by confusion, but never dull in reaction, the Commonori captains nevertheless responded with countermeasures and their own torpedoes and turbo laser bolts. Unwilling to lose any more ships, the Rear Admiral ordered a hasty escape, her fleet mounting their acceleration once again as they blazed towards the interdiction field's hyperlimit. Callie Trilm watched as the Commonorian Navy opted not to pursue, content to leave that to the incoming Jedi as they licked their wounds. She took stock of their losses. 16 of their 20 battle stations were missing from her scopes, including 1 out of 2 grade verses. Of 200 ships, a third to half of them weren't being picked up, either destroyed or depowered. It was a more than fair exchange, in her mind, if not a little more costly than she would have liked. Click. Click. Hours later, halfway towards the maximum range of the Commonori interdiction array, the Open Circle fleet finally crossed Common Array-S orbit, appearing on separatist scopes for the second time that day. And Callie Trilm was not the sort of person who would fight a Jedi general head-on. The hours passed as the Jedi fleet struggled to close the distance. Indeed, closing the distance, for Star Destroyers were much faster than anything the CAF could procure, but far too slowly. And a distant corner of Callie's mind noted as they approached the Cumor system's hyperlimit, outside the interdiction array's range. There are 4 hyperlanes out of Cumor and into the core, Rear Admiral. Tex alerted her to the fact, the southernmost to Keller, the next to Humberine, then Quat, and the northmost to Alderaan. Which will we be taking? Click. Click. Beep. Instead of answering, Callie Trilm suddenly snapped her attention towards the Starpath Fidget Cube captured in her hand. She had thought it dormant, after it had been disconnected from the GR network as an obsolete piece of technology. As its lights blinked on and the cube buzzed with electronic life, however, Callie could only think of how she had been mistaken. Lifting the cube to her eyes, she read the tiny status display. Priestess, Handler 1 uplink established. She had no idea what that meant, but Callie wasn't too concerned. She had an entire hyperspace transit to figure that out. After a minute, the Rear Admiral finally asked the droid, "Do I need to reprogram you?" If Tex could smile, he would have, as you command. The answer was, of course, all of them. Good luck guessing where I'm going when I'm going everywhere, Kenobi. Eat Stardust. Once more, a woman's triumphant cackling filled the void as the 19th Mobile Fleet split into 4 task groups and jumped into hyperspace on all 4 different vectors. Unbeknownst to said woman, however, in the shadow of a Commonorian moon called Folar, a count of 32 separatist warships suddenly, silently, came back to life. Dormant, but waiting. Chapter 64. Coruscant System. Coruscant Sector. Jedi Master Adi Gallia, despite being the Jedi Council's official liaison to the Republic Senate and observer to the Chancellor's Advisory Council, didn't at all prefer the day-to-day tedium of politicking in the administrative district. One might think being the acting spymaster of Jedi intelligence to be an exciting affair, but in truth, the role was an awfully banal one. It wasn't always this way, of course. At its inception, Gallia's personal spy network was just that, personal. She originally founded it using her family's connections, despite how antithetical that might sound to the Temple's central dogma, with the intention of creating a shadow organization to cover for the Council's many blind spots. Adi Gallia would not be one to discredit Master Yoda and his undeniably wise stewardship of the Temple, but it was the unsaid truth that Yoda was the root cause of many of the Order's problems. When a central figure has been in power of an organization for nearly 400 years, it was unavoidable that said organization would evolve around that central figure, being shaped in their image for good or ill. Again, the Order could have had much worse than Master Yoda, and as far as long-lived Grandmasters go, they were quite fortunate to have him. However, the faults of such a system were poignant and obvious if you knew where to look. Unfortunately, not even the esteemed Master Yoda could be in power for so long without getting comfortable. Complacent. Complacent with the stagnation of the Jedi Order, and complacent with the evils of the Republic. Live alongside corruption for too long, and you no longer notice the stench. Master Yoda has had 400 years to get used to the smell. Adi Gallia considered herself fortunate. She was born to a family of diplomats, and her force sensitivity had not been discovered until she was advanced enough in age to be aware of her own circumstances. One of the joys of being an ageless Tholothian. She had not been raised in Yoda's shadow like much of the Temple, and rather entered it with a prior point of reference. And the realization she had then was the fount of her spy network. She was not the only one to notice the problems with the Jedi Order, of course. Prior to the war, there had been hundreds, chief among them then Master Dooku. But the problem with becoming a legend was that you became legendary, and Yoda had earned an almost mythical status with the Jedi Temple. Even if you noticed the stench of ban the shit in the kitchen, you wouldn't say anything if the head chef didn't point it out, because obviously the head chef knew best. Much less a head chef who's been head chef for 4 centuries, and prior to that a line chef for many more. What was a Padawan, knight, or master to say when they've lived in Yoda's shadow for their entire lives? Even a younger Gallia was implicit in that mistake, for she had never disclosed the existence of her network, because obviously the Jedi Council, led by Master Yoda, would have forced her to shut it down. So she kept her head low, quietly expanding her network throughout Coruscant under the guise of accepting planet-side missions, then towards the stars, and picking up a reputation as a Jedi politician and diplomat as she did so. By the time of the Stark Hyperspace War, the Temple had picked up a certain modus operandi. When Jedi were dispatched for peacekeeping missions, the idea was to talk first and solve the problem diplomatically, and if that failed, out came the lightsabers. It was simple and direct. But out of sight, Gallia took it one step further, to deal with the problem before it ever came to the table of the High Council, thus saving the trouble and the effort. By then, her intelligence network had grown so large it could no longer be kept hidden, but by then it had also grown so integral to the Temple's operations that not even the High Council could publicly acknowledge and denounce the open secret. And throughout it all, restless Jedi continued to squirm in the shadow of Master Yoda as megacorporations filled the power vacuum left by the hyperspace war. As the Republic continued to tolerate and foster all the little cumulative evils in the galaxy, until a single Jedi Master reached his breaking point and declared the founding of the Separatist state in a fiery speech over Raxus Prime. And hundreds of Padawans, knights, and masters flocked to his cause, his alternative, because they had been chafing beneath Yoda's shadow for so long just waiting for someone to have the guts to point out the stench. It was only in the blazing fires of the Clone Wars did her personal network burgeon into Jedi intelligence out of necessity, especially since Republic intelligence remained less than forthcoming about sharing what they knew with the Order. For Gallia, it meant an explosion of managerial affairs to occupy her attention. Field work, as it seemed, was now a thing of a bygone past when she still had the luxury of hand-picking her agents and personally seeding future contacts. The Tholothian master's internal musings were interrupted by the vibration of her comlink, the cheerful chime muffled by her flowing ropes. Gallia speaking. "Are you alone?" was the first thing she heard in Bode Kuna's voice. Gallia glanced up at the bustling halls of the Senate building and raised a protective bubble of the Force around her, muting all sound from within for the outside. It was a nifty trick she picked up, and useful in these sorts of circumstances. Speak. Admiral Trilm just invaded the core worlds. The Commodorian Navy was unable to stop her. "I've heard," the Jedi Master replied calmly. "The Chancellor just summoned an emergency advisory council meeting, of which I am presently en route to. And the battle Hydra is missing?" There was a serious undertone that made Gallia pause. Missing is one way to put it. "I see. I want to confirm something." "What is it?" The Jedi Master skillfully maneuvered through the traffic, ensuring nobody got close enough to enter her Force bubble. "Where was Anakin Skywalker at the Battle of Yavin? "What are you talking about?" "He was at Yavin, fighting the battle with the Open Circle," Gallia lied. In truth, Anakin Skywalker informed the Temple he was pursuing Asajj Ventress shortly before the battle began in earnest. Of course, such news couldn't be broken to the Republic Navy Command without shock and outrage. A commanding Jedi general, abandoning the battle space to pursue a personal rivalry? Preposterous. And if Jedi Command tried to defend his actions, the interdisciplinary rift in the GAR would only be further deepened. Thus, it was considered prudent that such news would only be broken in the after-action report, where the news of victory would water down any flaring tempers. Because a victory was expected, 3 battle fleets against a single separatist task force? The very idea of a potential defeat was just as insane as the idea of Anakin Skywalker abandoning a battle before it even began. Except, the battle Hydra once again did his terrible magic, and the Republic Navy was dealt another defeat, one comparable to the Battle of Christophsis. Fortunately, the scale of the defeat meant news was slow to trickle upstream to Coruscant. General Brand and Admiral Jerjerrod were killed in action, while Governor General Grant's AAR mentioned how contact had been lost between the 3 fleets early in the battle. Finally, Admiral Yulleran's AAR came, and merely mentioned the victory at Lon Nebula and the closing actions of the Battle of Yavin. Nothing that overtly stated Anakin Skywalker's actions. Instead, the Republic Navy Command focused on Octavian Grant's preposition that the separatist 4th Fleet Group was aiming for an invasion of the Southern Core. It wasn't a prediction without merit, for Admiral Callie Trilm had just broken the cracked fortress world come more like an egg. It was also a truly terrifying prediction, for a southern invasion would mean the monster known as the Two-Maker was about to be unleashed upon the galactic interior. Regardless, Admiral Yulleran must have been well aware of the conflict between the Republic Navy and Jedi Command, and decided it prudent to not mention anything that could worsen the situation. It was the Order's saving grace, anyhow, and it meant only Jedi Command knew where Anakin Skywalker really was during the Battle of Yavin, for now. I need the truth this time, Master Gallia, Bode Akuna said urgently. I need to know whether we're dealing with a credible threat or not. Gallia's lips thinned. Is this Republic intelligence knowledge? From an apparently reliable source. But I need to know whether it is a threat to us. Bode put heavy emphasis on the word need. Where does it say Skywalker was? Lon Nebula. Can you destroy the report? The Jedi Master was extraordinarily calm, but the simple question was enough to inform Bode Akuna of the credibility of the source. No point. It's already been disseminated, he replied hesitantly. I'd only be raising suspicions. Master, this means. I know what this means. Concrete proof Republic intelligence had a mole in the Jedi Temple. Just tell me the codename of the threat. Republic intelligence calls it the Delta Source. Copy. Keep an eye on it, but don't try to intercept unless it's especially damning for the Order. I trust your judgment. Got it. I'll try to dig up any leads on the Delta Source in the meantime. She shut the connection, pinching the bridge of her nose tiredly. Always one thing after another on Coruscant. But one more weight on the mind also meant one step closer to the Sith Lord, and at least Bode managed to discover the existence of the Delta Source before the news got into the hands of the Republic Navy. That was a mercy, no matter how small. Less than ideal, but Gallia could now at least prepare for the debate and set up a credible defense, rather than be blindsided in the courts. What concerned her more was just how rooted this Delta Source was in the temple, and whether it also knew about the truth of the recent terrorist attack. Considering the Jedi Order hadn't been dissolved, likely not. So Delta Source wasn't present in the funerary halls. Good to know. I'll also have to expand the scope of our usual counterintelligence sweeps. She mentally indexed the Delta Source away for a later, if crucial, point of investigation. Making her way through the winding corridors of the Senate building towards the Chancellor's suite, sharing benign smiles with the staffers she crossed paths with. She recognized some, talked with others, but had never been able to penetrate Slymore's staff. The senior administrative aide's ministry was simply too tightly guarded, and the Baron's eyes were everywhere. Slymore seemed to have a gift for reading people, even the most veteran of spies, and Master Gallia suspected there might be a hint of force sensitivity involved. Further, if circumstantial, proof that their mysterious Dark Lord of the Sith was a member of the executive office. And as she was welcomed into the Chancellor's office by the pale white visage of Slymore, she came face to face with her prime suspect. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine himself. It was hard to believe such an audacious claim, even as the person who made the claim, as Palpatine had never shown any signs of the general darkness that seemed to hang around the Sith. They didn't even have any proof he was even force-sensitive. Slymore, at least, could be proven to be force-sensitive. But Chancellor Palpatine? Except, Adi Gallia had reason to believe that Palpatine was, if not the Sith Lord, then at least another one of their pawns, like Slymore. And she had reason to believe he was indeed force-sensitive to some degree. And, in a fateful stroke of irony, it was the Battle Hydra who helped her prove her hypothesis. See, the man known as Rain Bonteri was an anathema to the Force, born with a peculiar trait known as Force blankness, in which a living entity seems to be fully non-existent in the Force. It was a rare and nearly unheard of phenomena, of which had only been encountered once before in the last century in the form of the son of a fallen Jedi, who went by Grana Omega. It took 8 Jedi to hunt that one down. Nevertheless, having such a trait meant one's presence and name would often slip from the mind and memory of a Force-sensitive, particularly if it was a strong Force-sensitive, not dissimilarly to water off a duck's back. There were ways to circumvent the issue, of course, such as remembering a sobriquet not directly tied to the individual, such as Battle Hydra, or simply by keeping journals or notes as an amnesiac would. But to do that, one would have to first recognize the importance of such a void-like individual in the first place. Rain Bonteri's name was not foreign to the Republic Navy or Republic intelligence. In fact, they had the sort of reputation for being the Pantorans' hard counter to Jedi-commanded fleets in the naval arena. Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Plo Koon, and Tidane, arguably Oppo Rancisis, and now Ree Alrix and Impeto Jo's brand have been added to their personal portfolio. And yet, Palpatine isn't able to remember the name, Rain Bonteri. Gallia first noticed the fact when she was prodding his mind for any reaction to the name, shortly before the 7 battles at Sullust, when she warned Skywalker and his Padawan of the threat the Hydra posed to Ree Alrix. Jedi Master Adi Gallia made no show of her internal musings as she respectfully bowed before the Supreme Chancellor and his gathered audience, whose esteemed members included the permanent fixtures of Slymore and Masameda, along with Armand Isard, and other members of the Loyalist Committee, including but not limited to Shayla Page Tarkin, Jani Hanuk, Mon Mothma, Kenny Bertar, and Bail Organa. Forgive my tardiness, she smoothed her robes and stepped to the side of the office, observing the faces and atmosphere present as she did so. It was tense as one might expect from the news that there was a second separatist fleet in the Corps. Or, it might be the stiff and wiry presence of one Governor General Cole Seardon, commanding officer of the 3rd Sector Army. I do not see how this is a matter of debate. Senator Jani Hanuk of Glyphnos was evidently furious, her face flushed with anger and panic, and she hardly even acknowledged the Jedi Master's entrance. We need to recall our reserve fleets. What is the point of going on the offensive if the Corps will cease to exist once they return? Glyphnos was a core world, situated right along the Hydian Way, just north of Fidal. It was directly within the warpath of the 19th Mobile Fleet, in fact. Separatist ships are in the Glyphnos system as we speak, she yelled furiously, at Armand Isard in particular, first the Bulwark Fleet, now the Prelemian Coalition. What has Republic intelligence been doing? I, of all people, have the right to demand answers. This is as much the fault of Republic intelligence as it is the Open Circle Fleet, or the Commonorian Navy, Armand Isard replied coolly, or does the Honorable Senator expect me to personally lead a war fleet against Kali Trilm? We give intelligence, Senator, not orders. After the Serapin campaign, we have recommended that come or be equipped with everything they need to prevent another incursion like this. Evidently, you didn't recommend enough, Senator Mon Mothma of Chandrila commented dryly, eliciting a scoff from Cole Seardon, her countryman. Ire crossed the intelligence director's expression. We did not account for the separatists equipping their gravitational superweapon to their battlecruisers. Is that not Republic intelligence's very role? Adi Gallia took her own bite and chewed on it. Last I heard, separatist warships have been observed in close to over 20 core systems along the Come-Or Run and Hydian Way. Or have you been focused too much on internal intelligence, Director? Oh, on that note, what of the terrorist attack on the military satellites? Have you apprehended the culprits? One might argue it would be unwise for the very mastermind of the act to taunt the investigator, but Adi Gallia found it equally unwise to tiptoe around an issue that so obviously should garner the Jedi Order's attention. Did the preliminary investigation not conclude the primary suspects to be lightsaber wielders? Gallia pressed even further. Are these not grounds for the Jedi Order to participate in the ongoing investigation, as the attack was almost certainly perpetrated by one of Dooku's dark acolytes? Republic intelligence and homeworld security will root out the separatist cells that aided the terrorist attack. Armand Isard met her glare. We have already traced the freighter used to ferry the terrorists back to the owner. All that remains is to convince the separatist cells to tell us who they loaned it to. We will find which of Dooku's pawns are hiding in the underworld. So that's your progress on the investigation, Gallia confirmed. And I was right to presume your temple mole was not Bode Akuna or Iskid Acaris. Good. Time to lead homeworld security on a wild goose chase. She had, after all, launched a black market operation to get contraband lightsabers and separatist weapons into just about every underworld cell, warlord, and shadow state she could access. And thanks to her planet-spanning network she had cultivated for decades, Jedi Master Adi Gallia had her fingers in just about every pie there was in the underworld. There was also the contents of the seized data file, a separatist broadcast proclaiming revolution in the core worlds. The picture painted for Republic intelligence would be pointed. One of Dooku's agents was on Coruscant, contacting separatist cells and underworld kingpins and feeding them weapons and equipment for a war. Then the terrorist attack that was meant to broadcast an inciting speech, capable of reaching all the disparate and unorganized underworlder states in order to synchronize a planet-wide uprising. Homeworld security will have their hands full cracking down on the Undercity, to say the least. Enough of this. The Chagrian speaker, Masameta boomed. We must not be divided, here and now. Evidently, Kali Trilm is already running rings around us uninhibited while we're busy chasing our own tails. An option is to simply let Kali Trilm continue running rings, Senator Bail Organa of Alderaan suggested. Almost treasonously, she will be hard-pressed to find a core world without a planetary shield. Chancellor Palpatine shook his head grimly as Masameta said, Your pacifism will find no purchase here, Senator Organa. I must disagree, Bail. Even Senator Mon Mothma of Chandrila disapproved. You can only utter those words because Alderaan is too powerful to be a target of the Prelemian Coalition. We can turtle up and allow Kali Trilm free reign over our trade routes and space lanes. Moreover, planets may have shields, but they do not extend to orbital and system installations. Look at what happened here on Coruscant. A star system's worth isn't defined by its capital world, but the sum total of all the infrastructure and credits invested into it over hundreds of years. Kali Trilm wants our worlds to raise their shields. Cole Seardon agreed with his senator. This was exactly what she was aiming for as a Comor as well. Planetary shields are two-way installations. If nothing can get it, it also means nothing can get out. We need to react. Senator Shayla Page Tarkin's hoarse voice was powerful and severe. Ever since the loud, and loud was an understatement, tirade she made before the Republic Senate following the devastation of Ariatu, her voice had been stuck in a deep, rasping tone that never quite recovered. These days, her presence was a rare sight, even in the Grand Convocation Chamber. Senator Page Tarkin spent most of her waking hours contacting surviving Ariaduans and diasporas throughout the galaxy and creating a new government in exile in the hopes of one day returning to their homeworld. Adi Gallia both pitied and respected her for it. With the current state of Ariatu, bleak and ruined and overrun with self-replicating droid factories, it would honestly be easier to simply find a new world to settle. Even with control of the media, Senator Page Tarkin continued, speaking carefully, there's no eliminating the unrest, only mitigating. 2 separatist fleets are now in the core worlds, our backyard, and good loyalist citizens live every day in fear of their lives. We can't hide it forever. The HoloNet can censor as much as it likes, but all it takes is one enterprising citizen to look through a telescope and spot a separate hex in orbit. Coruscant and Ariatu are still fresh in the minds of every man, woman, and child in the galactic interior. Everyone believes they could be next to meet that fate. Senator Paige Tarkin took a deep breath, a harsh, scraping sound that pierced the ears. This administration will not last much longer if we do not react promptly and with facility. I concur with Janny. We must recall the fleets from the frontier. We must prioritize our main support base overall. We cannot fight a war while the foundation beneath our feet crumbles. The Velothian Jedi observed the Supreme Chancellor carefully, freely running her presence over his mental landscape. It was a light touch, but should he be force-sensitive, then he was undoubtedly noticing her actions. And if he was the Sith Lord indeed, then Adi Gallia relished in the fact he couldn't so much as even react without blowing his cover, feigning ignorance all the while. Knowing the premier trait of all Sith being unparalleled arrogance, she both found humor and a little note of admiration in how well he was composing his surface-level thoughts. It must be a frustrating affair for him. Admiral Duoningo in the Bulwark Fleet was convenient for maintaining a level of fear in the core worlds, giving him justification to further concentrate power in his office. 2 fleets, however, would be well out of hand. With the reserve armada deployed to the frontier, there was little left to defend the core worlds save the 5th Deep Core Reserve and the Home Defense Fleet. Speaking of the Home Fleet, where is Admiral Honor Salima? The Chancellor demanded. Has the Bulwark Fleet been dealt with? All eyes pointed to Armand Isard, who cleared his throat and straightened his collar. The Bulwark Fleet had fled to Skako for safe haven and repairs. The Home Fleet is currently cracking open Skako's planetary shields. Skako, homeworld of the Skakoans and the Techno Union, and one of the most populous ecumenopolies in the core worlds, with a pre-war census placing the industrious world at just over 100 billion souls. The figure was so vast mostly because there was hardly any immigration off the world, or immigration for that matter. Because Skako possessed a high-pressure methane-based atmosphere, much unlike the nitrogen-based Type 1 atmospheres present in most habitable worlds. As a result, Skako's population was completely Skakoan, and any off-world influence the planet had was concentrated solely in the hands of the Techno Union. This was the reason all Skakoans in the wider galaxy can only be found in pressure suits filled with noxious mixes of methane and hydrogen sulfate. We have been cracking open Skako's shields, along with all the other separatist holdouts in the core, for the entire duration of the war. Senator Hanuk exclaimed, surely they must be close to giving out by now? Admiral Honor projects that to be the case. Director Isard agreed. I fear she will be adamant about finishing off her prey before accepting any new orders. That's grounds for treason. Cole Searden's eyes gleamed, clearly wondering whether he could take advantage of such a case. She would be mutinying against the state. Honor Salima is untouchable. Adi Gallia put his ambitions in the dust with a single statement, and she knows it. Charge her with mutiny, and what happens? How many noble scions, core world elites, careerist sons, or simply upper caste glory hounds serve in the Home Fleet? The moment we declare her a mutineer, one of 2 things happen. We declare almost every elite clan in the core traitorous, or she holds the entire core hostage. Admiral Honor might be hard, but she's not stupid. She's only acting the way she is because she has the support of the noble clans. Some of my relatives serve in the Home Fleet as officers. Mon Mothma proved her point rather demurely. The Home Fleet has a significant Siswinan diaspora. Senator Paige Tarkin agreed. The loyalty of Admiral Honor must not become a point of contest. Once again, Adi Gallia found it equal parts amusing and horrifying how easily even the likes of Mon Mothma spoke about the subversion of the state and military. This was, unfortunately, another harsh reality of war. The Grand Army of the Republic needs funding, badly, and it gets the funding it needs from the support and goodwill of many prominent core world clans and families. Prominent clans and families whose members and children disproportionately serve in the Home Fleet. Because the Home Fleet was meant to be a safe, reservist sinecure. Meant to be. Is the 5th Deep Core unable to ward off the Prelimian Coalition's armada too? Chancellor Palpatine looked around, desperation clear in his eyes. How much of it was an act, Gallia did not know. But even a Sith Lord would be panicking now. The war was real, and it was here. Chancellor, Governor General Cole Searden stepped forward, even to the point of brushing aside Armand Isard. Tall and wiry, the man towered over the assemblage. Allow me to present my point of view as a military man. Kali Trilm is wielding irregular warfare to its greatest effect, orchestrating hit and fades across the arrowhead. No single fleet can contend with this. The only solution is constant and consistent patrols of our space lanes. Moreover, all of our systems must also possess sufficient garrison fleets to ward off any raid. Searden's eyes darted to Isard, then Paige Tarkin, then back to the Chancellor. The Deep Core Reserve can accomplish one, but not both. It was never meant to. The role of garrisoning star systems was supposed to fall upon local system fleets and navies, while common patrols remained the responsibility of the national judiciary and military. The recent Reformation Directive introduced by this very office, however, along with the nationalization bill introduced by Senator Paige Tarkin, effectively stripped all local defense forces in the core of their independence and attached them to their respective sector armies. Sector armies that are now campaigning on the front lines. The implication of, you did this, hung heavily around the Cole Searden, who was visibly trembling with almost euphoric pleasure at the squirming of the politicians around him. Politicians who had time and time again stifled the authority of the governor-generals and bedeviled the Republic Navy with regulations and, force forbid, rules. It was satisfying to see their comeuppance, however, Gallia had to admit. Cole Seardon whipped around, as if daring someone, anyone, to disagree with him. Nobody did. If you want to convince the core worlds that the Republic is not a sinking ship, Chancellor, Seardon emphasized each and every word slowly, purposefully, then it is in our best interest to put the authority of the armies and fleets back into the hands of people who know what they're doing. The Separatists are poking holes in our ship, and we must patch it up, even if it means taking materials from other sections of the same ship. Recall the fleets. I will. Palpatine scanned the room, wetting his pale lips. As his gaze met Gallia's, the Velothian Jedi shot him a nondescript smile. I will make my decision based on the conclusion of the strategic planning amphitheater. General Seardon nodded sharply and decisively. Very good, Chancellor. Now, Director, what of our missing Admiral Bonteri? Octavian Grant claims the terrible Tomb-Maker intends to invade the Tapani Federation? Surely our Admiral Bonteri would love to accompany him. Republic intelligence suspects Admiral Bonteri's fleet had been sent forward into the Southern Corps to scout for vectors of invasion, Director Isard started, however. We've seen ne'er skin nor scale of the Hydra, Senator Canny Mundere Bertar of MRLSST interrupted. If he went anywhere, it is not the Tapani Federation. The previous senator for the Tapani Federation was a human Fondorian named Rod. Before he led Fondor in seceding from the Republic. Swift to make up for their disgrace, the Tapani Federation hastily sent their new senator, the Merci Canny Bertar, to replace their traitorous one on Coruscant. With Fondor back in loyalist hands, however, Gallia idly wondered what had become of Senator Rod. As for the Tomb-Maker, the Merci senator's colorful feathers rustled. The League of Tapani Free Worlds are ready and waiting for him. Alongside the 20th Sector Fleet, the Free Worlds Common Navy has been mobilized upon General Grant's request for a total of 1,200 assorted warships, including over 200 capital ships. General Ambigene's 4th Fleet Group possesses 1,500 ships by our last count, Armand noted, and they are currently fighting both the 2nd and 19th Armadas on the Rima trade route. Audi Gallia perked up. The League of Tapani Free Worlds was the alliance of the Southern Corps, not dissimilar to the commonality of the Perlemian trade route, dominated by and large by the Tapani Federation. In fact, the Tapani Free Worlds were mostly Tapani colonies on the periphery of the Tapani sector, including Fondor, Gorman, and Thyfera. This was a point of interest for the Jedi Spymaster, as should the Sith Lord fail to give up his grip over the Republic without a fight, civil war would certainly be a possibility she had to give serious consideration. And the Tapani Federation would be one of the few autonomous polities willing to fight against the Coruscant government should push come to shove. They were already effectively semi-independent, considering their high levels of autonomy. The military nationalization bill hardly even affected them, which, considering the situation, might have been their saving grace. The Tapani nobles were simply too powerful and distant for Coruscant to take head-on. The current Galactic Republic existed on the concept that membership was preferable to independence, and for most star systems and sectors, that was simply the case. They couldn't survive without the Republic. If the Republic was controlled by the Sith Lord, then most worlds would simply follow the Sith Lord. But not the Tapani Federation and Tapani Free Worlds by extension. They had an independent political system, economic foundation, and military, not to mention large enough to be self-sufficient. They were one of the few polities in the Galactic Republic that could secede without any immediate ramifications, and that made them worth courting, if worse comes to worst. It was also an additional boon that Octavian Grant had met the battle Hydra in combat, and gained all the insight that came with it. Horn Ambigene might just decide it wouldn't be worth the effort to invade anymore. Bail Organ amused. Might we consider that Rain Bonteri has been redeployed to some other front of the war? Before his grip of Yagtul is even secure? Janny Hanuk raised an eyebrow. I find that difficult to believe. A sudden, sweeping silence filled the Chancellor's office, to everyone's surprise. Usually, at this point, Director Armand Isard would have had something enlightening to say, either in support or rebuke. Instead, the director in question was occupied by something truly severe on his datapad, by the shape of his expression. Is something the matter, Director? Chancellor Palpatine asked in concern. Slowly, a stone-faced Armand Isard leaned to the Chancellor's ear and whispered something. And the Supreme Chancellor's eyes widened, his skin paling to unhealthy levels as the lines on his face deepened into crevices. Audi Gallia stood straighter. What happened? Isard looked at the Chancellor, who had rested his elbows on his desk, rubbing his aged hands together tiredly as he stared despondently at his lap. Then, Palpatine nodded. The Director of Republic Intelligence coughed. Separatist warships have been spotted on the Koros trunk line, originating from the deep core. All 7 worlds of the Empress Tatus system have declared for the Separatist state. All signs point to a second fleet has invaded the core. Chapter 65. Skako Orbit, Skako System. Bormia Sector. Captain Jan Dodonna pushed down his unease as his shuttle made the transit to Fleet Flagship Arlian, the mighty warship like a dagger poised directly over the heart of Skako. The glittering Ecumenopolis hung in the void like a suspended pearl, its gleaming shields warping the atmosphere like a technological aurora. The world's thick methane atmosphere absorbed its sun's infrared radiation, granting the pearl a bluish tint. Jan Dodonna didn't think himself a particularly brave man, and his belly knotted with tension as he thought of the recent developments on the front. But he was a captain of the Republic Navy, and he was nothing if not dutiful. Jin watched out the viewports as the shuttle maneuvered to dock, overhauling the 900-meter Victory-class heavy cruiser, and it took all he had not to gawk like a cadet on his first deployment. Arleon was neither large nor menacing. In fact, his own ship, the Venator-class Prudence, boasted well over 200 meters over her. But the hollow throats of missile launchers and the ominous snouts of turbo lasers, heavy and light, crouched in her open artillery decks, betrayed the truth of it. Within that compact frame, Arleon possessed an entire battleship's worth of guns, and with its 2 massive shield generators and an almost comically oversized solar ionization reactor that bulged out from its hull, she could take on 2 or even 3 Venators and beat them all bloody. Pocket battleship. The affectionate epithet started somewhere in the ranks of the Navy, but Jan Dodonna found it fitting. A marvel of design and engineering even he could appreciate. The Republic Navy's answer to the separatist Starfleet's missile doctrine. There was a reason Admiral Honor Sulima opted to transfer her flag from the traditional flagship of the Coruscant Home Defense Fleet, after all. Regardless, Arleon was not the Victory-class heavy cruiser in service of the home fleet, and the sheer number of them dotting the skies over Skako truly baffled January. Only 3 standard years ago, the process of construction, trials, evaluations, and commissioning would be far more extended, stifled by regulations and treaties and all sorts of other bureaucratic devilry. But there was no time for that now. The tempo of construction and commissioning was almost scary, if not even careless, but the reason for such a hurry was enough to convince even the most fastidious of classification societies towards the necessity. The cruiser's tractor beams reached out to the shuttle, capturing it and easing it into the brilliantly lit cavern of the fighter launch bay. Jan was marching down the ramp before it had even touched the polished deck, and the officer of the deck came up with his spotless, perfectly creased uniform, data pad tucked under one elbow and other raised in a crisp salute. "Permission to come aboard, officer?" "Welcome aboard, sir." There wasn't even a pause in the captain's stride as he crossed the demarcation line, officially stepping aboard Star Destroyer Arleon. Her defining feature? Cleanliness. Admiral Honor ran a tight ship. There was not a blemish on the reflective floor, not an unsecured crate, and not an ill-worn uniform in sight. Strain his ears as he might, the captain couldn't even hear the usual casual chatter one might on the deck. He reached the bridge through similarly muted corridors and appreciated how much shorter a distance it was compared to the Prudence. Arleon's bridge was a wholly different beast compared to Prudence's. It was smaller, for one, as a Venator served not just a ship of the line but also a command vessel, while a Victory was designed to be a frontline brawler and did not possess the expanded tactical section the former had. Nor did she possess the nearly 270-degree field of vision Prudence found necessary as a combat carrier. Arleon was smaller, more focused, sharper. Jan Dodonna felt like he was looking through the eyes of a hunting hound. Captain Jan Dodonna saluted the back of the figure standing on the central causeway. "Captain Dodonna reporting, sir." Admiral Honor Sulima was a tall woman, straight-backed and stern, and hair cropped into a neat pixie. At her side was the flag captain of the Arleon, Captain Terrenold Screed. His was the sort of face that revealed very little, in no small part due to his one prosthetic eye, but the accolades to his name were impressive, which they ought to be. The home fleet was now the most modern command in the Republic Navy, and the Admiralty wouldn't have picked its flag captain's name out of a hat. For a time, all that could be heard on the bridge was Admiral Honor's footsteps and the chime of electronics as she approached him. "Well done, Captain," she appraised, "with this. The bulwark fleet is at its end." Jan nodded diffidently. The home fleet had run Duoningo ragged, with the main body under Admiral Honor herself pursuing him system to system, while a smaller detachment under Captain Dodonna flanked and cut off every avenue of escape the old Celestin had. It was a well-planned dance of fleets and warships, slowly grinding down the bulwark fleet until they had no choice but to find a safe harbor for repairs. The Techno-Union world of Skako was the largest separatist shipyard in the region. "High Command has us ordered to expedite the destruction of the bulwark fleet, Admiral," Captain Dodonna said. "They want us to put a pin to the Prelemian Coalition's rampage." The edge of Admiral Honor's lips curled upwards. "Indeed they have. Does that cesspit on Coruscant believe I am omnipresent? Do they think I have eyes over the whole Hydian way? Do they think I can conjure warships from vacuum to patrol it? There's no pinning an enemy that can appear and disappear at will. They believe we did it for the bulwark fleet," Flag Captain Screed pointed out. Admiral Honor narrowed her eyes into daggers. "Nonsense. Duoningo is an older breed. He likes his eggs in one basket, where he can watch over all of them at any time. The only type of naval warfare he can comprehend is that of large naval engagements and showpiece battles. If that old alien had the sense to split his fleet like Cali Trilm did, he would already be back in separatist space." The Admiral spun on her heel, marching back out towards the viewports. Captains Terrenold and Jan shared a knowing look. They had a history that dated back to service in the judicial forces of the Republic, having participated in the Stark Hyperspace War among other anti-pirate campaigns. It was said Terrenold lost his eye to a Biscaran pirate during the siege of Nyella, where half his face was carved out by a mad and with a vibroaxe as a price for his breakthrough. "I heard your son was at Kalnor," Terrenold said softly. "He was," Jan stiffened, and it took everything he had to not choke on his next words, "but nothing's been confirmed." Terrenold looked down, nodding minutely. "We all do our duty." Captain Screed gripped his shoulder tightly, before releasing him and turning around towards the Admiral. "Are we to ignore the order, then?" Admiral Honor's shoulders tensed, her hands behind her back as she looked on towards Skako. Jin followed her gaze, at the tiny droplets rippling over its planetary shields like rain falling upon a still lake. Missiles. Turbo lasers. The entire home fleet was pounding away at Skako's shields, having succeeded the first reserve armada's role in that purpose. One might believe a planet's shield was homogeneous, and they would be wrong. There was no shield generator in the galaxy yet powerful enough to encompass an entire planet in its protective shell. Instead, planetary shields were more or less a composite of densely packed shield generators all activated to create overlapping shells across the entire surface of a planet. This meant that to break a planetary shield, a besieging fleet must identify its weakest point and concentrate all fire upon it there. Many worlds opt to evenly space out their shield generators, of course, but most tend to concentrate their shields over urban and industrial sectors, leaving rural areas less shielded. Usually, that would be where the shield was pierced, allowing armies to be inserted planetside and assault the world from the ground. But Skako was an ecumenopolis, a city world, and it was the homeworld of one of the most technologically advanced species in the galaxy, the headquarters of the Techno Union. The home fleet had relented to bombarding the shields over the shipyards that housed the bulwark fleet. It was their target, after all. Ignore, the admiral of the home fleet mused. Maybe if those feckless puppets in high command hadn't been so preoccupied with kissing Palpatine's wrinkled toes, they would have advised the delusional old fool against sending the fleets to the frontier. That decision has achieved nothing but a cascade of consequences since. The two captains remained silent to the admiral's scathing remarks. It was a sensitive subject for all of them, for all the Corps' current woes could be traced back to that singular order to go on the offensive. By redeploying the reserve armadas to the front on the overly zealous assumption that victory was at hand, Coruscant was forced to spread the home fleet thin, garrisoning all the protesting systems that now missed the protection of the reserve fleets. Despite Admiral Honor leaving behind a small garrison back at Coruscant, it was not enough to prevent the bulwark fleet from wreaking havoc. It was my failure to prevent the bulwark fleet breaking out at Forost, Captain Jan Dodon apologized. I thought Commodore Volt Tansen was in command at Forost, the Admiral asked sharply. He was, sir, Jan swallowed thickly. I am sure you served with all the expediency he permitted you. She waved off dismissively. He's dead now, anyway. Disintegrated with his flagship over Forost when the bulwark fleet attacked. The 5th Reserve Armada is still in the core, Admiral, Captain Screed reminded. I'd imagine they are rather preoccupied panicking about Empress Tata's secession, Admiral Honor vexed, by a separatist fleet traveling through the deep core, no less. And now that Pit of Snakes have reversed course on the whole war, dragging the fleets back to the core. Do they not realize they are playing straight into the Pantoran's hands? This is exactly what she wants. Jan looked down. The core's about to become a political bloodbath. That is no concern of ours. If Admiral Honor was concerned about the fate of her homeworld, she didn't show it. We will focus on putting an end to the bulwark fleet first and foremost. Despite being Coruscanti, Honor Sulima cared little about the cesspit and Pit of Snakes she called home. It had been widely circulated on both military and media networks that her vicious hunt for the bulwark fleet had been born out of some sort of contrition for a perceived personal failure to protect her ward. Jin thought so too, until he actually met the woman himself. Rather than contrition, he rather believed she was fueled by pride. He wasn't sure if it was for better or worse. How should we reply to the order, sir? Terranil questioned. We will deal with the Perlemian Coalition's armada as well, Admiral Honor decided, but only if the home fleet gets unrestricted access to all hyperlane registrars in the core. That's overreaching, Jin noted hesitantly. If they want me to overreach my fleet, she retorted coolly, then they will give me what I need to overreach. Send it, Captain Screed. Right away, Admiral. And Captain Dodonna? Jan straightened, sir. Bring your fleet forward, the Admiral commanded. Keep prodding that shield. I want you to tell me where to shoot by the end of the week. Orders received, Admiral. Captain Jan Dodonna watched on the Holos as Commander Adar Talon's fighter bomber wings ran Skako's gauntlet for the 4th time that day, slashing right against the planetary shields with a blazing flurry of bombs and torpedoes right within the atmospheric purgatory between black and blue. Prudence's active scopes watched the ripples in the shield intently, taking in a number of readings and measurements in order to make a rough estimate of the shield sector's saturation percentage. Deflector shields acted on the simple premise of reflecting or absorbing energy, mostly kinetic and heat, depending on the weapon, and diffusing it throughout its surface area before dispersing it either as natural light and heat loss, or routing it into capacitors in the shield generators, which stores the energy. There were 2 main ways a deflector shield breaks. First is if the input of energy overloads the capacitors or melts the heat sinks, shutting down the whole grid until it could be rerouted. This is what usually occurs against warships. Against planetary shields, however, it is more likely if a certain sector of the shield reaches maximum energy saturation and isn't able to store any more, creating a hole. The latter was Admiral Honor Sulima's plan for Skako. The disadvantage of such a tactic was that the energy input must be constant and overwhelming, or at least, higher than the energy output rate of the shield at any one time. It was simple enough mathematics. The results? Jin asked. I think we can make it, sir. The sensor officer analyzed the results. If the Skakoans don't have anything left up their sleeves, that is. How much will it take to make it? A concentrated missile barrage from every victory we have in the home fleet. And then some, the officer answered. Keep that up for anywhere from a day to half a week, depending on how Skako and shield tech works, and we might just punch a hole in that shield. That sounds doable. This is the best case scenario as far as planetary shields go. Achievable, Jin finished. Keep up the fire. Don't let them recharge. And send word to Captain. A deck officer jogged up to him. The Admiral needs you in the battle room. Speak of the Bloodhound, he muttered. Before tugging down on his uniform, let's not keep her waiting. He entered the battle room to the awaiting holographic presences of Admiral Honor and Captain Screed. A brisk sharing of salutes later, and Jin joined them at the large holodable. I was just about to submit the latest update regarding Skako's shields. Admiral, Jin started. Report. We estimate a prolonged mass torpedo assault should bring down the sector within half a week. The captain answered. Best case scenario suggests a day. Honor Salima raised her chin, narrowing her eyes. Then it is good news. High Command has also approved our access to the hyperlane registrars. With this, we can plot an elementary chart of all separatist sightings in the galactic interior and start formulating a strategy. Terranold flicked his wrist, and a detailed star chart of the Arrowhead region burst onto the holodable, pulsating red dots marking all reported separatist hexes in the core. A list of geo-reporting names appeared on his right, and Jen realized some of the Sepai ships had appeared enough times the registrars could identify and pin a tag on them, effectively allowing them to track their movements through the core. Except, and this is what made him doubtful, it wasn't as this incomplete list of warships could be tracked in real time. The only difference it made was that the registrars could now plot a history of raids to pin to the ships. Unless Admiral Honor was not intending to track these ships at all. Jan's lips thinned. Captain Screed, please continue. Admiral Honor gestured. In our preliminary analysis of the registrar data, Terranold began. We immediately noticed something peculiar about Kali Trilm's movements. Thin red strings snapped out, looping around the dots and tying them together into a comprehensive history of jumps and transits. And Jin almost immediately noticed the peculiarity Terranold had mentioned. The 19th Mobile Fleet was, cleverly, not sticking to any one major hyperlane, and rather jumping between hyperlanes in a zigzag motion. But if you accounted for all the different squadrons and ships. Sector searching. Jan Dodonna almost gaped in awe. He had seen the maneuver made before, but never on such large scale. It was a search and rescue pattern, usually meant to find missing objects or persons stranded in the black, and centered on a datum point and spanning out to cover a traditionally spherical area, suitable for finding an object in a well-defined location. The search vessel would first set out on a vector dependent on effectively their best guess, then travel the distance the object could have traveled in the time, then make a 60-degree starboard turn and traveling the same distance, before making another 60-degree starboard turn and traveling back to the datum point, creating an equilateral triangle. The search vessel would continue through the datum point, recreating the series of turns until another equilateral triangle was made and it was back at the datum point. The pattern would repeat, accounting for known drift if there was any, until the entire sphere was thoroughly raked. Are the Separatists searching for something? Jin asked, not quite able to conceal his surprise, and if that's the case, wouldn't a parallel track or creeping line search pattern be more effective? I'd imagine a simplistic pattern like the parallel track would have been too obvious. Terranold brushed his chin. With a sector search pattern, they were able to craft the image of an erratic, opportunistic raid pattern. It took the combined data of every hyperlane registrar in the Arrowhead to piece together the history of raids in order to discover the pattern. Look here, we were able to trace the pattern of this ship, Bronze Serpent, back to its suspected datum point in or near the Recopi system. I'd wager that's where she'd stationed her base of operations. Starting there, Jin then traced the pattern back out, Priya, Sayugi, Kalyamis, Thodai, Loreto, Samaria, then back to Recopia, passing through the Recopi system 3 times, then moving on to the next datum point. Multiply this pattern by the dozens of squadrons of the 19th Mobile Fleet, and Kali Trilm was effectively raking her forces through the Arrowhead in an apparently random fashion, but not quite upon closer inspection. But what could she be searching for? Jan mumbled, before coming to a realization, if not. Admiral Duoningo and the Bulwark Fleet. Admiral Honor confirmed his suspicions. The Bulwark-class battlecruiser is the newest and most powerful warship the Separatists have at their disposal, capable to engaging multiple victories and even attack her toe-to-toe and potentially emerge victorious. The Pantoran likely requires the bulwarks in her hands, and that is the true purpose of this invasion, beyond the raids. Jan Dodonna swiftly clued in on the Bloodhound's plan. We intend on using the Bulwark Fleet to bait Kali Trilm into concentrating her forces. Admiral Honor smiled like a hound catching the scent of blood. Precisely. All we have to do is choose a suitable battle space. This time, it was Terranold's turn to look at his flag officer in surprise. Why not here at Skako, sir? We'll be dragging Kali Trilm even deeper into the interior. Bait needs to be believable, Captain Screed. Admiral Honor admonished. It's a shame we won't be able to destroy the Bulwark Fleet here, but it will be in the service of hunting an even bigger fish. We'll smoke the Bulwark Fleet out and shepherd them to our battle space of choice, catching Trilm's attention as we do so. She'll expect a major fleet engagement and concentrate her forces together with Duoningo. They will create their own trap and their own deaths. Very good, sir. Captain Tidane gathered his wits. But how will we draw out the bulwark fleet? Were you not listening, Captain? Admiral Honor Sulima raised an eyebrow. We're going to smoke them out. Jan Tidane's stomach dropped. Orbital bombardment. He knew it was the only natural solution, somewhere deep within him, but the thought still pained him deeply. Captain Terranold Screed grinned, a truly terrific visage with his mechatronic eye. We will be avenging Ariatu. We will be avenging Kamor, your homeworld, January. Not like this. Never like this. Kamor wasn't even harmed. The explosions all occurred in the upper atmosphere, on the edge of space. But Honor Sulima was his commanding officer, and while Jan Tidane didn't consider himself particularly brave, he was nothing if not dutiful. Admiral Honor captured his gaze, her hawkish eyes searching for any signs of weakness. The Kaminori showed nothing but a resolute stare. Her lips curled. The moment those shields drop, Captain Tidane said slowly, meaningfully, Skako will lay waste to us with their surface-to-orbit batteries. They won't get the chance, replied the Admiral coldly. Paint the target, Captain Tidane. He saluted, and internally cursed himself for it. Very well. Orders received, Admiral. If there is a silver lining, Jin thought bitterly as Prudence painted the shield sector for the home fleet, it would be that we wouldn't be raising all of Skako. The Skakoans were well aware of their homeworld's atmospheric trait, and in all of their technological might, spent every waking hour preparing for specifically such an occasion. The planetary shield grid of Skako was designed as a multitude of overlapping atmospheric containment domes that, from orbit, appeared like one unified surface. But in truth, their planetary shield actually divided up their surface into hundreds if not thousands of individual blocks and divisions. The death toll would only be a billion or so, not hundreds of billions. What damnable consolation that is. All ships, Honor Sulima's authoritative voice boomed. Siege formation. Load proton torpedoes and open fire upon my command. Jan could only watch as Arlian took her place at the head of almost 100 pocket battleships, arranged in a static conical formation that allowed every ship to present their full forward firing envelope at the painted section of the shield. He held his breath as time seemed to stand still. Then, a solid pillar of violet fire and smoke rained down on Skako like the infernal roar of a solar dragon's breath. The pillar of energy smashed straight into the target, and the shield seemed to buckle before his eyes, despite knowing energy shields could not do such a thing. But it held, and despite the climactic initial assault, the home fleet continued firing. Relentlessly. What am I looking at? Jan Tidane asked himself as even more overly eager warships moved closely to take their own potshots with torpedoes and turbo laser batteries. 800 missiles every 35 seconds, he thought, the average rate of fire of a Victory-class missile tube. It took 46 standard hours for Prudence's finely calibrated scopes to discover a hole in the shield section. And upon the report of his sensor officer, the captain of the Prudence struggled with the decision to inform his commanding officer of its existence. But if he didn't, what then? The home fleet would just continue pounding away until the entire shield section overloaded, increasing the damage dealt. Jan Tidane released a sigh. Let's get this over with. Fleet flagship Arlian was teeming with activity. Prudence just reported the discovery of a breach, tiny and fleeting as it was, and the gunnery chiefs were scrambling to switch out the warheads for thermobaric ones. Admiral Honor Sulima stood proudly over the pilot house of the Arlian as fire and thunder ran rampant across the viewports. Arlian had halted fire now in order to better focus her fire control. The target? A tiny, no more than a couple clicks in diameter, hole directly above the planet-side shipyard harboring the bulwark fleet, currently being painted by the Prudence. But there was no knowing if the hole would disappear, even as the home fleet concentrated its fire, so they must be swift. And so, the command deck was abuzz with controlled chaos. Officers barked orders, screens flickered with sensor data, and the low hum of the ship's massive reactor thrummed through the bones of every soul aboard. Admiral Honor stood at the center of the whirlwind, wrapped in the austere garb of authority. Her crew were a bunch of no longer so inexperienced rich boys and girls far away from the safety of their clans and families, and this would be their first siege. Vacuum missiles have been loaded, Admiral, Flag Captain Terranold Screed reported. His many battles have beaten the hesitance out of him along with his eye. We have a firing solution. My fears about Jan Tidane were unfounded. Honor's voice was a glacier scraping across a frozen sea. You were correct. Screed smiled blandly. We have a history. His conscience weighs heavily, but he is dutiful. That's all I require. Hands flew over controls, confirming targets, accounting for atmospheric interference, finalizing trajectories. In the void, Arlian's missile bays once again yawned open, dull red warheads signifying the change in payload. Vacuum warheads, designed to ignite the very air itself and burn a vacuum in its place, and for a methane-rich world like Skako, specially engineered to exploit the trace oxidizers in the planetary atmosphere. Open fire. There was no ceremony or fanfare or even weight to her words. It was just another command, swift and sharp like an executioner's axe. With a shudder that resonated through the hull, the missiles launched, streaking towards the planet below, outer shells glowing with the friction of re-entry as they plunged into hazy blue skies. Terranold Screed impassively watched the display, as dozens of missiles crashed into the outer edges of the aperture, blooming out in great, but short-lived conflagrations, briefly blinding the scopes. But some made the insertion, and that's all they needed. In the high-pressure depths off the planetary surface, all it took was a blinding flash, a nova of searing light and scorching heat, visible through all the atmosphere and shields and relentless firing. The warheads detonated, their payloads igniting the methane, oxidizing warheads turning the entire sky into a canvas of roaring fire. The home fleet paused, frozen, transfixed. On the surface, the apocalypse came swift and painless. The ground buckled and heaved, the air itself becoming a weapon as a crushing wave of overpressure that pulverized everything in its path. Buildings crumbled, what little flora there was spontaneously combusted, and flesh was rendered to ash in an instant. From the surface, it must have seemed like the entire world had become a hellscape of fire and thunder. But from orbit, such a description couldn't be further from the truth. The flaming atmosphere was just that, flames. And planetary shields were designed to withstand much more than that. The inferno was boxed in by the overlapping deflector shells, curling up against the shields like screaming souls trying to escape an urn. And so, there was only one place left for the fires to go. Up. Shields, forward, Admiral Honor ordered calmly. It was unlikely the flames would reach them, but there was no reason not to be careful. Skako spat out the inferno, a colossal tongue of flame not unlike a miniature solar flare bursting through the weakened shields above. Without fuel or oxidizer to burn, however, the flare swiftly died out in the void. Energy washed over the fleet, their deflectors bristling as if prickles of gooseflesh had come over them. Prepare for ship-to-ship combat, the Admiral ordered, watching intently for any action from the bulwark fleet. A great shadow moved within the flame, and Honor's eyes gleamed like a hawk having found its catch. Retro thrusters, she ordered with a slash, allow the bulwark fleet to pass. Duoningo's flagship, the battlecruiser Unrepentant, burst out of the inferno first, followed by his bulwark fleet, turbo lasers blazing. The home fleet returned fire with all its might, its lines flattening and buckling before the bulwark's brutal assault. Captain Screed skillfully maneuvered the battle line to break without taking too heavy a loss, effectively allowing Duoningo to believe he managed to break through the siege lines. But losses were unavoidable. 1, 2, 3 victories disappeared off the scopes. Then did escorts, and even 2 Venators in the rear line. Admiral Honor watched as the enemy's battered hulls dashed past her viewports, and smiled in satisfaction. Mission accomplished, Admiral, Captain Screed reported, ignoring the glow of Skako's bonfire flushed against his skin. The bulwark fleet is once again on the run. Where will we chase them to? I've not yet decided, Admiral Honor Sulima mused as she observed the bulwark fleet emergency jumping away. We'll observe the situation. One must always consider the end goal, sir, the flag captain pointed out. It's not the prize to take pleasure in, Captain Screed. Honor Sulima turned back to Skako, her irises bathed in a golden light. It's the hunt. Alert the invasion force. Governor General Tracta will be pleased to hear his conquest may finally begin. Shadows descended upon Skako, hundreds of thousands of dropships and personnel carriers descending into the cauldron of fires below, filled to the brim with millions upon hundreds of millions of armored troopers and marines, specially equipped to fight in a world completely hostile and alien.